satisfied with appearance alone. They gather now at the chosen place, Shanghai, where the fire of the faithful burns bright, and a legacy of Dota triumph runs to the very core. The legends of the past have shown us any team can transcend the moment to forge a path to glory and turn the trials faced on the road to victory into eternal stories waiting to be told. 12 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can claim immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
2 removed from the group stage, 4 removed on day 1 of the main event, and 2 more will be removed from play here on day number 2 of the main event of the International 2019. Welcome to live coverage of the greatest Dota 2 show on planet Earth, and we welcome you once more to the panel. We're all hyped and ready to go as we start day number 2. Gents, all good?
Yes, amazing.
Yes. Ready to go. Brian's kind of like, well, yeah, I'm all right, you know, I'm chilled. You're so chilled,
I'm trying
Brian.
to save it for the
You're saving it? Okay, that's fine too, that's fine too. We've got plenty to come your way, of course, before our first game of the day. But before we start talking about day number 2, why don't we have a quick recap on a fabulous start to the main event of the International.
隆重介绍全球 Dota 顶尖战队。
available, but Somnus is ready to go in underneath the tower, stuns out from Arme, then the God's Strength, the shallow grave, keeping Roger alive. They'll try and get him out of it. It's a 5-man Ravage, jumps in, Echo stands out, but he does nothing at all. The BKB's out from Arme. They'll turn over towards no one. The stun control from X-Nova isn't enough. No one finally uses. They've got the damage. LGD, they get both.
Vlad's at least finished up, but Ramsey's fairly squishy. Ramsey's
going to get arrowed here as he stands.
They're doing everything.
The Ravage, Ramsey's dead. He doesn't have buyback. No one's trying to fight back here. But PSG LGD in front of the home crowd. This couldn't have gone any better.
He gives him the protection of keep walking. It's a 2-man RP. We'll try and push him away. Goes after protecting Tim for the moment. The bash is over on Queen of Peach. You can't take with a bar. Right side way. Layer it on. VG Gaming. 3 players down. It's about to be 4. Yang has no way to escape. A quick Fisher. Now the Soul bind together. Gabby is already spinning himself away. Paparazzi is killing Tim to the back line. They'll go Fountain if they want to. Now going for the Megas. Edict burns through all the buildings. Gabby moves forward, looking for some damage to burn off what mana? No, he's going to burn off life instead. Perched up. Now the rock will drop. They just want to control the Juggernaut. He'll still get the Omni Slash off, however. But how much damage is this really doing? They're so tanky and split across the fight. That's GG. BG Gaming will advance to the semi-finals to have a date with an all LGD BG China semi-final 1.
And it's going to be a Yule Scepter lift up afterwards. Can they get bodies here to defend Mickey? It's not looking like it so far. Another round of the Mrs. Force staff, keeping him alive for now. Insania, he's got to protect his carry, but it's not going to happen in time. Can they do it? Mickey's going to go down, and they're going to take down the CM as well. Everything has already been used. Quakefa trying to buy some space for his carry. Is it going to happen? He's not getting out of there either. Woo! Alliance still trying to hold on, but RNG, GG is going to be called as they take it. Look at this, they're running in all over them. The shackles are there as well. DJ wanting to find a black hole, but look at Liquid. They're beautifully split up, and DJ is just gonna fall apart. The Ravage comes down afterwards. Liquid running through Fnatic. Ice trying desperately to hold on. A triple kill. DJ, can he find his moment? They need to hold on. He jumped forward, the black hole, but he didn't get Miracle. Miracle trying to close out this game. Can they take him down in time? No. The Ancient will fall. And with that, Team Liquid are moving on.
About to come back in. Look at that. Chris Luck immediately.
They got the back line.
What a snowball on Old 11 and Kaka controlling him up. The telekinesis toss back does help get some control, but it's not good enough as Stinger flying over them. On the side, we do have, they're trying to chase away this toss as best as possible.
Oh, the melt strike.
But Hector, melt strike after melt strike. Chris Luck being able to bring down Dart. Again, now Old 11. Schofield's trying to get away, still away from that X marks the spot, but look at him now, he's taunting, he's saying, you can't finish me off, boyo. Now the damage, King Gaming are forced into the battle once again, and that's GG Gaming. Call the GG and Infamous make it past the best of one.
They can sit behind Magical. He's got this Aegis, and he's taking this pretty quickly. And the best part about playing Cypher in a game like this, Cap, is you have so much that can frontline and initiate for you.
And I mean, just look at the way he's just chopping down this tier 3
solar
between
press.
interbeats.
They're gonna
Oh,
force
look at
that
that, the aggressive force down. Does manage to get him up into the high ground, but there's the golem drop. It's gonna be Ninja Boogie down first. Nico Baby in the back line. They do have the black hole. It's quickly canceled by the assassination, and that's 3 dead of Mineski with no buyback. That's why they were so loath to take a fight. But Mineski is there to be able to respond. The throne is dying. Navi crystallized. He can't hold it in time. The Rainfire Blast will stop it, and it looks like Mineski, they've got it in the bag. They'll finish up the throne while simultaneously defending their own. That's it. Mineski take it just as we pass over an hour. Astonishing day number one. Always terrifying for players, Brian. Best of one's horrible, but great for us to watch.
Yeah, we can feel the emotion. We just experienced that yesterday. It's always so funny to be riding that roller coaster all day yesterday, and now you're just seeing it all back in a few seconds. And you see the Alliance mess up the draft at the end. You see the high ground push from, Navi, yeah. Then like turns into them losing. Mineski won the qualifiers with that same way, with the enemy team going for the tier 4. Then they make it out of the best of one. It's like,
it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're going to get some more from you two in just a moment. But of course, we've got other members of our broadcast team. Let's check in, as we always do every morning, and say good morning, Casey. Good morning, Slacks.
Oh, hello. Didn't see you there, entire world. Thank you, Red Eye. So good to see you. Casey, what amazing day. We're back. Day 2 of TI. What was your favorite moment of yesterday? What are you looking forward to?
It all blurs together because my favorite moments are anytime everybody backstage and on the panel is like, well, this is over for so-and-so. They can't come back. And then they come back.
Yes.
Anything can happen on the TI stage. It's the best part. You?
Yep. It has been closer than ever. I'm excited. No more best of ones, Casey. Those cheese strats, people misclicking heroes, no longer. We got full Dota all day. It's a TI moment. We'll never forget it. It'll be a meme for life. But anyway, I'm pumped. You ready? Yes. Yes. Let's do it. All right. Wait. We got it. Go. Bam, baby. That's a TI group right there. Woo!
That's some pretty good coordinate. I don't know if I could do that myself. Well done. Thank you. Good morning. They're so hyped down now, I can't even get over that. Do you know what? We've got plenty to come. Of course, our first match not too far away. But before we get there, why don't we take a look at what happens when OG decides to go on vacation in Australia?
So this is a smaller one. We just want to make sure that it's going to be a little bit more tighter. Expand like 20% anyway. So then you'll be like, woo!
So should I wear it like this or should I close it?
Oh. Zipper needs to be in the back.
Yeah, you need to have
this in the back.
Fuck. It's okay. It's okay. You can be a little different today.
Hey, Johan, you ready?
I'm fucking ready. Man, he's really good. And now I feel so bad. Yeah, me too. So far, so good, Seb. Oh my god. Yes! You saw the arms at the end? This view, man. Look at this fucking view.
Yeah, crazy.
Pull it back here, that's it. Just wait till it stops, and that's it.
Have you seen Tobias?
No!
Just protect him a little bit.
Sunscreen?
So, yeah, so he doesn't burn too much.
Wait, I can't tell. My rod's like vibrating.
We're in business, guys. Oh, he's strong. It's really strong. He's strong. And he's, oh no, he's not. Oh, he took the whole thing with him. Fuck!
That's why we play support. Because when it matters, we cannot count on you.
Okay, gentlemen, why haven't you caught a fish?
I'm not sure, man.
People didn't think we were going to qualify for TI. We were left without a team 2 weeks before the qualifier starts. Everything with how it happened and what happened, it was so atypical. It was so not normal.
I mean, atypical is being nice.
Yeah, atypical is putting the best word, the nicest words to it.
Probably when we got to the finals, I was much happier than after we won.
Wow, really?
Yeah. As soon as we won, then it started going down, rather than the opposite.
I had like complete euphoria after we won.
And I was terrified after we won, actually. I was actually terrified.
Oh, we got fish.
Where? Fish?
Oh, yours, yeah. I'm in.
Oh, shit. Just need some epic action movie music and that's it.
Wine. Oh, that's a good one.
Excuse me.
Don't touch him, he's got spikes.
This is a big one.
I think it's around 13, 14.
Closer to 20, I think.
And then the next shot, we're cooking. To Australia, and everything else.
Should I just drink from this?
Yep. No,
cheers.
not.
Look at what we got. Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
Things escalated really quickly for these fish.
Now, huh? It is very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I still think it's so unfair that an unranked carry player wins TI.
Sorry. Wasn't intentional.
Missed up, actually. But did you at one point realize that you won TI? Like they ever?
That this might change something going further, or might not.
What does it change though?
I don't know. Might not change anything.
You didn't feel like playing Dota after?
Yeah,
Didn't that change? You know?
Yeah, but
it was kind of.
I also had that feeling beforehand already. Like, and when I was like grinding Dota so much, I was such an angry person.
Frustrated?
Yeah. Oh, it's the worst, man.
Yeah. I'm worried about becoming weaker because of it. If I have to speak the truth. Yeah.
Why should you become weaker from doing this once? You can stamp it again.
Because you're satisfied with yourself.
Because you're satisfied.
So you're weak now. You had this infinite source of motivation. Now it's not there anymore, you know?
But the way I see it is that it's still there. You just chose to let it go.
So flame me a little bit, man.
I'm working on it. Every day I'm waking up to flame you.
Fucking bad.
Fucking bad.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear, man. To me, it's always been win or die, you know? We're win or zero. I hate losing games.
Is winning enough? Like, even if you won, like, are you truly on the level that you want to be?
No, you're not.
No, I think that's my dilemma. Is I think that there is more, and I want to be better. And this win is not enough.
What are you looking forward to, Jesse?
Next year?
Yeah?
I don't know, minor. Start it simple.
Yeah.
Just the minors. All the minors.
I'm gonna make sure we can't qualify the major.
I just want to play. I want to play really good Dota, and I want to play free.
I'm excited for the chat wheels.
One day.
Is there one in particular you're waiting for?
Please give some Lakat.
Lakat Matatag.
Lakat Matatag coming back?
I've been missing it, man. I felt naked.
I've been sending him emails every day. Gabe Newell.
From Lakat Matatag.
Maradag. Yours sincerely, Normaline.
Fantastic. Good look behind the scenes in what happens when OG go on vacation. They're very philosophical Cap, in many ways, talking about the future and how to come back from a win, and Mad getting all like, you know, I'm on a downer now.
Oh, yeah. This is how they managed to win TI in the first place, right? Was sort of that philosophical, smart approach that they took to Dota and being able to just talk through their feelings with each other. And that kind of built that camaraderie that they really needed in that desperate spot that they were.
Did. Grant, do you want to do that? Do you want to share that with the? Should we do this with the panel? Should we see if we can get our panel up to the kind of OG levels?
No, I think I'm pretty good. You know, I'm good just being
Can I
myself.
be No-Tail and you be Mad?
Yeah,
You suck, Brent.
Thank you.
Saved by the Horde at the start of the day. Let's start off with our two teams. Our first team into the Mercedes-Benz Arena for day number 2 of the main event in the upper bracket, no less, are a team that perhaps not many expected to be in this position, but that's exactly where they are, 12 months on from being exactly in the same place against the same team. Team Newbie this time round, the colours and the name may have changed, but the team are very much still a competitive force. They had a fantastic group stage and find themselves now just one match away from a top 6 finish at the International. They will get themselves set in their booth, and we will welcome their opponents for game number 1. The defending champions of the International 2018. No one would have had that last year. They came from absolutely nowhere, from the open qualifiers no less, to become the first ever team to do so as champions. They return this year with what seems like a renewed version of the same spirit that took them to the ages 12 months ago. Can they be the first team ever to repeat? Can they be the first team to win twice? Can these players be the first to win 2 ages? All of these questions are still to be answered over the next 5 days. And it starts right now in the upper bracket quarterfinals as they face off against Newbie. Gents, it is kind of a rematch. The majority of the players on the Newbie side obviously played in exactly this spot last year. Can it be any different, Brian?
I just think OG's got the magic. I don't know. I watched them throughout the entire group stage, and we've talked about teams just doing their own thing, establishing their own meta. Yep. And OG's pick and carry wisp. They're just doing all types of random strategies where, as casters during the group stage, we were trying to figure out ourselves, what are they going to do? And then you just watch it all fall right into place, and it's honestly beautiful to watch. But I think Newbie's got a great chance in order to upset them. I think they're one of the best teams coming into the group stage, or coming out of the group stage that isn't the top seeds. And I'm really looking forward to this series because I think Newbie can maybe take OG by surprise.
Okay.
I think these players are very interesting.
I mean, Brian makes a great point that they were the surprise of the groups for many people, Newbie.
Yeah, they were. I thought they played very standard, right? It was a lot like last year. Like going into it, they were VGJ Storm, 3 of them, and they went in and they just looked good. They didn't do anything flashy. They got a top 8, and it looks like they're poised to do that again. Like they're flying very far under the radar, of everyone, it feels like.
And just look at their position. Their captain's in the first time that he's not going to go out last place at TI. I'm sure Pieliedie is super hyped about that. And I think the team is hyped to be able to have him. I mean, just think about their last year. Very disappointing. They stuck it out with the SVG, even though they had some problems, and the TI performance just wasn't there. This year, they switched things around multiple times, even picking up Kit Track momentarily as a coach before finally settling on Pieliedie. Sort of last minute in the grand scope of things for TI. But it seems to be clicking at just the right moment.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, this is a guy who, I think back to 4 years ago, we were talking about as being an MVP in this very city, in that actual fact, at that major. It doesn't seem to have had the career projection that we might have thought he might have had after that tournament.
No, we didn't. But now that he's having a good one, right? It just took him moving to NA. You know, sometimes that's all you got to do. Just move to the the greatest region, and you start having a little more success.
USC is just a great training ground for any professional player if they want to do well. Just look at Sumail.
Okay. I'm not going to bite. There's too many Americans on the panel right now. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to fight against you.
You've got
greatest region.
SNA right here.
I like that, yeah. Don't chant it too much here, though. It doesn't go down too well. Do you know what? When we talk about OG, we talked about how they played in the group stages, and, they've got this cool kind of persona going on, and they don't really care, and they're flipping coins for who they play, and all that kind of cool stuff. But when it comes down to it, have they got the form? Have they got the players to repeat this year?
I think so. We talked about how creative their drafts were, but they executed it to near perfection. That was the thing for me that surprised me, is you have to know exactly the timings of the lineup. They had heroes that hit the core items all at the exact same time every game. And to know how to do that with a strategy of what we seem to be like random heroes that don't normally get picked together, right?
From our point of view, even like I've heard all of the smart analysts that we have in this group of talent team, and they're all a little bit like, I'm not really sure what they're doing.
When nobody understands them, I think that's when they're peak form. Because if they as long as they understand themselves, which they clearly do.
There's some odd. I pour over the stats, as you well know, and there's some odd stats in amongst this. They're the lowest. They're the 18th ranked team for average last hits per game. Like what? How?
Yeah.
Like, how is that possible?
That's a team that just wants to be able to fight. Like to kind of contradict Brian just a little bit, it's just the fact that I feel the same way that he feels about OG, I felt that way about Liquid, and the old, they won TI. I thought that was going to be our repeat,
right?
Because it just seemed like they had this sort of magic. I mean, the stories about Kuro winning that TI, getting into the bus with the rest of his team and saying, hey, let's talk about the plan for next year.
Yeah.
That kind of drive, I thought that was what it was going to take to be able to win a TI. And so for me, looking at OG, I see all these magical things, but there's this doubt in my head that says, I don't know, just like Seb is saying, that drive, once you win a TI, it goes away a little bit. No matter how bad you think you want a number 2.
just wants to win a minor. He's not worried. That's what his goals are this season, and he's failed.
Yep, they played plenty of those minors this season. They really did. I mean, they struggled at the beginning, right, when they were using ILTW, and then guess what? The king of being uncalibrated comes back.
The comeback king.
Yep,
literally the comeback king every time, because he's done it every season. It feels like. What do Newbie have to do in this game, Brian, if they're going to take out OG?
I think Newbie is really good at what they know. Last year we saw the same thing kind of out of VGJ Storm. They had these set amount of strategies where they executed them very well. And I feel like if they're able to get those core set of heroes, I really like Quinn. I think Quinn's one of the most improved players I've watched all throughout the year. And his ability last year, I think, was his limiting factor was his ability to lane mid. And I haven't seen him lose mid in a long time. Maybe he doesn't always win because he doesn't have the most favorable matchup.
But he doesn't get sacked, does he?
Yeah, and I think this is an incredible skilled matchup between Thompson and CCNC. And I think if he can create momentum for his team, I think Newbie can take it. I think they know how to execute cleanly.
I mean, likewise, Cap, in a way, they kind of mirror each other a little bit in that respect, don't they? Yuar's been playing absolutely fantastically. He topped some of the stats from the group stage, obviously, and playing really well. You can argue some of that's hero-based as well, but he's playing really well. CNC is fantastic as well, although he still needs to add an S to the start of his name to fit in with the whole Newbie thing, because otherwise it's just weird. I don't know why he didn't do that, by the way, just for this event. It would have been fun. But Anna and Thompson, same thing on the other side. It's very focused for OG. You can look into everything they've done so far, and you can see that they're still the main boys. They're playing around them.
For me, the backbone of OG is just stronger, though. And the fact that I've seen Thompson lose lanes really hard and be able to make the comeback. I'm not sure if CCNC has that same kind of spirit. So for me, I think he really needs to be able to win that mid matchup, walk away with a strong lane, and just snowball from there. Similarly, Yuar has had such great numbers, right? In part because he's always had strong lanes, and he pretty much almost never dies in a game. But what happens if OG tries to put some aggression on him, tries to actually force out some mistakes from Yuar, put him under that gun, and make it so he has that bad game, in which case Snake King, he'll have to step up, but that's what he does best. He's been carrying this squad throughout the year.
I mean, I go back every time, every year, people are like, who's your top player? Who do you think the best player in the world is? And everyone thinks I'm going to say Sumail, and I always say it's Snake King. I watched the dude play a Naga Siren before there was backpacks, before you had any of that, and he was playing a 9-slotted Naga, in a super high-pressure, qualifier game. Snake King is just an absolute monster.
For me, I remember watching Wings before TI6, and I had Faith Beyond. I put right next to his name, best offlaner, ? I did the same thing this year with Snake King. I said top 3. It seems like it. Like, from his position, he's a monster.
I'm sensing some NA bias.
What? I just said the OG backbone was stronger. Come on, Paul. Fair and balanced here on the NA panel, okay?
Brian was kind of like, oh, do I go in as well?
Yeah. Do I
I mean,
join the
joking
bandwagon?
aside, he's had a fantastic tournament as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just concerned whether or not they're going to be able to keep up with the pace that OG sets. OG, what they've done all tournament is they kind of passively chill for about 15 minutes, and then suddenly, like that, it's just on,
well,
right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're going to be ready for that. Maybe you can watch replays, you can study them, and you can know what the timings are, but in the middle of a game, it's just so hard to adjust to that as it's happening.
I've heard a few criticisms from fans who are a little bit skeptical about this newbie side. They don't think maybe they're the real deal. They watch some of the group games, and the criticism, if they have any right now, is that they're a little bit too dependent on a specific pool of heroes right now, which OG could easily just ban out, and then that kind of ruins their game. Do you go along with that?
Yeah, I think when you know more heroes, you're able to pick the perfect hero for the game rather than the hero that you feel the most comfortable with. And OG's ability to just kind of plug in any hero to their strategy is probably their biggest advantage going into the series.
And also newbies' downfall potentially here as well. I mean, we don't know because we don't necessarily know whether we've seen everything that they've got, or maybe they haven't showed everything they've got. Maybe they've got 2 or 3 other things that they can show us.
You know, I was just listening to an interview with Zai, and something he said was, I thought, really interesting. He said the most important day of TI is that break day between groups and main stage. Because he said that's where you're going to figure out exactly what you want to do for the rest of the tournament. That's where you're going to figure out exactly what the meta is and how it applies to your team.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. Thank you very much, gents. I think we're all looking forward to the start of this one. It's not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. Our draft for Game 1 is about to begin.
OG versus Newbie. Game 1.
For the second year in a row, OG starts their TI main event playing up against Yawar, Snaking, and MSS, this time under the Newbie banner. I'm joined here by Kezu and Gunnar, 2 guys, no strangers to competing on the major stage. These 2 teams, very, very different stylistically. OG, shortest average match duration in the tournament, under 35 minutes. They're the only team. Newbie, second longest at 46. Big picture first, how do you think these teams are approaching this draft? What are sort of the big differences that we're looking for going in?
OG kind of likes to pick a hardware carry, and same with Newbie. So I think both of them are going to later pick Yawar's hero and Anna's hero respectively. And also Snaking also likes kind of lane winners. Like he picks his axe and then he'll lane, and he'll win the lane for his team. He kind of plays this like kind of carry from the off lane. They kind of focus more on 3 cores instead of 2. Some teams will play more on only mid and carry. Some go like 4, like TNC. They'll have 4 cores. I think this is a nice 3-core team from the side of Newbie.
Yeah, I think OG, they play so aggressive so that you kind of have to adjust to what they're doing. Like if you draft greedy against them, I think you're going to lose.
Yeah.
So I hope that Newbie, they do play greedy sometimes with some more late game-ish heroes. So I hope that if they do that they at least compensate with the other 4. So that they can match their tempo in like the early and mid game.
Yeah, Paul brought up that stat about OG being the lowest average last hits per game. That's because of the match duration.
Yeah.
They're also the highest average team kills per game, despite that match duration. These guys are so good at identifying key early kill lanes. Do you agree with the point that Kat made about worrying about whether Yawar in particular is going to be able to sustain that lane pressure?
I'm a little worried. They picked him AM in the group stage, and that hero had kind of low success. Newbie, they won with the AM, like 2 times I saw it, but most of their teams lost a lot because he doesn't do well against early lane pressure. And since OG kind of plays these like fast early game, I'd be a little scared if Newbie picks this more like AM, maybe even a morphling type of hero that doesn't really lane well.
Yeah, I just think, like I said before, I think you need to be ready when you play against OG. And it's either by helping your lanes or understanding, okay, we may have to sack this lane and go elsewhere. Because if you go there and you give them these kills in these situations because you respond wrongly, you're going to give them such a big lead and they will keep running at you like dogs the whole game. And you will keep feeding. You need to be ready.
Yeah, absolutely. If there is one constant about OG, they have first picked the Enchantress every time it has been available, every time it's gotten through the bans in every single match at TI. And in fact, that hero it's the only one. It's been first phase banned in over 2/3 of our draft. Is that kind of your highest value hero right now, or do you have a couple others that you'd put up there?
Yeah, I think it's a high value hero. We saw in the Infamous series yesterday, it was open and they insta took it for Whisper. And you know, and here I think that they're probably going to first pick it as well. It's a strong laner. Like we said, we want him to have a good lane.
Right.
So if OG picks this Enchantress, who is going to have a good lane almost no matter what, it's a little scary for Newbie at that point. So I think they're probably going to ban it in the first 3.
The hero, it just applies so much pressure, and like you need to nearly always try lane the hero, or it will free farm, like no matter what. You have some good responses with heroes that can maybe push out the wave and then go jungle or whatever, but I don't know if you want to give this type of hero to OG, because it kind of just speeds up their tempo like really hard in the game.
Yeah, I agree. I want to go back earlier to something that the panel was talking about as well. This mid matchup, I think, is going to be so big in this series. Gunnar in particular, you know CNZ pretty well, having played against him in the North American scene. Is this guy going to be able to stand in lane against Thompson, who just showed up at TI last year, and it's like people didn't know what to do against him mid?
Yeah, I think so. Like watching him, like playing with him against him, you know, over the past year, he's improved like a lot since I think it was Grant said. His laning, you know, was kind of, it was good, but now it's great, I think. So his laning's much better. His confidence, I think, is improved a lot over the last year. He'll pick these heroes like Ember, and he fully trusts himself, and he trusts his team now to just go in, which is, I think, a little different from last year. I think last year he kind of was a little more laid back. He was trying to make sure, you know, he wanted to play Dota, and now he wants to win Dota.
And Kezio, I want you to talk about playing against OG in particular from your position, from the support and the off-lane position. These guys are so active around the map. They're so confident in their reads. You see them, they'll lose a big team fight, respawn, and immediately just go back to that same lane. Does that change your mentality as a competitor?
No, it does. Like I said, when you play against OG, you need to think different, because they don't play like any other team. Even if you kill a hero from theirs, the rest of them, they will run at you, and it will throw you off guard. And it's the same if they kill you somewhere and you're pushing out another lane on the opposite side, they're already going there. They already know that you want to go there, and they are coming to goddamn kill you. So every time you need to think faster. You need to be aware of what's going on.
One of the nice things about them last year was they were one of the first teams to like quickly buy back in the team fights. We saw in the grand final in game 5, they were roaching, and it dies, he buys back, they win the roach fight, and the game kind of swings really hard at that point, and you know, OG wins TI. So they're one of the teams, I think, that is like really good at these buybacks in the early mid game. Most late game teams are like good at these buybacks, but the early game, I think it's gonna go well if OG buys back.
Yeah, as I think you guys have probably figured out by now, we are in a short technical delay here. We are going to get you into the draft as soon as possible. But your point about buybacks reminds me of something. It's not just buybacks, it's also kills. The kill economy in Dota is really strange this year. Early kills worth very little, late kills worth a lot. So you'll see there was a match in the group phase. NIP was 30-30 in an Alchemist game in kills. They had a 40K net worth lead. OG seems to be very, very good, not only at getting kills, but at getting kills where they matter, at getting kills where they really hurt you. Can you guys talk about that a little bit?
Early game kills are kind of weird right now because they increase the kill streak XP.
Yes.
So now when you go on like a 3 kill streak in your lane, you get killed once, the enemy laner is the same level as you. So it's these kills are still important, but it's more important for the first 15-20 minute kills that you try to rotate them into objectives, or you make them the enemy have to rotate towards you. Because either way, you turn these kills into pressure. Just taking the kill and then staying in your lane, hitting creeps, it's not that good anymore.
Yeah, like Anna was saying, they recently changed this XP thingy, where if you have a kill streak, you get like a lot more bonus experience. And some people are like really aware of that, and I think some teams, they didn't really catch on to that until a while ago. But I think OG, they're really good at them, at that. I also heard Matumba Man, like he talks about this actively. Okay, this guy's a kill streak.
Yes.
If we kill him, we get a lot of experience, so it's great. And on top of that, OG are really good at kind of like rotating on a tower and killing a guy there, and then kind of turning it into a tier 1 or a tower dive.
So it's really interesting you said. It's like some players have turned this into a bounty system, where it's like, hey, this guy is really big right now, we get him, that's a lot of resources.
It applies a lot more pressure on the guy that's ahead. Like if you're mid, solo kills the enemy mid, he ganks the enemy tri and gets like a triple kill, he's now dominating. You have to like relax now. You can't be this guy who just goes in, you're gonna get like 3 kills, you'll die, but you're like, oh, okay, they got like 600 gold on, their offlaner or whatever. It's all good, guys. I'm just gonna move on. Now, you get killed there, their offlaner's a higher level than you. So you have to make sure that, you kind of chill when you're having a good early lead, and that's why a lot of the more games are slow. People are more choking people out, you're playing the map slow as a team, pushing in all the lanes, and then that's why a lot of games are ending with really high net worth advantages.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about tempo-wise. this is one of the only TIs going back for a while. This is over 40 minutes average match duration in this TI. The games have been going a lot longer, partially for the reasons you're talking about. Mirana, I can't disagree with that as the first ban from OG as we're just getting underway here in our draft. This has been one of the more impactful heroes in this tournament. Slightly more successful actually at the support role.
Yeah. I mean, this hero, it just feels really good to play with. I think because the early game is pretty much sped up for a lot of teams. So you have the Moonlight. She can freely roam around, she arrows some neutral creeps, she feels good herself by getting those levels, and it's just working really well for a lot of teams.
I think MSS from Newbie has a really cool hero pool.
Oh,
he plays
absolutely.
this Invoker 4, he plays this Mirana 4. He plays these kind of, because he used to play core. He used to play mid, and then he moved to offlane, and then he moved to 4, so he still can't have this core mentality in these games, where he'll kind of have a slower lead, but it's just like he lost the offlane, and then he'll just farm back, come back, and now he's like a 4th core in this team. Sometimes, but then sometimes he's the hard 4. He'll buy some wards or whatever, kind of only get a blink, play with his team.
No, I'm really glad you brought up MSS because the panel was talking about snaking. I agree, he's had a great tournament, but I think MSS has been one of the best players at the event as well. 8 players at this event, 16 or more assists the game. Of course, terrifyingly, OG has 3 players on that list, but MSS up there as well. And particularly early, he's been so active around the map to relieve that laning pressure. Because you talked about some of the importance of that, especially against a team like OG.
Yeah. No, I think MSS has been playing great. Actually, I mean, all of their players, I think, have been stepping it up quite a bit. I also saw CCNC in their early matches. He was rolling over some people. I think it was Liquid, especially. In those series, damn, he was looking real strong.
So we also see the Chen. I was kind of worried for that. It gives this OG this early game tempo. It's one of the no-tail classics when he moved to support. He used to be a Meepo player, so he has this micro skill like built into himself. He's practiced it over the years. He played Meepo support too, but I don't think we're going to see that now. But this Chen ban, I think, is good for newbie. With their bans, they're slowing the pace down. They're not giving away the Ench for the early game. They're not giving the Chen for the early game. So they're going to try to slow down, maybe get themselves like a comfortable position in the draft.
Yeah, and similarly, you see the reverse theme that on OG, they're worried about scaling. They're worried about Mirana scaling into the late game, as you talked about, possibly from the 4 role. And Pylai Dai, 34 and 16 in his career on the Warlock. That's one of the strongest scaling 5 position heroes in the game.
It also helps Yawar's lane. You have a Shadow Ward in your carry. He'll kind of give a little more sustain in the lane. So banning the Warlock kind of makes your offlane a little stronger if you don't want to play against it. It's similar to the heroes like Bane that some teams will run if they want to protect their safe lane. You pick this 5, and their whole point in the game is to help your carry have a good game.
Absolutely. So we are getting into the first phase picks here, moments away. Elder Titan, the most picked hero in this tournament, extremely successful, but tempo-wise, again, Elder Titan in this patch, 20 and 6 in games that end before the 35-minute mark, only 21 and 24 in games that go past that point. OG, we all know they want to play fast.
Yeah, that actually surprises me about the stat of ET. I think the hero was really good throughout the entire game, not just early on. One thing to note is that Alchemist was not banned in the first phase. I think he's been highly contested throughout this entire tournament. But I can't really disagree with the bans of either of the teams.
The hero is really strong in the early game. Yeah, his aura is really good when you don't have, damage reduction items. You don't have hoods or pipes or armor.
Yeah.
So I think once it gets later in the game, some teams will buy ACs, they'll buy pipes, they'll buy, plate mails, these kind of things, and it kind of offsets the aura for ET. But in the first 35 minutes, you're kind of more focused on getting, drums, Yasha, Maelstrom for your carry, maybe for your mid, a Blink Dagger, even a BKB. But once that's out, the aura is going to kind of crush you.
Well, newbie coming into this draft, in their last 7 drafts, they had first phase 13 different heroes, and they're continuing that stat. And of course, OG 4-0 in the group stage behind Ana's Core IO, going that HOD, Aghanims, Heart of Tarask build. Which of these first phases do you guys like more?
I kind of like OG's a little more, but that's just my personal take. I don't think Visage is that great. I know that they like it a lot because for them it's flexible, at least as far as I'm concerned. But I just think that this IO and ET, it's just so much comfort for OG. So I'm pretty sure that they feel really good about themselves right now.
Like I said, the early game is really strong with the Wisp ET. His aura is going to increase the damage once this Wisp hits 15 and his Ags. His spirits are just going to deal crazy amount of damage up in a team fight. So it's a little scary for newbie.
And this is, of course, the 4th Visage pick of the tournament, 3-1 so far, still sitting on 111. Kind of unbelievably, only 6 heroes unpicked so far in this tournament. As we go into this second phase, obviously, Newbie, a lot of flexibility in its first phase here. This Tiny can be a core, can be at the support position. Where do you guys see Visage? Is this definitely a core?
I think most teams have run it as support.
Really?
More
Okay.
often than not. Yeah. I think the Tiny might look better as a core.
Okay.
If he gets this Blink Dagger, maybe Echo early, the Wisp has kind of high HP if he goes, Bracer or 2 or the Hod. But I think he doesn't have much armor. So this Tiny will combo him, hit him, 2 times, and maybe he gets low enough that the OG can't continue the fight.
Yeah, I agree with Gunnar. I think Visage is most suited right now for the support role. It's also how most people play them. Also something to note about OG's dual lanes, they usually synergize very well. Like let's say OG, they lane this Wisp and ET together. ET really enjoys a hero that can potentially help him, and if it's Wisp with him, I think it's actually really hard to run into this lane if you're newbie.
It's also double movement speed. You get movement speed from Tether, and then the Wisp will match the ET's movement speed that he also gets from Spirit. So they're gonna be, speedy, running at the enemy off lane if it's a safe lane Wisp. Axeban, I think that's more to protect their Visage. He does really well against birds. He's a natural Vanguard Crimson Guard buyer. And he, he can call the birds, he can kill them in a couple spins, so I think it's more to protect their Visages now.
I think, excuse me, I think Bad Rider or Bristleback would be really good for OG in this next phase, so I'm hoping that Newbie ban out one of them, preferably the Bad Rider.
So you like Bristleback for the physical damage against the birds, and you like Bat Rider just for the laning?
Bat Rider is just really annoying to deal with for these 2 heroes.
Okay.
He kind of burns through the Visage really fast. Same with Tiny, he has very low turn rate, and he's a slow hero on top of that. Also, it pairs really well with Relocate, at least for Bat Rider. And Bristleback is also just a very known counter to the bird.
He just turns around, has his passive, and then passive reduces damage, and then he gets blocked by Vanguard, so he takes actually no damage in the other game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Alchemist ban coming out in the second phase, you guys did talk about that in the first phase, been one of the more contested heroes in the tournament, second most banned. Actually, maybe first has moved ahead of Enchantress.
Yeah, so from OG's ban, you can see they don't want a slow game. Because this Sven and this Alk in a slower game, they're going to be able to farm. So the OG is kind of trying to get this maybe a slower game with the Wisp, but they don't want to have this newbie in this comfort being in a slow game. And from newbie, you can see they're a little scared of the team fight from OG. They're banning the Magnus with RP, banning the Axe with Call, they're banning the Tide Hunter with Ravage, banning these team fight heroes you can kind of group around. Maybe they get a Blink Dagger, and then they frontline. So I think newbie's kind of playing towards their slower style that they can fight into the enemy team without having to 5v5.
I think this is, by the way, low-key one of this man, Snaking's best heroes, Beastmaster. He is 14-2 in his last 16 pro games on that hero, and I think this gives them the option of forcing that tempo early. Beastmaster plays very fast. I still think there is some chance that this Visage will be in that core role with the Beastmaster Aura.
Oh, definitely could be. Definitely could be.
The birds have a low BAT, I think, so they work much better with the Beastmaster Aura. Also, I think Beastmaster is a little undervalued right now for what he gives to the team. He pushes out lanes if he wants to just go boars, or he can even get Necrobook push out lanes by himself. But the more important one, I think, is the vision that he gives from his Hawk. He gives this vision, and teams are so much better at playing around vision these days. Sentries are a little more hard to come by, you only get 10. So this Hawk kind of scouts the whole team, and once you see a hero or two, you are free to farm the other part of the map.
So the Rubik here for OG does give us some information here. With the Elder Titan being played almost exclusively in the support position, tells us more than likely this is going to be an Ana Wisp again.
Grimstroke matches up well with the Beastmaster. You can double Roar. It's also one of the better heroes against Wisp from the support. If he ever is going to relocate in, it's going to be 2 heroes. That's a free ult.
Absolutely.
You can instantly get a double Roar. You can get double, Grave Chills from the Visage, Soul Assumptions. There's all these combos that they have built in, and it's also one of the better scaling supports. He has an early game GPN talent, so he can maybe get a sheep if the game goes past 35 minutes, which, as you said, might not happen.
If OG has anything to say about it, it won't. But I think we need to talk a little more as it becomes clear that this is potentially going to be another Ana IO. How do you counter core IO? Because it certainly looked like nobody in the group stage figured it out.
I think Pipe is one of the more important things. His level 15 talent
good call,
with the Ags is really scary. it does so much damage. I think it's like 150 per spirit.
Yeah, it's really high. I think preferably against Io, you try to fight him before he has his timing. This insane power spike is his 15 with Aghanims, because then he gets the talent, the permanent balls and whatever. And then, like Anna was saying, like if you have good sustain with Pipe and maybe some Greaves hero, I think then you have a good shot at playing against the hero.
Yeah, and I like you guys talked about Bristleback earlier on. I really like this pick here. Number one, obviously the physical damage, but Bristleback is a better tower hitter than people give him credit for, with Warpath and everybody taking the associated talents now.
Also, in the mid game, if this is probably a 3 Bristle, the Wisp is going to tether to him. If he goes out Heart build, the Bristle can't die.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, the Bristle is going to have 500 movement speed. His passive and phase boots, this Wisp and this Bristle are going to run around. In the mid game, they're going to hit your towers. You're going to be so scared. You know, maybe the Bristle gives the Wisp a Solar Crest, so the Wisp also hits fast. They kind of take these buildings really quickly.
And I really like the way you put that, right? I think we as casters and analysts sometimes overuse the phrase, oh, this hero can't die. That doesn't matter unless that hero is really doing something to threaten, and this Bristleback is going to be in a great position in this game to do that, create so much chaos.
It also is one of those nice heroes where they feel forced to jump on you. You're hitting their buildings, but you have an ET. They kind of clump on this Bristle. They're going to get 3-man stomped. You know, the Wisp is going to reload in. They're going to get an Earth Splitter, and then the team fight's going to look a little scary.
All right, very nice. Going into the 5th phase here, it's actually Newbie banning out the Ember Spirit, despite that being one of the signature heroes lately for CCNC. We're waiting on the final ban coming out from OG here. What do you think we're looking at for that 5th pick for both teams?
I think a Crossvex Invoker would round out OG's lineup very well. I like it very much against Newbie's kind of team fight, and I think it just synergizes so well with OG. Actually, I think it would give Newbie such a hard time to play this game.
So I guess this Tiny or this Visage have to be cores now, right? One of the two. So I think the Bristle pick is going to make this Tiny core a little scarier, but on the other side, I think the Visage is way scarier to play against as the Bristle. So I think Newbie's going to be more inclined to put this Tiny on the mid lane, or what they could do is they put the Tiny with the Grim in the safe lane. And they kind of do this big combo to try to burst the Bristle in the lane. He has Inkswell, you know, he tosses avalanches. So I think Newbie is just going to pick a hard carry that they're going to make space for with these 4.
I really agree, and I wonder if you guys agree with me. Just overall, as we take a step back from the individual hero mechanics, I feel like Newbie have really had an answer to OG so far in this draft. Are you surprised by that?
I'm surprised by this.
Omni Knight pick. All right. Well, you want to talk about heroes not dying. So what are the lanes here for OG?
Mid Omni Knight, maybe?
Okay.
I think mid Wisp or mid Bristle.
I don't know.
I want to see it.
Is it OG Radiant? I believe they're Radiant, right?
I believe so, yes.
So if OG's Radiant, the Bristle can actually stack his own Ancients from the mid lane with Quill Spray. So you can just walk under the cliff, Quill Spray, stack his own Ancients, and if he does that every minute for the first 5-6 minutes, he'll hit this level 7, and then he's going to hit level 10 in the next minute.
They'll probably decide off of the last pick on Newbie how they put their lanes. I would actually really like Timbersaw here for Newbie. I don't know if they're capable of playing all their heroes like that, but they have...
Triple strength cores.
Yeah, 4 strength heroes.
You don't have to worry about scaling too much this patch, I think. A lot of the heroes scale without needing like a hard carry, right? So it's like there's Ags now, there's Moon Shards if maybe this Tiny gets a Moon Shard late game, even the Tiny Ags Daedalus, there's your physical damage in the late game. So this Timbersaw, if they play it with like all their heroes, they can put the Timber mid or top. He's going to have a good game. He's going to slow down the game because OG can't pressure him. Yeah. He can sit in front of all their towers. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I like OD and Timber, but I don't know if they're going to pick a hero for Yawar maybe in the safe lane instead. I feel like they might be thinking about Slark. I wouldn't like it as much, but could be something that makes sense. All these heroes are kind of abused this tankiness or like long fights with high sustain.
What about a Life Stealer?
I think it's okay, but I feel like it might just lack some damage. I don't know if he can cut through those heroes.
Statistically, Lifestealer, there you go. That has been a late game hero in this tournament and in the recent past. Guys, we got a heck of a game here underway. OG facing off against the North American squad for the 2nd year in a row to start their TI main event. But before we throw it over the game, we've got Thanks Purge with the last word.
Hey guys, OG opening with their IO in the first phase is not too surprising considering what they've done with the group, it in the group stage. And what it's really effective at doing is once it buys Aghanim Scepter, it has a really good mid-range, high damage output. So it's not good for IO if the enemy heroes can get right on top of it. So to cover that, OG has Bristleback to be really obnoxious and tanky to kind of give it some space in between. And they can also protect it with their Elder Titan support, as well as the final Omni-Knight pick. They can buff up his strength and make it hard to disable him. So something that newbie might want to do is maybe try to crush the IO in the lane. They pick potentially really strong lane supports like the Visage. They could potentially tri-lane him, try to nuke him down before he gets a lot of items. Or what they need to do is just hit the back line and blow up those heroes if possible. It's super important that the IO doesn't snowball. If they commit to the IO, they need to kill him without him getting a lot of response kills, or it's just going to get worse and we're going to see a lot of matches like we saw in the group stage. So with that said, we're going to throw you guys right over the casters and have an awesome match.
An awesome match would be absolutely wonderful. Sind and I think we were spoilt for our second series yesterday. But hey, let's see how we go on the first one. Newbie versus OG. We're wondering if there's going to be a draft advantage for OG because we've been drafting this quirky little wisp. But as the panel was saying, it seems like Newbie have done preparation.
Really?
I know. Amazing.
Yeah. Both teams have really different lineups and really different win conditions in this game. It's going to be like a complete clash of styles, which has kind of been the case for most of OG's games in the group stage because nobody has their style, so it's a clash of styles every time. But yeah, I think as the panel has talked about leading into it, it's really important for newbies to get on comfort heroes, and I think they've drafted a lot of stuff that they've been doing great with that really fits their players and their playstyles. We were debating, I think the Timber Saw suggestion, I looked at that draft, I was like, Timber is amazing here, but I was thinking, does this fit how, like, newbies' team identity? Would they put Yawar and a hero like Timbersaw? Are they looking for the Lifestealer or something like Weaver? And they do end up going for the more classic type carry, which doesn't put them on as much of a timer as a Timbersaw would have. And maybe that's the mentality they have. They're like, okay, OG will hit a mid-game timing, we need to survive that, and we'll win late.
I also just like the synergy that comes from the rest of the newbie lineup. Like, we could look at Yuar, but we've been talking about the Grimstroke and what can work with Soulbind, and there's so many different things that can do it. And OG should be aware of this. They were the ones who started trying to find their confidence back at ESL1 Birmingham by running these Grimstroke abusable Soulbinds and created this meta that we find ourselves still tapping back into every now and then.
This does not look very similar to most of OG stuff from the past, though. If you were watching OG at TI9 and you haven't been watching too much Dota this season, OG have barely played these heroes all year. They started playing the Carry Wisp just here at TI9. They've played a little bit of Elder Titan on Jerax and a little bit of Rubik, but this time it's No-Tail on the Elder Titan. Hasn't played that too much this season. Seen a little bit of Omni-Knight, but Thompson, Bristleback, like, it's not like they've never played the heroes, okay? But it's not the bread and butter OG that you would have seen earlier, and they're really good at adapting and coming up with new cool strategies, so looking forward to seeing how they pull this off in this game.
The battles for the runes. Newbie is able to at least grab two of them. They couldn't grab the top one. Snaking was trying to contest No-Tail for it. Did he actually send his boar over?
Yeah, he destroyed the last one.
Yeah, so it's only 2 runes going the way of Newbie, 1 the way of OG.
That could have almost been 3 for 0 if
I love how all
No-Tail didn't get the rune.
Like we had an undisclosed person who was up here before, but all the goofy flags is all the icons of OG that they're running, and it's just like every different pose that Goofy can actually take. OG, as they said, like mental kind of play against almost everybody.
Warfare.
Yeah. No-Tail, that's a lot of damage he's taking up on top lane, snaking an MSS. They put the Soul Assumption into him already. Obviously, Anna's going to give the regeneration. And this is the lane that we have seen OG abuse during the group stage as well. The ET, who could just get so much damage from these ET spirits. Even like in a dual lane, it's enough. So he runs back in with now plus 55 damage at level 1 and just wants to beat the crap out of the support. But it's just fueling MSS with the Soul Assumption, as long as MSS has the sustain.
Yeah, I think OG would like to trade with MSS as much as possible because he's low on regen in the lane. He hasn't brought too much stuff. No mangoes, because he wants to go for this quick Bassi. And I would imagine he will use the Courier soon to get up some mana here, because Visage without mana in lane is really terrible. It's one of the weakest heroes in Dota when it has low resources in lane, just not very good damage, weak animation, bad armor. And yeah, you got to play on that mana, especially as a support.
I want to also just keep a side eye on that mid lane. CCNC versus Thompson. we just go to the grand camera. We never move away from mid lane. CCNC, he's already 9-3 up against the 5-0 Thompson, who's got an extra little bit of a wave coming his way though, but CCNC actually got a nice toss back onto Thompson, so he took some damage from the tier 1 tower. Maybe not exactly what Thompson was looking for, but it does just make you think a little bit more about how the positional play is going to be coming in here from OG. How can you actually fight against Newbie and actually win a positional battle? Obviously you have an IO, but getting slowed up or controlled up by Grimstroke with the stuns that come from him, open wounds, you got another slowdown through the Grave Shield, you got Beastmaster Roar, Tiny Toss, Avalanche, like it just seems to just be coming in spades for Newbie when it comes to control.
The key hero of the strategy for OG is actually Omni Knight that we haven't talked too much about because he's the true enabler of the lineup. He needs to hard dispel the Roar. He needs to protect the IO or the Bristol, whoever is the carry of the game. We'll have to wait and see who becomes the true carry of it. And yeah, he is what is going to keep the fights together. Because if they don't sustain long enough, they can just get killed off by burst.
Really thinking about diving CCNC. He's got 3 Quill Spray stacks up top. He's going to come underneath the tier 2 tower and maybe a little bit too deep. Is there any support that wants to TP over? CCNC feels like he can go back in for a little bit more. Hit him with the tree. Thompson's so low, but CCNC still with the 3 Quill Spray stack. The tree toss. It's so much damage, but not enough. 29 HP. And CCNC has to move to the north side of the tower. This is why we always keep our eyes on mid.
Well, Thompson's trying to deny himself to this neutral camp. CCNC's coming over.
He's got toss available, but all right, Alphas win.
That's a long death timer though. He's down for 25 seconds. CCNC right now I think should be nuking out this wave and suicide to the tower. That way he gets all the experience and gold here and gets back to lane with full resources. I hope he's going to make this exact play. He's buying a bottle. And I think he's just going to kill himself. Yes, perfect. This is the best play he could make.
Thompson fortified, probably just to make sure that CCNC can't get every single CS there.
It's just one.
Yeah. Hey,
but
one counts for it all.
Rather than that, the more important thing about the glyph was that he gets the experience coming back. Because if he hadn't glyphed that wave, he would have lost a full wave in tower before his respawn. This way, he protects 3 of the enemy creeps, keeping them alive outside of the tower range to come back in. I love the way the glyph has evolved since it got implemented. Like, people have got more and more creative with how to use it and what it can actually contribute to the laning stage. Outside of the obvious intended way it was implemented originally, which was to protect towers, since it started affecting creeps, you can do a lot of cool things with it.
Thompson's copying a lot of damage. CCNC nuking down the wave with tossing back Thompson. So he took all the brunt of the damage from the towers.
CCNC has a haste rune. When he gets Avalanche again, Thompson could just flat out die here. Half HP, he has no regen. Does he have anything coming in? No, he doesn't.
Courier only brings in, well, he's got a Mango. He's backing up for the 5-minute shrine.
Yeah, he might stack a camp or 2 as well to farm with Quills. Actually, it's just going to farm a doubles.
Man, up on top lane, snaking. Heavy amounts of damage. Nortel still got that plus 115. Snaking's low. MSS needs a load of extra speeds. Got his 4-stick charges, so Nortel's not going to force this issue.
Now it's time for bounties.
CCNC's coming over for the 5-minute bounty runes. And if he moves fast enough, he might even get his own opening as Lifestealer. Yawar with a follow-up stun. And it's going to be repelled out by Seb. But this is 4 bounty runes going the way of Newbie.
That's really, really big for them.
That actually means that OG has claimed, what, 1 bounty rune? This is like so far in this game.
Got 1 rune only.
It's a good thing they're not running Alchemist.
Then they would have probably got a little bit different approach entirely to the game. But yeah, that's really big for Newbie. That's the same as getting like 2 kills in terms of just raw gold.
I still wonder, like, how long does this keep going this way? Like, you got 1 kill the way of OG. The gold advantage is about 1,000 to Newbie. The CS is pretty even across the board. But we've seen these timings from OG. Once Ana gets a little bit bigger, starts to sync up with a couple of his other heroes, like the OG just roll over every other team. How does Newbie prepare for this?
They could try to out-tempo them before Wisp is level 15. So there's going to be this really strong timing for Newbie when all their heroes are level 6, when they have Visage Birds, when they have Roar, when they have the Soulbind like we've talked about. I think they should be favored in fights around that timing. OG's lineup doesn't have that much in the way of damage except the Bristleback for a while. So I think that would be a good approach. And then if you get ahead during that time, then when Wisp does hit the level 15, maybe you chill a little bit, get key items, and then you can go again. Auras are also a great solution in this game, which they will have plenty of with the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
So armor auras are really good against the Bristleback. Not so good against the IO, of course, but maybe you can buy a pipe.
They're ganking up on top. At the same time, Notel and Ana are coming into the tier 1 tower. This smoke maneuver from Pylai and CCNC. This could be really punishing. If they can kill off Ana at the beginning, he tethers back. Actually, Notel's the one being slowed down. CCNC, he really wants to kill off the IO. He doesn't want the ET. Ana is the primary target, number 1. Notel puts him to sleep. CCNC moves just out of range for it, and he'll come back in with the stun, but no, Ana tethers away to safety. Now Notel brings in this plus 160 damage to dissuade Newbie. The failed rotation from Newbie is going to cost them. They really wanted that kill on Ana, but the positional play from OG, just too good.
That was just a flat-out outplay by Ana. Going into the bottom left corner there, so the Avalanche misses. Top lane, though, they're still going to get no-till here, I think.
Yeah, the stuns are out. Ana can't give that much, and that's actually first blood. Remember that first, technically the first one that happened was the denial inside the jungle. Still shows up on the board.
Thompson, mid lane.
CCNC's getting hurt. Thompson's still going to be a little bit more wary. Yeah, he's got double braces.
He has a lot of CS. He pushes out the lane, he retreats to the jungle, he farms 2 stacks. Mid Bristle is one of the more effective farmers in the game.
Jirax maybe in a little bit of trouble. Seb, he's trying to wait for the right purification time. Jirax going to pick him up, throw him back in again. Yoar, he's looking for a creep to infest into, and then he can start fighting again. Pop straight back out again, up to a lot of life. And the harassment kind of counts for nothing. There's up. Here they go once more. That nice observe ward is in deep. Toss in forward, just putting MSS on the front lines. No tower will fall. There's Newbie. Now start getting a little bit more active across the map. Hunting for kills. And they've got that range enabler through CCNC.
I don't know how this last minute into the chat will. It's so...
Hey, what did they say in the thing? Like, I just want to be free. I want to be free to play Dota.
They also said, I want to use chat wheel. They were on holiday in Australia and they were like, I want to use chat wheel.
Yeah, shout out to the boat guy.
Yeah, the boat guy was great.
Yeah, can we have the boat guy on chat wheel? I'll be down for that.
I like what CCNC is doing in mid here. He is identifying that he pressured the Bristle back away from the lane for a bit, and that Bristle will also want to semi-jungle. So he's trying to constantly push the wave into the mid tower to force a response and defense, and that will allow him to eventually break down this tower. He's got about half of it so far, which is great.
They also identified the fact that Notel's preparing stacks. Grimstroke's in very deep. The Observer Ward's there. The Stomp not going to sleep up anyway. Grimstroke just going to TP away, realizing the stun's already been used. But these 2 Observer Wards has been placed down. Every time I've seen OG play this IO on Dire's side, they've always pulled him back around that 10-minute mark just to farming up those stack areas. And they're not looking to block. They're looking to contest with the wards. And here it is. Ana walks up high ground. It's like, all right, boys, maybe we should start getting some sentries out because now they're going to try and flash farm him. How much damage can you do? Like, do you actually just start pushing towers as opposed to contesting him?
That's one option. It's what Beastmaster's definitely going to do top, but No-Tail will try his best to delay this push as much as possible. One downside to playing 5 Elder Titan, though, is that your mana pool is relatively limited, so he kind of needs IO to sustain him.
In the middle of the Ancients, he's battling for the 10-minute bounty runes. Once again, Newbie claiming all 4 bounty runes. Back-to-back bounty winners. Relocate from IO. It's pure efficiency. But he's already finished up the Dominator. I like how they're even giving the IO the tome.
Yep, get level 7, so you get level 4 spirits. And it's just jungling. He's got the Dom creep, got a wolf.
The Observer Wards are still watching this, but obviously Newbie know. Like, if they're going to go for it, then they've really got to go for it. But top lane may be an easier choice. You got Beastmaster Aura up on snaking, Notel's backing off. The Spirit walked over the top of Grimstroke, but I don't think it actually clipped him enough.
Doesn't look like OG are too interested in trying to even defend that tower.
No.
They're looking for a play of their own bottom. They have siege creeps, they've brought down the Bristle back, so I think we're going to see a 1-for-1 tower trade here with CCNC still trying to push out mid and getting whatever damage he can on that tower.
Such a hard hero to go on bottom lane though. Like, Yoar is not going to go down. Like, that's still a lifesteal. His Infest is down, and looks like Jirax, you'll be able to steal Rage, that's all. So tier 1, as you said, for a tier 1 tower, straight trade-off. Anarchy's moving out of the jungle to ensure the tier 1 tower remains alive in mid. But with this movement up from Newbie, one, they'll get the D-ward on the Dire Obs if they see it as they walk past, which they definitely should, as in range of the sentry. They got to get rid of it quickly because the rest of OG is coming. Notel and Anna trying to work with the Alpha Wolf, even shrining early up. But the familiar birds are ready to fight. And they do not want to give Anna this room to breathe. And MSS even looking to steal the camp. Now Notel, actually on bottom lane too, but the stun, it comes in towards the Elder Titan. The nuke damage is a little bit faster. Yawar able to just get himself away. Thompson underneath the tier 2 towers in pretty deep if anyone wants to try and contest that, but Nubia pitched a tent right here inside the Dire jungle. And they don't want to go anywhere else. Even Paladai with fresh Observer Wars to make it work.
They're limiting Io's farm a lot if they can play aggressively up here.
Thompson's actually dead. He's so deep underneath this tower. They've got all the damage in the world. He couldn't use his TP to get away from this. And Yawar wants to remind him who's in charge. Tip Thompson 4-1. And he was the he is the number one net worth on the field. But the 3 right behind him are newbies.
It's a big kill, but at the same time, it does force newbie out of OG's jungle. That's what you get out of playing aggressive with Bristle like this. You know, to kill this guy, they need 3 heroes. If they're going to bring them and get that kill, he creates a lot of space for the other 2 cores in his team. Both the Omni Knight and the IO will now be getting a little bit of space. But you got to be careful not to die too much on Bristle. Like you said, it's the richest hero on the field, so a very valuable kill.
Do you actually like it where like Bristol's getting so much fun, but it's the life stealer? He's finished the Midas very early on, building in towards the Radiance. Yawar's timing is not being slowed down at all. Yeah. He's going to be ready for the team fight, probably before OG is.
Yeah, I think Newbie are in a pretty good position here. And what it's going to come down to is the IO's timing. I don't think OG are going to look to do anything, really, until IO is level 15. So level 15 IO with Axe, the faster the better for them.
Smoke up on mid, fortifications trying to let OG's wave push in a little bit harder, but they're wrapping around the back. The ET splitter, it's all going onto the Tiny, but CCNC will tank it up. They chain them together. Jirax dies so quickly. Notel's going to join him as well. The GA from Seth, it arrives, but it's so late. And now Thompson, this chain stun just continues to go on. The GA will wear off. Most of the abilities already been burnt from Newbie. The tower still brought down as well. That went to Thompson.
Good luck killing the Bristle with Omni next to him.
Yeah.
That's
a little harder.
Double damage.
Double damage.
But that entire fight happened without the Life Stealer, without the IO. The 2 are still on the polar sides of the map, having their own play. CCNC. And Thompson's going after him. 4 Quill Spray stacks, Familiar dropped 1 and 2, creates a little bit of space. Stun time doesn't last long. And, well, there is no stun available to stop CCNC's TP out.
OG still got the mid tower, though, which is nice. Like, even if their heroes aren't particularly good at taking team fights, which was somewhat apparent there unless they're all together, they got the objective that they came for. And they're willing to lose 2 supports for that.
Grimstroke's in a little bit of trouble underneath the tower, looking for the stun, but Thompson. Easy movement speed to get away. The silence will slow him down a little bit, but MSS looking for a rebuttal. Just some damage into Seb, but 1 by 1, Nubia are up here. The Blink Dagger of CCNC is about to arrive, but he's lost his teammates. Is there a toss back? No, he just blinks over. He's going for the 15-minute runes, close towards his Beastmaster.
The Stomp did not connect. This time OG get 1 rune.
Yeah, they got bottom. They got that from with Jirax. I think CCNC is really looking for a big burst.
Oh wait, they got 2 runes. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, they got the 1 up on top and 1 on bottom. So Thompson and Jirax.
I actually thought they only got 1 top.
Raw, snaking.
Oh, he got it off.
Over on the top lane, and Omni Knight already protected by the Heavenly Grace. Notel gonna ET splitter. It's more of space creation, nothing more. While really on bottom lane, Jirax is maybe a little bit too far forward. Grimstroke's got the silence available. Life Stealer moves forward, but then there's a Rage TP away to safety. Have they got the DPS? They do not. Well, he actually was going to get the silence in.
If Seb doesn't get the Heavenly Grace off there, he dies. The cast point on Heavenly Grace is pretty small. It's pretty fast to cast that spell, so reacted in time for the Roar, and effectively just baited out a Roar.
Do you like this with Grimstroke skipping the Soulbind at level 7? He's gone 4 points up in the Inkswell instead, but I was only thinking because that mid-fight, I was wondering where the Soulbind was. Where was the doubling of the Roar of the abilities?
I think sometimes it can be fine to bypass it. He has a lot of synergies this game, though, but I do think he should probably skill at level 8, because the kind of fights that are going to be coming soon is with OG grouping up. IO is closing in on level 15. Newbies should know what's coming their way then, and the Soulbind can be the difference maker. Soulbinding IO to another hero, limiting IO's mobility, which is really high, of course, by being tethered to the Dom creep, is going to be really useful.
I don't think CCNC really wants this. No Talon Thompson. They're chasing the Tiny. It feels like CCNC is now just trying to create more and more space. Yuan still not finished up the Radiance just yet. Pylai Dai is going to have some issues inside the Dire jungle. Maybe he can deny himself up to the Ancients. This is kind of his hope, but it won't happen. Ana will claim his first kill of the game, and with that, the Aghanim Scepter is done 17 minutes in. Trade-off will be the Tier 1 tower in mid. No fortification to stop that. Just the ET stomp to slow it down.
It's a good spell still from Jarex, by the way. This is super useful for the next 3 minutes. I don't know if there's anything he wants more than this. Maybe if he can steal Roar after using Inkswell, it can give them a fantastic fight. But Inkswelling a Bristleback that's tethered basically hastes him almost, and that's dangerous.
This is the time that Newbie will be properly tested.
Yep.
You've got Bristleback totally ready to fight. Full Crimson Guard. You actually have a Medallion flying out in the Courier. Mass Wards are arriving as well. You have the Aghanim Scepter and Dominator build over on the Io. Ana can relocate in if they find themselves a fight. So they smoke up and they look for it. But what does Newbie do? They hide out. In fact, they then move their own smoke down to bottom lane. They're chasing Ana in the trees, and they need to stop that. They need to actually stop the relocate. They're able to do so. The silence arrived in time from Pylai Dai, and Ana totally controlled. He moved his Dominator creep back so he can potentially tether away to safety, but that won't happen. But Ana loses his life. What's the rebuttal? With always OG, there's a trade. It's the Tier 1 tower top.
Yep. And there's no way they defend that from Newbie, but they're buying time, right? They need to get this Lifestealer his Radiance.
Yep.
Lifestealer has not really been much of a hero this game so far, as it usually is when you go the Radiance build. You need that time to build up. And so far, so good. Sure, you lose this top tier 1 tower. I don't think it's the biggest deal as long as you don't start losing map control completely.
Oh, found a new target. Grimstroke is actually the Inkswell that Durax still had. Stunning up Lifestealer. Rage is available. He's got a creep wave to infest into, and he's got some problems. Thompson's moved in through the lane too. He needs a little bit more time. Who's he going to reach? A familiar? Is he going to reach anyone? They just have the Avalanche to create some space with MSS's stuns. Up they go. Toss them away. Shrine's still on cooldown for the moment, but Yawar can get live straight out of the jungle. They have to keep him alive. 4.5k gold on Yawar.
And OG, they could Roche really soon. Are they actually?
They're going in. They have Medallion, so why not? Alpha Wolf's there too.
Medallion, Goo, Wolf. Yep. It's a quick kill. Wow, that's faster than I thought it would. So I knew it would be pretty fast.
Newbie can just go for a trade then. Is the Tier 1 tower on bottom lane for Roshan, that's all.
But now it gets dangerous. I think OG will try to maybe even high ground with this, because they've hit this like insane timing now. Either they high ground now or they wait for the heart, which is probably going to take longer than the Aegis unless Ana has some ridiculous kill streak coming his way now. So
they're chasing CCNC. His Blink's on cooldown. Pilotized nearby. He'll give a little bit of extra help, but Tirac has the toss available. Doesn't even get the stun off through the Inkswell. Pilotized TP out. Takes a little longer, but he'll be away. So only chip damage into the Tier 2. And Yawar gets away with the bounty rune. Radiance is flying over. He'll send that straight back as he rage TPs away to safety.
pretty even game right now, though. But you kind of have this feeling that OG will have this ridiculous fight soon coming their way. After what you've seen in the group stages, how they've run this lineup, them having the Aegis. Oh, that courier needs to not die. All right, they got the Radiance at least, but...
But they get a little Pylai die. MSS will have some space. Yawar beating into Ana, relocates away to safety. And she relocated into that. And now Thompson battles against Yawar. Yawar, he kind of needs a creep to work with. He needs something to work with. MSS can't help him out. And Thompson, Brave Chill, Jirax moved in through the side. A quick toss, catching the two of them together. They just keep buffing up Thompson. Not even a ridiculous team fight. It's just an easy play where Thompson knows just how strong he is. Grabs the creep wave from up on top. You pull it towards mid as well. So all the pressure from snaking to the tier 2 tower will also just be negated.
OG just have insane vision up here. Ana knew exactly what he could get away with that relocate play because of the deep ward that they've had for so long. 3 minutes. They've had this deep high ground ward in the Radiant top jungle. And it's high ground time.
It is. 21 minutes in is the OG special. Pushing into the tier 3 tower. So snaking. They just have to almost let it go. Fortification will arrive, but until Lifesteal is back up, they can't fight. The new items arriving. Solar Crest is up. Rod of Atos and Omni Knight. They'll take the tier 3 tower. And there's no reason why you need to back up, not unless a big initiation from Newbie is able to connect. Ana and Thompson, the ones on the front line. Remember, Ana's still got that Aegis Immortal. Yawar copying heavy damage early on. The rest of OG, Smoke sitting behind, CCNC, nice toss back. They pull Ana in so deep under the tier 4 towers. They kill him quickly, but CCNC pounced on by the rest of OG. He won't have the ability to fight again here as the stop. It puts all of Newbie to sleep under the tier 4 towers. The Soulbind tries to connect. They've actually got anything. Can they kill Ana once again with the Soul Assumption? He's just tanking through all of this with the one charges. Thompson stacking everybody up as well with the core sprays. They can get back to base, but even that's not safe. One more spray, maybe Snaking will die. Thompson waiting under the tower. He's just tanking through all of it. A triple kill for Thompson. Nowhere is safe when OG hit their timing.
He just killed 3 heroes with the fountain. Oh, Bristleback, what a hero. Beautiful play from OG there. I think it was an admirable attempt from CCNC to toss the IO into the tower, but dying for that kill without having buyback is just too costly. They can't take the fight afterwards. They don't have enough damage to get through the IO twice with the Omni Knight protecting it, as well as a good defensive stomp from No-Tail, stopping 2 heroes on the Aegis respawn. They kind of used up their entire tank on the first kill, as we see in the replay here. They try to go on the IO. That's just not enough. He gets healed up, gets heavenly graced, and even relocates.
For a moment it looked like they would have a chance, but Thompson literally stands there and delivers. Oh my. Yes, of course there's a bunch of grins on their face like, hey guys, we got this really great combo it seems that no other team knows how to play against. And it's almost props to Newbie. They let the IO through the first phase. They knew they were going to play against us. They had a plan.
They get props for that?
Well, they get props for attempting. Like it's like a participation ribbon.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea that Newbie had. It just feels like the moment that OG got the Aegis, the game got really hard. And I think that's the biggest mistake Newbie made all game, was going to the bottom side of the map and exposing the Roshan for OG to take. Because, yeah, Snaking's dead, by the way.
Yeah, he was trying to force out the bottom lane, but he's walking underneath dire vision.
Basically, what ended up happening was when OG grabbed this Aegis, they felt invincible because the one way Newbie win fights is by blowing up the IO first. And they can't do it when there's an Aegis on it. They tried it in their base, it failed, and it gave OG pretty much a 10k gold lead. But if you play in that Roshan side of the map instead of the bottom area, the time when the OG goes, maybe you can delay them, maybe you can get a soulbind fight around the Roche pit or whatnot. But it's just too easy when you give a Bristleback lineup with IO that Aegis for free.
MSS now going to work with Yawar. It's a surprise. He was inside the familiar.
That was a sexy play, actually. That was really nice.
Now Seb's looking for a rebuttal. Yawar, he's just going to let MSS die. Nothing else that can be done about this. He can do some chip damage in the meantime, but Yawar had to come back to base because Thompson's still here trying to pressure.
They were not expecting that to be an infest play at all.
Familiars used as transportation.
Yep.
And that's some classic Tinker stuff. Everywhere on the map you can go.
OG is still going to get 4 bounties. The game has still been played at their pace for the last 5 minutes, so sure, this Ana kill, it's nice and it looked cool, but you're not progressing the game really. You have to push out your mid lane. Oh, maybe they'll catch Seb.
Need to find a new target. Access to flying out. Oh, Snaking. Does he want to roar on that? Probably not. Pylite dies. Think he better slow down. Instead, Snaking. Another bore up. CCNC. It's the Avalanche. Support's coming in. OG, they have chased way too far here, Newbie. OG owned a tier 2 tower. They have friends to help them out. The Soulbind connecting OG together. The Roar catching 2 Prospect being pushed around to the side. But man, the Stomp from No-Tail, they just create more and more space. And where is this damage that Newbie was meant to have? It's not there. They should probably be very happy that the only person they lost was CCNC.
Yeah, that could have gone a lot worse. The Omni was just too fast with the phase boots.
They just chase and chase too.
Phase boots and drums. They eventually caught up to him, but they couldn't even get the toss back.
Yeah, now Roar and Soulbind is down. You got a 50-second to a minute window of opportunity for OG to pressure in through bottom. And no Aegis Immortal, but they're about to get, with the Tower Death, it's going to be the heart on IO.
Yeah, in the upcoming fight, the IO either had heart or a buyback. That's something else to keep in mind. Sure, maybe you don't have an Aegis, but you can still buyback relocate. Similar to how OG played their Spectre last year. They love playing this hero that can buyback and reconnect to the fight. And this is the only other hero in the game they can put on except Nature's Prophet. Maybe that's the next one he'll play carry. Who knows? But yeah, he's getting the heart. This kill is ridiculously difficult to
jump in,
perform.
toss back. They found themselves a target, but Bristleback with a fresh Assault Cuirass. That's a lot of life and armor they have to get through. Yawar's giving it a shot. OG have come in deep. CCNC once again just stunned up for control from the back line, trying to create more space. He'll be the first one to die here. The roar is finally out, but for what avail? Nothing is really going here. And Thompson, he's the man that's going into the fountain once again. Bathe in the glory of the Radiant. Thompson, he just does not give a crap. Anna will give all the life. This is just fountain farming. Gee, you got it. This is soul breaking. GG.
Okay.
GG. Message has been sent to get through Yawaz. We smacked through the door and delivered it anyway. What is that?
Oh man, that's my favorite moment of the game. Highlight die with the OK GG. Oh man. OG always have these quirky strats. Honestly, I think this will be the last game of the tournament they get IO.
Yeah.
I'm pretty convinced. It's not because the hero is unbeatable or uncounterable, but OG just have these they have these multiple different weird strategies that they can run with it, and you'd probably rather not worry about it. Similar to how, thinking back at TI5, AOI's techies, it's like one of those off-brand heroes. You're like, you haven't practiced very much against this playstyle with a core Wisp, so it's probably just safer to, you know what, we're going to give OG something else that they're comfortable with. We'll get rid of the IO to play a more normal game of Dota that we're used to. Because, you see, this Bristleback... This Bristleback Omni combination, like, what are you going to ban, right? If they can run this IO core with 5 different cores in their lineup, you're not going to be able to prevent them from getting some sort of strategy like this.
They hit their timing every time. OG, it just keeps working and working for them. No place is safe as they go 1 game up in this series.
There is just no stopping them right now. OG on the crest of a wave as we welcome you back to the panel area, our draft panel already, our color panel already as well. Gents, we didn't really discuss what newbie should ban. We talked about what OG should ban against them. We didn't talk about the other way around. Maybe the IO is a bannable hero now.
Yeah, the problem is it's not their win condition.
No, it isn't, but it's an annoyance that they could do without.
It sets up all the win conditions, so you can't ban out all the things that go with it, and you know what it's going to do, you know the timing, and there's just so many combinations that they have that they're comfortable playing. They clearly know what to do. They picked the perfect hero on the Bristleback. Newbie, I don't think really responded with that last pick Lifestealer in a way that counters it hard enough. And you just see it there. They hit, like, the switch just turns on. We talked about it before the game, right? Like, the game looked pretty close. What was it? Even game at 15 minutes, right? Suddenly it's 12K.
Yeah.
10 minutes later.
22 minutes. It's done. Actually, at 22 minutes, Cap, I had this thing where I was like, Cap's come in this morning. He's got a black jacket on. He's got a black tie on. He's got a black shirt on. Is he going to a funeral? Maybe it's Newbie's funeral. I was genuine. Like, at 22 I was like, they're done.
Depending how North America does in general today. Could just be an all NA funeral.
Oh, don't do that. But don't go that far.
We'll forgive them this one game. They lost against the Anna IO. I think they had some really interesting ideas to it. I mean, the combination of 2 supports that could shove out waves. You got this split pusher out from Snaking, his Beastmaster. That's iconic. You've got somebody to be able to jump into the back line with the Lifestealer Tiny. Everything seemed to have,
they thought it through,
on paper, that was how you were going to be able to deal with the IO lineup. Just doesn't actually work when all of a sudden they're fountain farming you.
I got the feeling at the end when Pylai types, okay, GG, that it's kind of like a resignation of we theory crafted it and we still can't beat it. So, okay, fine, you win.
Let's just add to the fact that OG, there's nobody who's going to beat them in the psychological warfare. No. They advance from chat wheel to the sprays on the ground, the loser spray, and now they're fountain farming you as well. They're doing everything they can to frustrate you in a series.
I mean, it's working, right? You don't just type OKGG if you're not actually flustered. Like, on a stage this big, like, they're actually, I'm sure they are a bit tilted, but you got to just reset.
Need to calm down a little bit. I'd like to bring in our draft panel for a quick comment. Gents, you've got Kezu over there. What are you going through when a team has a game like that, Kezu? Are you like, Christ, guys, we just need to calm down and forget about game 1?
I mean, it's a rough one, but you need to adjust. I think they need to be able to fight them early on. Like, when you play against this IO, you can give him this free level 15 kind of his Axe timing, and then you hand them the first Roche with the Aegis, and then I mean, once that happens, they kind of lost already anyhow.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you want them to get into their faces earlier? Then?
Yeah. They did good stuff early on. They like went into the Io's jungle and tried to contest the stack, play some vision. But their heroes don't really allow them to fight him like 5-on-5 head-on. The Beastmaster kind of just wants to farm creeps. Same with Nakes. But when the Nakes comes online, it's a little later than OG, and then it's too late.
Right. Yeah. Alan, I mean, it's a wonder to watch, though, isn't it? When they play like that.
Not bad for your first career appearance on Bristleback, huh? OG just kind of is the team this year that keeps pulling out new stuff. Yeah, we talk about the Ana IO, but all of a sudden you put Thompson in his first career game on a hero and he just does that. I said during the draft, I feel like we sometimes overuse the saying Hero X can't die. When he stands in the middle of a fountain for 5 minutes, okay, maybe that term's warranted.
I think the one thing you haven't said is the math of Bristle and Wisp.
Yep.
The overcharge and then his Bristleback, I think, is 60% damage reduction from the back.
Yeah.
Plus Vanguard or Crimson when he popped it. They took no damage, and then you'd heal from the Wisp. Like if you ever got the spell Lifesteal Town at 25, he would never die.
Yeah, 27-minute hard. Oh my! I mean, yeah, we were talking down in the talent room about how do you play against this IO when he's getting this HOD super early and he's getting a bunch of free damage, a bunch of free stats just for standing there. I mean, do you Midas the creep? It feels like something that a lot of teams just don't have an answer for yet.
Some teams might try to pick the creep eater or creep Chen, Enchantress, or Dooms, like these type of heroes that they eat the creep.
Okay.
And then the Helm of Dominator is a 60-second cooldown. Gives you a little, breathing room that if you kill it, maybe he gets a new one, but then the next fight, the next tether, he won't have it. So the teams, if they want to let it through, I think they're going to try to pick these more heroes.
All right, well, let's go back to you guys.
It's fascinating listening to players and
that's the problem with it, right? Is that probably Newbie had the same exact talk.
Exactly.
They're like, this is how we're going to be able to beat it, and
Yep.
then they go into the game.
Yeah.
Like, no.
That's what I meant by the end.
Beat it.
Yeah, when Pilo Die types, okay, GG. It's because that's what they've been through. They're like, all right, we accept it. Grant, enjoy the game overall? Still fun?
I enjoyed it. I think the fact is that how they deal with the jungle, like OG themselves, like Bristleback farmed the jungle for the first 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden he's the strongest hero on the map. And then this carry IO is like, well, I'm just going to go play in the jungle instead. And he farms it for like the next 10 minutes. And then they both just take over the entire game. Like they just play as a team so amazingly.
Can't wait till we get back to game 2. But we've got a little bit of time before that. First up, we should catch up with our pair of scoundrels. Let's call them that. They're out in the crowd right now, Casey and Slacks. What do you got for us?
I like the scoundrels label. I feel like that sounds friendly yet dangerous at the same time.
It is dangerous. She is a scoundrel. She took this neck pillow off a chair. It was just sitting here.
It's true, I did.
It is beautiful.
Thank you.
Slark neck pillow.
We should. We're still interacting with as many people as we possibly can, and we came out into the crowd to find out who people were most excited to see. So we're gonna. Very nice. Nishiwa Nagadoe.
我支持 VG. I support VG.
VG?
Yes.
What about LGD?
LGD.
Mama Huhu.
Is very strong, but I think VG can beat them down.
Really? Okay. What about this game? Newbie or?
OG. I support OG.
Really?
Ready.
Okay.
Ready.
How are you liking TI right now?
Very good.
Nishiwan TI?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Of course. Yes.
Yes. I also want to show Slacks has been. What do you think of this guy?
Very handsome.
Yeah. Wow. Tashi Hanmei.
我也是 me too.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're very beautiful. Tashi Hanmei. Mama Huhu.
Mama Huhu.
Thank you, my friend. Oh, Shay. All right.
Can you show? I just want to show how many amazing people are here in the arena.
Yay!
It's been so fun getting to interact with everybody, and we just really appreciate people being so welcoming.
Fantastic, absolutely. I'm sitting next to this man right here, and he's got a secret shop bag. How you doing?
I feel so excited.
What's in your bag, bro? Can I open it up?
For you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm gonna hold the mic for you.
Absolutely. What is this, a gyro fan? That's nice. This turned into a real impromptu sellout segment. He's just on his phone. He doesn't even notice if anything goes missing. That's great. What else we got? A hat? That's good. He doesn't even care.
Sir, Slacks is still, all right.
Well, thank you very much. All right, Casey, it's always fun having these things.
All right, we got free stuff. Thanks, everybody. We're just going to steal this stuff and see you later. All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Take everything.
But we're going to go this way.
No, I want to go
Please stop humping me.
That's where the guy is. I can't go back that way.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Who wants this? Just kidding. It's yours.
Scoundrels,
Thank
not
you.
thieves. Scoundrels, guys. It's meant to be fun. And, unbelievable, you know. A little bit of a sellout segment there. Some stuff may still be available at the Secret Shop. Let's take a look at the games that we've got coming up for you today, because it's a packed house right here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena with 4 best-of-3s today for you. Yeah, you see there, 2 best-of-3s and 4 best-of-1s. We're up in the stakes today with 4 best-of-3s. We'll do the game that we're in right now. OG versus Newbie in the upper bracket. We'll also have the other upper bracket match, which is, you know, a small affair between Secret and Evil Geniuses. Can't wait for that one. And then we'll dip into the lower bracket and take 2 of the matches down there. Virtus Pro versus Royal Never Give Up. And TNC Predator versus Liquid. Can't wait. All 4 of those games, gents. There's something in all of them, isn't there?
I'm excited for every single series.
Yeah, there's something you can kind of go, oh, I can't wait for that, or that player to play that player, or that team to clash against that, or that style against that style. There's something in every game.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, obviously, EG versus Secret, that's always going to be a gigantic one, but the Liquid TNC one to me is just like, it feels like so close. Like, I'm super 50-50 on that one, and it's like, can Liquid, are they back on form, or was it just like that VO one?
It's also Heen.
Yeah. It is.
Again, like he knows this team. Can he beat the team that he helped build and make that? I'm fascinated. I love that stuff. It's great. Can't wait for it. What are you looking forward to?
I just think it's amazing how small of a world the Dota community is. How often you have these previous coaches, previous players. Every series, there's always such a unique dynamic, and we have so much to talk about going into every one. We talked about,
but it's almost like it's like a nudge, isn't it? Because you go, oh yeah, there's that guy and that guy.
When you mentioned it, I'm like, oh, there's a storyline for everything.
Absolutely. That's
okay, what's the connection with VP and RNG?
That one's a little deeper, but Royal are a big club in China and do have other parts to their organisation. And VP are also a multi-game organisation, and they've changed their shirts to Chinese stuff. So there's a Chinese team, and I don't know.
I've heard VP,
Rocket League.
I've heard they just never give up. They never quit.
They're the kind of royalty that never give up.
You guys are stretching.
All right, give it to us, Cap. It sounds like you have something.
Yeah, like you obviously have the insider. We're in five.
How about the fact that VP are, every single year they come into TI, they seem to be suffering every single time. Despite their whole DPC event, they go into this TI and they just always seem to be really bad.
There is a cloud over them.
Going on them.
There is a cloud over them.
Yeah, and they're matched up against RNG, who are this like younger squad that never gives up.
Now you're doing
linking somewhere in there with Grant, right?
Yeah.
Something about TI and not giving up, and there you go. There's the story. It sells itself. No, that's actually like the weirdest, like one of the matchups, right? It's like the CIS big powerhouse of VP versus like RNG, who's kind of like one of the runts of the Chinese squad. It's like I'm not sure how that story's supposed to go.
And on the home turf, especially, like you never know.
Yeah. I think they probably underperformed as well during the group stages, and it'd be nice to see whether they can go head-to-head with Virtus Pro. Well, our focus returns to the attention of the first series of the day as our two teams, Newbie and OG, return to the center of the arena to face off against each other at game number 2. Newbie getting themselves ready. OG setting themselves up for another run at the Aegis. Reminder for you, if you're just joining us or you're new to TI, no team, no player has ever won 2 Aegis championships. We've had 8 TIs, 8 different winners, 40 different players have been champions. It's an incredible stat that I have a feeling might just be broken in 2019. These players are getting themselves set. We're going to get more words from our panel in just a moment, but let's catch up with Casey.
MSS. Good to see you guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
I'm just going to start with this. Your manager, Jack, came in.
Yes.
And a lot of times this happens, and they say, hey, just, be nice to my guys.
Of course.
Jack came in and said, really go in on them.
What can I say? That's our manager.
And not the greatest.
What is Jack like as a manager?
He's a big goon, honestly. Normally, you expect a lot of professionalism from a manager, some sort of guidelines for your players, but he's actually just one of us. He's just a goon as a manager.
Yeah, he's one of the boys.
Yeah.
He's one of you guys. Yeah. It is interesting that you're now newbie. So can you walk me through how that happened? Because you were with Forward Gaming, you qualified for TI, and then suddenly you found yourselves headed to TI without an umbrella organization behind you.
After Ford dropped us, a lot of organizations actually reached out to us, and it was just simply newbie just was the most attractive.
A big part of it was Newbie is a Chinese-based organization, especially in Shanghai, and with TI being in Shanghai this year, it made the most sense that picking a Chinese organization as prestigious as Newbie was the right choice.
Yeah, we're also TI4 champions now.
Apparently. Representing.
You know, there's a roster of players who might disagree with you on that.
Of course.
Do you feel that sense of pressure to play for the organization that does have such deep roots here in China, since TI9 is in China?
Like, I don't feel much pressure, but I do feel like I actually play better since we got newbie. So maybe the pressures make me play better. You know, you never know.
Get under pressure. What can I say? I definitely have some home roots to China as well. I was born here. It's definitely kind of crazy that how I started as an American team this year, and then it somehow ended up back to my roots.
What do you both want to say about the roots of Dota 2 in China? It means a lot, I would imagine, to the fans and the players in this community to have it in their backyard for the first time ever.
I mean, I would say it's pretty well deserved. They're definitely like one of the big reasons why Dota 2 is still like, you know, growing and popular.
I mean, the Chinese are huge Dota fans, and we're kind of like jumped on the Chinese boat, so we're gonna ride off maybe some of the fans' hype.
Yeah, I'm curious if you think that everybody who is filling the stadium is going to cheer for Newbie, given that it's a different squad.
I hope they do.
I mean, I hope they do. Probably a lot will depend on the results, and if we do well at this stage, I'm sure the fans will cheer for us.
Last year at TI8, VGJ Storm, so you played there together. Snaking, you were with Team Dignitas at TI3, MSS with Mouse Sports at TI4. So what has changed the most for you, and how have you changed as a player?
It's hard to say. I think I just got better.
You would hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. No, like my first TI, like there was like a lot of nervousness and like pressure, I would guess. But once you start playing at TI, you kind of get used to it. And if you can keep calm when you're playing at TI, like you perform way better. So as long as your team has a good mood, it raises the performance a lot.
He's smiling just listening to you.
Yeah. I mean, it's just in TI3 when I played for Dignitas, that team was probably the most toxic team I've ever played on. So it kind of built off of Mojo. Like over the years, I kind of learned how to be able to talk with your teammates in a better tone, and all these things that are not skills you learn inside the game really per se, but they're really helpful.
And now here we are at TI9, and as you said, you hope you're better than you were in the first. But is there anything, let's just even talk about TI8. Anything stand out when you think back to that you think, okay, yeah, I'm not doing that again, or no, that definitely worked?
Come on, OG series?
No,
there were so many mistakes.
No. Oh, no, there was a lot of mistakes.
Yeah,
I actually don't know how we got top 8. I actually don't know how we got top 8.
Oh, man.
Like, there's so many mistakes. It's not even just us. It was like everybody at TI. There's so many mistakes that happen. So, like, as long as you're the team that's making the fewer mistakes, you're golden.
Well, it also sounds like if you have the ability as a team to regroup after those mistakes. What has worked for you?
You have to be able to learn how to move past your mistakes during the game, because if you dwell on these mistakes your teammates or yourself made during the game, it's not going to help you in the present and in the near future. And you just got to be able to reflect upon it afterwards.
What are you most looking forward to? What part of TI9?
I mean, hopefully we play in the grand finals. That would be pretty
You might be hoisting this little... Well, it's not little. It's very heavy. I tried picking it up.
Is it actually heavy?
I guess we'll find out. Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you both the best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, always fascinating to hear players with so much experience coming to TI and kind of, talking about how they cope with the pressure and everything else. These guys are old hat. They're fine with it, Cap.
I love the fact that Snaking just immediately tackled his whole toxic past that he's had as BSJ. I mean, you would know a lot about toxicity in teams and such, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the main problem with NA. I couldn't tell if that was a jab at me specifically.
How about your time at Team Runes?
Yeah,
I'm already trying to forget that. I think the major thing that he talked about is how much you learn playing on teams. It's not the experience of competitive Dota, but the atmosphere and moving past the tough parts like we saw with OG last year.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thanks very much, gents. It's time for us to get back into game number 2. Get ready for our draft panel.
OG versus Newbie. Game 2.
The TI9 champions trying to recapture their magic on the main stage this year, and they've just taken that first step to repeating history, guys. They began their TI last year with a 2-0 upper bracket win over then VGJ Storm, became Forward Gaming, and they're halfway that same kind of result today. Very convincing game 1. I want to talk to you guys specifically about that duo that we saw on the couch there with Casey. MSS and Snaking held to only 3 assists apiece in that first game. Not the kind of activity around the map that we've seen from them so far in this tournament. What can Newbie do to change their fortunes in game 2?
I think the biggest one is the Wisp ban,
Okay.
which we've seen already.
There you go.
So they banned the Wisp, they still banned the Chen, and then the Invoker ban is a little surprising to me already. I thought they would try to save it for MSS here, because that was one of his best years, I think, in the group stage.
Yeah, especially with the first overall selection. And now, by the way, Enchantress on the board. OG has picked that hero first overall every time they've had the opportunity. So Newbie need to think here, do they want to give that away?
I think it's between Magnus and Enchantress right now. Most of the teams that play against OG, they're either banning it, or if they're first pick, they're snatching it. I mean, I would expect OG to respond with their mag. I would be surprised if they didn't.
We talked about Seb's mag, of course, last year at TI. He is on a 22-3 run in professional games on that hero. It's been statistically his most successful hero over the past season.
My lord.
It fits well.
What are you going to do, right?
It fits well with the way they want to play, I think. It lets Anna play this really hard carry. Even if its lane's a little hard, he can always just jungle. He doesn't really need the items. He gets like, 2 Wraith Bands or whatever. He gets some power. Jungle's dead.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we've seen a lot of this year at TI is the carry pool has shrunk a lot. There's so much, it feels like, economic pressure on these big farming cores. And Magnus, of course, one of the big mechanics and in power that sort of relieves that in the laning phase especially.
It's also why heroes like Alchemist are really strong. You can jungle at level 3, level 4. The offlane picks this like dual lane that's supposed to crush you in the lane and your game's supposed to be unplayable. You get level 3 because of pulls. You hit up the jungle, you still have 800 GPM. So
absolutely.
That's why that hero is really scary for most teams, and they usually ban it, but I believe it's not banned this game yet.
Yep, some OG, often when they do pick the mag, they will actually pick the mag combo in the first phase. They had a mag jug open earlier in this tournament. Are we expecting something like that here, or do you want to keep our draft a little more flexible?
I just think it depends on kind of how they feel. I think mag jug is probably the best mag combo that there is out there. He lanes well against most heroes. He also gives you like tower pressure. Yeah. So it means like you don't just have to AFK farm when you have this Magnus now. If this Jug has a good game, he can run at towers and pressure them.
Also is good against Enchantress. You don't need to hit her in the early game to deal damage. You can just spin on her. Even your Omni Slash isn't affected by the passive. So you have kind of multiple ways to deal with her.
That was going to be my concern that I was going to bring up next, because Enchantress, as we've seen in this tournament, has just looked crazy in the laning phase, like so few answers to her. But is Jug one of those few carries that can sustain the offlane pressure? Jug's laning phase, at least recently to me, has looked a little bit weaker than it has been in the past.
I think it kind of depends what he lanes against. Against most heroes, he's okay. I think against Ench, it can be okay, but it also depends on what the Ench is paired up with. I think good picks for Newbie here would be, they often like Ogre with Ench, I believe. So that would be okay.
Oh, this is a hero, again, tied with Elder Titan for the most picked in this tournament, and I was shocked that it went all the way through the last phase, especially because it can be a flex pick for OG. This hero, like Soul Catcher in some of these games, especially against heroes like Alk, has looked flat out broken to me.
Yeah, it's a, I guess that means it's a, they can forward or 5 it on Newbie. I don't think their mid plays it like Thompson would.
No, absolutely not, absolutely not.
But for the Jug, they have nerfed him the past couple patches. He lost some movement speed, he lost some agility and strength, he lost some Blade Fury damage, so that lane is a little rough for him in the early game if he doesn't have a good kill for the Enchantress. The Enchantress, I think, has like a 35 or 40 movement speed advantage on him, so even with the boots on Jug, he can't really catch up to the Enchantress.
And when you talk about scaling, of course, into the late game, Shadow Demon, I think, is low-key, like, you get that Ags going late. And even the 5 position Shadow Demon with some of the support gold mechanics is eventually going to get the Ags. That hero terrifies me in the late game.
The Shadow Demon hero is super strong right now. Both like every single spell, he has wave clear. You can burst people with Soul Catcher. His ulti makes a lot of hard carries like unplayable, and then obviously he has a save as well. Like the hero just feels very strong right now.
I think one of the coolest things with this pick in this draft is that it's gonna purge the Empower from the Jug in the team fight permanently. So it's like if he runs it with Empower, he's going to get purged, and for the next 8 seconds, he's going to lose, 50% of his damage.
And it is, just to mention for some of our newer viewers, that's kind of a unique mechanic. It is a continuously applied purge. So not only do you get rid of the Empower, but that Empower cannot then be recast on that Juggernaut throughout the duration of the SD ulti.
I think he also can't get phase boots, and then he can't get the drums if it's early game. So a lot of the Jugs things this game are already going to be a little bad against the Shadow Demon.
Absolutely. And you guys mentioned wave clear, by the way. We talked about in our panel the Bristleback having so much free space in the last game to farm the jungle. That is predicated. A lot of the teams in this tournament, you have to have wave clear from your supports or your 3 position to be able to support those cores going and farming neutrals. This is one of the big unique picks from OG. They have run this tree at the off-lane position. They've run this in the hands of Seb.
I know that they like Treant against Enchantress specifically. I know that, Ench has problems taking towers for the most part. She kind of needs another hero to help with it. And Enchantress, she kind of needs to take this enemy safe lane tower kind of early on. And then her best rotation is to defend your own safe lane tower. But if you have this Treant, you have a very high chance of just delaying these tower pushes, and then suddenly this Enchantress kind of just gets locked in one place. She keeps trying to push this tower.
I think it also opens their draft. If they want to put the tree in the off lane, if it's a good off lane, he can maybe sustain the lane there. And then this Magnus can go tri-lane bot with the Jug. If they get another stun, maybe. We've seen, I think, Witch Doctors with Jug, Rubik, stuff like that. Some 5, maybe even an Ogre here. A stun into Skewer into Spin is a kill on a hero usually.
I think that's a really good point. When you talk about playing against heroes like Enchantress, you have to have some flexibility to dodge those lane combinations. Speaking of flex picks, this Earthshaker, not completely out of the question, could be core. Probably in the hands of MSS, given that it's newbie with the Enchantress bumped up to the 3 position.
I believe it's been played in all 4 different roles this tournament.
Yes, you are correct,
It's been played mostly as a 4.
Yep.
I know Mid One played it mid in a Secret Series, and then Miracle played it carry.
And it's been an offlaner as well.
Yeah,
so yeah, this hero is, again, the burst damage potential, the control, long range initiation. It's been true for so many TIs now. This is a hero that seems to always come back at this point in the season.
Yeah, it gives you team fight, it gives you stuns. These kind of things are really good when there's high pressure. When there's a lot of pressure in your team to kind of make a move, if you're worried about like late game or team fights, you might walk up a high ground you won't. Or you might try to push a tower you don't need to. Or you might try to end the game you don't need to. And this big like team fight ultimates, these big stunners, when you catch a hero out, it kind of slows the game down, shuts the game down, and then you can kind of turn the game.
And the Chinese crowd, of course, getting in on one of our favorite pastimes from last year is Earthshaker banging the drum on the main stage. Yeah, I think that was one of my favorite moments in Vancouver, as well as Ogre, of
Ogre
course.
claps, yeah.
Yeah. Easy clap.
We haven't seen much Ogre, I believe, in the main stage, have we?
Not compared to group stages, which is really odd. Again, a hero that it's been played mostly as core in this tournament, a hero that relieves that economic pressure with the multicast Midas.
So one of the interesting things I think is that in the group stage at the start, a lot of people were going a lot of armor items.
Right.
And now people are going more towards magical and these team fight spells a little more than in the group stage. So there's more like Earthshakers and like this Ogre hero. He was really good against his physical damage. You're going Solar Crest, Basilius, Phase Boots, all these kind of things on his like heroes. And now that a lot more heroes are magic based, Ogre's kind of fallen out. This like 8 armor, 700 HP level 1 hero isn't really great anymore.
Wow, so the Grimstroke pick here is interesting because there are not that many single target spells on the side of OG. There's not necessarily that classic combo. We also didn't talk a little bit about, between this tree and the Magnus, Seb can't play both. So what do you think we're going to do with these 2 heroes in terms of personnel?
I'm guessing that Seb is going to play the Mag, and I think Jarex is going to play this Treant.
Okay.
I was kind of wondering what hero they were going for No-Tail here. But I think they were kind of just looking for a hero that deals magic damage, because I think they're very low on that right now. They have Jug, Mag, Treant. They're kind of just a lot of lockdown and physical damage. So I guess that was kind of their most comfortable pick.
Well, and initiation range. We talk about the initiation range potential of the Earthshaker. Grimstroke's another hero that gives you magic damage from way back in the back lines.
It's also a really scary tri-lane if they want to do it with a Grimstroke. If he puts Inkswell on either the Jug or Tree or Mag, there's these 3 melee heroes already for him. any of them is going to get, like, you either punch from the tree line of a tree, you just spin on them with a jug, you wrap around, skewer them back into you with the mag. So I think either of those heroes can be their, you know, their force.
And what do you want against a hero, a support in the backline that's a little bit squishy? You want reach, and that's this Ember Spirit pick right here. He does have to worry a little bit about the silence coming out from the Grimstroke, but again, you can slide a fist to deal with that.
So this pick, I think, is a little scary this game because of the recent changes. Tree gives you a lot of roots, and the Grimwolf gives you a lot of root.
Yeah, that's true.
And now you can't slight out of roots anymore, and you cannot fire out of roots anymore. So there's a lot more of these mechanics that you can kind of get caught by. So I think it's still a good pick. It does well against tree armor. It does well against a Grim if you can ever jump in the back line. Even Jug, it's hard for him to omni. You can either disjoin it with your Sleight of Fist, or you can join it by, you know, jumping away. Even the mag, you can kind of annoy, chain him in the back line. You can't get blinks. So I like the overall pick, but I'd be scared if he gets caught out by these roots in the mid game.
Do you worry a little bit, like we started out talking about the Enchantress, about this is a hero that forms a foundation of a very solid laning phase. Do you worry a little bit about OG punishing the Ember in lane with their last pick in the hands of Thompson? Something like a Monkey King can just ruin Ember's life.
I mean, I think it's very likely, especially if Newbie now pick a hero that is kind of locked into the safe lane. I think something that would be good for them is if they have an open pick that can perhaps interchange with the Ember, of them both going into mid lane.
Maybe like a Gyro?
Something like that, because I think OG will for sure punish this Ember. If they know he's gonna be middle, they will counter pick him hard.
I think CCNC's gotten really good at the laning with Ember. A lot of players have practiced Ember versus Monkey matchups, and they kind of know the timings now. Like before level 3, the Jingu is actually really weak, so you can actually out-trade him with your Flame Guard. But once you hit level 3, level 4, you have to pull the wave into you. So I think they're going to be comfortable putting this Ember mid and knowing that CCNC is going to have a game.
All right, as we see the final pick coming out from Newbie, this is more than likely going to be a safe lane Sven in the hands of UR. Gunnar correctly calling that Newbie are comfortable with the CCNC Ember mid. Now is OG going to go for that counter pick in the hands of Thompson? Really, not many other teams have touched Monkey King in this tournament. Other picks that we're thinking about here?
Kind of looking right now. I'm not sure. I don't like Monkey that much here on this spot.
Okay. All right. There is the Monkey. Again, it's about the player. All right. So, guys, really quickly, final thoughts on this draft here. Can Newbie even this series up?
I think they have the tools to do it, more so than the first game. I think CCNC is he's still on a playmaking hero. He was a Tiny last game, but I think this is a playmaking hero that scales. Tiny, he scales, but you need 10,000 gold to scale. You need Ags and a Daedalus to kind of go into the mid-game physical damage, late game. But Ember, you need, you know, drums, Maelstrom, BKB.
All right. We've got game 2 just about to get underway, but first we got a special treat for you. Here is Casey, together with the guy that keyed OG's run at Epicenter, OG Coach Sakshka.
That's right. All right, so we always get the casters' opinions on the draft, but I want to hear from you yourself, how you feel about this compared to the draft in the first game.
I feel really good. We have our classic mag draft, so yeah, 2-0.
Were you able to listen to how the guys were talking to each other in game for the game 1?
Yes, I was. It was really good. The communication was super hype, and it was a really cool game, so yeah.
What were your biggest takeaways from the first game?
Anayo?
Io's always good with you guys.
Yeah, it is definitely.
Well, best of luck. Thanks for chatting with us. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
All right, back to you guys.
I'm shocked. I'm baffled. Anna Io, the takeaway from game number 1. I think a large amount of confidence also. But game 2, no Anna Io. We're going to change it up, but we're coming back to another one of the staples you're talking about from OG. It's the Seb Magnus. It's the buff up on the Juggernaut. It's Thompson Monkey King.
And it's good to hear from the coach that they like winning. That is
yeah.
always something you're not really sure about, and that you trust in your own best strategies and feel good when you get them.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So we feel
Sakshka was he was
good,
glowing.
right?
He was glowing. He looked like he was having a great time. So if that's a reflection of what the team atmosphere is like, then OG are in a great spot right now. They just seem super happy, all of them.
Yep.
So all right, let's get into the game. As Sakshka pointed out, they do have their Magnus strat, and they did play the IO last game, so 2 of OG's absolute staples they have been given in this series. I still feel like this game will probably be closer than the previous one, because this should be something Newbie are more accustomed to playing against.
Yeah.
That's a bit more standard, if you will. And speaking of combo pick, they've got plenty of them themselves. They've got Snaking on his Enchantress, they've got the MSS Shaker, Ember Spirit for CCNC, Yawar Sven, and Pilot Eye Sharium. There's actually like for these players, all of the heroes that they're playing are probably one of their 3 best that they have. So they're definitely comfortable too.
I'm also liking just seeing CC&C on an Ember Spirit. Like getting him into that playmaker role. There's not a huge amount of control against him, and you'll know CC&C will play it still defensively against OG, but it's that ability just to sync with the rest of his team, create that space, and if things go wrong, they can always back each other up. You've got multiple saves, be it through the SD, be it through, obviously, like Sven, he's got a lot of AoE control as well as having the war cry, but the bigger thing is MSS. Land a big Echo Slam and you actually have something to counter that initial fight that OG's looking for. And even if they don't have the perfect synergy with the Grimstroke, as a part like for the Soulbind, you still have that Ink Swell. Fantastic with the Jug early on, but it works beautifully if Mag's able to get a big combination too.
And there's one thing, I don't know if they talked about this on the panel, but there's one thing about Shadow Demon against Magnus that's really interesting. If you Demonic Purge the Jugger, he can't get empowered for the whole duration. And that means if you enter a team fight and you manage to Demonic Purge the Jugger before he gets his ulti off, you have this 8-second span. Is it 8 or 7? 7? Yeah, 7. You have the 7-second span where Jugger's damage is way less significant. If you can get off to a good start that way in a fight, that could pay off big time.
And Thompson's right in the face of CC&C. He's trying to get as many of the stacks up as possible. And this is where I almost want to keep my eyes on, just watching how CC&C is able to handle this lane and handle Thompson. While Yawa's just burning bolt after bolt on bottom lane. This lane's a little bit harder to run. Jirax and Seb together, they're very tanky, they hit very hard, but Pylai plays from range. As long as Yawa's got mana, he can always have the stun available too. And then the safe lane, Ana and Notal together, once again, this dual lane sync that OG gets so well in all their lanes.
The reason, by the way, that this Shaker Enchantress work so well together is that Enchantress is an extremely independent hero. Just give her a little bit of help and she can solo pretty much any dual lane in the game.
So
MSS gets freedom to move and doesn't have to steal too much experience from the offlaner.
He can't really help kill the mid lane though. Like this isn't like you're running like a burst style hero with chain stuns. Like CC&C goes second point up in Flame Guard now. MSS gonna send in the illusions. He actually potentially could have body blocked up the courier. And now with a fissure stun, CC&C, they're bringing him low. Thompson gets a life steal up again, but they're just trying to burn him out. The fissure wall is gonna break in just a couple of seconds. Thompson, he's gonna live through this. No way, they can't let this happen. Side of fist up cooldown right now. CC&C, he claims the first blood against OG. And Newbie, they needed a win like this. They needed something to go their way. One game down, and that's a good start, but it's just the start.
And that was a super close call, too. They almost couldn't kill him, even with a full duration Flame Guard being on top.
Wow, that's a lot of damage from Yawa into Jirax. Pylai dies, already got the poison stacks up. Jirax will go invis quickly. That's just Stormhammer. MSS is arriving. Jirax is fine inside the tree lines. He has stick charges available as well as well, he's being a cannibal right now, eating tangos. They really want to have a crack at bottom. If MSS... Actually, can they? There's no mana on Sven. He doesn't have a stun available. And CC&C, for all that great work he does, he's still playing against Thompson. He gets his own back.
That's really bad news because as the panel talked about earlier, when it comes to comeback kills, if you're behind in this mid lane and you get a return kill, you're leading. And at this point, Monkey King is now far ahead in the lane. He's going to hit level 5 before the Ember Spirit of CC&C, and he's probably going to be relegated to the jungle relatively early. Thompson's going in. They will get Fissure. Are they just going to be trading kills, these guys?
Yeah, they're getting a bit of jump, but my god, MSS.
He got him on the wrong side.
Yeah, that's a melee hero, guys. Thompson, he's asking to hold hands with CC&C while up on the top. Snaking's in trouble. Has to trigger off Nature's attendance as Ana and Notal did their combination. Bottom lane, the root's out. Yawa trying to move back. Pylai die. He hasn't have a save. He's already used the disruption. And they're almost out of consumables. MSS will arrive in the lane. They're pinging out Jirax, but I don't think they can really do anything there. There's one Stormbolt available for Sven.
And MSS, he had the right idea in mid. Both times he's ganked, he's tried to fake out the fissure so that it doesn't get dodged, as Snaking should be okay here.
Yeah, couldn't get the body block absolutely perfect. There's that fight on bottom. So they waited a long time for it. They committed those abilities we were looking for.
CC&C again.
Going again.
Yeah.
He won't even die to the tower. He switches the aggro at the very last moment. So only got to hit once by the tower.
And you see he's making use of the mischief. That's what MSS did well when he ganked mid, is that he fakes out the mischief on the fissure so that it doesn't dodge the damage, but the last fissure was on the wrong side. Thompson gets another kill, and now
he's a beast.
What do you do in mid? This is a big problem. This is a Monkey King that won its lane, has top CS in the game, and has Empower. Thompson is already 1,000 gold ahead in the mid lane.
2.8k net worth compared to the 1.8k of Sven. That's the difference between the number ones of OG and Newbie. And now you look for the bounty runes. And it will be a 2-2 trade-off. Thompson gets 4 stacks, CCNC has to back off. MSS will drop down the Observer Ward, and they may try and work here with Pylai Die. If Thompson gets a little aggressive, which, hey, it's Thompson. MSS is the fissure, but Thompson hits the first attack. He's going to wait the fissure out. No-Tail's also arrived, and Thompson, mischief once again. MSS, now the fissure block, holds in No-Tail as well as Thompson. The poison stack's good over on Thompson, but they can go for the other kill. No-Tail, a quick sleight of fist from CCNC will claim it, but they don't get the one they're looking for. They don't get Thompson. He's going to salve up and get ready to go once more.
He's drawing so much attention to himself that Ana just has a completely free game right now on the Juggernaut.
So does Seb.
When Enchantress hits level 6, actually never mind, because No-Tail rotating off of top relieved some pressure from Snaking, and when Snaking gets level 6, this lane is not inhabitable for Juggernaut anymore. Fortunately, he can jungle with Empower, so he's probably going to be connecting with Seb relatively soon when Seb has level 3 Empower. Maybe they will start playing a little bit closer to each other, because this top lane is not fun anymore.
A little bit of wasted time of Thompson hunting inside the jungle. If he caught Yawar, it would have been great. But MSS forever just trying to make life a little bit more difficult for OG. Defensive spirits are up for CCNC. So unless they get perfect control, CCNC should always have a get out of jail free card. Bottom lane underneath the tier 1 tower, Yawar just TPs away. That leaves Pylai Die. He's looking for some kind of rebuttal onto Seb. Creates a couple of copies of Ana. That's probably the most amount of damage Pylai can do here. But into a spin, Ana around the tower. Pylai Die won't be able to survive. While in mid lane, they keep on going. Thompson and No-Tail together. Spirit jump forward from CCNC. Doesn't have the defense anymore. And MSS can't actually cast a fissure, so Yawar has to come in. Monkey King, the stun control. MSS is trying to be there for it, but Thompson still getting the run into the trees. Cuts his way around. Of course he can. No-Tail with the slow. CCNC, he's not done yet. He still wants more. TP back, bottle up, but Thompson's too fast. He's going to walk back to the tier 1 tower.
And that is space with capital S, created in mid by No-Tail as well as Thompson. They're forcing so many defensive rotations out of Newbie, and that's going to cost them their bottom tower. They rotated Ana down here and gave him Empower so that he took that, and he's going to keep his farming going.
Snake
the
really
uninhabitable lane, yeah, they'll plant a tree end up here.
He actually got so much damage from snaking.
He's fine.
Yeah, he is for the moment. Jirak's going to look for the denial on the tower, and Radiant, no, it's going to be the catapult that gets the last hit, while MSS catches out No-Tail walking up. Understanding that first little bit of damage from the Enchantress at No-Tail solo.
It's a good grab from Newbie. They need to get something going their way. The only lane that has truly gone well this game is Snaking's, so playing around him, getting his tower is very useful. And you imagine, I don't think this is the kind of game where you just want your Enchantress to sit in the off lane and just stay up here for like 10 minutes, just pressuring the top tower. I think he needs to get involved for his team's sake to get the mid tower and put some pressure on the Monkey King. CCNC diving pretty far here with Flame Guard, but just cleaning up the wave and he'll be jumping out in no time.
It's like he's now trying to bring the attention, get it off the side lanes, get it away from the recovering Sven, away from, well, I suppose the Enchantress, who's still just adding the pressure up on top lane. Feels like I'm watching Ice play. It's like, yeah, so I took the tier 1 tower. I'm still not going to leave.
He'll stay here a little bit, but then I still think the mid rotation is the play to make. Oh, they're going to go for him instead.
Yeah, Thompson's moving in. The Observer Ward was planted, but won't matter. Snaking triggers off the attendants. Difficult for Thompson to build up these stacks, however, but No-Tail will slow him down. They'll get the stuns out as the Inkswell will connect, but Enchanter is still healing through everything. Double braces, and Thompson at least mischief dodge one of the imps, but in mid lane, CCNC jumping in, has no searing chain, so he can't hold Seb there. Needed MSS's stun to connect, but it won't happen.
He's putting some really good aggressive pressure though, forcing rotation from OG and getting some tower damage in soon for hopefully for him. But yep, guess what? We didn't talk about this, but Jerax can heal towers this game. So if you want to grab towers, you need a successful team fight move that overwhelms the opponent, this chip damage is not mattering too much.
This is a nice observer and sentry up on top. If Jirax runs to the northern trees, he'll be fine. If he runs to the southern trees, won't be as great. MSS gonna have to future block him up, and Snaking is able to claim this quite simply. And CCNC is just going for supports as well. No-Tel into the tier 2. Again, no Searing Chains, however. He's got the Slider Fist, but needs to burn No-Tel down a little bit more before that'll be successful. And very deep, but it won't matter. They'll always know there's an escape way for CCNC.
Bounty 2 for 2 it looks like. CCNC trying to get the bottom rune. Lots of pings coming out from No-Tel, but his team is too late. They're not in position.
It's a nice one for CCNC, a double damage rune. And he's still going to do the TP back to base.
Got himself some nice gold here from the couple of kills. He had a very, very hard start. And he is still behind the Monkey King. But this could have snowballed out of control if they didn't make the correct adjustments. And at least now it looks like CCNC will be having a game.
And Seb's the man who has to hold the tower, faking the RP out. There's no way he's going to trigger that until Thompson comes in range. Now he might do it. CCNC, the RP will go down. Flameguard's protecting him nicely. Have they got the start of control? CCNC does go down. The vision from MSS comes a second too late. And Seb perched up. Just skewers himself back to the safety of the tier 1 tower. Seb, you know he's smiling himself at the booth right there. I faked you once and you thought I was going to fake you a second time. Definitely not what happened.
If he had a mid lane ward, he wouldn't have died, because then he knows the Monkey King is connecting. OG were banking on the fact that Thompson was not visible running down the lane, and that was indeed the case. There was no vision for Newbie in that instance, and they didn't have any defensive supports there, and none of the two were there. Monkey King
comes out, Snaking, got to get the hell out of there. Man, that looks beautiful. Thompson. Now Snaking's actually with the attendants, thinking about fighting inside the command. With a TP support arriving, no Wukong, no RP available. They still don't push the tier 1 tower because they haven't pushed it. The living armor still kicking in. And what does OG do? They smoke up, they're moving south. Seb and No-Tel gonna try and combo up here with No-Tel, with Ana.
The No-Tel combo.
Yeah. It's just Meepo in real
I'm
life.
ready for it. Yeah. I mean, Ana's been... Omni Slash?
That's a lot of damage, and you are dead under the tier 1 tower. Level 1 Omni, but totally isolated Sven.
That should not be happening. That's a huge kill too. Furthering the space between these two carries. Ana got 400 gold for that kill, and Sven obviously on the sidelines for 30 seconds, not farming a single bit of gold, as Ana's clearing out an Ancient stack, so he's overtaking the Sven now by 1,500.
And it's just all the economy going the way of OG. Experience is cracking 3 grand. What do you really get in return? Jirax can just keep hiding inside the trees. Unless someone's bringing in dust. It looks like MSS will be the man to do that. But he's right underneath the Dire Observer Ward. So Jirax sees it all.
He's level 4 living armor. Level 8 on the Treant. There's been so much space created for multiple heroes, really, in OG's lineup. It's not just the Jugger that's enjoying some freedom. The Treant getting freed up and getting all this farm to working toward a Meteor Hammer, getting the 4 levels in armor to protect towers.
Really, Seb? Drops the Legion loser, baits out once again, fakes the RP. And CCNC just looking for some early harassment, but he's realizing that tower, all the hard work he did before, it's all gone to waste.
And that's the logic of playing this Treant and Magnus together, right? There's multiple synergies. One is Mag wants to play slow, so he needs his map protected while you're farming up. You have the Treant protectors to keep the towers alive. And the other thing is, well, you've got the living armor and a power for your carry, so you make your carry really strong. Jirax is in trouble top, but it's going to overgrowth, run away. Once again, just making space for OG to hit that timing later.
Amber scouts out No-Tel. RP is back off cooldown for Seb. They're really waiting out this mid. Thompson will move over too. Buffed up by the Empower, ready to fight. ES hides in the tree line. Thompson jumps in. Now ES gets the double stun and space to move back, pick up the regeneration rune. Snaking, however, caught and pushed back to the other side of the fissure. You can't attend that position.
Newbie's lineup can't get this tower. It's actually, I just don't think it's possible right now.
Yeah.
The mid tower is going to be exceptionally hard to take. The Sven needs time to farm. The living armor and the just overall defensive team fight from OG is super strong. Like if you go into any dangerous area, you could get overgrowth, you could get RP'd, you could get skewered, and you're even fighting against a Monkey King that could be in the trees. So there's so much. It's almost like playing against techies if heroes are missing. Like you don't know where you're safe at all in this game with both the Treant and Monkey King and this hidden mobility ready to jump you at any point.
And Seb's making it so difficult to battle that bottom rune out. CCNC still able to claim it, walks into Ana, realizing he's so low. There is the Omnislash with the Slide of Fist. He's burning through it, and Ana, Spirit Jump away. Wastes the ultimate.
I think he had to do to stay alive.
Yep.
He had to threaten CCNC away from him with a really nice slight dodge on the Phantom's Embrace.
Looks like they're going to try and fight.
Yeah.
Away
now there's
from
no
Dive
Omnislash. And they know there's no RP.
And CCNC wants to get in there. Like, he's got drums up and running. Paradise got purged. They're looking for a target. Thompson's probably going to be it. He pounces up into the tree lines. No tell. Well, he'll have to turn into it. They're able to get the double stun off. Ember Spirit, Slide of Fist coming off cooldown right now. No tell can't walk away. He knows it. But now, if you're going to commit to this newbie, they have to take the tower.
They can't get this tower.
They can't. TP's already coming in. Doubles in. Ana through the back lines. He doesn't have the Omni Slash, but with the control stunts, the save from Pilot Eye is essential. OG, the Rue, Jirax catches out 3. CCNC, there's no way out. He's got no mana. He's totally dry and dead. And OG love it. That's now the 4th death on this mid of Newbie. Well, theirs is sitting on 5 kills for 1 death.
And the game, OG will just continue playing at the same pace. Oh, Disruption.
Yeah,
Seb still got the rune.
He did.
And now Pilot Eye's dead because he used Disruption.
Yeah. Actually, almost looked like Seb grabbed that while he was inside the Disruption. Ana looking for his own kill. Stun onto the Enchantress. Ana knows he's got the level 4 spin. It's the damage that doesn't care about physically attacking in, while Seb hiding under the Invis rune. He's just out of range of the tower, but if he RPs, he'd instantly kill off CCNC. But he's playing the max range of that tower's detection. And the other pings are coming up towards top lane. Yoa farming up quite heavily, but it's Jirax who's stalking him. The sentry wall will be planted. Yoa, he knows he's in trouble. He has to TP instantly, but Thompson's already here. Yoa should not be able to escape this. Thompson up into the trees. Yoa actually cuts him down quickly, tries to juke. He's going right instead of left, but the stun from Thompson checks right. And Yoa into the Wukong. Nope, he's going to Stormhammer it. Cancel that one, but now Seb, man, they just want to burn ultimates. Dropping the RP, bringing down Yoa. And maybe now Newbie go for the tier 1 tower. Nope, denied again. And this is a goofy lineup from OG. They're everywhere.
Yeah, you've got to try as Newbie in this situation to set up a team fight with Shaker being successful, but he went for the mana boots, which makes his big Blink Dagger build up a lot slower. And because of that, Newbie, their options of setting up those fights in the first place are pretty weak, right? If you can't force the enemy team to defend very easily because you don't have pushing power, they can kind of take it slow, farm camps, play the map, and then, oh, top lane at CCNC.
They're going again, but defensive. Spirit gets him out.
Not sure what Thompson was expecting.
It's like a snot. Man, this guy runs away from me.
I'll be signing autographs out front.
Maybe later today you will, Thompson.
But OG are completely in their element in this game. They have a huge lead. They're playing with Magnus. They're going to go late game. They have 2 melee cores that both use Empower. And one of them is... I feel like Monkey King is really good against Sven, just because it's hard for Sven to navigate the arena. And even if he does and fights into the Monkey King, you have all this armor.
Eyes found the target. It's going to be Seb. They're trying to slow him down with a purge. Snaking will arrive, throwing out the impetus, but man, the mech gives some extra life. Snake is going to work a little harder for this. And then in towards Ana. Keep in mind, he has the Omni Slash available. Everyone not totally trapped, but they know they can't kill him because you're just going to the Omni Slash. So CCNC feels like he's trying to bait the Omni Slash once again. But Ana doesn't care. He's got living armor. He's got 21 charges. He's got Diffusal Blade of his own as well, and he knows exactly where the Spirit is planted down by CCNC. So he goes Diffusal into snaking. MSS gonna walk in, needs to land in that double stun, just goes for the Echo Slam straight onto Notel. They can at least bring down the support while the disruption of Ana. Notel, he is brought down by the impetus, and Nami with a huge kill. Being out, he's able to escape. They needed him so bad. They get nothing.
Oh, they get a Grim.
They get, okay, they got something, but it's like getting a board game after playing on Wheel of Fortune. It's not what you're really searching for.
That's a pretty good analogy, actually, what just happened.
Thompson jumps down, around, looking for snaking. Trying to put that Echo Save to work, but Fisher blocks him in, but a three-man stun into the Wukong and the RP! Everything together! Layer it like a cake! OG, they would love to get CC&C too, but he will spirit away. God, it's just too easy. Are they even trying?
Yeah, they set them up for that one, to be honest. I don't think that play had any chance of being successful out of Newbie. But it's so easy for us to say, right? Because they're probably feeling a bit desperate too. They're like, if we don't make any plays, we lose, and if we make plays, we lose. So
it's like we need to try something.
Something has to happen, but I just don't think it's possible without the Sven. You probably have to wait for this guy's timing to get something done.
RP and Wukong's down. MSS is coming over. CC&C is going to have a look in the pit. They see the status of Roshan. A quick silence out. The Phantom's embrace from Notel. Some in the back line. Highlight Eye. Actually, just Magnus really caught out. Skewers back over. Joins the rest of his team. Gets a 5-man mech. And MSS is trapped. He can't do much more. Now the Omni Slash up the hill. Well, it's all going to go into Yawar. He can tank through that. Ana, of course, he's got more survivability. Into the spin. Newbie still on the retreat back out. Snaking trying to do some level of damage. Making Ana a lot lower. Snaking needs to keep the distance up. Thompson, in the meantime, killing a VS in the back lines. But now they go for more. Hold them together. It's all the embrace of death that Newbie just have to accept. Underneath their own expired shrine, they go down. And Thompson's not done yet. He wants more. But hey, go back for Roshan. Objective-based gaming.
OG are making it look easy. It's not as easy as it looks. But strategically, I feel like they've really got control of the game, and there's so much in this game that depends on tempo. That's how every Magnus game is. It's can you get those 2 towers so that the enemy can't farm their jungle safely with Empower? Can you counter the core that is getting the Empower in the first place? And Newbie's tempo, when you look at their lineup, it comes from mid. CC&C needs to have a good game for things to happen here, and he didn't. So now they have to wait for Sven to have a good game, which he also isn't having. So it's a lot of waiting. It's a lot of hard fights to take.
They have to get the farm into MSS. 100 gold for the Blink Dagger.
Yep.
Then maybe they stand a chance. BKB set for Yawar. Like, if these things are up, then there's a possibility. But there's also a possibility Thompson can just initiate in on whoever the hell he wants to as well. Takes the tier 2 tower.
Has the Aghanim's Echo Saber build. Putting it to use here.
Yeah, straight to the Wukongs. SD's coming over. Needs to get the defensive disruption over on Snaking. Purchase Thompson instead. CC&C thinks about having a play. Thompson's on the edge of the tree and leaps away to safety.
Forces rotation again.
Yep. CC&C just bouncing around the lanes.
OG just have complete map control. Even though Newbie have wards out, it feels like they can't use the wards to get a fight going their way. And OG, okay.
Yeah.
They're just gonna go high ground. They don't have Aegis.
You got Thompson with an Aegis Immortal, so hey, just go for it.
What am I talking about? They have an Aegis.
Fisher catching out on 3. MSS still waiting for the perfect blink. Echo! There he goes! Only breaks the Aegis Immortal, but hey, it's something. You'll take it. But Jirax, he's into the back lines. They see him now over in the trees. He sees so much too. Snaking, still trying to be that front liner for the team. Watch those buybacks if it's going to be possible. The stun on Magnus, actually cancelling off the RP, so he can't get it off, but there's no buybacks available for the 2 Newbie deaths. And they need Snaking to have that bigger damage, so then Yawar and CC&C. Time to step up for the BKB. It's worn off, and it goes back to the fight with the Diffusal. They're purging on Thompson. Maybe with the damage from CC&C, they can actually get a little bit more out of this. Sleight of fist. Finally, Thompson's streak will be ended. Jirax is low as well. CC&C, we get back-to-back kills. Ana, steering chained up. Paradise, what else have you got? Another slide. It's getting rid of the creep wave. At least they're keeping their racks alive here, Newbie. But they won't get much more. A great sleight of fist dodge, just dodging the ink swell of Ana. The tier 3 tower is still taken. OG, it wasn't the perfect fight from them. You got a side of fist searing. Oh, in the trees. not quite right. But
for a second there, I thought Ana was maybe going to stop his TP and try to turn that. CCNC was super low on mana, but
you wouldn't put it past him.
They got out there. No, I wouldn't have been too surprised, but yeah, Newbie, they do defend. That was honestly a really good hold by countering out the Magnus RP, not allowing it to come off this fissure. And, well, not this one, the next one. That's the Aegis. OG are going to reset. And then they decide to go in. And they're going in here without Wukong's command and without the Aegis that they just lost. And they forced an Echo out with that. And this Stormhammer, it's kind of lucky. He's actually skewing into the Stormhammer, so they get the time to react and get the fissure off. And that's the defense.
You see the ability for Yawar to actually stand in the protection of the BKB, but after that it's just so hard. Ana coming up. Well, I think OG have marked this territory. Ana will be fissure blocked in. Thompson, however, he doesn't care. Yawar has to BKB. Such pressure and maneuverability. The draft battle was like, well, you know what? I don't really like the monkey here, but it doesn't matter when Thompson's playing it. You pick it for the player. And my God, as he shined on this hero. He even gave away the death in the mid lane. Then after that, it's like, no, you had something, but now you have nothing.
Oh, the death ended up favoring him because he got a kill right after, right? If the moment he gets the solo kill on CCNC, the lane is a big win for him.
Is that to say like intentional feed?
That's not what I'm saying.
Let's not go that far.
That's not what it looked like.
Blink Echo's off cooldown, but it's still only level 1 and...
Pie's dead, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit problematic. Creates a disruption over on Jirax. Vidya tries to create some more space, and maybe they can get this kill onto the tree and protect before he can get the overgrowth off. Able to do so, so Jirax is down. Thompson into the Wukong's command, but very much away from the rest of Newbie as they just wait out the Soulbind. Thompson doesn't want to leave just yet. CCNC, who's his target? Ana into the Omnislash, but the Yule Scepter is wasting all of it. The RP will catch out CCNC, but defender disruption. Pilot Eye got it off just in time, but the Inkswell, the stun control, maybe with a Stormhammer. Yawar, it's time to go big or go home. He's looking for the cleave damage, but Ana, he closed the distance over on Snaking. Yawar, everyone's just delta split. They can't catch him out. He gets rooted to the ground. And the buybacks that came in from Newbie, they want to fight around the shrines, but now it's going to be Pylai Die falling. Thompson's gone after MSS for a triple kill from him, and it'll be Ana who'll claim the life in a double kill against Pylai Die. And Seb, he's also looking for his own fight. Everyone's having their own engagements. CCNC trying to bring down Seb. It won't be enough though. The Yule Scepter up. My bad indeed. Skewers to it. Great side of fist. CCNC is actually going to claim that life. But they're hunting. Diffusal Blade. Spirit defensively up and back with the sleight of fist searing chains. He's just trying to play the game until he's got his TP buff cooldown in 5 seconds time. Fortification will stop OG from instantly assaulting the base. And Newbie, they're playing scrappy, but they're playing still.
OG's fights are so good. The way they're positioning their heroes, the way they're playing off each other, using cooldowns correctly. Even though the Thompson Wukong command isn't that good there, it creates so much space and so much time for the rest of the team to be set up for success. And they just keep weaving in and out, not stacking on top of each other. Until the Sven Stormhammer in the end, there was like no opportunity really presented for Newbie in that fight. And a nice detail from CCNC on the way out there. At least they have that going for them, which is nice, but it's a very minor consolation prize to have your mid-hero survive and get 1 kill there.
This is just one of those games where you've got to kind of remain optimistic for both sides. So let's have a look at this once again. So Pilot Eye, it all starts with him being initiated on, but they catch out Jirax at the beginning. And you feel like maybe you didn't have to expend too much. The Wukongs didn't really catch anybody, and the Soulbind waited out, yet still they have enough to keep the fight going.
The Treant bought back and reconnected with the fight. He has living armor for Thompson, keeping him that extra bit safe. They get the RP, which doesn't give them the kill because of a good defensive disruption, but that defensive disruption puts Pylai Die in an awful position.
Here we go again. Ana. MSS is wondering if there's extra help. He waited this out as long as possible. Ana can start the spin. The living arm will give some protection. Purge up as quick as they possibly can, but now the spin is going to wear off. CCNC still going to slide a fist and then just spirit away to safety because Thompson, in he comes with a jump down. Pilot Eye is instantly killed off. This is not a game when you want to be a support. With a war cry, they create a little bit of extra space. Snaking looking for his own damage. Is there that blink echo? They're waiting for it out as Ana already back into a spin.
He's so safe with that healing ward. Absolutely no problem. OG lost nothing there. They get the kill on the Shadow Demon. They used no big spells, so all ultis ready. Could try to start protecting Roshan. He can spawn in 20 seconds. Just get control of that area. Looks like what No-Tail is drawing right now is we're going to play up here. Keep pushing in the top lane if possible, perhaps. Maybe they're going to cut waves with Thompson.
You got Roshan that could spawn in 10 seconds time, so controlling the northern side.
Yep.
Making sure there is no gank that comes the opposite direction, because that really feels like Newbie's last hurrah. OG, overconfident, sit inside the pit, you just hit this amazing echo, and actually give space for Yawar to do damage during that control. But he can't be the only one. Yawar doesn't have the damage output required to get through this OG lineup. CCNC, oh, he's actually able to grab one of the 30-minute runes. Make it 2 of them. Hey, you'll take the money. That's enough for his Mjolnir, but he won't have buyback available if he does it.
It kind of feels like one of those games where Ember needs to go physical damage. I don't know if they can kill the Jugger and deal with the massive AoE teamfight of OG if they don't have heavy burst. Maybe the magic burst can be enough. You're obviously making the enemy team giving them a lot more value out of armor if both Sven and Ember are doing physical damage. But you still have the pure damage of Enchantress, and you have the magic damage of Shaker.
And Paladai was really lucky to survive that. Jirax's blink came just a fraction of a second too late. And Newbie's doing the best they possibly can. Seb pulls back. Wait, those trees regrew very quickly. He skewered through them and they instantly spawn back up. It's like a pop-up book.
Actually, I take it back. I don't think physical damage is a solution either. That's one of Juggernaut's biggest strengths. He has 50 armor. The itemization options for CCNC, there's nothing that feels amazing. There's just, he's gonna get this Mjolnir so he gets more damage. Overall, like more mixed damage, has maybe we'll get some value out of the static shield. I forgot what it's called. It's not called static shield. Static charge, right? Static charge. I think it's called static charge. But the guy who has to deal damage here and kill this Jugger is actually snaking, I think. That's the biggest damage source they have, but Jugger now with the butterfly is going to have all the evasion. He's going to get maybe an Aegis, unless they give it to Thompson's Monkey King again, which I wouldn't put past them. He's way less tanky than the Jugger. He needs it a lot more. And maybe you just give the cheese over to Seb. So far it's backpack for Ana.
Smoke came very late. You saw Snaking actually turn around after Roshan died. They're 4-man smoking out. They're looking for an opportunity. Jirax, he's hunting CCNC. Thompson about to bounce forward. The smoke breaks on the Enchantress, but they have to kill off Jirax so quickly. Yawar, BKB, God's Strength, they're going to be able to do so. So down goes Jirax. No buyback available, but in the backlines, Snaking, the man that has to do the damage, is stuck inside the Wukong's command. With the stun from No-Tail, they'll hold him there. Snaking tanks through a lot, but he can't tank through all of it. CCNC, no defensive spirit available. He has the Yule Scepter, silenced up for the moment, needs a little bit more space to work with, and that's why up, down, and around. The stun from No-Tail won't be able to reach, but he'll be able to hit. No, he doesn't hit with the Stroke of Fate. Another banishment by Paladai. Buyback may be needed here from Snaking. RP catching out Yawar. He had no BKB. He had no goal strength. He had no real presence. They can buy back, but they've lost CCNC. Thompson just did it solo underneath the racks, which they're looking to take now. Fortification slows down the push from OG, but it definitely won't stop it. And look, he's even with the double damage rune on the end of Ana. Was thinking about tier 4 towers, but okay, back to reasonable objectives is going to be the mid. Not pulling an RV right now. Take all the objectives, get the megas up and running. Good stun.
Okay,
Seb. just wanted to have a closer inspection of Shadow Demon. Fissure Stun out over on Thompson. Now, again, Mischief. Such a problem for Snaking to keep hitting that impetus. Pilot Eye. Disruption. Now the impetus can go out towards Ana. He'll jump away, Storm Bolt, Thompson, he's in real deep. Remember, Aegis the Immortal, he's happy to tank it through as long as they can get a rebuttal kill. Ana sent up and towards the air. Snaking's getting some time to heal up. He's got 9 one charges and he needs that time. Does Paladai have another disruption? No, it was 1 second away. He's stuck around. Now all he can do is just disrupt the attacking Ana. Snaking back into his damage, over to Monkey King. They really want Thompson dead. He's such a huge chunk of the damage as Ana runs forward, can't get the Inkswell stun out, but he'll have the Omniside.
Oh my,
Together you are! Together you stand, together you die, and together you GG! Newbie are out, OG have knocked them down to the lower bracket in more than dominating fashion. You banned the IO, which dominated in game 1. We just come back. The Seb Classic Magnus, Thompson styling, and OG looking in the same type of form. They were there the last TI. And they want to carry that whole way through this upper bracket. No drop downs.
And Newbie might be kicking themselves a little bit after the series as far as the first phase strategy went. They gave them the IO in game 1, they got destroyed. In this game, they gave over the Seb Mag. And especially this game is worth talking about from a strategic standpoint in the first phase, because they banned, what was it? And they banned the IO, the Chen, and then they had +1 ban. And that could have been the Mag, and they could have still first picked the Ench. But they chose to ban the support Invoker. Yeah. I don't know if they have played against this from OG and feel like it's a really big threat, but OG have a lot of really good strategies. You got to choose which one you give away. This time they give away the Mag, and OG made it look... I said this game would be more comfortable for Newbie than the first one. It was still really hard, but yeah.
Yeah, man, OG made this look so easy. I wonder how long it will be until they're tested. What team can do it? Maybe it's one of the next 2 they'll be playing here on the main stage.
A 2-0 win then for OG Esports, 12 months on. Some things change and some things stay exactly the same, and that's exactly what we've had in this upper bracket. A repeat of last season's quarterfinal upper bracket, exactly the same result. OG cruising through, guaranteed top 6 position cap, and looking in imperious form as well.
Oh, they just dominated this Newbie squad, man. And this is a team that, you know, looking through their DPC season, just wasn't that hot. Didn't expect
average,
them to be
really.
able to come in and just be able to easily get top 6. There was no hesitation there. That was just a clean 2-0. And I love that Synderen pointed out. The OG has demonstrated so many strategies. That's the beauty of this team. They're super smart like that. You have to actually choose one of the things that they're super good with to give away, because you can't ban it all.
Yeah, got too much, Grant, haven't they?
They definitely do. They talked about the Seb Magnus, even the Thompson Monkey King, right? Some of the core players are saying this is like one of the worst core heroes in the game, and they just last pick it, and it completely dominates the entire game.
Yeah, it does dominate the game. Brian, it's funny actually. Grant should mention the Thompson mode, because we were kind of admiring it, weren't we? We were looking at it, and he was doing some great stuff early game, and it's kind of, you made the point. They've got this switch, sure, at 15 to 20 minutes, but the reason they've got that switch is because of some of the stuff, the subtle stuff that they do early on. Which you're going to take us through a couple of these. We call them the Houdinis of OG.
Absolutely. We got one from game 1 and one from game 2. And the first game, we got Ana early on in the game. There's a 4-man rotation, and this is your perspective. And it looks so simple almost when you watch it from the bird's eye view, where we all see exactly what's going on. And he manages to just draw all this attention to his lane and just escape scot-free. This is how you get that massive advantage. And we're going to pause right here, where you can see that Newbie loses vision of him for a split second. And he knows that all the abilities are going to be thrown in this specific area, and he jukes to the side to dodge everything. And that's what he's abusing the Radiant Vision such that he can escape these ganks narrowly. And we're going to see the exact same thing coming out from Thompson in game 2 of this series in the mid lane. 3-man rotation, forcing reactions to their lane. This is the bird's eye view once again. This looks like a simple ring around the trees. And then when we pause it from Newbie's perspective, they lose vision of him right up. I lost it on my screen. They lose.
Don't worry. No,
yeah, they lost vision of him right when he went into the trees. They collapsed on him from all 3 directions, and he took the one way out.
Dude, I didn't even know.
Block.
Like, I love like those they call them the demon juke spots, right? Like he did it. I've never seen that one in the mid lane where you just cut that one tree and you circle around it. I was like, holy.
I think the best part of that was the way BSJ explained it. I actually didn't need to see the screen. I just listened to the way he explained it, and I could see it in my mind. It was really cool.
Yeah, and as I said, it's just one of the little things, Brian, isn't it, that they do in that early game that just, you might even overlook them most of the time. You know, not even that significant, but it's not a coincidence. That kind of Houdini act happens almost every game for them on Ana
it's
or
why they're up
both.
It's why they're even or up at 15 minutes, and suddenly they turn that into the lead they have.
Newbie aren't a bad side, Cat, but they've been made to look pretty ordinary in this game. They're better than that, though, aren't they?
No, they certainly are. It's just OG's an incredible team. Whether or not they have the confidence to be able to go through the lower bracket is going to be a good question for them. The mentality of this team and how far they can go after they've been knocked down. I mean, you heard MSS, and he's laughing around during the interview talking about, like, I'm surprised we even made top 8 because we were making so many mistakes. When you don't actually get to succeed, when you don't make that top 8 position, when you get knocked down, how well are you going to be able to come back up? And for me, I am suspicious as to whether or not Newbie's going to be able to maintain a good, strong mental approach in the lower bracket.
And Grant, we've talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I want to bring it up again because there's so many similarities with this upper bracket as there was last year. They're almost all of them facing the same mental task again, which second time around, that's got to be harder, isn't it?
It has to be, especially because you already know you've been beaten once, so you are the one who has to make the change, and obviously they didn't make the change. And we saw in the game 1, they gave up the IO. Game 2, they gave up the mag, and that just goes back to how versatile the OG are. And I don't know. It's just going to be tough for Newbie. They have to go down. Now they have to play kind of an inter-regional opponent in Infamous later, and that's going to be, honestly, just as tough for them.
And OG, marching on, Brian. Top 6 guaranteed. They seem to be playing with a kind of abandon, really. They just don't care about anything. They're enjoying life. They're enjoying the game. They're enjoying each other. You saw them smiling and laughing with each other. It's hard to imagine what could stop them other than themselves now.
Yeah, I just love how they can pass the torch to any player. We saw last year at the TI Finals, Seb carrying Game 4, Anna carried Game 2, Thompson carried Game 1 here.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The strategies they have, some teams have kind of focused on one player being the all-star, but they just throw it in the hands of whoever is appropriate to carry that specific game.
The best part for me is the storyline that continues as they move farther. They're going to match up against either Evil Geniuses, oh, that's a spicy one, or Team Secret.
Please, you're making me too excited. We need to be rescued. Casey, help us out, please. Who have you got over there?
I have Seb. Seb! Is that old now? Like, I should find something new.
No, I don't think it's old.
No?
Like, I'm still enjoying it, actually.
I was really proud of myself. I'm gonna seem pretty cool here, and then I thought,
No,
no,
you are really cool right now.
Well,
You're being the coolest.
Thank you, Seb.
Yes, you're welcome.
There is such a sense of comfort that it looks like you have. Like, you seem so comfortable as a team playing on the TI stage. We don't actually tend to see that with returning TI champs. A lot of times people come back and the pressure to repeat gets to be too much. How have you been able to kind of keep your wits about you as a team?
I mean, it's kind of like home sweet home kind of thing. I think it's the most comfortable place, this booth, like on the TI main stage, where we feel the best. We don't feel as comfortable in scrims. We don't feel as comfortable in other tournaments. I don't know. It's just we had such memorable experiences in this setup. Like, you know, just the 5, the 6 of us. Like, it feels good. Like, once we're sitting there, we're like, finally, we're back here. You know, let's just play some OG Dota. It's nice.
You've said in interviews with me and with other people before that you have such a trust of each other as teammates and that that's what helps you stay in the moment. How have you found that to be working for you here at TI?
I mean, my teammates are the best in the world in every of their positions. So it's more than trust. Like, I have trust for them as teammates, but also as like human beings. I would trust them with daily life stuff. We just trust each other. So we're just close to each other's. So now we know that we're going to face adversity when it comes to this tournament. That it's going to be a very rough couple of weeks. And so then we're ready. This is when you need your friends close to you, and you have to be close to them, and that's what's happening.
And you have definitely been keeping people guessing, so I want to ask you more about that, but hopefully we'll have another chance too later. So best of luck to you guys.
Thank you very much.
We'll talk to you later, Seb. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, Seb there with Casey. We're just going to quickly wrap things up. Just a couple of words to summarize that last game, Cap.
OG just looking dominant, and as Casey pointed out, they look very comfortable doing so. The nerves just do not seem to shake them, and TI is the place where everyone gets shooken up.
Final thoughts, Brown?
Yeah, a couple words. Just ban IO, ban Mag, ban Ember, ban Monkey King, ban as many heroes as you can. Yep.
Each time, Brian?
I just say clinic. Like, Newbie's a good team. They didn't look like it.
No, they did. They got
OG.
made to look very ordinary, didn't they?
Yep.
All right, thanks very much, gents. Also, thanks to our draft panel. Time for us to move on here. I'm done for today, by the way. That was a very quick day for me. But you'll be in the capable hands of Rich when we come back. First of all, let's catch up with Sir Action Slacks, though, who's with a favourite part of my entire TI experience, the film contest, man.
Yes. Red Eye, it is film contest time. And I know international, it's all about the Dota on the stage, the game. But this is my favorite part. This is about the community. This is a celebration of all of us coming together. So many unique videos coming out this year. We had SFM, live action. We had just everything, claymation. But today, we're going to find out our winners of this year's short film contest. So we're going to walk you through all of our top 10 finalists. And by the end of the day, you'll know who takes that cash home. But for the first batch, we have 3 videos for you. Very fantastic animated features, which each have their own style. So sit back, relax, and enjoy what our fantastic community has made for us this year. Take a look.
Axe here. Come to axe. Catch this tide. Hey, to me. Time to feed. Axe rise! Side by side. Yes!
Meatball! Meatball!
Yes.
Hey, Meatball!
Ooh. Axe like.
Tide Hunter. More like Dead Hunter.
I'll have my vengeance yet. Conquer! Conquer!
And man, no surprise those guys are finalists. The animation was amazing, and I cannot wait to see what else has made it to our top 10. But I'm more interested in your opinion over there, panel. We got a new one with Rich. Boys, what was your favorite short film contest this year?
I actually almost cried when the courier got shot with that arrow. I almost cried there. It was a big moment for me, but we definitely did enjoy them here. We got a brand new panel to start off this next series. And guys, this is one of the series that I think we're probably the most excited for today. We have two Rockstar teams about to go head-to-head. We're going to have EG and we're going to have Secret. What do you think of this matchup?
I mean, it's the two big names right from the two big regions. This is what a lot of the viewers are going to be staying up for, you know, watching at some ungodly hour in America for this. Secret versus EG.
Yep.
And what's going to happen? EG looking a bit shaky in the groups, but you got to remember this team, if you look at sort of the TI progress, it's pretty good. Last year, they came third. So who's not to say that they're going to be able to push it and make that upper bracket run? Sure, Secret looked flawless in the group stage, but in the past, we've seen a flawless group stage from Secret.
turn into not so great results on the main stage.
Yeah, and I look back at probably my favorite series of like all year was the MDL Major Secret versus EG, I believe was it upper bracket finals, I believe, and it was a 3-game series.
Yes,
it was just an absolutely amazing series, and I hope we get another one.
Yeah, definitely. And I know today I actually got to see EG arrive to the venue. We were all kind of getting here when they did. They were in the bus. They were getting riled up. I actually got a little bit of insight into their ritual to get ready. Sumail was blasting Danger Zone. Arteezy was he had his headphones on, and everybody started yelling at him to get his headphones off. Somebody said, hey, let's let Arteezy get in the zone. And Sumail said, there's only one zone, the Danger Zone.
Did that actually happen?
That actually happened. Yeah, that actually happened.
That doesn't sound like a Sumail thing to do.
Sumail, I asked Sumail in the interview after. The question is, do you think it's going to be a winner's interview, or do you think we're actually going to see Sumail maybe having one of those losers' interviews?
I think it's going to be a 3-game series at the minimum. Obviously, a lot of people are leaning Secret, especially how they did in the group stage. Yeah. But Secret always looks good. For pretty much ever since the organization has existed, they've always been good coming into TI. And then the best they've ever done is 5th/6th last year. And you'd think that a team that has such consistent performance over the year would be able to have a better showing at TI, but it just never seems to happen.
I also do want to say, when we look at both of these squads, we have some potential to have 2-time champs, right? Yep. And there are not many people, some of them, who actually could go for that 2-time. They were knocked out of the tournament already. But now we need to actually take a look at some of these teams who are going to get thrown in to the Danger Zone. Evil geniuses are now ready to take the stage. Oh, the fans here in China are excited for this squad. And keep in mind, we do have the potential for a 2-time champ. They want to be able, with this roster, to finally grab a win as well. They've come close before. They're no strangers to the TI stage. But this is going to be a big test for them early in this tournament, because their opponents are definitely going to be tough ones in Secret. And as Grant did mention, this is not a matchup that we are strangers to. We have seen it before. Let's take a look at their opponents. Folks, if you asked a lot of people when they were actually headed to TI who they thought was going to be able to take TI9, Secret was a team that they would say very, very quickly, taking the stage right now, is going to be that squad. Hoping to pull it down. Puppy going to be leading them out right now. We're very excited to see what they're going to be able to do here at TI, playing up against EG, but also we're excited to hear what they have to say about this series and about TI as a whole. Luckily for us, Casey had an opportunity to talk to Team Secret.
Midwan, have you ever been pregnant?
No.
Casey, have you ever been pregnant?
I have.
We got the questions answered. We can leave.
I'm gonna need my seat back.
No, you don't.
No?
We'll keep it this way.
Okay, fine. I want to hear a little bit about how the team has evolved, because last year at TI8, that was the best finish that you've had. So I want to know from you, what has changed and how do you feel coming into TI9? What do you think makes everything feel a little bit different?
I guess the difference between now and before will be we like each other more, I would say. We don't really have any personal issues between each other. We just talk about games. It's it's easier.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Everybody understands what they're supposed to be doing in a team. We have a really good chemistry together, and I've been kind of like searching for that exact chemistry between players so they kind of like mesh. But like in the past, I've had a lot of issues with people just wanting to take over. Like, you know, it just happens naturally. You know, Kuro wanted to take us over, so like it just gets weird between people. And like there's a lot, there's Fly perhaps who wants to take over. There's a lot of people taking over here. It just gets clashy. It just gets annoying. So people start hating each other and all that stuff. But that's only like related to me. But a lot of the times you won't find out until you play with a team member, and then you understand like, oh, he wants to be the most important guy.
How would you say that Puppy has changed as a leader in the time that you've played for him?
I think when I first joined Secret was, I would say he wasn't that good at first. He wasn't the captain of the team for a long time, and sometimes he doubted himself too. He wasn't sure about stuff, and he needs to gain more experience back into his blood, like knowing what's the best, you know. Sometimes I believe in him, so I just kept on playing with him.
You agree with that?
Well, you know, tough times during that time, you know.
Yeah.
TI6 wasn't fun.
I know.
Yeah, a lot of doubt in that era of time. I mean, Dota's our life. It starts oozing into everything you do. You don't succeed in Dota, you're wrong in Dota, you're wrong in life.
You tweeted in all caps at Ice Frog a few months ago.
Yeah,
Did that make you feel better? I feel like he...
it actually does.
Yeah?
Sometimes you actually just want to shout at the gods, you know, like...
That's true.
What is this shit, you know? You don't know.
Exactly.
Like...
I want to switch a little bit to how you do think that you've been playing this season. Specific to VP, you both are neck and neck as far as how you're doing in the ratings with DPC. So how are you different? What do you think is the biggest reason that you can be more successful than VP at TI?
We can be more successful because we can just be better than them. And it's just weird because like in Dota, it's if you're correct, you win. If you're not, you don't. So in order to win TI, something magical needs to happen. Like everything needs to fit. Everything needs to align. For now, I feel like we have a lot of those alignments going in our favor, and that's why we can probably be better than VP.
Pretty much everybody we've talked to has said that TI seems to be different for a lot of reasons. It's bigger than all the other tournaments, but also the mentality of it seems to be different, where anything can happen for any team. Knowing that you're #1 in DPC coming in, does that mean anything to you at all because it's TI, or do you use that as a source of confidence as you start group stage?
Nah, it's like doesn't matter. We've all been there. You know, we've seen it many times before. Being a dominant team in the year does not mean that you will win TI. So we don't care.
Yeah, it's true. You might be a major winner, but when it comes to TI, you might be nothing, you know. You never know.
Yeah, we're losers. Only if we win. We're not losers. Second place, you're a loser. Good night, everyone.
What is this, late night? Jesus.
Good night, everyone.
Yay!
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Thank you, guys.
All jokes aside, I think that that's one of those interviews where you actually look at it and you hear a lot. I mean, you straight up hear the idea of doubt creeping in after being a player that's seen so much success. And that's something that I feel like is so crucial to somewhat rebuild, figure out what was going wrong, taking that experience and then building up a new empire, a new dynasty, if you will. And let's talk about some of the members that do make that up, Tsunami.
Yeah, I think the hipster choice that I want to talk about is Nisha, because, you know, Yapzor, Puppy, Mid1, Zai, they all have storied histories. Nisha, on the other hand, he's a bit of a newcomer, and I love it whenever Puppy takes these European carry proteges and he tries to mold them. Before Nisha joined Team Secret, his share of prize pool winnings, he had made around $25,000 USD, and he'd been playing since 2015. And since joining Team Secret, he's made like over $300,000. So it's all about if you can find this potential and you can just mold it and harness it, That's what makes Puppy such a great captain.
Yeah, and I feel like that's one of the things that's always talked about is the idea that he can find this new talent and foster this new talent. But then when we hear everything that is going on in that interview, the idea of figuring out that right team chemistry, finding a player who doesn't necessarily want to take over or take that leadership role. Do you think that it's more important for a player like Puppy to actually foster new talent because that new talent goes, okay, I see what you can do. I'm going to follow the marching.
Well, I think so, right? We saw from that interview, as you say, you know, Puppy, he likes that dynamic where he is sort of the powerful figure and he's able to bring people in, sort of train them up. But at the same time, what I thought was really interesting about that interview was the fact that, you know, Mid1 was sat there with Puppy and he was still able to sort of talk about the vulnerabilities and reflect on some of the tougher times in the past, which I feel like in previous iterations of Secret, I can't imagine Puppy's teammates sitting there next to him and, you know, calling him out. But it just shows sort of how the dynamic has changed and that nowadays Secret is, they've sort of humbled themselves, and I think that really shows in the group stage in the way that they're playing, the way that they're able to take Nisha, you know, so this quiet carry player, and even given the confidence in some of the games in the groups to put him in the mid lane. Say, hey, well, Mid1, we're going to step you to the side. Nisha comes in on his sniper. We've seen him in previous lands do it on the Deucer. They have that flexibility, and Nisha, as you say, a new player, is already showing that, you know, Puppy's confidence is sort of driven down to him. It's this new dynamic, a new level across the board between Secret, which is bringing them to a new height.
Yeah, and I want to go back 100% Puppy thing. He is the leader. Like we actually talked to him at MDL Paris, and he said he is the leader. I mean, that's how you lead a team. Like, you don't need all those voices in the back. Like, he is the leader. If you don't trust in him, you don't trust in the team.
He had mentioned that basically what he had said in the interview, that sometimes Kuro felt like leading, sometimes Fly felt like leading. And his theory was, why do you want to lead? Why don't you just help me become a better
leader? Exactly.
I think that that's really important, but for people who maybe haven't gotten to watch as much Dota and want to see behind the curtain a little bit more, when you talk about a game like Dota, obviously everybody needs to be chattering. You need to be hearing information. You need eyes all over the place. You need to be communicating with everybody. How does a dynamic like that really work for a leader? If it is an in-game shot caller, Owen, like how does that necessarily work? How do you actually rely on your other teammates to diffuse information as well?
Well, I think at the same time, less information is also more information when you talk about that. It's for Puppy, he finds these players that, you know, they're not going to say too much. They're not going to be screaming, you know, get Roshan, you know, calling out all these plays that are sometimes unnecessary, or sometimes, you know, it's almost certainly felt between the team members. It doesn't need to go spoken. And think, players like Nisha are going to nail that perfectly. You don't see Nisha on the cams yelling his head off the whole game. He's going to barely say a few words, but that lack of communication is also the right amount of communication.
He just Puppy wants to find something he can just wind up, and then he just lets them on their way. You know, you wind up Mid1, give him the potential, and he's going to take over the game. Same thing with Nisha.
Yeah, but I would say going back to the talking, if you look at this is one of those games when I look at the coaches, right? I think MSS said it best, the Goons. You have Bulba and you have Sunby. These two are some of like the oldest kind of voices in NA Dota, and now they're going to head-to-head. And if you probably told him that back at like TI3 era or something, Bull would have been like, no, Sunby's one of the worst players I've ever met. And now he's like, he's on stage with one of the best teams. Like, it is what it is.
Well, I want to take it a step further as well, Tsunami. When we actually look at these squads, they are no strangers to each other. A lot of these players have had interactions with each other, not only as opponents.
They've been on each other's teams many a time. Yeah. There's a lot of crossover between these two squads.
Bulba was a player.
Bulba was a player, yeah. Everything like Fly, S4, and then on the side of Secret, Zai, obviously your favorite North American export, pretty much.
I mean, Zai, trust me, like Zai, EG is still super close with Zai. Zai is just one of those guys, like, you actually can't hate. You watch his stream, this guy is just like the nicest guy, the high-skilled player.
Unless you listen to his music and you don't want to listen to theremins.
All right, this guy's over here listening to top 40 radio hits.
That's a very cultured sound.
Sure,
you know?
sure. And EG's a very cultured team. We talked a lot about Secret. We talked a lot about the crossover, but these are your boys, Grant.
Whoa. No, I'm just kidding. EG, oh, for sure. I mean, I've known these guys for a long time. I knew Arteezy probably back 2008 when he was losing middle matchups to 747 and stuff. And, I mean, you just look. I mean, he has grown so much, Arteezy specifically. And, I mean, it's hard, right? Because he's pretty much carried NA Dota, like, on his back from, like, a Reddit point of things where if they do bad, Arteezy's the one getting blamed. And it's tough being that way.
Did I ever tell you my Arteezy story?
No, you didn't, Rich. Let's hear it.
So we got a little bit of time before the game gets started. My first Dota event that I went to as a fan, I was going to watch Dota, and I was a huge fanboy of Fear. all I wanted to do was get a picture with Fear.
Been there.
And I finally find him. I walk up to him. I'm like, "Hi, sir. Can I have a picture?" And he's like, "Yeah, okay, let's do it." I'm taking the picture, and all of a sudden, this dude puts his arm around me and takes me away from Fear. And I have a picture with this dude in Fear, and I'm livid. I'm so mad at this dude. And I show my friend. I'm like, "This dude ruined my picture with Fear." Is Arteezy.
I mean,
I'm still a little upset about it. I really wanted that picture with Fear. Arteezy came in and ruined the picture for me.
I mean, to be fair, Fear is a TI winner, you know. So
Yes,
that's
you know,
true,
I don't blame you.
actually.
And
You have good taste.
if you're a fan of Fear, I've got a picture to show you after the panel.
Don't worry about it.
Ask to see picture of Fear. You know the other thing that I want to see? It's going to be this game. We're getting ready to actually jump in. This is one of the most anticipated matchups of the day. It is going to be EG going up against Secret. Two front runners to potentially take the entire tournament, going to be going head-to-head. The loser of this drops down to that elimination bracket where it's really going to get saucy. Now, I do want to actually jump in right now and see what is going to happen. The players are now ready. Let's see who's going to take this one.
Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1.
That's right, as Rich pointed out, this has got to be one of the most anticipated matchups, Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret, and what better man to be able to break down the strategic element of the game with BSJ and I than PPD. Peter, you've had a long history in North American Dota. You've been heralded as one of the great captains to be able to lead teams. You heard Puppy's philosophy on leadership. You've heard his experience, you know, like having personalities who try and take over the leadership role. Have you ever experienced that?
Some of the players I relate to the most are captains. Unfortunately, I'll never have the chance to play with them because we're too similar of guys. And I think Nisha, right, coming into Team Secret, he's this, you know, this quiet youngster who doesn't have a lot of previous biases. Sure, he's been playing for a while, but never at this kind of a level. So he comes in, stays quiet, hits his neutral creeps, carries the game. You know, he doesn't have all these previous biases. He doesn't want to be a leader. He just wants to listen.
That's the kind of player you're looking for, right? To bring under your wing.
If that's who you need, and
Yeah.
that's what Puppy needs on his team. And getting behind a captain and working together as a team, having one direction throughout the game, will take you, you know, very, very far.
Yeah, I've been on teams where there's under-communication, you know, not enough being said amongst the team. There's not a clear-cut leader. And then I've also been on teams where everyone wants to say their part. And if you have 5 people talking in the middle of a game, it can really convolute the communications. And sometimes you just need that guy, like you said, to be silent, do his part, and you just know what to expect from him mainly. Like, there can be a lot done in Dota that needs to be left unsaid. Like, that's how I look at it. And that's why there's a nice balance of these quiet players, reserved, as well as these vocal captains.
And the reason why we practice is so that eventually, you know, the captain's philosophy about how to play Dota becomes second nature to the players on the team. And then sometimes the captain, he doesn't even have to do the leading as long as the players who are speaking up, you know, are on the same page. But when everybody's on different pages, that's when things get crazy. But we got a nice draft here. I've been excited to break down these drafts. The Team Secret and Puppy, they're a little bit tough to break down sometimes because, you know, I don't know what's going on with Team Secret drafts sometimes. We saw some.
Did you guys look at Team Secret going into this tournament as they are the front runners and everybody's been looking at them? Did you try and study them and their drafting philosophy?
Well, I mean, there was all these patches before TI, and you didn't really know what people were going to do. So pretty much the only info you had was from the scrims that you played and a lot of, you know, matchmaking pubs to try to identify some of the powerful heroes in the meta. Team Secret, they're pretty private about their scrim opponents. We didn't get any games against them, unfortunately. And but you know, when you're at a tournament, you're at this group stage, and after day one, you see, oh, who's 6-0? What are they doing?
And from your point of view, what is Team Secret doing that is making them look so good from DPC and now into TI? Just continued success.
I think Team Secret's the most individually talented team at this tournament. Their players seem to just understand what they're capable of doing in game and are capable enough to execute it in game as well. So I think they're just all making really fast and good decisions. And as long as their draft is on point, I think they have a really good shot of going further. And I think that Secret OG matchup in the next round would be really exciting.
So you have already got it locked in your head. Secret's going to body Evil Geniuses.
I mean, I think Secret's the better team, but EG, like, they have these moments of brilliance where they have these series where they play super well. And Secret sometimes, you know, sometimes they get this weird puppy draft, and you're like, what is going on here? Like, And sometimes it just doesn't connect.
Yeah. BSJ, from your perspective, what is EG doing differently? They had a rough start to this group stage, right?
Yeah, I think at the start they were just too predictable, and I also think they came into the tournament not exactly on par with the meta, quite honestly. It feels like over the course of the group stage, they kind of did what PPD said, where who's 6-0, what are they doing in this tournament? And they kind of just started stealing the other heroes. That is honestly kind of a Bulba special, not to be a flamer here, but they are skilled enough to the point where they know these heroes well enough, and they're able to just be like, oh, I'll take a little bit of that strategy, a little bit of that one,
sure,
and apply it to our own game. And I think I like their opening here. You have Leshrac, a hero that is flex pick, but I think Sumail's been more than impressive on this hero so far.
Leshrac is one of those heroes that I identify as an Ench killer. You know, this Ench hero
Yeah.
is super powerful in lane, around like level 5 to level 6. Also, you just run out of regen. You have to leave the lane against her. But Lesh is one of these heroes with, you know, lots and lots of heavy magical damage, lots of physical damage through through Edict, and he can kill, you know, some Yules into stun. Like sometimes if Ench isn't tanky enough, she just drops. And 1 or 2 Ench deaths, and before the first 15 minutes, that hero just falls right off a cliff.
Do you think that's why that last ban from Team Secret came in the first phase, the Gyrocopter, another one of those Enchantress killers? They're just trying to protect this first pick?
Yeah, Gyrocopter is a good Ench killer, but I think maybe the Lesh is even better. And like we said, the Lesh is a little bit more flex. You don't exactly know what role or lane it's going in. For EGs, it's you know, it's one of Sumail's best mid heroes, and as they are on second pick, they're gonna be able to hold that final pick to decide if Lesh is going to be mid for Sumail, or if they're going to maybe put it on support or a side lane or somewhere else.
They're going to be able to get that final twist that could surprise Team Secret.
Lesh is a very versatile hero, and on second pick, it's really nice to have these heroes that, you know, can play multiple roles.
Yeah, I like to have a natural, he says Enchantress killer, the one that supplies all the damage, that is mobile. I mentioned SF as well. We've seen teams deal with it that way too. It's just a hero that naturally pushes out their lane and then will easily rotate quickly to that Enchantress, where it's him +1 is enough to threaten the Enchantress. And I think that's a core part of Enchantress, where if she can't play the map with one hero missing the way she wants to play, or maybe she has to itemize 1 or 2 items like a hood or a force staff, it just makes her game a little less luxurious. But the fact is, there still could be a position 5 Enchantress. That's like the power of this hero as a first pick, the flex idea.
I would not expect that to come out in this big of a game. I have played some 5 Ench in my days, but this hero is just so powerful in the offlane that he just demands attention. And with this Shaker, he's going to have that early fissure block to get his lane back. I think once Ench gets level 3, she just becomes unkillable with the 2 points in either Untouchable or Nature's Attendance.
And now we do have our 5 position from Team Secret, Chen, with the synergy of the Enchantress as well off that healing amplification.
And because Ench is so strong in lane, it's eventually going to free up the Shaker to start rotating throughout the map, kind of having free reign to, you know, get summoned around by Chen. Maybe they'll do some tri-laning, maybe he'll gank mid. They'll be able to hopefully ease off the pressure of this 22 or this last pick from EG, with, you know, because they kind of have to expose their mid on this 8-9 pick.
I think they're going to have some trouble with the creeps in the early game so far with the Evil Geniuses. Yeah, in the mid game they have ET, Leshrac with the spread damage.
Yeah, Windrunner is also an Ench Slayer, right? In the mid game, we also have seen Windrunner be ran as a 4 position. I know Crit has played this hero quite a bit. We've seen these archer type heroes, in these Maranas, Windrunner, Lina, Leshrac. These are they 4? Are they mid? Can't really tell. I would guess that usually the heroes you pick later in the draft end up being core, so I would suspect that this is going to be Sumail playing the Wind Ranger, and then they're going to save Arteezy's hero for the 22 pick. This is something that EG loves to do. They all in Arteezy, give him the hard carry, see if he can take it.
From your experience with these teammates, like why do you think that is? Why aren't we seeing the last pick for Sumail? Like, give him the ultimate 1v1 matchup.
Maybe he's just such a highly skilled player, he can handle any matchup they throw at him.
I want to bring attention to the fact that Chen can get all these magic aura creeps.
Yeah.
That ET reduces your base magic resistance with a spirit, and so far with Evil Genius's lineup, other than I guess Retaliate and kind of Diabolic Edict, but that's not really enough. They have nothing that penetrates. That it's all magic damage for the most part. Even Wind Ranger ends up building Javelin Maelstrom with the Focus Fire. I just think they might have some serious damage issues on EG in the mid to late game against heroes like Enchantress with the Chen creeps. Tiny's pretty beefy. The problem with Team Secret's lineup is they don't have that hard 1 and that's what they're gonna obviously pick for Nisha in this last
It's coming,
upgrade.
don't worry.
Yeah.
It's coming, don't worry. They picked Tiny as a response to seeing the mid Wind Ranger. Tiny has high base damage, therefore he's very good and capable at out-CSing lower damage, 600 range heroes.
Yeah, and he can also do a lot of damage through Windrun.
Lots of bursts, definitely. And we're gonna see a last pick for Nisha with the hard carry as last pick. And this is kind of a weird spot for actually Secret, because I don't know, they kind of have to pick this hard carry that's gonna, at least they see the offlaner. He's gonna have a good lane against Centaur. Can maybe do a Juggernaut, something like that. And then EG is going to be able to pick a harder scaling late game carry. So it's going to be up to mid one and Zai on this Enchantress, I would guess, to really push the tempo and put some pressure on RTZ to make sure he can't scale into the late game.
That's got to be a hard balance to take, right? When you don't have the ultimate last pick, trying to choose like how much of a late game are you going to have with your carry, while simultaneously making sure you don't do it overboard and just get run at.
Just depends how good you think you can do against the offlane. Right now, I think you would guess it's going to be Lesh Centaur in your offlane. You've got a Chen there to back you up, which is a very strong lane securing support once he gets a couple creeps. Pick a hard enough carry to where you don't get crushed in lane, but that you also put enough pressure on EG to where they think they need to pick a really hard carry, and then hopefully your offlane of Shaker can put pressure on that hard carry so he doesn't have a great game. And Enchantress is no carry wants to lane against Enchantress.
I mean, Sam, you made it sound like because of the Chen, you could almost get a little bit greedier with your last pick in carry, and Evil Geniuses actually take just that. They ban away the Spectre. What are the greedier laners you could go for?
Yeah, I think EG could be maybe set to deal with the Spectre quite well. I think Lesh and, Spectre kind of likes the people stunning her and going on her and doing damage.
What do you think is more likely from Team Secret, DSJ?
Oh, sorry.
All right, either one.
No, you go ahead. Let's hear from the carry.
People probably want to hear you.
No,
People probably want to hear your damage or your perspective, anyways. I was going to say they need a damage soaker, and that's exactly what they got in this last pick.
Full tempo.
I like the Spectre ban because they have. I really think Team Secret's threatening this mid-game timing of damage problems for EG. I think Team Secret's first volley of items is more powerful than EG's, and once they get past that initial volley of items, I think EG's lineup will then possess enough damage. But when you have this early game tempo, the natural tower pressure from the Chen and Enchantress, now you couple it with the Wraith King, a hero that kind of sets up the rotations naturally. He's just going to be hitting creeps all game.
It's going to be a fast game for Secret.
That's what I mean. And I think Sven might be a little too slow even if he goes for the Midas build on it too.
At least they didn't go with the super hard carry.
Yeah, I like this pick better than, like you said, a super hard carry.
You guys are leaning towards one team or the other? Seeing this last pick coming out from Evil Geniuses, does Sven solve enough problems?
I want to see EG prove that they can keep up with the pace of a team like Team Secret, and Team Secret is threatening a really fast pace. So I think Team Secret's got it.
Secret.
All right, well, with such a historical matchup, Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret, what better man to go to than the man who could give you all the stats between these two teams? Last word with Alan.
You know I love my early game stats, and I think that is once again going to be the key in this matchup. All eyes naturally on Sumail in that mid lane. He is the only player in the tournament averaging over 2.5 kills at the 12-minute mark, the tail end of that laning phase. But I actually think it's going to be tower pressure early on that will be decisive. EG turned around a 1-5 start in their groups. They have killed 12 towers at this tournament before the 10-minute mark. That's more than any other team, only given up 4. Secret have a 4-4 record that category, tower differential of 0. Going to be huge. Secret are going with an Enchantress for the first time in the last 2 patches, but they're going to try and shore up those lanes behind the Puppey Chen. 17-11, that is the most wins of any player hero combo ever at the International. 2 Titans of the West collide with a top 6 finish at TI9 on the line. Lyrical and Trent, take it away.
Thank you so much, Alan. And yes, Trent, historical data, historical teams. Let's make some history. We're in the upper bracket TI9, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, full season of DPC, all these points. A lot of things in the past, I believe, is what you're all discussing. Who cares about the past? It means absolutely nothing. All that matters is how you perform at TI and the upper bracket. That's a nice place to do it because you want to ride that wave for as long as you can.
Oh, it's a very nice place to be, definitely. And already these two teams, again, we talked about it during the panel. EG barely able to sneak in there right towards the end of their group stages. They made a quick run in the last couple of days. Secret there the entire time pretty much. And already early on, mid one, able to pick himself up a little ward there.
right off the bat. So this draft coming out, largely agreeing with most of what the panel had to say. Right? They're discussing things like the timing and everything. Things looking quite scary. You know, we talked so much about this Ancient Apparition and Alchemist, I feel like, where you're like kind of protecting that pick later on. Like, let's say you pick the AA, then you can pick the Alch later. Now, in this case, you take that Ench early, and no one really wants to pick Chen, I don't think, versus Ench, right? Very annoying to play against because of the enchant, so they managed to snag up both of them and give themselves a very fast-looking game here from Secret.
Mid one coming in to say hi, and yeah, that feels like it's going to be the story of this matchup really, is how well can EG absorb this pressure that's coming in from Secret, and already Zai giving his buddy the business as they head through the river.
A couple of good friends duking it out up there, but the stun easily secures the bounty for Arteezy to give him the 2-2. So a lot of mysteries in the draft, right, for EG. You didn't quite know exactly where they're going to be laning these heroes, wondering who's going to be picking up that Leshrac. Such a flexible, probably the most flexible hero right now in the meta, as, ooh, what a deny there from mid one. And that is the frustrating thing versus the Tiny. It feels like even when you're casting your spells, trying to secure CS, it's not enough.
Yeah, the hero is just so hard to deal with, and a second one whiffs off the mark there.
It's getting warmed up, you know?
That's true. I mean, this is really one of those matchups that you could just watch mid the entire time, it feels like, and there'd be something interesting to talk about, because probably two of the best mid players in the world right now, and from a historical perspective as well.
Yeah, but on top of that, you also have a lot of stuns on the side lanes, too. So opportunities for kills galore. And we get some shenanigans up top there with Yaps. We're now pulling the creep wave too to help secure the Enchantress, who just, of course, needs all the help she can get the lane if she wasn't already annoying enough for you.
Yeah, Zai definitely just keeps the pressure onto Arteezy, and he is going to have to come back behind the tower to try and farm this one up. Maybe connect it over with the creep wave as well, so that way the lane doesn't push too far underneath the tower, and they'll see if they can get a little bit aggressive here. Zai just having the heal, so does not have that reduction in attack speed from the Untouchable, and Fly gonna play Intercept.
Yeah, he's getting as much as he can out of this, right? Because he's like, I know the second she gets Untouchable, I'm kind of useless.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try it for now.
Giving each other the high fives as well.
He's doing the math. He's like, all right, let me see here.
Yeah, it's time to get the heck away. And Arteezy will come in, play Intercept. They do draw some aggro there again, but it won't be that big of an issue. Mid lane, Avalanche and Split Earth traded off between the two mids. And this is all to the tune of getting a little bit more for that Earthshaker. That battle that was going on up there top towards Zai, which is what you normally see from Team Secret, giving a lot of priority towards Yapzor, who has moved in towards mid.
Oh, we do have a haste rune on that bottom spot, though. It is scouted, however, by that ward, of course. So EG might even know that Crit has been seen with this as well because of how mid one was so easily able to de-ward.
Yeah, definitely. They should be aware. The wraparound is coming right now from Yapzor. It's Sumail kind of have an inkling that something's happening. They won't be able to get it, but does at least push back for a moment.
Yeah, that's a giant observer ward, making things pretty easy for Sumail, but you still have to respect it, right? I mean, obviously Yapzor knows that he's seasoned at this point, but he still has to play a certain way as long as he's going to stand there.
Now another grab of the creep wave back behind the tower. You know, at various points throughout this year, it's felt like Zai has just been the best player in the world.
Yeah.
And I think that he's still been able to have a really good tournament here at TI, keeping on that impressive streak that we've seen.
And you see S4 is getting punished because Crit's going for stacks right now. Going to go for a double off to the side to try and propel his Leshrac, and he will be successful, nice and easy. So a little bit of gold saved up in the dire triangle at the moment.
Yes, definitely. And another wraparound coming. The fissure's going to land. Can Crit come in to save his buddy in time? As he is still going for the Edict, the walk away. Fairy Fire isn't enough, not quite. Actually turning back in. Sumail, thought he was getting a little bit too far forward there, but might be able to instead go on to mid one. Looks like they won't be able to get that much more damage as the Tiny knowing the limits of his hero. But this is kind of rough. Doesn't have a bottle charge either for mid one.
Yeah, Crit's just kind of hanging around here for a little bit here. Now Fly's rotating through. Going to see that Yapzor is also still lurking. And we get some lonely offlaners.
Yeah, this is weird. This is sort of going back to the old days when you had 2v2 mid, basically. Oh, trying to break the salve, and they do manage to get it. So salve broken as soon as they pull it back out.
That is nice. That's an empty ball. So he needs this top rune.
Oh, Sleep comes out. They have the Split Earth afterwards. In fact, mid one might just be going down here. They try and find the kill, and in fact, can they get it? The Avalanche barely able to save it. The Cloak back under tower. They try and turn the fight, but there's already creeps there. And now pulling back in that Spirit Power. Crit able to get it.
Oh, I got a little worried. I thought maybe with a high five he's going to run into trouble, but Crit will bail them out, and that was all because they're trying to secure that top rune, right?
Yeah.
They want to ensure that he's not going to get the volley. You just canceled the sal. So Mid-One's going to come back now. He's got some regen to help out YapzOr too. But great start there for EG in the mid lane.
4.5 minutes. Oftentimes people say that these early game kills don't end up mattering that much. Still, Obvi's a great way to propel that Lesh forward, and as the stun comes out, S4 just going to TP back towards Shrine, where it will come off cooldown very shortly.
This is nice too. Make sure you get a stack, of course, for your Sven buddy.
Yeah. Or possibly the Lesh.
Don't do it.
Oh, he's got
it. There's a lot of pressure. It's TI stage stacking, you know?
If you're missing that one, you got bigger problems.
Incredible. He even gives it the ping. He's like, yo, I got this, guys.
Don't worry.
Hey, the Chen creeps were coming. He almost had some trouble.
No, that's fair enough. Well, that's 4 bounty runes, it looks like, for Secret.
Yeah, they were back stacking, I think, with several heroes right there. So, you know, when you do the math, that might work out okay for EG, or at least you're allocating your resources instead of spreading across the whole team with the bounty runes, you're pointing them at the target that you want.
Ah, that's a good point, yeah.
Unless they get stolen.
That would be tragic.
Yeah, you don't want that.
We have seen a couple of instances where teams will just come in and drop ultis on supports just to clear up the stacks. Could be a moment. I would fully believe that YapzOr would echo a stack.
Definitely. That first Echo Slam, it's hard to get a lot of good use out of it. Crystal Maiden, Shadow Shaman, even stacking Ancients for the Serpent wards.
Oh, Mid-One, you got to be a little bit careful. Fly is nearby. It is nighttime. The Stomp, it's going to connect now. And no rotations as of yet. They are bringing in the Earthshaker, but they don't manage to find the Split Earth. So Mid-One gets away from trouble that time. And Rune gonna spawn bottom as well. Man, unlucky for Mid-One so far on the runes.
They just have to deny the Chen instead. It was an invis.
Trading off those power shots. Crit's just not giving Ramona's notice. It really does feel like we're back to, you know, 2v2 mid in a way almost. Keep on rotating in there towards the lane.
A lot of lurkers, a lot of hanger-oners here. Now, well, Sumail, he's got that arcane rune and he says, sorry, Sven.
Oh.
I'm going to handle this, because much like a cleave, right, this is a magic spell that doesn't take into account how many units it's dealing damage to, so it is just as efficient at clearing out these giant stacks.
Yeah, so solid. Takes it down, and Sumail going to get a nice little boost of gold there. Again, as we mentioned, there are heroes on the side of Secret that could hypothetically move in and try and steal some of those away. Granted, none quite as effective as the Lesh or the Sven. But the hero that we haven't talked about all that much as of yet has been this Wraith King, who's kind of continued to farm up so far. 40 and 18 on him.
Oh, did they just get all 4 stacks? 1, 2. Oh, they got 3.
Look out down bottom as well. S4
kills are cool too.
Trying to get away from this one as the fissure's going to land, and they will be able to run down at the Centaur, it looks like. So Nisha picking up a kill on top of having really solid CS in the lane stage.
So while they did that, though, they actually had 3 EG heroes all stacking camps inside that jungle. They almost got all 4. They missed 1 camp, but it does show you what they're trying to do in this game, right? Constant attention there while trying to keep these towers up as long as they can, because you don't want to lose control of this jungle. It is a big moneymaker for them.
Oh, inside, chasing down Fly now, going to give him the clap and then head away afterwards. So a little tip given over to Zai. YapzOr appreciating what his offlaner is doing.
They're trying to smoke up behind them, though.
This would be big if they could find it. RTZ looking for the opening, does spot out Puppey. Sumail is there as well. They're bringing in Zai and YapzOr, trying to get up close and personal. And well, PPD talked about this as the Ench killer. Can it work out here? Looks like it's just going to be running away time.
Yeah, oftentimes you only have enough for like that one burst this early on. So they hit the Chen first, and they'll just have to be happy enough with that.
And all this movement does give Crit a little bit of time to himself in the mid lane. Level 4 now, getting a fair few bit of CS. Actually already has a Javelin. So Bassi Javelin could become a bit of an issue once that Focus Fire comes out.
Yeah, actually going to be effective at the level 6 if he wants it.
Oh,
Stop now.
Managed to hit Sumail. Oh, the fissure. Well played. That could have been a kill.
Yeah, you've got the possibilities of going aggro with this Earthshaker and Enchantress by blocking people off for the easy impetus kills, but also the defense when you have these telegraph setups that EG are relying on to hit that split Earth.
So, again, the defensive supports that you've got, at least somewhat. Earthshaker fulfills a dual role, but Chen later on with that Hand of God, gonna have to watch and make sure that EG don't commit too far if they hope to come out on top in an engagement.
Yeah, we're closing on it too, right? 10-minute mark. Should be an easy tome pick up there for Puppey.
But so far, it really does feel like Secret is the one that are kind of making the moves around the map, while EG just trying to play a little bit more passively until they get into those first round of items. And this is to the benefit of Nisha, who's now sitting almost 1,000 gold ahead of Arteezy.
Yeah, and they're getting that tower knocked down too, so they're going to be able to invade into that top jungle area fairly easily.
Yeah. All the creeps take down the building, and now EG going to try and make their own move with S4 bottom. Does have 3 points up and retaliate, as well as the Stampede available.
And you thought Nisha was rich now. He's just getting that Midas too. He's got the maxed out skeletons. The faster he's attacking, the faster he's making them. And he's going to be spamming those boys for the extra gold. Now TPing, not even going to walk from there because he wants to make sure he's getting these final kills and the stacks. Optimal efficiency here from Nisha.
Wraparound coming towards mid, as mid one wanted to find Fly, but Fly just going to keep this tower alive, killing off and slowing down those creeps from moving in. And this is nice too, though, because Secret, it's not just taking those buildings, but it's Nisha getting farmed.
Yeah, not really having to be too involved, right? I mean, we just don't have that many kills, frankly, so I guess he's involved in 50% of the kills, but doesn't feel like he's seen a whole lot of the enemy team so far this match.
No. And Zai going to TP down bottom to hold off the pressure that's coming from there. The mid one keeps farming in the mid lane, while Fly getting his levels as well. And kind of feeling like it's, again, one of those instances where it's sort of that, you know, no rush 15 minutes or so, where everybody kind of hangs out, gets into those Mana Midases, and then we wait and see where the first big rotations come, probably around defending towers.
It looks like they might be smoking up here now from EG. They don't have the 6 on the ET. There's his tome. Okay, so he's got it now.
This would be a perfect kill. This is absolutely perfect if they can get him. Mid
the question
one.
is, how do you lead it? You've only got 1 point in the shackle, so don't miss.
Oh, he does miss. And the stomp able to connect. They have the split earth afterwards, and now just running forward for him. But that fissure, able to keep him alive with the hand of God, the avalanche, it's not enough. Sumail gets the kill.
Yeah, cost them the Stampede too, but that's fine. Very worthy knockdown there. The only person probably a little bit better would be Nisha, but mid one has a very specific mid-game timing that he's trying to hit right here. And I would say he's a little underfarmed for his normal kind of tiny game, right? Trying to get into that blink.
Yeah. Well, a lot of attention was placed on him very early on by EG. It felt like that was the hero that they wanted to target and try and shut down early on so he couldn't get that ball rolling. I mean, it is something that's worth saying. If a Tiny gets ahead of the Lesh and just starts finding kill after kill after kill, the game feels very tough for EG.
Yeah, Puppy up here. He's got the whole family together. Not going to break it up. You know, keeping the household as one. So the Centaurs will work as a unit to push this top lane. And kind of facilitating that dead lane role for his team. Probably going to get an invis rune here. Maybe a chance to set something up. Not a lot of sentries placed down this early in the match.
Yeah, so far, so good. EG looking on top of it. And the biggest thing for me is that as this game goes later, I really feel like the supports of EG do more in the late game. You know, you compare that Wind Ranger and the Elder Titan to, I mean, the Chen really is the big one for me.
Yeah, of course the Earthshaker, like that's single-handedly, I can still win team fights for my team, but you can say the same thing about ET. And the Wind Ranger, she kind of almost moves from support. She doesn't really play, she plays more like a core in the mid and the late game than she does the support.
Well,
to me, the real question is just going to be that Radiance on Nisha, right? When that comes out, you have to then assess what EG have and if they can deal with it. Can they actually take fights when they're going to be versus that? Because that sounds pretty terrifying to me.
TZ walking for a little while there with his Midas. Killed all the creeps. There wasn't anything left over afterwards. But it's already...
Grant is unhappy. I think I just heard him, actually. Counting the seconds.
It's actually Maelstrom completed already at 13 minutes now for the Wind Ranger as well.
Doesn't even have boots. I mean, he's waddling around here on the Wind Ranger.
Dude, who needs boots?
I like the Javelin. I wasn't sure if he'd go for it as well. But as you pointed out, just not a lot of interactions with enemy heroes, so he's just taking his time. No rush indeed.
Literally just hanging out, farming. And Secret giving him that opportunity as well. S4 now. Getting closer towards that blink. We'll see if he decides to pick one up early. Immediate TP away. So there won't be a chance for a kill down bottom, but maybe some pressure for the tier 2. Sometimes we've seen this tier 2 tower get taken very early on.
Yeah, and with little defense too. So they have the full retaliate. I think Fly's just going to maybe back him up a little bit here. And they'll see if they can get a defense out of Secret in some rotations.
Yeah, either that or maybe make a smoke play of their own into EG's jungle.
Crit's playing the Vanguard right now, right? He's sitting at the top of the stairs, casting up some spells, trying to protect that tier 1 tower, but also putting himself in between Secret and Arteezy.
Looks like instead it's going to be EG that want to come and defend the tier 1 tower mid lane. After farming out the Secret jungle, Anisha keeping his farm up as well. Only about 800 gold away from that relic, getting closer to the Radiance.
Yeah, Sumail's TP was on cooldown, so he couldn't stay bottom and try and get a trade.
Toss back, far under tower. They have everything for him. Control coming out, and he gets the Stampede off. Able to run away, finds the hoof stomp afterwards, trying to take down 2. X4 lands! The Echo Slam doesn't do anything, and Arteezy jumps in, finds the catch for the kill. Oh man, Secret made a boo-boo as mid one also gonna get ran down here. Can they find the stun and the kill? They will.
Crit Dota. That shackle is what saved that team fight for sure, right? That very clutch moment right where they got there, and the stop as well. But in combination, the two supports trying to help protect S4 there and make sure Secret wouldn't have a chance to get that full damage out there. So a dangerous looking push because of course they're playing fully without Nisha versus Sumail, who's getting in there along with Arteezy with all this damage.
Yeah, and it comes so quick. That's the thing. All of this team fight control coming from the EG supports as we can see the replay coming out of here as well. And it looks like he should just be going down, but those other heroes, they don't have that much damage.
Jeez, first they control one half of Secret, the shackle, then the other half with the stomp, and Zai just got to do nothing the whole time.
Yeah. Follow-up coming in afterwards. The Edict, Fly, letting his team know how he feels about it. So 15.5 minutes in and a smoke up coming from Evil Geniuses. This lineup can just keep going.
Yeah, they won't have the Stampede though, which is a little worrisome, but they also know the Hand of God won't be there.
Yeah, God's Strength also not available.
Dire Scan, okay.
Earth Splitter. And they're still just trying to hold on to this tower for all they can. Fly.
Jeez, that's a mech on Puppy though. He has brought back the Hand of God.
Oh goodness. Yeah, and they're just gonna back out.
How many coursers we had? Just 3, so they've adopted another one.
They could go on Denisha here. Avalanche, mid one, trying to find it. They don't go for the splitter as of yet. They find it afterwards. Mid one, very low. The stomp coming from S4 finds it onto them. The sleep afterwards. Nisha's in trouble. He's going down, and the Fisher's actually blocking them off from getting in closer. This is Nisha possibly going down. Hand of God, mechanism, everything to save my Wraith King, but it is not enough. And now Secret getting ran at continuously by Evil Geniuses, trying to take down Zai, and they are possibly going to get it for him. Yes, Fly gets away.
That courser.
Oh no. It doesn't. They managed to find him at the very end. Zai gets one more hit.
The golems.
Oh, they did it to him.
Yeah. Back from the dead, able to bring him down, but Evil Geniuses with a huge fight for themselves. And of course, they don't get any XP on the side of Secret because it was the Centaur, the Mud Golem that got the final kill.
Well, that is a big win. EG now up 10-3 over Secret. The 2,000 gold lead.
Again, though, question is the Radiance, right?
Yeah.
It is still going to be coming out here soon from Nisha. It is that big power point for him. But at this point, I mean, when we were last discussing that, we had mid one and Zai kind of jostling for positions with Sumail and S4. Now they've kind of firmly cemented themselves ahead of them. Maybe S4 and mid one are still a little bit close, but Sumail dishing out so much damage in this early game. 4-0-6. Very impressive net worth so far from a guy that has not been hitting the creeps quite as hard as the Wraith King and the Sven.
And he's going for this build, too, to stay alive in the fights. That's all he really needs to do on this Leshrac. Has the Yule Scepter there for a defensive save if things get a little bit too crazy, and also, of course, to help out his team against that Earthshaker.
Yeah, he's going to have to make sure that he does stay alive, though, if he goes in for this Bloodstone build. S4 going to run into Puppy, starts the initiation, maybe taking a look here, see if there's any friends.
Oh, the root. It's keeping Arteezy under fire, but he has his Blink Dagger. Going to come off cooldown in just a second. Should have it on him. Hasn't been delivered, actually, as of yet. And they actually recall in Zai. So Arteezy in some trouble now. He does not have friends with them, and Zai just continuing to run him down with mid one in the area. Can they get an S4 again with the stomp, and Arteezy goes down. And now the Stampede to try and run away. They bring down the EG carry.
Yeah, that was just level 1 in the impetus too. He's only level 11 when he got the final touch there. So nicely played from Zai. Good positioning there. Trying to get the saves again from the supports, but not enough. This time they got to be careful. You don't have that much damage, so it's just some disengaging spells here.
Yeah. Not wanting to fully commit onto that one, but a very nice pickup for Secret, and does give Nisha a little bit more breathing room to farm up and finish off that Radiance. Just very close to getting it complete. As for realizing mid one is in the area, he's going to get himself out of dodge.
So now we're going to have that Radiance on the way, and they didn't really have to expend anything on the side of Secret, right? They're also really close to that Blink Dagger on Yaps, right now with the Tower Gold even closer. So, if you are Team Secret, potentially securing one more tower for yourself, and then I think you're starting to consider that Roche pit just a little bit right now, right? With the Radiance, I think you're willing to take a fight there. Does depend on the timings and the cooldowns, of course, of the Elder Titan as well as that God Strength, but probably something both teams are going to be attempting to snag for themselves.
Yeah, always a consideration in these games, and you can see Dota Plus right now heavily favoring EG with all of these cores, and most notably, really, it's Crit on this Wind Ranger that's really taken off.
Yeah, as you said, these cores, yeah.
I mean,
he's up there with the upper stack, not down there with the Shakers and the Chens.
Yeah.
A very defensive smoke here from EG, basically just taking back control of their own area.
And this is feeling like it's taking a little bit too long. Yapstar has enough for his Blink Dagger, but they're actually not quite going to go for it. He needs to get over to the side shop to get it. I thought that was going to be a fight, but
Courier's
EG
going
decided
instead.
to back out.
It is a fat Courier, too. They bring it back. Like, dude, that's way too risky. Get that thing out of there. You go.
Yeah, he's going to go and get that one. But that does scout it out the Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. He walked right by a ward. So EG are going to be aware of this.
Sumail.
Top side. They find one. Mid one. In some trouble. And S4 shows up. And they kill off the Tiny. Another time, mid one going down in this game.
Yep, same time, at least Zai is able to take that mid-tier 1 tower. So again, control over Roche a little bit more equalized here, as EG won't have that tier 1 tower to move to.
Midas back out again.
Yapsor is lurking now. Doesn't want to show anywhere. Wants to make this first big play with the Blink Dagger, so they're going to send Nisha out first. They have that Observer Ward, though, in the lane next to Nisha from EG, so they've already spotted the Earthshaker and the Edge kind of jostling through those trees.
And at the 20-minute mark now, with the mechanism done, they're just going to try and, it seems like, kind of wait to farm up their next set of items. But this is one of the pivotal points that we always talk about with anybody that builds a Bloodstone, really. What do they get out of the next fight?
Don't die.
Pretty much. That's what it feels like for Sumail at this point as he finishes his off. You have to make sure that you stay alive in that next round of engagements.
It also helps determine his next item too, right? Whether it's going to be the BKB, whether it's going to be the Boots of Travel. These next few engagements are just super crucial. Now Yapsor hits that level 10, so he's going to make up for his build with the Tranquils, get himself that mana.
Now movement into the jungle. Yapsor gets the blink away up to the high ground. Power shot lands the stun. And they find Yapsor getting greedy up on top of the cliff.
He really did.
EG is like, we know that spot very well. You can't hide there from us. And they will find that pick off.
Maybe it was a taunt, you know?
Possibly. Mid one in the bottom lane, they find him as well. And Grit chasing him down, has the shackle shot afterwards.
Really? He's now 0, 6, and 2 on Tiny.
Oh, I was talking about Crit.
Well, I know Crit's doing everything. Is he a mid player? Because he's ahead of the Tiny. Okay, he's not quite. But he is kill-wise, that's for sure. 4, 0, and 7 on Crit right now. A mid-Tiny, an aggressive hero. Someone you expect to be going across the map and picking up kills for his team to create some space. No, he's creating space in the ground. His grave.
And to be fair, it feels like it's a lot based upon how much pressure they put on him. Like, this was the game plan from EG going into it. They're like, we're going to mess this guy up.
He will still be creating concerns, I think, for Sumail if he does go for the Boots of Travel build before the BKB, right? If this guy's off on some side lanes by himself, Tiny's a very scary guy. He can blink, he can just toss you back to someone who's got a little bit more gold, like that Wraith King, right? Get the follow-up stun, then you get some help from Yapsor too. There's not a lot of safe places on the map in terms of split pushing, but Aleshrak, beyond just the Boost of Travel function, the TP is always going to appreciate all that move speed in the engagements. Move speed from the smoke now for Secret.
Oh, they jump forward. They find him, trying to get a turnaround here. Fly, able to get it. The splitter down. They have the shackle onto 1. There's not a lot of damage coming out from Zai, but now he turns to try and find the fight for the hook stomp onto 3. S4 makes it happen again. They haven't been able to play Dota, but Yapsor coming in with the Echo Slam. It's not doing enough damage, though. Maybe the follow-up coming from Nisha with the Blade Mail is, though, as Sumail tries to run away. Yule Scepter, leave him alive. Is it going to be enough? He's still walking away. Crit controlling. Nobody has died except for that Earthshaker, but S4 again finds the big stomp, the power shot afterwards. They need to run away. Zai's doing too much damage, the avalanche toss, and the kill comes through.
They're able to get RTZ up. Fly actually goes back in after wanding.
Dude, those Corsairs, all of that magic resistance, it's insane.
Yeah, they need it. The way they're like kind of stacking and delaying the fight, getting more and more spells off. And yeah, as you can see from that recap there, what, 3,000 more damage, and you're the ones who took down a core versus a support from the side of Secret. So you need a heck of a lot to get through all that resistance.
See, S4 there hitting a couple of big stomps, but it was not enough in the end. I mean, does it get to the point where you need to like focus those creeps down? I don't know. Not sure what the heck you do.
It's difficult to do though.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're sitting with it, right? Maybe you come into a fight with your Midas fresh or something and just opt for it, but they've only got one on the Sven, and I highly doubt Arteezy is going to be down for that play.
Maybe even going in and trying to like clear them through with the Sven himself if he's able to find him and spot him. But it's not easy. Not easy at all. 25-minute mark. Secret going to pick up 3 of those bounty runes. Sumail gets the other one.
Crit's actually a higher level in mid. That is nuts.
Yeah, and has the mechanism, so EG has some form of sustain for themselves now as well.
And then the one reason that fight also went really poorly for EG was because when it started, Fly Spirit was on cooldown. So that's why he had to throw out a defensive Earth Splitter. He did not want to do that. Yeah, right here, when Arteezy gets jumped, the Spirit's not ready. So Fly's sitting there like, usually, right, I'm going to throw that Spirit, I'm going to stomp. He has the Earth Split instead. So already the fight gets messy. If they had a stomp on that 3-man ramp, that could have looked a lot better for EG. But S4 instead has to come through with that big hoof stomp there. And Secret, it's slow for them, right? Because they're eventually getting this damage out. But there's not enough from EG to secure the kills.
And maybe something similar going to happen here. Nisha's not with the team, sitting up on the top lane, but obviously can get in quickly if there is a fight brewing. S4 looking for an opening as the smoke is going to dissipate.
Yeah, the Ogre Frostmage is the only person playing the lane. He does eventually leave it, but other than that, it's just creeps and skeletons.
Yeah. Yeah, all of these creeps, they're super OP. You know, you got the stun coming through. Arteezy following it up, already initiating. Can they get enough damage out though? It's looking like it's going to be there. Zai also getting turned upon. They buy back on the Tiny though. Can they get any more kills? Secret trying to find something afterwards. The fissure, timing from Yapster as the BKB wears off. Avalanche controlling up this Sven. He's able to get a good shackle, but it's not enough as they will kill off the carry another time.
Yeah, just hopping onto the Tiny just feels like the worst possible option. He is the last hero you want to initiate on, I think, in these fights, because he's not that worth right now, right? He's got Blink Echo. I'd rather maybe try and get Zai before he can get anything, try and eliminate the Chen or the Earthshaker from the fight. And even the Raid Kick would be something to perhaps try and get down that first light without spending too much, but they actually spent a heck of a lot there just getting that first kill, and then of course he just buys back and puts him in good position for Roche.
And now you're in a position where you have to give up Roche as evil geniuses. They're going to try and slow it down with the Elder Titan Spirit. They have the stomps to land on top of it.
Oh, but his Spirit's going back.
They have an idea where he's at. Time to run away. And Yulsep built up Sumail. Actually going to find Yapzor and maybe going to bring him down. Hand of God has have to be used. The power shot comes through to finish him off. And now mid one able to control onto Fly. I mean, Roche isn't going down quite that slowly. Can they really get there in time to contest without a buyback from Arteezy? It's getting super low. Fly trying to make it happen, but it's not going to be enough. I mean,
oh, they're waiting.
They
give
was
him a moment.
And now looking for the follow-up. Another stomp, another catch the shackle! Able to interrupt at mid one though, being that stalwart force in the middle of all of them to make sure they can't initiate onto the rest of his team. Does mean that mid one is likely gonna die again, but he's able to keep the rest of them alive. Sumail still living through this one. Arteezy back in the midst of it, turns on to Zai, wants to kill him off instead, turns on to Nisha, and barely able to keep Sumail alive. There's no mana on Zai! He gets one last infinite shot out, that's enough for the kill, and now Arteezy trying to stand tall against absolutely everybody, needs to run away. The Earth Splitter comes through, still dodging. Crit even trying to slow them down with the Rin Run slow, but he will too eventually fall. And EG managed to get a couple of buybacks out, but still it's the Aegis for Secret.
Yeah, at the very least, you were able to, as you said, secure Arteezy's escape, but losing Sumail gonna hurt them heavily there. And he tried to ignore the Raid King, but I don't think you can, right? He tries to go past him, try and focus on Zai, because he knows that he can't allow this engine to be there in the back line, but then there's no real additional follow-up damage there on Nisha. I think they just need more at a crit. It's hard to ask for more when the guy's 6'1" and 10, but
no.
It's the guy's got a BKB, so Sumail can't do a whole lot to try and help deal with Nisha. And then that blade mail absolutely wrecks Crit, which is probably why he's not targeting him, right? Because if I go for that focus fire on him, I'm just going to die.
And you can see this opening here as well, getting that stomp, same time as the Shackles came out, actually.
Yeah, a little unfortunate in that regard.
But they did manage to find the mid-1 kill yet again. And then, of course, the follow-up coming. It looked like Zai maybe was going to not be able to get the last kill onto Sumail there.
Look at those coursers, though. I mean, you see the buffs down at the bottom.
It's true.
They're just hanging on the high ground there. So a couple potatoes. I guess the coursers could be the meat. It could be the meat and potatoes strat. We good with that?
I like that
Yeah,
idea.
sounds good.
Meat and potatoes. Let's fit it into every cast.
Yeah, makes a lot of good. Well, first course, center coursers, they're still there. He's got 2 potatoes, some meat.
Yeah, they're heading off across the map.
Needs to find some more, though.
I like that. Zai walking uphill. They have a shackle shot land. Nisha just going to walk forward. They find the hoof stomp on the back line, but another fissure. Mid-1, not going to go down from that one. The split earth coming through as well as it lands onto Earthshaker. This is a nice one. Yapster tries to drop the Echo Slam. It's not quite enough. Sumail needs the Yules to stay alive as he walks through the trees and to tiptoe his way away. And Arteezy also having to escape. This Enchantress just does so much freaking damage. The Shackle BKB reaction from Nisha before it landed. Still trying to run away. Arteezy able to get it. Another round of hoof stomps coming through onto 2, but there's no follow-up.
It's just delay. Escape. That's all it is, right? Every single one of these stuns, I feel like, is just trying to get them out. But at some point, they've got to go in. They've got to get the damage to try and win these team fights, and it feels like it's still so far away. I'm talking like Bloodthorn, Sven, and probably like item after like Moonshard or something. Because Nisha just feels like you cannot handle him right now.
Seems like Arteezy needs 5,000 more net worth of items, and lo and behold, that's how much Nisha is up.
Some good math right there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, Tier 2 tower going to get taken, and Secret, who have been so dominant all year long, going to try and take this game in the upper bracket. Assault Cure has done as well. And again, it's feeling like EG, their only solution is to try and delay. Stomp going to land. But no follow-up as of yet. Another round of Shackles trying to kill off the skeletons. They're not set back at all. So they're just going to keep on moving forward.
Well, of course, Nisha, there's no real concerns about mana burn this game, right? So he opted for the 2x skeleton spawn, which I got to say, guys, if you haven't played it, it is one of the funnest talents, I will say, especially with the skeleton damage. But he opted for the strength this game. But these guys, you get so many skeletons, they enrich you with gold because they just go all over the map and farm for you, and they're great at sieging high ground.
Oh, and you can keep on spawning them over and over and over again. And, well, in the meantime, Evil Geniuses looking to find a pickoff. S4 runs into Yapsor and mid-1. A little bit of a toss-up in the air, and then, hey, how you doing? See you later.
Well, considering the way these fights have been feeling, I'm surprised the net worth is so close. Currently, Nisha, team?
Oh?
All right. Well,
he's just out of there.
No Earth Splitter in time there, and, well, not going to need his friends, as he's just feeling the strength of his hero right now. And now he's a Shadow Blade. Okay.
Interesting.
All right, Nisha.
What's the idea behind this?
He's looking to end the game here, looking for the back line, trying to catch just a fly. I mean, how have these fights been going, right? Just a nuisance. If we initiate onto anyone that's not fly, we get stomped. We initiate on someone who's not crit, we just get shackled or something. So if you can get onto one of those two before they can get their spells off, before the wind run, they can have a chance of actually bursting down one of these very annoying, essentially save supports at this point.
And a smoke up coming from them as well. They will try and find somebody. But looking so far like nobody's around. They realize the smoke doesn't break on the illusion. Also that he's not killing off the creep wave. Kind of a red flag. And now
there's a pink from Arteezy too, so I think maybe...
Yeah, they know.
Saying the Shadow Blade, maybe like, okay, might be going for Silver Edge as well here, guys. He does have queued up. He's also got a Moonshard there too, so we'll see which one he opts for. That is one thing with the Blade Mail, is that it does make your inventory a little wonky, I think, when you play Raid Team, because after the Blade Mail and the Radiance, you tend to get gold so fast that you're almost ready to replace the Blade Mail in like 10 minutes.
And again, it's sort of a testament to the craziness of Dota. Right now, the kill score 9-20,
Yep.
but if you keep your eyes on sort of the win probability and where we're sitting at this point in the game, it's almost back to about 50-50, it feels like. It's really swung back from where it was before. And, you know, Evil Geniuses, feels like they're maybe losing a little bit of a grip on the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've lost it a while ago. I still think this game is very hard for EG to win. It's going to take, again, just time and time for them to do it. Maybe they can. It certainly helps that mid one's been a virtual non-factor, but a damage sponge.
And this is a nice little pickup for them as well, taking down mid one. Can Secret get there in time? Not quite. Now they're kind of committed to this fight as well. Another great fissure coming from Yapzor just to play spoiler to that kill potential. But Puppey, okay, they want the bigger kill. They want to find Zai. BKB popped the turn, finding that kill, and Zai is going to eat the dirt. And Yapzor also, he stuck around a little bit too long. One by one, Secret going down. None of these heroes have buyback, Trent. What's going on?
My weak and puny allies have failed me. What are they doing? They're fighting without Nisha.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's pretty much the only way things can go wrong, right? Is getting caught out like that. So great stuff there from EG to capitalize on that, and there he is.
Another round of it.
All right, got the BKB.
Finding their man.
They got the Earth Splitter.
Shadow Blade, but they got detection, or do they? No. They dropped the sentry ward off to the side. Is there any more detection coming through? Fly has
there we go.
Still chasing, but Nisha does the okey doke and gets out of there.
Now, does he farm the lane? No, okay, he's not that brave.
Now, I thought that the Roche was going to be back up in time for him to take advantage of the lack of buybacks, but does not look like that's going to happen. So with the 3,000 gold lead, EG, again, starting to play catch-up and getting farm onto that big bad Sven.
Well, as you said, catch, right? Because much like the way that you're able to delay these fights and drag them out because of the heroes on EG, equally they have very good catch from those same heroes, right? Even there's the Spirits getting ahead, you've got the Wind Ranger who's so quick with the Shackles, the Leshrac with the Yules, and then S4 who's been flying out of his mind with the Stomps this game, I will say. I feel like I haven't given quite enough credit to him. He's been hitting 2 or 3-man Stomps virtually every single time. So if the fight goes bad for Secret, it's going to go real bad because they're going to run you down like that.
Well, it does feel like it's kind of a weird game right now for S4 because he's kind of just this big ball of auras and a stampede from time to time with that big stun that comes out.
Yeah.
But really not lacking that damage. That's where crit is coming into play. And well, speaking of crit, he's going to get pulled back in.
He's level 20 though.
Talent. And the chase forward, the Bloodthorn. Look at the damage coming out. S4 finds the stomp there again onto 2RTZ, trying to take down one. It's going to be Zai, and now afterwards, turning towards mid one. The Avalanche trying to delay things, but it might. Oh! Yapzor! Where's the follow-up though? Nisha's there. Do they have enough damage? It's not looking like it's quite going to be there as EG continue to run through them. And Sumail just backing away from Nisha. His BKB wearing off soon. And actually, Crit lives through this one as well. Avalanche isn't going to be enough. They actually reveal himself, and Crit goes down. Puppey also going to hit the deck. Another round of another bunch of kills. Nisha just trying desperately to hold on here. Chasing down and finding RTZ. They blow him up. Able to get the kill on his Sven. Mid one with this buyback might be making enough space for the rest of his team.
Yeah, good buybacks there, and they know the Roche is up. We have to come back and fight for this one.
And S4 chasing. Sumail shows up for another round, and now catching on to mid one. This fight's gone on for forever, it feels like. Another Avalanche, but Crit doing the damage for his team with the Split Earth afterwards. They take down the Tiny.
They made it past, right? Sumail reading the game so well by going for that Shiva's guard because he got initiated on at the start of that fight, and Nisha couldn't kill him. He suddenly realized he's hitting this Leshrac, and he's like, what? I'm not doing nearly enough damage to this guy. And so he kind of wasted the break on the Leshrac. He did eventually get a break onto the Sven, which might have helped a little bit there at the end. But EG, they have made it past. I was worried about the potential high ground there from Secret, but they held fast to those big pickoffs at the 30-minute mark. And now, Secret trying to delay.
Wraith King jumps into the middle of him. The Aegis, it's going to get picked up, though, and now Nisha, he's committed. He does have ulti available, but does he end up having to pop it now? Crit trying to run away. Zai caught off to the side. They don't have BKB to pop. Untouchable doing so much work here. Sumail, can they get it in time? Still chasing. Sumail going to be able to find Puppey, but can he get any more afterwards? Nisha turning on Sumail. He eats the cheese and able to back away now. Crit's still living through this. They're kiting it all beautifully. EG trying to run, try inside. The Echo Saber slow in the rundown. Nisha going to call. And they find themselves another round of another couple kills. Blade Mail be damned. EG are coming.
Last man standing falls for Secret, and now it's EG on a rush.
And down mid, because guess what? They have used every freaking buyback in the game, and are they going to go for it all? EG right now, 85 seconds with no Wraith King. In a topsy-turvy matchup if we've ever seen one.
Yeah.
How much do they want to test?
At some point, if you don't make that timing right, the one guy's not going to be enough, and they just dropped like an absolute rock on the Enchantress and the Tiny, and that big boulder was nothing but a pebble this game. One of the most Now, disappointing performances you've probably ever seen if you're mid one. Just could not find a game. EG doing a great job, of course, of focusing him down. But mid one just not able to make the plays here. So they're going to lose themselves that mid set of racks as well as the melee on the bottom. Secret in a spot here now.
You can see 10, 3, 11, and 34,000 hero damage for Arteezy. He's played a pretty nice Sven, it must be said. But to me, one of the standout players has definitely got to be Crit. This guy's been all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's got these nice KDAs this game, right? Because they only got 12 kills on the side of Secret. But, I mean, Sumail 9-1-19, and then Crit, as you're seeing there, 8-2-19. 8 camps stacked. He's doing it all. He's got a ward destroyed. He spent 630 gold on support items.
Amazing.
Wow.
How can we deal with it? Man, so Shrine's taken basically 2 lanes of racks. You've got 25 on Lesh also. So all of those Diabolic Edict explosions
I love that
causing some trouble.
That's how you siege a high ground right there.
Oh, yeah. Hasterin picked up for Sumail bottom, or rather top, and there's an Arcane down bottom. But if you're Secret, what's the play at this point? Like, you're down 15,000 net worth. You've got, at the very least, Aghanims now on mid one.
You need Crit. Yeah, exactly. You need a Chrysalis on that onto mid one. You got to make these big plays. You want the BKB so you can actually cast the spells. Definitely a fair choice. But they need some ultimate wombo combo stuff here from Team Secret. But they've done it before. We have seen them come back from games that looked worse than this. Unfortunately, I don't think they have the heroes to do it as easily this time. The Enchantress and the Tiny, it's so difficult when you're so far behind.
Definitely. Well, and to Chen too, to be honest, like a hero that has a lot of save, a lot of defensive ability. We've seen the power of those creeps in the mid-game fights. Yep. But right now, not really offering a whole heck of a lot to the team.
Yeah, Puppy's popping those tomes. Trying to get himself up to level 20, wants some cash, but it's going to be a while.
Absolutely. So EG pushing down the top lane next, dotting their I's and crossing their T's, and trying to, oh my God, that is quite the swing in the last couple of minutes. That was 6 minutes ago.
Hey, 2% is generous.
For some solid NA match again.
That's, you know, I've seen some mega creep comebacks here, adjusting the formula. We'll give them 2 this time.
Butterfly done for the Sven now. And still sitting on the high ground as they just hold off. Do not want to throw this lead away in game number 1. Again, Evil Geniuses, if they came in here and were able to make the upset happen, I think it would be a huge surprise for a lot of the Dota 2 community. Team Secret have looked so solid throughout the entire season, but the big test for them has always been TI. It's a test that they haven't been able to come up with a victory for as of yet.
Feels the same for everyone, doesn't it?
Pretty much.
That darn TI gets to a lot of teams and becomes the monkey on your back, and Secret is certainly one of them. And VP, you tend to think of as the 2 big ones who annually seems like they have these huge expectations, and everyone's like, no, but this time it's going to be different. And of course, it's only game 1 in the upper bracket. I'm not trying to jinx anybody here, not throwing out the curses, but
a very solid showing from Evil Geniuses. Yeah, there you go. You say it. Yeah. Sumail gonna TP in, clear out this creep wave, and then try and get the push on, it feels like here. 15,000 net worth lead for Evil Geniuses. And still an opportunity for Secret if they can find that perfect fight.
Yeah, obviously they've outlasted the Aegis. It's a good start, right?
Yeah. I mean, it feels like the path to victory has to come through YapzOr again on that Earthshaker, hitting the big, giant Echo Slams, and then having the damage afterwards from mid one and Nisha.
Yeah, but these are some meaty guys over there. I know you guys are the ones with the coursers, but that Centaur over there, he's got 3,650 HP.
Yeah, it's true. Not to mention that Aeon Disc on crit now. He's not going down. BKBs galore. And bottom lane is where Secret want to try and find a pickoff, anticipating that they're
probably hoping for a Sumail TP, I would assume, down to that bottom lane. Baiting Nisha on the top, but it looks like EG have a very good read on the situation. Crit the only one not nearby. He's up top, perhaps thinking that he's tanking the smoke. You can see he's edging himself by the tree line.
Yeah.
Now he's going to join his team. They're on the run, on the hunt.
They see Zai, though, stomp off the mark, but they managed to find the silence and the follow-up stomp for the kill.
Venison.
70 seconds on the sideline for Zai as EG Gonna clear through those creeps and push in for another round. Maybe take down that tier 2 tower. We are still about a minute and a half away from Roche being capable of respawning. And a nice way to start this one off is bottling up a DD, or just taking it, because why not?
Time to take down the tower, I think.
Yeah. Easy peasy. Or it's easy.
Playing the buddy system here, keeping crit nearby for Sumail, just in case he needs a save. He still doesn't have a BKB. Likely not going to see one this game, as he's very close to the Octarine.
Jumps in, finds the Absol. He's already used one round of it. The stun comes out, the silence is there after.
He's in?
Easy, not caring about anything. High ground,
couldn't even hit the buttons fast enough. He's like, I hit the mech, dude. I couldn't hit the hand of God for you. I'm sorry.
Chase forward now. Arteezy, he's feeling it, ready to go up on the high ground. It's a lot of damage out with that break. The avalanche toss. Arteezy pops the BKB, now trying to chase. This guy's mad, wants to shut him down, see if it's going to happen. And indeed, he finds one kill, now looking for the second, killing off his old captain, and now looking to take a bit more as the tier 3 tower goes down and everybody retreats. Chase forward though.
Once.
Avalanche, throwing out that Wraithfire Blast. Now Nisha, Shadow Blade, Chase, BKB. Wants to kill off Sumail, but Sumail very speedy on that ledge. And Arteezy doesn't care. The rest of his team is dying. He's farming up a hard camp.
Yeah, Sumail just going to pop that Bloodstone for ultimate safety here. So they do defend enough, at least past the Yapzor death. So he'll be able to come back, but some costly buybacks there on the Chen and the Tiny. One step closer, just being able to close this game with a single kill now from EG.
And Wraith King realizes, I need a big item. Doesn't matter if I have buyback. I've got my ulti, and he is going to go for the full-on Bloodthorn after the Shadow Blade, wanting to make some magic happen. So often this has been the guy to carry.
Yeah, there's some heroes that maybe this will work on, but they have an Observer Sentry combo in the mid lane, so they see him.
And Crit, scouting things out. They're even sending the little creeps up to get vision. And that potato might get killed off here by Fly. Looks like they're going to leave it alone for the moment.
I don't think he's got the time.
That's true. So 46 minutes in, Evil Geniuses looking for one last push onto high ground possibly. Although Roche, now we know will respawn in 2 minutes. So a little bit of a longer period of time for EG.
Yeah, only benefits Secret, I would say. Trying to get themselves a little bit more wiggle room here, perhaps just one more item on some of these heroes, another level, anything that will help in this engagement, because they're certainly going to need it all. Nisha and Sumail tangling it out down here.
And Nisha?
Yeah, he's got the TP, but he's got to be careful.
Going down the TP!
There's a talent there, my friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nisha getting caught out, killed, and that man just bought out. He doesn't have buyback.
Is this guy human? I didn't know. I mean, the guy's been so mechanical like a robot the entire season, but perhaps a little error there from Nisha.
And the 25 talent, like you mentioned, from Leshrac, making the distance, their difference between the BKB. And now this is an easy push for them. I mean, it's 1,300 gold away. Secret need a miracle and a bit more than that.
Goes from King to King Slayer. You know, Sumail, he wears several hats for the team.
The huge pickoff from Sumail. And now EG moving up onto high ground. This hold feeling like an impossibility. They need everything from Yapzor as well as Zai. Looking for that opening. Fissure going to be thrown out. They also have the tree toss coming from mid one. They're going to run out of trees though before they can burn through these EG hero pools. Sumail still holding on for the moment. They use the glyph.
Remember, when Nisha's dead, it's a 60K net worth lead.
That's true. He is a monster.
That guy's got a lot of it tied up in himself.
And they do have buyback on Zai, but mid one jumping in. Yapzor able to find the Echo Slam. It's not enough damage. Arteezy able to get the BKB off, takes down Yapzor. No buyback from him either. EG smelling blood, going for the chase. Sumail still trying to run away. The stomp is going to connect onto one, but their eyes on the prize. Evil Genius is going to take down these tier 4 towers. And Secret, they can't believe it, as they are not willing to give up, but this game is well and truly over. Evil Geniuses are going to go up 1-0 over Secret. And a disconnect coming out. Secret really struggling in that last couple of minutes, it felt like.
Yeah, EG, they stood the test of time versus that Secret lineup. To get themselves over the hump of that early game. Nisha was looking terrifying, got himself that Radiance and a decent moment there, but his allies, they weren't quite on that same level with them, right? Mid one had a very rough start. Only a single death, I believe, for Zion in the first 15 minutes, so pretty good start on the Enchantress, but not enough for the whole squad to bring it together and go high ground there, and an absolutely unbelievable game from Crit and Sumail.
Very impressive showing indeed from Evil Geniuses, coming in as the underdogs, able to take the first game and still talking about it immediately after the game is over as well. Maybe some jovial words being spread, but we're going to head back to the panel, hear what they thought about that game number 1.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I definitely just added Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone to my playlist after watching that one. Not necessarily what we expected coming out here. I do want to talk about Nisha very quickly because that was kind of your indie pick for the matchup. How do you think Nisha did?
I need to go even more hipster because he's not as good as Hector. If I'm looking at Wraith King performances, this dude didn't cut it.
And Rich, you said that's not what we expected. Let's be real. That's what we expected. Easy EG win.
All of us, huh?
All right. Well, one man that we know that we can't know anything to expect from, that was not English. So let's throw it down to somebody else who barely speaks English. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, Rich. We have 2 more finalists for the short film contest coming your way right now. Let's go take a look at a very sad story with Invoker and a very funny story with a sniper.
Shitty wizard.
I like you. A gift from me to you.
Not yet.
Say hello to the nice people.
You're safe. Let's get back to
Good enough. Done already?
No attack.
They're over here! Don't touch me!
Yes, my strength grows. A powerful combination. It's not time yet. Get over here and help.
You think I don't know how to fight?
Where did you come from? Idiot. Let's add it into the Dire's turret. Radiant victory.
Command. Conquer.
Fantastic. Community, we did it, boys. That was fantastic. But it ain't over. We have Next Time You See Me, maybe the top 3 for the short film contest. The time has finally come. We will announce the winners as he was walking home with the grand prize. But in a little bit, stay tuned. And for now, we'll shoot it back over to Rich.
I'm just so excited that we actually did get to see Dark Willow included in the film contest already. You know, a lot of big oversights around this pick, but the biggest oversight about Dark Willow is not going to be her inclusion in the film contest.
I was hoping you'd read us the whole copy pasta, Rich. I mean, you've sort of let me down there.
Oh, what do you mean? Do I have an oversight of my own here?
No, Dark Willow. I was ready for it.
Ready for what?
Rich, you're unbelievably smart is what he's getting at.
Oh, thank you so much. It means a lot coming from you, especially with that beautiful accent that you do have. Let's jump back to the game, though. Let's actually start to talk about what we expect to see when we do get into Game 2. I'm already looking forward to everything in this film contest, but let's start to talk about what we actually saw, because you were the one, we didn't get to talk about it to everybody watching at home, that kind of said, yeah, EG overperformed in my mind.
No, that
few
game,
early mistakes.
Yeah, for me, that was the most impressed I've been by Evil Geniuses in quite some time. They've turned up on the main stage. They're playing against Secret. The beginning of that game, it wasn't easy for them. You saw Secret give them a really good struggle. They had this sort of raking edge. There's a few fights where EG was going in with the Sven, and they weren't quite getting the kills. Things were getting turned around. But then that one overextension from Secret in the mid lane by the Tier 1 tower, where EG were able to capitalize it on, that's when it all turned. There were these really amazing calls being made by EG, some magnificent buybacks, especially around the Roshan's. There was that point where Crit and Arteezy came back into the game. They managed to get over to the Radiant side, die back on mid one. They take Roche, and I don't know. For me, that was just, it was absolutely worth for all the EG fans that stayed up to watch that game. Samael had one of the best Lesh performances on the main stage I've seen in a while. The end of the game was something like 40 Bloodstone charges. It was ridiculous. And I think Secret, they've got to be terrified going into Game 2. If EG is playing this well, I could see this being a quick 2-0.
So you talk about that overextension, though. That's just the fulcrum shift in the matchup in your mind. There are some other big things that we do have to look at when EG really started to catch sparks.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was Secret. I mean, you look at their draft, right? They have a Chen, they have a Wraith King. They're going to push once they get the Radiance and the Midas on that Wraith King. It's all about weathering that storm. And once they eventually weathered that storm, you know, the Wraith King somehow got a couple more good fights. But once you just start stacking stuns, right? You have a Wind Ranger, you have a Centaur, you have a Sven, all your heroes stun, and eventually they just took over the game.
It's just that I was surprised because more often than not, people consider Team Secret to be the best team fighting team. If you ever see, like, if you ever talk to other teams, you're just like, what brings Team Secret so much success? Oftentimes their team fight execution and their coordination. And whenever I think of Evil Geniuses, oftentimes I think of the playmakers. You let Sumail, you let Arteezy, you let S4, you let them become a real force to be reckoned with. This was surprising that Evil Geniuses kind of beat Secret at their own game. They were team fighting extremely cleanly. They weren't making any mistakes. They were smoking up at the right times.
Yeah, you think of EG farming, you know, they fall
Exactly.
behind, they're going to farm 3 lanes. Like, they live and die by farming, and all of a sudden they just come out, and as you said, they beat Secret. I mean, I looked at supports. They had 0-8 and 0-10 on Puppey as well as Yapzor. Like, that usually doesn't happen, especially with Yapzor.
Yeah, just the coordination from EG was perfect. There was never like overlapping stunts, and everything was done to the max. You saw S4 go in as a sensor, and he always had that patience. He wouldn't just blow his who stomp straight away. He would look to reposition, make sure that he wasn't getting one here. He was getting 2, 3 at the start of every single fight. And as I said, it seems like all the problems that some of these players have had maybe in the past on different teams on the main stage of TI, they're gone. If they can keep this up and keep themselves this cool and this confident, I think everyone else in the tournament's got to be very scared of EG.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like it's almost a mental game. Like, are you going to beat yourself or are you going to beat the opponent? It really is just don't get into your own head.
Okay, so basically, for EG fans at home, you want to see them keep doing what they just did in this last game. But for the Secret fans that are watching right now, what needs to change? Is the pressure really going to be on their team fights, or is it going to be more on the individual level?
In this situation, I think it was more on the individual level. I'd never seen mid 1 look so anemic before. Like, his Tiny, it was taking forever to kill him, but that's great. It's just that he's not dealing any damage. He's just sitting there tanking a lot of abuse. He's the hero that everyone needed to perfectly stagger the stuns for, because as soon as mid 1 gets unleashed, then all hell breaks loose. The Evil Geniuses just weren't letting that happen.
Okay, well, now we need to actually take a look at the players that individual pressure is going to be on. They are about to take the stage. Let's see. To be EG, this was the team that looked very dominant in the first game, and you heard from everybody on the panel that they just need to keep doing what they're doing. Team Secret also taking their positions as well. They need to rally together, and we are going to put them under the microscope here. And I also do want to kind of mention, when we start to talk about everything we need these individual players to do, is there one player in particular that the folks at home should be looking at here?
For Team Secret, I'm looking at Zai. I feel he is their like most gifted player, and he needs to make it happen. They usually give him these playmaker type of heroes, and on the other side, I think for EG, I think it's as far. I think it actually is like this off lane versus off lane, because they are the ones making the moves. The carries want to farm. Like we saw Wraith King spend, they were just farming. They'd occasionally come to fights, but it's all about the off laners.
Okay, do you agree, off-laners?
For me, I'd say it's the mid lane. I think, Tsunami sort of touched upon it. That last game, it was a rough one for mid one. I don't know if it's necessarily the play or the pick in that scenario, but he wasn't able to sort of just take over the game to the same extent that Sumail did. Sumail just giving us an absolute top-class performance, showing us why he is arguably, in some people's minds, the best mid in the world right now.
Now, when we look at these teams, for anybody who hasn't been following throughout the entirety of the year, I think there's obviously a lot surrounding these teams expectation-wise, even to those people who maybe haven't been as up to date. A lot of people saying that Secret was potentially their favorite, and with EG trying to really break through on the main stage and grab that win, do you think that we are seeing what we expected overall?
Evil Geniuses have been consistent. They just haven't been the best. That's why over the course of the season, everyone's saying 3G. You know,
well, and the last major actually was a pretty rough one for them.
Exactly.
They really crumbled out of that one.
So them being kind of middle of the pack, like people always expect them to make it reasonably far through a tournament. It's just that, is this a championship team? Because it's not good enough for this roster. You know these players as well as I do. These guys want first place. It's not about...
They expect it. They don't want it. They expect it.
Yeah. And so if they don't manage to make it, like, however deep they think they should, possibly all the way to a championship, is this the kind of team that would shuffle? Who knows? But I do know that third place isn't good enough for them anymore.
And when you say that they expect it, do you think that you just said they have to make sure that they're not getting in their own head? Do you think that that plays to their favor, or do you think that that can actually be something that's dangerous?
I mean, it can obviously, I think for them it's good, right? I mean, you look at these players like, Sumail himself will tell you he's cocky. I think the cockiness, Fly even, since when did he start like all chatting, doing those lines, like, right? It didn't start until about this year, and I think, like, honestly, it's good for him. You've got to be confident in yourself if you want to win, and I think, honestly, these two teams, like, mentally are the exact same. They expect to win, and they'll tell you they expect to win. We saw Puppey in the interview.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that we saw in that interview as well that is definitely going to be really important is how Puppey's mentally grown throughout all of the years and how this team really is going to function. We actually heard about his take on what it means to be a leader for this team.
Yeah, and I think one thing you can definitely draw from Puppy as a leader is he is probably one of the biggest innovators in Dota 2 when it comes to drafting. I feel you look back at that last game, you could argue it's pretty safe from Secret, right? They're running the safe lane Wraith King, the mid lane Tiny. There's no surprises there. I feel if Secret have tried this sort of approach against EG, sort of the standard bread and butter, and it hasn't worked out, you can absolutely expect that in this Game 2 draft, Puppy's going to come out with something entirely different and maybe bringing back some of the magic that we saw from them in the group stage, such as the mid-1 Jakiro. Maybe not something as that crazy and that far, but it's worked out for them in the group stage. And if you're not beating EG at the game that you feel was the best approach coming into this series, you got to switch it up. And Puppy's someone that's going to be able to easily do that.
Yeah, and I do want to say as well, is this still a phase, a point in the bracket where teams will be trying to hold some of those strats? I mean, we've already seen some crazy stuff, but at this point, you kind of do have to leave it all out there on the paint.
And it's weird, actually. By Secret drafting kind of standard, that was kind of their secret strategy, because all through the group stage, they were doing these weird things, while on the other side, EG, they had the lowest amount picked heroes, I think, through maybe the first 3 days. And it was just very, very strange that Secret tried to just go and butt heads with them instead of doing their own game.
It's also one of the common critiques that a lot of people had of Bulba drafts over the course of this year is that there are no real, there's no flavor, there's no innovation.
You're perfecting one style pretty much.
Exactly, and whenever that style becomes so typecasted and so stereotyped, then everyone knows how to beat an evil genius draft. And everyone always wants just let Sumail play something interesting, or let Arteezy, he got some Nagasar. Yeah, I know. It seems so easy, but if it brings them success, then why not? The thing is that with Secret, obviously, we had mentioned the head-to-head coach matchup, Sunbi versus Bulba. These are two players who know each other extremely well. I'm sure they scrim against each other all the time.
I think it is different in a way. I think Puppy doesn't really... how do you say it? Bulba actually does most of the drafting, right? I think Puppy does the drafting for Secret, and Sunbi's there just to give tips and stuff like that. So it's a little bit different, but...
And every team needs something a little bit different, right? I do want to ask as well, I mean, now there's no questions besides how this game is going to play out. We need to actually take a look at what these players are going to grab in the draft. The lobby is all ready. Let's see what they have in store.
Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. Game 2.
A team that has struggled to maintain a top form is off to a hot start here against Team Secret. Gentlemen, we had a bit of concerns with the first draft, right, about the aggression that was going to come out from Team Secret. What did EG do to counteract that in the game?
Well, I'd have to say it was Sumail on this Leshrac. They picked this hero on 2-3 and they put him in, and he had a fantastic game. The other panel was talking about how mid one really struggled. I think the EG supports, Fly and Crit, were just constantly rotating on the mid lane, and Puppy and Yapstar just weren't able to stop mid one from dying. And because Sumail on the Leshrac got so big, Zai, as a result, the Enchantress, who was at the top of the net worth, had to kind of back off and play back. And then they talked about that fight on the mid lane where Enchantress ended up dying, and man, Enchantress lineups, they never want to get off the gas pedal, and Team Secret had to sit back. We saw Zai go to the safe lane, which is if you're in the safe lane on Ench, your game's looking like a nightmare.
Yeah, when Wraith King type heroes struggle to hit their timings, I think that a lot of people don't realize that you end up seeing the effect of it on the rest of his team's net worth. Wraith King's a hero that takes a lot of the farm on the map, and if you have map control, then there's still going to be some farm left for your teammates. And since Team Secret's timings were slowed down by EG by Sumail's Leshrac, that made Wraith King's Radiance, I think, come out around 19 or 20 minutes, which is 2 to 3 minutes slower than you want it to be. And then felt like Tiny and Enchantress were kind of just supports or kind of fours at the end of the game.
Wraith King was, in hindsight, Wraith King was kind of a little bit of a weird pick for that draft, because anytime you have a hero that's going this Midas and this Radiance, these are two items that don't really contribute to your hero's strength until later. And kind of want to sit back and wait for these timings that I'm not sure Ench and Chen really kind of fit that same lineup.
Yeah. Wraith King can snowball in terms of pushing towers with his skeletons, but that game they had Sven, they had ET, they had Leshrac, they had so many ways of just easily, naturally killing the skeletons.
Secret bans Chen and Enchantress here, but there's gonna be no Ench this game, so they don't want to try and beat EG's Chen, and they're also not going to look for it themselves. This game is EG's now on first pick. and Secret is on second.
So seeing some of these bans coming out, what would you like to see change for Team Secret?
I think the ET ban was really important. I think that enabled the Leshrac a lot, and also their entire draft as a whole. The overall team fight control and magic damage amp that they played off of last game, especially in the mid game on EG.
Here comes Shadow Demon, I think. Elder Titan's out of the pool. I think it's a great overall first pick. The hero is so hot on the meta right now. He's got defensive and offensive tools. He seems like he counters every carry.
Whenever I'm forced to pick my hero after a Shadow Demon's been picked, sometimes, people will say, wow, spin into Shadow Demon, lol. I'm like, what do you want me to pick? Like, it all sucks. You either get disrupted for your illusions, or you're like a melee kiteable hero that gets purged. Nothing feels great.
Oh, yes, the Yapsor, potentially the Yapsor 4-position Invoker. It's nice. He doesn't really care that much about Shadow Demon. We were talking about maybe carries that are good versus Shadow Demon. I think Gyrocopter is pretty good, also a pretty flavorful flavor of the tournament second pick hero. They might be able to pick him on the 15-17 slots here in the second phase. Leshrac is also potentially good. These are heroes that don't necessarily mind if they get purged, because they can just stand there and just shoot out tons of damage. But it's the Shadow Demon is he's still kind of good against these heroes. Like it's tough. And wow, there's the Lesh, and this is a first pick Leshrac, which means EG will not see their mid matchup for this hero, but like we saw in the first game, they don't care. They're just going to make these rotations, enable Sumail on this Leshrac, and Team Secret's going to have to come up with something else. That being said, I think Invoker could actually be a mid lane hero against Leshrac.
Yeah, you said that with the ET first ban that you like the Shadow Demon first pick, and what I highlight about Shadow Demon is you don't want to pick heavy committal heroes, because he just gets disrupted if you go on one of the targets. So the heroes I like to see against Shadow Demon are ones that poke from long range, but also ones that kind of use the disruption as almost an alley-oop for the opponent's stuns or AoE lockdown. Like, once he comes out of the disruption, something's going to hit him. And heroes like Shaker and Invoker, as well as the ET that was banned, do fit that description. And like you said, just because it's first rounded, if they don't necessarily make the Invoker's game hard to play, they could just put a mid.
Definitely. It's an Earthshaker. These are kind of also, they're two Yapsor heroes. They're also two mid one heroes, and Zai also plays the Shaker, so they're kind of keeping it open.
They haven't run any carry Shaker this tournament, because we saw it a couple teams run it.
I think we saw mid one play it at least once in the group stage, and not a carry.
When I say carry, I mean like one or two.
Yeah, well, no, not from Secret. We actually saw Miracle play it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's why I was wondering, like, is that a possibility as well?
Yeah, but a lot of offlaners play it. Cuckoo from TNC has also been pretty notable in this hero. It's a quality offlaner. He can be quite strong in lane against melee carries.
So when you're in this situation where you have very open picks on both sides, where they can be 4, they can be 2, what are you looking to focus on in your next phase of bans? Are you looking to ban out offlaners that concern you, because that's like the one core role that's kind of left in some ways, or?
A lot of times the second phase bans are very telling of the heroes you're about to pick. So here they banned Ember Spirit and Tiny, which are heroes that can work on 2-3. They're very tempo, they're very versatile, they can be support. Ember can be support, but Tiny, he can swap roles. Ember, he can swap lanes. I don't know. Earth Spirit is a bit
kind of helps keep pressure away from the Leshrac, right? Those Ember and Tiny bans.
I suppose it's meant to make the Invoker's game a little bit easier. I don't personally think that Earth Spirit is that impactful of a hero. I actually think he's best up against the Shadow Demon. So you see Zayak playing that here, or we saw him playing it.
Yeah.
He crushed me when I was playing Shadow Demon. It's just that instant silence with the pull. It's kind of hard to play against. Lifestealer goes out, and okay.
I like the Lifestealer ban. You pretty much have 3 heroes, 2 supports and 1 core that do absolutely nothing to a hero like that. I think Jug's kind of fallen out of the meta, other than maybe with a Magnus.
Yeah, Jug is a little bit less popular. I was thinking Jug last game for Team Secret instead of that Wraith King. It's Jug doesn't build these backwards items. He wants to go immediately for that that Manta, that Maelstrom, that Diffusal Blade, and he's go. Win his lane and push it.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got that team fight with the Healing Ward to enable some of the higher tempo that you wanted to see from Team Secret.
Yeah, he can be good. He's also really good against Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit's not in this pool. He's good against Tide too, right? The laning phase for Jug can be very, very good against Tidehunter.
Speaking of Tide, like this pick was surprise to me how popular he became in the meta throughout the group stage and was relatively successful. Sometimes he had some real bad misses where he just didn't do anything. Yeah, but a lot of games it seemed like a powerful hero.
The very tanky offlaners have been really popular. They actually make your game a lot easier when these offlaners can just stand in front with this medallion, this Vlads, these phase boots, and they can kind of tank all these spells. You kind of see what's going on in the team fight before your squishier guys go in. That's why Shadow Demon has been so good, because he halves these tanky heroes' HP with the Soul Catcher. But they've got both on their side, so unless Secret has a good way of stopping this Tidehunter from being a frontliner, they're going to have to be really careful about the way they poke around him.
For a long time, heroes like Tide, I think, were kind of flown under the radar, mostly, in my opinion, because of heroes like Outworld Devourer that were especially popular 2-3 months ago that kind of just eat you alive if you try to tank, like PPD said. And when certain meta heroes get nerfed or become not so popular anymore, all of a sudden these heroes that were hard countered by them become first roundable or second, like third pickable like this.
Yeah, and that's the Enigma. It's a second pick Enigma, which is always a bit strange. Usually I like to pick this hero to isolate core matchups. You pick them on first pick, and then you see the enemy's cores, you counterpick those cores immediately, and you get this Enigma plus tanky kind of offlaner that's good against their carry to play, almost 1v2. But definitely a way to deal with the Tidehunter. The
not purgeable stun.
What's the East Midnight Pulse?
Midnight Pulse
plus the Black Hole plus a BKB. Tidehunter can just die during that.
Yeah. Do you think there just wasn't a whole lot of other options to deal with the Tidehunter, so they just had to pull the gun on it?
Yeah, Tide's so good. Some people like OD can be pretty good at killing Tide.
Yeah.
You have some people like Death Prophet, but I'm not sure how good that matchup really is. Doom was an old matchup, but Doom's kind of fallen out of the meta as well.
In carry role, you have heroes like Slark, but you don't want him against Shadow Demon Leshrac.
Now, this does mean we've locked in the Invoker into the mid lane, right?
The Invoker is, I would say, for sure locked into...
So EG should be able to change things up right now if they didn't want Lesh.
Yapzor, and that's the thing. I think EG's so confident with Sumail on the Lesh. I think they're just going to go for it anyways. We actually, at least I almost thought that the Wind Ranger last game was going to be played by Sumail, but I guess that's a hero that Crit's been playing a lot in pubs, and he was definitely pretty proficient on it. He had a huge impact on the last game.
I think when you're high skilled, Leshrac is one of the most straightforward heroes to play in all of Dota. Naturally clears waves, wants to participate with just 1 or 2 items, kills towers. It just requires a setup, and all of a sudden he's got a really powerful stun. And Sumail that's what won him TI5, right?
Sumail and Maybe are probably the 2 best Lesh players at this tournament, and they both just come at you. You got to deal with them.
So Secret had a Tide problem. They thought Enigma with that Black Hole can't cleanse it off. EG, they need an Enigma counter, and is that going to be the Rubik? Is that good enough for him?
Try to get their own Enigma.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Rubik is it's tough. It's not always the best, but Rubik is this is still a good Rubik game. He's got a lot of great spells to steal, and the instant lift will make these heroes have a hard time.
Another hero to be able to set up the Leshrac for success. Telekinesis.
Yeah, no doubt. They have a lot of setup for Leshrac. I think the Invoker mid lane is a great response to this Leshrac. He would probably just go Exort, just play on long range, and just have tons of damage. So when this Lesh goes in with, he has a save through Shadow Demon, which is nice, but he will, be susceptible to just getting blown up by this Shaker Invoker combo.
This game's going to come down to a lot who gets the initiation. I think Tides don't generally like to build Blink, but I kind of have a hard time envisioning him walking into fights this game. Sometimes we've seen Tides go something even as short as like Medallion into Blink.
Are they gonna ban the Arteezy Sven? What do you think's coming for
they definitely need a hero that just consumes the jungle, right? You have Leshrac and Tide. Both heroes want to play lanes. And I think if Evil Geniuses has a hero... I think Spectre would have been nice, because that's a hero that can play off map and primarily jungle while still being able to participate in fights.
I think EG kind of needs a guy to go in and stun. That's what I was thinking, like Sven, Wraith
I like
King.
the Sven suggestion just because it's another frontliner. I feel like whenever you have your Tide just being your only frontliner, you're not going to get good Ravage.
He can die this game, no doubt. Like, you just black hole this guy. Maybe Crit steals it on the Rubik, but if Tide doesn't get Ravage off, it's not good. And we talked about EG kind of being a little bit predictable, but this is their bread and butter. This is Arteezy's one of his go-to heroes besides the Lifestealer. Sven, I think, would say.
What about a Morphling? Have they banned it? I think this looks like a pretty nice Morphling game. I don't know what you think.
Nisha does play a fantastic Morphling, but that hero has been nerfed quite a lot, and his attribute shift being so low in the early game has definitely reduced his effect.
Yeah, I was just thinking because you have the Shaker, maybe it's a viable last pick.
So what's a better option for Team Secret to beat out this Sven-Leshrac duo?
I like Bristleback.
Like Bristleback against the Shadow Demon, huh?
What about all that Warcry armor and stuff? You're still okay with that?
Warcry doesn't give armor anymore. It actually doesn't block.
You guys kind of put me on the spot. I had to come up with something pretty quick. I mean,
Yeah.
you have a better suggestion?
I got you.
I already said Morphling. I can't think of anything better.
Classic Dota players just, always have something negative to say about something.
That's BSJ. I'm just the host of this panel, you know?
I'm just trying to blend in, man.
I think this pick could be great. No, that pick's bad. It's trash. It's so easy to trash on somebody.
Do you feel like your players have done that to you sometimes when you're trying to captain, you're trying to draft?
Are you trying to flame bait right now?
No, just like anywhere in your history.
I'm a little offended, to be honest.
All right, 20 seconds left for Team Secret, and
I'm still waiting.
Not great
Mr.
options.
Mr. Carry player. What do you
I'm
wanna
saying that I against the heroes like Shadow Demon, I just want Morphling, like to lane against Tide.
The BSJ Morphling, you love to see it.
I'd love to see a Nisha Morphling. I don't know about a BSJ Morphling. Oh, Void, okay. Another
Void, our big team fight ult. It could be a nice game. Time dilation is very good against a lot of these heroes.
Another way to be able to lock down the Tidehunter as well without letting him get out the Ravage, setting up this Invoker. You said you wanted to see an Exort Invoker. What better way to run it than with a Void?
Yeah, I wanted the mobility that went through Shadow Demon's ult, but also I feel that they don't have a hero that naturally sits in front. They have a lot of backline stunners, and Void's a hero that wants to go first, but he doesn't have anybody that I think sets him up for the fight naturally.
All right, well, we have our own guesses at what exactly went on during that drafting phase, but I hear soon we're going to be hearing from the coach of Evil Geniuses. You can see on the screen, Bulba. He's overdue for an interview. Peter, your last thoughts? You siding with Evil Geniuses here? You think that the last pick from Secret just wasn't good enough?
It's close to call. I do think that Void is a little bit lackluster. I would say if S4 can get off some good Ravages, I think they can get this game.
I think they got the counter initiation, but who stands in front for Secret? I think EG is going to have easy targets to pick off at the start of fights with Sven.
All right, well, Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret. Bulba's ready to go. Give us a little information on what happened in the draft, and into game 2 we go.
All right, Bulba, how do you feel about this draft?
I think it's pretty even. They have a lot of their comfort heroes. They're trying out some new stuff. I haven't seen Nisha play Void yet. And yeah, I mean, it's just going to come down to, it's probably going to go super late game, as most Secret games do. And yeah, we just have whoever team fights better, caster spells better wins.
Historically, you guys have not typically played very well against Secret, but you did great in the last game. Do you believe that that's kind of the beginning of a new momentum between the two teams?
Hopefully. I mean, it always feels good to win the first game, but they're really strong. They've been like strong all year. We've had a few series where we've won a game versus them, but they close it out. So ideally, this is a different story.
Well, good luck, Bulba. Thanks for chatting with us. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Casey. And yes, Bulba says cast your spells better, team fight better, play Dota better.
It's so simple.
That
really.
goes for you guys out there as well. But Trent, game number 2 on the line in this amazing series.
Yeah, they go for the Void
It's
at
crazy.
the end. I mean, degrees of separation between Puppey and Cinderin. All right, we got Puppey to Yapsor, Yapsor to Cinderin, and Cinderin, of course, the famous double bubble strats.
Ooh.
Right? It's only a 2 degrees number. Personally, I'd want to be several more numbers away from Cinderin's strategies, but Secret are going to opt for it. They've got the black hole. They've got the Chronosphere, and that carried him through an entire season of Dota. Can it get Secret a win here?
We'll have to see, wait and see. And, well, speaking of seeing, Secret spotted EG running through their jungle, trying to find a pickoff, was not able to get it. And that does mean that Nish will be playing very safe and sound back behind that tower, not wanting to reveal himself in the least bit. So early movements out, we're seeing a couple of interesting switch-ups. Mid one playing on the Invoker, actually taking Quas first. So usually we see Exorts picking up early on.
Arteezy and Yapsor are just saying hello down here.
Oh, hi, guys.
Any high fives? Oh, we're going to dig. All right. Oh, what do you get? Old pair of shoes. Condolences, Yapsor. Give him a high five and yeah, just say, yeah, you know those bounty runes are, right? Shove off.
You're not coming here.
Go kick rocks, I believe.
That's the expression, definitely. So EG picking up 2 of those bounty runes, Crit able to get the better end of Nisha there, and already lean on the damage along with the Gush, forcing out that time walk back. But we can see the drums are pounding and heroes moving out to their respective lanes. Zai already starting off with that Rune Silius. as Yapzor is going to do one of the classics that we've seen often, blocking off the opponent creep wave, so that way his creep wave will meet underneath that tower.
Yeah, he's got the old mystery build. He actually is just straight up TP home as well. And it doesn't cost Fly all that much in terms of resources, right? Just some Shadow Poisons. And that does give Yapzor his boots, though, so he'll run back a little bit faster.
Alrighty.
So you finish that last game as Sumail. You get through the first bans, and Leshrak's still there. I'm taking it. I mean, I definitely agree with what EG's done, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. He looked fabulous on it, and already playing off against mid one on the Invoker, has taken that Quas early and using this Cold Snap just to try and harass and mess up Sumail's last hitting potential. Does mean that he has a little bit less of the base damage, misses on that one, and only 1-1 so far in comparison to the 3-2.
It's a good luck thing for Sumail. I think he intentionally misses the first two, like last game, and then things will turn around for him, right?
Makes sense, makes sense.
You got Yapzor level 1 even rotating through here. Can't find himself the courier as it's walking back, but he can still try and harass onto Sumail. But look at that positioning.
Yeah.
He is way far away thanks to the Observer.
Yeah, knowing that that's the only angle that Yapzor could come in to try and make a play, and so just hides off to the side in a position where he won't get caught out. And simultaneously, you can see up top.
Well, there's also an Observer right down where he just went again.
Oh.
So now Yapzor having some trouble trying to make an impact here. Of course, he's still forcing some movements and stuff here, and perhaps can guarantee this bottom rune. Will he even get it, though, is the question. And the coin says no. There's a high five over the Fisher. Team's in good spirits.
You'll have to see
Sumail gets a DD.
I mean, this is a great start for him, definitely. The other hero to talk about is the Tide Hunter facing off against the Faceless Void. Oftentimes people talk about Tide just being a really good matchup against any melee hero. Is this going to be a tough lane for Nisha, do you think?
I think with the Crystal Maiden, she's not the best support, right, in these situations. In fact, Puppy's even getting ran at right now with that gush early on, the telekinesis, and looking for a first blood here.
One more punch. Oh, and Crit going to pick it up as first blood drawn against Puppy.
Yeah, and he's off to a good one again here. Crit, a stellar performance on the Wind Ranger. Gonna buy his boots about 25 minutes earlier, so I think, on the Rubik. And give himself some movement speed in this lane.
And you can see also keeping that Bastion, causing some issues with Nisha last hitting, trying to mess up his timings on it. Always very frustrating to try and play against this as the Faceless Void. Meanwhile, Yapzor again making this move. Fly is just shadowing him this entire time though, and knows his movement because of that ward place down. And Puppy again underneath the tower. S4 is just gonna chase him down, he's dead again. 2 quick kills for Crit.
Yeah, you're not getting a lot of help out of your Faceless Void. I mean, the guys had to go 2 points on the time walk as well. Doesn't have that nice free lane where you're just skilling up the bash and playing aggressive. Nisha, we haven't seen him struggle all too much this season. This guy has been the epitome of just like the perfect player. Seems to always give you a stand-up performance. Not even a stable carry. The guy is just absolutely electric in every performance throughout the year. But he had a couple rough ones. Last game, he still had a good time. Obviously couldn't carry it through. He had some rough games on the Arc Warden during the group stage, and now this isn't really shaping up to be a great start for him. Even with like good lasts and stuff, it still looks kind of stressful to me.
Yeah, definitely.
He has to worry about the Disruption and the Chronosphere. He's worried about the Ravage. He's worried about a Rubik who's going to have a great range at this rate if he gets his Arcane Boots into his Aether Lens early. It's going to be really hard for him to actually output damage during the Chronosphere.
Yeah, it's less about what's happening right now and what's more going to happen as the game goes into the mid stages. Yeah. And so we do see S4 still getting a nice little start here for himself. 23-1, top of the net worth, or rather last hits at this point.
I mean, he actually has 5 heroes on the enemy team that are going to be interrupting him, right? There's going to be a Yules on the Leshrac, a stun from the Sven. Whoever's outside of the Chrono can have some impact there, which means that his allies have to be perfect with these Chronos when it comes down to the Invoker and the Enigma.
And I love this from Arteezy too. He knows that he's going to basically have a one-on-one matchup against the Enigma, so just keeps on punching away at those Eidolons, not even worrying that much about last hitting the creeps because he knows that he'll be able to come back from afterwards and just kills them off and shuts down the Enigma's laning potential.
Good positioning here from Yapzor as the bounty runes are coming. Unfortunately, does he have the time? Yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Got the Fisher, easy peasy.
And
but is that 3 for 1?
Oh, that looks like they're going to be able to pick up more than a few of them, and also getting some more damage again on the Puppy. The captain keeps on getting beat down. 3 kills so far for Crit.
Oh, give
the
the guy
a
the
nice
back.
little spree if he's able to get it. And yes, it is going to be a win as...
That is the worst. Oh, that is the worst feeling for Crit. That's 400 bonus XP going to Nisha. The guy is almost level 6 now.
Yeah.
At 5.5 minutes. With his support feeding 3 times. The tactical feed from Puppey comes out. It's genius.
Complained the entire time through, definitely. But still, Sven sitting top. The CS afterwards after clearing through those Eidolons and the rotation moving in. Fly trying to make sure that YapzOr is not going to be able to be effective with the rotation. Instead, it's mid one that might end up going down. Diabolic E's out, doing a good bit of damage. Is it going to be quite enough though? EMP draining all the mana.
1 second.
S4 needs it again. It's going to be enough to save him. Invoker at the last second. Fly trying to make it work. Needs another Shadow Poison out. And mid one with that quas is regenning through it all. Secret salvage.
All right,
Absolute disaster.
I'm just saying XP streak. That's all I'm saying. Where's the Sven? This guy's been alone the entire time. He's not. He just got 6.
Yeah. That doesn't happen unless Crit gets that spree.
It is so weird. And what an amazing chrono, though, coming through the perfect moment. And the Edict damage post-death was not enough there from Sumail. You saw kind of tickling on a couple heroes, but...
Unreal. Well, 3-4, but it was 4 big ones coming out from Secret, and you can see this rotation that comes in the very last second.
Yeah, and everything was gone, right? Already used the Fisher. Now Fly comes through the destruction setup, and you pretty much have to accept that mid-one's going to be going down here, and then Big Poppy comes through from Nisha. And look how late the TP is. Mid-one had like 200 HP left. And he's like, oh, yeah, no, it's good. I got it, guys. Let me just tank every bit of the Edict too. Tower's helping out as well, doing its part.
Well, very impressive. And going back to live in just a moment, we can see mid-one. He's feeling it right now.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Buddy coming through, and now that even turns the things up top there for Nisha, or for Secret, well, S4 and Nisha, I suppose, right? Because now S4's like, why is this guy like 2 levels ahead of me right now?
Yeah, that rotation for a couple of quick kills, and that's the Nisha that we were all hoping to see on the main stage of TI. As we saw S4 just walk away, still getting a little bit testy down bottom with Arteezy. But with Fly nearby, always has that potential for a disruption save.
Yeah, and Arteezy's still up there close with the Faceless Void as well, especially as he's just going to keep on going through the jungle and going to be a lot quicker clearing out these stacks compared to someone like Nisha, who also doesn't really have the sustain this early on to keep himself farming. He's very reliant on the lane creeps.
Absolutely. But they are going to try and clear through the stack with the help of Puppey. Meanwhile, down bottom, mid-one was able to pick up an Invis rune. Zai still sitting close to his level 6, but not quite there as of yet. And the lift up onto mid-one. They want to try and take this guy down. Disruption, building up the Shadow Poison. Ravage combination, beautifully played by S4 right as disruption ends. But YapzOr is there, 3 stacks. He's going to need at least another one. And it doesn't look like they're going to get it. Another Chronosphere lands down onto 2 of them. Can they turn this one around on a Fly as well? Sumail trying to make something happen. Nisha very, very low, and he will go down. S4 manages to find that kill.
And that's a streak right back. Now heading towards S4. So we're evening things out here as the streak XP hops around. I mean, 268 gold for him as well. But, man, the timing on that from EG was actually wild. S4 TP's in at level 5. Only the range creep left alive in the lane. He just moves in time for that to give him the Ravage as they're initiating with the disruption. That is the kind of stuff that... that range creep is in deny range. I mean, that was terrifying.
Yeah, if you don't hit that, then all of a sudden this huge rotation, all these heroes, doesn't work out. But nonetheless, they managed to find the one on Anisha. Could not quite find the kill onto mid-one, who still remains deathless. But now EG in a position with Chronosphere down to try and pressure this tower. And, well, there's a TP rotation coming from mid-one. The Fissure to block off retreat, and Arteezy just wanting to walk away. He doesn't have any mana left over, and Tornado lift up. YapzOr has him in his sights. They find the kill onto the Sven.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how Nisha's going to have a rough game. We should definitely say the same thing about Arteezy, though, right? Because he is to be worried about the Fissures, the Chronos, all of this Quaswex Invoker early on with the Tornadoes and the Cold Snap control. Very hard to handle. And Nisha now 4 points in the time walk. Not going to keep chasing. He'll let Fly survive. Just end up leaving the bottom lane and securing these bounty runes for himself.
10-minute mark comes around. And it is going to be the trade-off of 2 apiece as Nisha not wanting to test too much with Sumail. That is something that we should mention. The panel was thinking that it was going to be the Exort Invoker, but with Quas Wex now, a little bit less damage to throw into that Chronosphere. But the plus side is that it kind of puts the kibosh on the fights, if you will.
Perhaps a way to try and slow down this early game for the side of EG, right? Try and delay things out, try and mess with things like the Ravages and the timing and all the synchronization that they're going to need to help set up Sumail for an easier game.
Yeah.
But Exort, of course, could also just provide a ton of damage with all of the setup that they have on the side of Secret. So as the game progresses and he starts building in towards that Exort, it's going to be extremely valuable for mid one.
Definitely. Well, 4 to 7, 11-minute mark. As it does look like, again, heading towards this mid lane. There's just been so much focus on shutting down each of the opponent's mids. But Courier going to head off, and S4 sort of doing the hunt. There's no way that he manages to get it, though, surely. And Zai just going to pick up his Midas now and start the farm wars.
Top of the net worth in the game, by the way. Been given a ton of space in that bottom lane. He didn't manage to take the tower because he TP'd up to help get the kill onto Arteezy when they were focusing their own tier 1 tower in the top lane. So that is one thing that, you know, the typical Enigma game would have liked to have, but still very happy with it so far. And now that Tornado stolen there from Crit, so perhaps a smoke in the near future for them if they want to try and make a play with Sumail.
Yeah, it could be really nice, definitely. See if they need to make that type of a move.
S4 is just trying to bully up top here, just walking under the tower, anchor smashing some Eidolons, and put the threat onto Zai. And that brings the two supports over. Puppy and the Absol just say, oh, okay, everything all right here?
No. Again, playing very reserved at this stage. We got a
Looks like
flurry
they
of
want
action
mid lane.
early on as Crit. Gonna be able to find the lift, pull back now, Ravage to land. There's a lot of regen coming in, but it's not enough.
I like the way they're using this Ravage. I think it's completely fine to just shut down one of these two cores early. If you can secure a kill onto Nisha or mid one, that's a great way to go for it in the first couple of minutes. Now, ideally, you're securing towers after this, right? Especially when you have the Leshrac.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're just a little bit too threatened from Nisha's start here on the Faceless Void and concerned about the potential rotation of the Chronosphere. Now they are going to approach, though. Definitely like this.
Oh, very, very bold. Crit. Position and fly back behind as well, ready to interrupt if there is a black hole there. Tornado available, and the tier 1 tower going to be denied, but still taken.
They brought all of those big spells in, though, right? They have the Chronosphere, they have the black hole, so EG able to force rotations and still get out with the tower in hand. Deny, of course, still good for Secret, but space being denied away here from Team Secret.
Yeah, and that Tornado is super valuable to steal. Just to interrupt all these engagements. Nisha building towards the Maelstrom next, it looks like, and it seems that Secret want to make a move themselves.
Yeah, the classic 12 to 14 minutes, right? This seems to happen in most games we've been casting here at TI, is that each team reads exactly what the other one's doing, and they both smoke to the top lane or the bottom lane, and it's just, yeah, I'm taking your tier 1, you're taking mine. We agreed to trade off.
Yeah. Well, and then it opens up the jungle, you can go for the farm, and finished it basically
Dude,
simultaneous
Puppy
moments.
is so slow.
Yeah.
He went the double bracer.
Oh
he
my
does
God.
have the boot gold now, so they'll be bringing those out. But Crystal Maiden, 279. It's a hard life these days.
Yeah, man. This is the all for my team. Just get my aura, make it happen. Bottom lane, Nisha. Sticking around. S4 is there, and they'll be able to force him back. Still 30 seconds until Ravage.
Yeah, Nisha playing scared, right? He's kind of baiting here. He's going to rotate back around to the top of the stairs. Like, oh, why would he time walk away if he has friends nearby? That doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah.
They do have Radiant Vision up on the hill, though. Thank you. That's exactly what he sounds like, actually. So, I mean, right now it's S4 baiting.
Yeah. And they're going in for it. Still 15 seconds away. The disruption, great combo, and Puppy going to be interrupted in his ulti as well. Very well played here as they steal Freezing Field, and Puppy just going to hit the deck.
And they actually didn't have Ravage.
That's crazy.
Secret now, of course, is having the perfect timing.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Ooh. Doesn't decide to go for the Ravage.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
Unlikely you're going to get the follow-up kill by yourself because his friends are still here, but Yapsor bails.
Yeah. Doesn't want to take this fight anymore.
Too worried about additional heroes. They had all that vision inside, so saw that there were extra numbers. But now it's 15 minutes. You got to press forward if you're EG. You say, you know, Puppy's dead. They're scared. Let's get that battery and fly just up there.
Moving in for it, definitely.
Oh, God, they're there.
Trying to interrupt. Can they get to deny the bounty rune? Not going to happen, but mid one already throwing out the EMP combo. Yule Sepul dodge. And EG going to now try and assault the tier 1 tower, it looks like.
Nisha did get the top bounty at the very least. There's actually one more lurking there if he wants to try and go for it. If he reads the situation, he's going to see a lot of EG heroes on that bottom lane, but Sumail not revealing. Could think that he's there. And the line drawn now from Fly saying push out the top and the mid lane. And they're not going to care about bottom.
All right.
They're done. They're going to leave their vision. That's going to try and set them up for the next fight.
I guess as far as tower goes, it's one of the least important ones in the game, that bottom Dire tier 1.
And they got the bounty rune too. So perfect stuff there from EG. Another strong start. A 1K lead, nothing insurmountable, of course, at this point in the match.
Well, so at this point, do you feel like there's one team that's maybe a little bit in a better position if it does start to go late? Bulba was obviously saying that he felt like this was a game that was going to go into the late stages. Are you worried at all? Oh?
No, I mean, they both have amazing late game tools, right? There's no question. We'll have to see if YapzOr can figure this out here. Things very close to the tree line here.
EG had that ward as well, so they knew that YapzOr was coming in, and it looks like they're just going to try and retreat. Although Tornado. Ooh, that was close.
I mean, what do we got for our supports, right? We have a big save from Fly, the disruption, and then you have the ultimate position 4 turnaround heroes of the Rubik and the Earthshaker, very similar. Big reason why these two always come out at TI, right? It's hard to beat these two in terms of that instant, I'm turning this fight around, I'm winning this for my team out of the support role. Crit, of course, still waiting to use that freezing field as well. Maybe gonna goad his team into a smoke before he runs out on it. Or at least go farm some neutrals. That's another great way to use it.
Definitely.
Stack these two camps right now, 17-minute mark, get yourself some gold.
Let's get a blink, baby. Make it happen. Yeah, they have been using the Ravage pretty continually to try and go for a kill onto mid one, but not an easy kill with YapzOr right behind.
These teams are actually so similar in this game, right? It's crazy. There's going to be BKB concerns for the Invoker as well as the Leshrac. You've got that instant, the first 20 seconds of the fight, or not even, the first 5 seconds of the fight are so stupidly important for Sven and Void.
Yeah.
It has to be perfect. It has to be the stun into all the damage. It has to be the chrono into all the damage, the perfect setup. I got to get the guy who's got the save on the back line. It's so many big brain plays coming out here, and it should be a real treat here. The longer it stays even, the more excited I get, frankly.
And now the Fissure actually going to block off mid one for the moment. Can they find the X split Earth afterwards? And they will be able to. So they take down mid one. Just the wraparound coming, and YapzOr not able to save his mid player.
Yeah, taking number advantage here. Threatened with the Ravage, with the Soul Ring. Gonna start pushing the tower a little bit. And speaking of pushing, you got the Boots of Travel finished up for Sumail. Yules and bots at 18 minutes.
You can see Dota Plus favoring Team Secret right now. They feel like this Faceless Void could be one of those heroes that they just really like a lot, like the Spectre. His potential in the late game. As we're going into it, it feels like. But we will see. 7-7, 18 minutes in. And right now, both teams getting into the next series of items. Sumail has his bots, can push out the side lanes more effectively, maybe start to put some pressure along that top tier 1 or tier 2 tower rather.
Yeah, into that jungle zone. That ward's still surviving here for EG. It has given them so much information, and now a sentry catches a sentry, which makes Puppey perhaps a little suspicious, but he won't drop another. Didn't catch an observer. When you see the sentry like that, you gotta think do they have vision here as well? So yeah, he's dropping down some more.
They know though, and S4 wanting to make use of this early Blink Dagger purchase.
Yeah, another very aggressive Tide build, right? No medallions or solar crest or anything, just straight for the blink, all about the Ravage.
Puppey is there. They have an idea that he's in the area, but they don't have the Sven with them. Smoke breaks now onto Puppey, getting some vision, chasing forward. They have the Purge. Still looking for YapzOr. S4 wanting that +1, and they're actually grouped up together. Zai, he's got to be so careful. If S4 knows, he jumps forward. Ravage going to connect on the 3 of them. The follow-up coming through. There's no black hole in this fight. Can they get mid one afterwards? Dual Scepter to interrupt. Puppey going to try and play interference, but big win for EG.
Yeah, and a good steal for Crit, too. He gets the level 4 Crystal Nova with 3 points in Arcane Supremacy. That thing hits hard.
And still going to have to back out again as S4 a bit too far. So having those huge nukes coming from Crit now, can see the damage being dealt. And it was just that quick reaction and that ward. The ward you talked about in that bottom lane, scouting it all out.
That is the most value ward I've seen in a long time, I gotta say. And from an area of the map that doesn't necessarily get that much play, but it feels like EG have they forced it, right? By the way they're controlling the lanes.
Looking for the catch. Nisha gonna pop the BKB and just turn to fight. Puppey gonna pop the ultimate as well. Isn't enough to kill off Sumail? I think the answer is yes. And now looking for Fly. Nisha able to make the move for his team as they did not anticipate that BKB.
And instant smoke too from Yapsor. He says, I've got more here. I don't quite have my Blink Dagger, but I want to force a fight while we're at the advantage. Mid one chasing.
Oh, Mid one has a feeling. Crit is going to be the one that's caught, and Arteezy needs to get the heck out of here. If he is not careful, might get killed off afterwards. Tornado gonna find the lift. They're in trouble. Trying to get the time walk away. Crit's actually living through it. They follow up the follow-up stun, but it's not going to happen.
Does a little dance before his death.
EG lose 3, and back and forth we go.
Man, that BKB reveal could not have gone any better there for Nisha. Gets himself a double kill, puts his team in an excellent position for a follow-up, and now pushing the tier 1 mid with the Enigma. No real chance of defense here. I can't believe S4 is even coming in here. He's really in. He says, hey guys, they got nothing left. Just the black hole, and I guess he doesn't care.
Yeah, man, this guy's got Kraken Shell. Still all happy. Maybe try and bully Puppey a little bit here. There's a chance. He has Blink Dagger, the time dilation slow. S4 decides he does not want to run at people anymore. Didn't have the gush up because of time dilation. So, 21 minutes, 9-10, only 1,000 gold separating these two teams. And the BKBs starting to come out means that this is where the fights become a little bit topsy-turvy.
Yeah. Feels like there's a bit of a worry maybe for Arteezy, right? Like he's going to start losing some of his space. That mid-tier one's gone. They lost the bottom tier one a little bit earlier. Perhaps the invasions are going to begin now from Seeker with the Blink Dagger on Yapsor. And he still needs quite a few items on this Sven. But, you know, he's got the Midas efficiency, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's the way to win.
He's going to smoke up. He's looking for that initiation for the team. So we got Stormhammer, we got Ravage, and we got Fly Smoke getting caught by mid one with the dust
they
now.
know Yapsor trying to play interference, but the Ravage comes again from S4. They cake him down, and EG pick up another 2 key heroes and immediately into the pit afterwards.
Wait, we have completely different philosophies between S4 and Zai, right?
Yes.
Zai is playing the game of the threat of the black hole, and S4 is playing like Centaur right now, where he's just getting 2-man stomps off again. This guy, I guess the perennial scapegoat for S4 or for EG throughout the year, right? S4 Doom, haha. You know, the only hero he could live and win on, kind of a deal. The guy had some pretty rough games, a lot of 0-6s, 0-7s. But it's TI time, baby. This guy's a TI winner. He's been up there. He's done this. You think this place phases him at all?
He knows what he's doing, definitely. Definitely proving the haters wrong here. Playing a fabulous Tide game so far. Still, though, it is a hero that's naturally going to be a little bit behind in terms of farm just because he's not going for that Midas that Zaya's going for. It feels like Secret are kind of prepping for that later stage. But EG just getting the Aegis now, going to need to deal with a smoke coming from Secret with Chronosphere available.
Yeah, time for the aggressive plays again here once the Ravage is back up for EG. Until then, they do have to try and dodge exactly what Secret are bringing.
Well, Secret trying to find an opening here. It feels like
they know exactly what's happening. They saw Zai rotating through.
Got to be careful. They're baiting one. They realize that Crit's in the area too, as well as Fly. Jumps forward, and Arteezy able to get off to the other side. They only find one in the Chronosphere. That's not good enough, ladies and gents. And now Nisha trying to control it, find that one kill. They have an Echo Slam afterwards if they want to use it. Zai also looking for that opening with the black hole. He has the blink. Can they find the opening? It's not going to be there. Delta Split, get the heck out of dodge. Sumail still living through this one. They've only lost the Shadow Demon so far, and Nisha just trying to run away. And Secret have to escape. They got to get the heck out of here. Vision connecting again onto 2. Can they turn this one? Yapsor falls. And meanwhile, off to the side, S4 just runs away. They dodged it all.
At the very least, they did manage to save Nisha there. I thought he was going to go down. Got ourselves a support for support. But I think it was the Frostbite that came through and interrupted the follow-up there from Sumail. So Puppey with the big save. Keep his carry alive, because that was not looking too good. But for EG now, they're going to press forward. And they won't have the God Strength, but they do have the Ravage, which should be enough with the power of the Aegis to put themselves well past this tier 2. What kind of wards we got? We got 2 observers right now from Fly. So gotta get some special placements here to keep control of this dire jungle.
And a scary moment as well coming from EG as Crit has that Blink Dagger done. And as you mentioned in the fight, stolen Chronosphere. This could be one of those moments. You gotta be so careful if you're Team Secret. 3,000 gold lead, but more importantly, cooldowns still working with them right now on Secret. They have 30 more seconds until Chronos back up, but around 90 until they have Echo Slam again.
Yeah, they just want mid, I assume, for EG here. Have to push that bottom lane first, but they've got time with the Aegis to still do this. Good observer ward here, still spotting what Sumail's doing, hiding in the tree line.
Looking for it, Zai moves in. They have the black hole available, but saving it for now. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it looks like a jump through. They're still going to be able to find the one. Sumail looking like he's going to go down, but able to dodge away. Puppey finds the kill. In the meantime, mid one dies.
All right, calling all reinforcements.
And this was the Aegis, so Sumail's back again in a sec.
Some long TPs down here. So they're even thinking about sticking around because they have the Chrono back up now. Maybe going to attempt to force a backstab here, but EG, they still like what they see with mid one being dead. So contemplating a mid push here, Arteezy. He's being so stealthy, he's not even using his Midas, which I know is killing him inside.
Yes.
But he waits for that perfect jump.
We all go through pain for the victory.
He's itching right now. The camp's just right up there.
But they're really itching
something
for
good.
the jump in as they catch out Zai yet again. Another round. Evil geniuses keep on finding these pickoffs, and it's the vision. Over and over again, those wards placed down, spotting the opening, and now EG walking high ground. They've still got Chrono.
The Golden Glove was worth the wait there. S4 has been incredible on this side, and are so aggressive with this Blink Dagger.
Be careful. Where are you going to step next, Secret? Arteezy.
They still have Chrono.
Dodged out, keeping it for now. Both Secret and Evil Geniuses have Chronosphere. A little while left on the spell steal.
Who's going to have the better Chrono? That's the question. 55 seconds of precise timing. Thank you very much.
And the back away. EG managed to get some damage onto that tier 3, but really it was the tier 2 taken, and now Secret, no more tier 2s around. And again, it's every time it feels like it's Evil Geniuses having that vision advantage. VSJ mentioned on the panel that it was going to come down to who found the better initiation. That's what's been happening.
Yeah, we're not quite at that like late game stats they're looking for, but yeah, you look at those sentries placed, and there it is. Wards destroyed 3 for Secret, only 1 so far from EG, but at least they have the confidence of where to move, right? Because they know there's no observers when you're dropping that many sentries.
Absolutely. Now BKB.
Speaking of which, they're walking right under an observer, and they're being pinged out here. So Secret looking for that big play, but there's an observer sentry combo also spotting that Invoker in the mid lane.
Both teams under vision and not willing to take that fight. But it's all come to the tune of a 5,000 gold lead right now for EG.
I can't believe S4 hasn't died with the way he's played too.
It's been insane.
Yeah, definitely my my MVP so far in this one. I had a spectacular game last one as well on the Centaur War Runner. But he's just the driving force right now. He's walking, he's marching towards that tier 3 tower, and he's saying, yo team, tell me if there's a fight. I got Ravage in 25. Sumail.
Looks like it could be. Gotta be ever so careful. The wraparound could come, although they don't have Nisha with them right now. So Nisha going to come on back. Puppey realizing I need to deal with the creep waves that's pushing into the bottom lane, and simultaneously CRTZ move up towards the top lane and push that one off of their tier 2 tower.
Yeah, this is a prep for Roche time, right? You got the bottom lane way far out if you're EG. So you want to get that mid lane, that top lane, you want to get some wards in the dire jungle, and you want to get yourself all ready and raring to go for the big guy.
God, it's got to be said again, though, the problem right now in this Secret game is feeling like mid one. You know, right now only 200 gold ahead of Crit on his Rubik. It has been a very tough game for this Quaswex Invoker.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of ways to farm as the Quaswex Invoker other than kills, right? And the team fights have not been going their way. He is creating opportunities for someone like Zai, kind of similar to last time too, right? Unfortunately, at least for EG this time, the Enigma is not going to drop off a cliff like the Ench did. So, I mean, that does matter if Zai has the R button bound, but eventually that black hole will be coming into play.
Yeah, and we can see that Secret dodging away from fighting until that Chronosphere wears off, which it now, at this point, has. So EG no longer with that competitive advantage in the next fight. But the downside is that this Rubik is also as farmed as your Invoker.
Yeah, and he's just been, like, he's the reason why. Of course, you know, we're giving Zai a hard time, but he knows he can't Black Hole unless he either sees the Spell Steal or he catches the Rubik inside. And then once the Aghanim comes out, well, then you just have to get the Rubik or that's it.
Yes. DD
He
spawns.
is actually close to that Lincoln though, so he'll have himself at least some option there with the BKB. He will have the potential. They'll have to go for the Purge into the Steal.
You saw there the stats from Crit momentarily, and one of the ones that is highlighted again is Camp Stack. That was one that you were pointing out in the last game.
Yeah, geez, it was 23 Camp stacked by EG in the previous match compared to the 5 of Secret. Of course, it made a little bit of sense when you've got a Sven and a Leshrac, but still, they are materializing gold. They have perfected alchemy with the Alchemist Band. So EG just very on today as they take the field.
Smoke up right now. S4 again. They spot out Zai. This could be the man that they want to jump on. Roche, 2.5 minutes before it's going to respawn.
Scouting Sunstrike there from mid one just to ensure that nothing.
Oh, they're all grouped together. The jump for it. S4. He finds them all again. They can't come on. The follow-up coming though. Nisha's already there. He's trying to take down one. He wants to kill off Crit so he can get a Black Hole afterwards. The turnaround coming from Zai. Can they kill them all off in the duration of it? Puppy chasing for Arteezy. He pops the BKB, runs to fight, catches out Nisha. Can they kill him off in time? Yeah, through with the Astral Slam. The second turnaround. Give him the okie doke. And Secret still seeing if they can find Sumail, but they're not going to be able to. With all those heroes dead so quickly and all the ultis used, the big win is that the thing that's crazy is there's no Roche even.
That Yules from Sumail to stop the follow-up damage as well, though. Absolutely huge to make sure that he wouldn't go down. But big stuff there from Team Secret. They finally find a fight. They get the big pick-off that they needed with that Chrono. You saw him just instantly like, there he is. There's the Rubik, and Zai breathes a massive sigh of relief. He does 4,500 damage on the Enigma, and then 5,017 on the Faceless Void there from Nisha, as you saw.
Dude, and the buybacks came so
there
quick.
You go.
You talk about the double bubble. It's just back and forth and back and forth. Big team fight ultis, killing off that Rubik.
I mean, that's how good it is, guys. The double bubble. Synderen could win with this. It's extremely strong.
Oh.
Sorry, it's too easy at this
It's
point.
too easy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure, but it looked like Zai might not have gotten his BKB off at the start of that one, possibly, which caused some of the turnarounds. Whew.
All right, now
moment,
let's do it
everybody.
again. How
Take a
hard is
moment.
that, right? I mean, everyone's going to be taking a moment because that was a lot of spells cast. We got some big cooldowns, and so we're going to be waiting for a while.
And still no chance for the Roche because of the long respawn time. Like, if that happens immediately afterwards and Roche respawns, like, Secret could go in and steal it away. But not the case this time. Butterfly completed for the Void.
Yeah, he is very scary. You saw how much damage he was outputting there. Tends to be a very magic damage based hero because of the bash, and a like Maelstrom builder, but now that Butterfly just gonna help with the pure right clicks too. Of course, just amplifying everything with the attack speed.
33 minutes in, and again, S4 doesn't have the Ravage this time. Nisha up on the low ground, starts to find him, gets the lift up though for the
They can't
turnaround.
finish him,
Sunstrike,
no.
it's not there. He has Chronosphere, but he just didn't use it. And now Chase Ford finds the second round of it. They group apart Nisha, only able to find one, but it might be a good enough one at that. But the disruption coming from Fly, saving his buddy life, need to get the heck out of there. Sumail gets the Yule Scepter lift up, still lives through it, and now Puppy is the one who's gonna get caught. And that Chronosphere was not good enough. Ravage is now back up. Chasing forward, Arteezy finds one, the Ravage again to interrupt, and now the follow-up. They've got Nisha over the Malefice. They can't kill him off in time before he's able to get the jump away. EG find 3.
Team Secret tried to thread the needle there because they knew that Ravage wouldn't be up, right? They're just checking the cooldowns. So they're like, let me see, Ravage, 150. We got Faceless Void, the Chrono, 120. It was there. It was ready, a 30-second window. But when you try and do things so, like, surgical like that for Secret and you fail, it's going to be very, very painful.
And like you said, it's that initiation. You fully commit into the fight. And by that time, it takes you those 30 seconds to get away afterwards. And that does leave open now another Aegis going into the hands of Sumail.
Well, they do have the Black Hole back, of course, for Zai. It wasn't ready for that team fight. That is another thing about trying to throw that Needles. They were completely reliant there. And as you can see at the end of that fight, another unbelievable Ravage here from S4. The start of the fight, when they first done Nisha, they didn't have enough lockdown. Not enough allies nearby to try and get that kill. But in that moment, yeah, Fly. Woo! Let's go, he says. We're back. We got the Aegis. We got the cheese. On to the march to the high ground once again.
Dude, part of it is that it's like, you know, obviously a really good tied game. But the part of the thing, too, is S4's just putting the team on his back right now.
He's playing fearless, 100% right now.
That's what you got to do.
And Sumail, I think we're watching a replay here because he just finished his Shivas. It's 35 minutes in, and the guys got the same stuff going on here. He is terrifying. The only thing he's missing is the level 25 for those diabolic Edict explosions. And now, if he gets stuck inside a Chrono with someone like Crit, if you're going to be focusing on Crit the whole time, you're going to be taking a lot of damage if he manages to get that 25.
Well, the panel was talking about Leshrac at TI5. That had one particular ending, if you all recall.
Oh, he was there.
He was there. That guy was there.
Sumail guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not want to keep on giving him Lesh, it feels like.
Yeah, Crit thought that was funny.
Crit appreciates my humor. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Ravage, 25 seconds away.
Yeah, that's another window here where they do have the edge in the ultimates from Team Secret. A little bit down in the net worth, though. As you pointed out before, mid one still just on the struggle bus here.
Again, needing to get into those items. At this point, he does have the Aghanim's Cold Snap talent, but only level 16. I mean, Nisha's walking by him at 24 right now. He's the 3rd lowest level in the game.
Oh. Goodness. That's like last game, right? Crit was out-leveling him before, and he's out-leveling him again. The Grand Magus defeating the Invoker.
The smoke up. They have an inkling that somebody might be heading up top, and guess who it is? Mid one, trying to create some space for his team.
Sumail's hated, he's running.
Do they break on him? Sumail's off to the left. Meanwhile, Arteezy, he's going to realize that they're over there, but it looks like they won't go for the fight.
And they all blink away as S4 blinks in.
Yeah, the Secret realize now.
At the very least, mid one did stick around up top, so he'll go for the next wave. That one perhaps a little bit oh, okay. He goes from the out of range tornado.
Yeah. Afterwards, sending out the Forge Spirit, needing to play as safe as can be. Can't afford to lose anybody at this stage of the game.
Oh, we're talking 25 though, and there's a big one. The plus 40 strength on the God strength now for Arteezy.
You look at the buyback status. Only the Enigma and the Crystal Maiden have it for Dire.
That is terrifying. All right, Nisha's super close.
Yes.
Okay.
They all are super close, but you got to get that buyback before you take the fight. Nisha also almost 25.
Before EG bring the fight as well. It's only a minute and 45 left here, though, on that Aegis.
They spotted him, I think, on that ward. Sumail looking for an opening here. They're also bringing in Arteezy.
Dude,
Nisha shows up.
These wards down here has been insane.
That other ward, Nisha, he needs to be so careful. He jumps away, though, realizing what's going on. They get the lift up. They jump in. They find the stun, and they get him. Oh, my God. They get him again. He did manage to get buyback gold right before that.
But the greed, man, not BKB TPing. I mean, you can't blame him, right? That was just a field TP.
But that means that they know that Sumail as well as Arteezy are not here, and they're going to find at least one turnaround kill. S4 moving in, looking for Yapzor, but Sumail botsed into this fight. They've caught Puppey with the splitter if they find another kill. Off to the side.
Careful about this buyback, though.
Oh, not only that, they don't have crit right now. They can't stop a BKB black hole. They maybe need to find one first, and S4 could think about jumping in if they want to use it. Arteezy also behind enemy lines.
They can't black hole the Aegis, though, unless they're super confident in the Chrono after with a buyback, which would be fair.
Again, maybe a little bit risky here from Evil Geniuses, as they are going to walk up, take down this tier 3 tower. Sumail is going to try and back out, yeah.
They just want shrines.
Need to be careful. And Zai not going to take the bait for the jump. So EG take down the tier 3 tower. That opens up these shrines to be taken as well. And if there is going to be a next Roche fight, EG should have the advantage with buybacks.
Oh, Fly with the beautiful wards again in the same spot, creating two of the biggest moments in this match for EG to help give them this lead and drive them towards a potential 2-0 here. They've lost the edge of the Aegis now, though, as you hear it expire. But they do gain a BKB now in S4. He's holding the cheese, probably going to pass that off to Sumail. As you can see, the open slot's still there, and S4 will be happy to tank it up with the BKB instead. Now up to a 67% win probability, according to Dota Plus.
Dota Plus is feeling like it's going to be a 2-0. At this point, Secret needing to come up with an answer. 11,000 gold lead for EG. The Aghanim Scepter just now completed for the Rubik. those couple of huge team fights, the turning point in this one to try and move EG into
you want to see something nasty?
What's that?
You just hover over that spell steal. Like, I mean, that range.
Yeah.
How do you play around that? This is such a hard game.
It's a freaking screen.
Let me just click Lincoln's here. All right, we got a 13-second cooldown. Let me click Rubik. Oh, 2 seconds.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a very effective counter.
This is going to be a problem. Unless they're able to find the Rubik. That has to be one of the ways to do this. Maybe even just chrono the Rubik and then you go black hole everybody else.
That is completely fine at this point.
Mid one still scouting out for his team.
TZ sending the Midas home. Off to the farm.
And this is a DD rune spotted as well.
A Courier helping out there. Sending it. Nice micro there. The Midas has done its job. Will be sold now.
But look at this. Secret, they need to defend the top tower. Or top set of backs. There's creeps in the base.
All right, what kind of tools do we have here? Yapsor, he's working on a potential Aether Lens to just keep his stuns up. Big damage from Nisha. He wants it all in this team fight. No buyback. He is a one-and-done kind of hero in the Faceless Void. That's how he's going to treat it. This means that he 100% has to get the chrono off before dying. Keep the buyback. You can play a little lax. You know what happens. It's not the worst thing. But
he did take the backtrack cooldown instead of the...
Trying to stay alive.
Yeah,
you know?
Everything to stay alive. But you do remember last game what happened. Nisha not being dissuaded from dying without buyback in the previous game, going for that play again. Just hopefully not the dying part.
Yeah, there might be some time, depending on if they can get outside their base, if they can read the fact that EG is just spacing for the Aegis. Especially with Sumail showing on the bot.
And I guess the big key there is they feel like they have to all in for that Aegis play. And if they don't win the Aegis fight, you know, it's going to be really tough for them. And likewise, you can't buy back and just TP in.
Mid one is so scared this game, but he can't even get farmed, right? Like, he's running around invis, trying to push lanes for his team to keep them in this and create pressure on EG to make large rotations across the map. But he gets to hit 2 creeps, and now he's back ghost walking.
Yeah.
Like, it's not surprising he's only 2K ahead of Crit. When he has to give this kind of a game, he's trying to give as much farm as he can over to Nisha, who's now time walking into the tree line down on the bottom.
It's just so scary. Like, you've got such ridiculous damage coming from EG after a stun, and they just keep on getting stun locked and killed. Pickoff after pickoff, 22-16, 42 minutes in.
Fly just said, hey guys, we can take that shrine.
Yeah,
just drew a little line. He's like, hey, I guess got some free gold there. Why open we can't allow a backstab to happen, right, if we end up going high ground. They're still waiting for the Roche, and oh my goodness, that was a fast spawn.
Very fast spawn. We'll see if they're able to spot it. Aghanim Scepter.
Nisha has decided that he can solo kill Sumail if it's not obvious, because he's waiting. Yeah. You know, he doesn't need any XP. He would like a little bit more gold for his buyback, but he is just completely hoping that Sumail will TP down here.
Yeah, but likewise, EG, if you don't see Nisha farming out the creep waves, might give an inkling as to where he is. Cataclysm is the pickup. This could be one of the big defining factors here.
The damage up to 350. I mean, that's all right for Pure.
Yeah.
He'll definitely take it. He's not a full Exort Invoker.
But likewise, who do you like this Aghanim Scepter on for the Roche?
What's Nisha's APM right now? It's probably not too high. 118, oh my god, it's the lowest you're ever going to see it.
Well, you see there as well, actually, Sumail, he TP'd back, realized he doesn't like it anymore,
yeah,
just leaves.
He saw it, he was like, I don't think so.
So who do you like this Aghanim Scepter on that Roche picks?
That's a good question. Oh. We already got it on Crit, right? Shadow Demon, I guess, sometimes can be all right. Oh.
There's a smoke up, looking for that opening. S4 could be the one that gets jumped on, but it would need a black hole, and then that opens up the Rubik to go for the steal play, and the panel was talking about it, this big frontliner that just, you can't get through the watermelon. It's too tough.
They have 2 of the non-Kraken spells, too, but the Rubik.
It's just too scary. You can't initiate on him.
And well, look where Sumail is. I mean, that creep wave is going to be heading in here. He wants to be nearby because he thinks that Secret might take the opportunity to jump. But they're keeping that wave up. And now Fly pings it again. It's just like, maybe we keep this going?
Just the understanding of where Secret was going to come from and holding on to the high ground.
Yeah, they stopped the Force Sphere from getting in. So they have to Sunstrike it, and they say, indeed. Roshan awaits.
And EG with that are going to move into the pit. Going for the quick kill here.
We got the black hole. We got the freezing field. We got the chrono. We got the echo slam. Everyone has their moment here from Team Secret. The question is, can he get there in time? I can give you a quick answer. It's absolutely not.
And Roche is going to go down as they pick up.
Sumail's going to carry it around here. It looks like it is indeed Fly who's going to get it.
All right.
It's a nice eggs. I mean, you don't often get to get it, right? But 3 charges on the Demonic Purge. I do agree. I think it's better than the Tide one when you're rocking to phase boots, right? Because you already got mana issues. Spamming Gush on this giant like wave and torrent is a little bit tough, and the guy wants a refresher too. So
yeah, need all that mana for other.
He's gonna need some mangoes at this point.
He's got the Soul Ring. I'm sure it's all fine.
He's done the math.
15,000 net worth lead in EG after having taken that Aegis, getting the Ags. Is going to be in a position where they can possibly try and push for the next set of racks here.
The comeback in the last game was virtually impossible for Team Secret once they got down like the racks and everything. And this time they're still holding the high ground, but even more importantly, they just have the better heroes, right? This is much more of a game where it can happen. Unfortunately, they still have the exact same problem in mid one. He's still not scaling.
He did pick up a refresher here, so all of his spells double damage.
Cast spells, hit spells.
Gotta be careful. Alacrity onto Nisha, looking for their opening. Sumail.
Gotta watch that scythe. If Nisha jumps in here, he's got to BKB preemptively.
Yeah, it's really dangerous. And Sumail taking a lot of damage. Yule Scepter's dodged the hit, but the Cataclysm finds the hit. Was that just the Sunstrike?
Just the Sunstrike, just holding on.
Saving it for the second round afterwards. So that is going to be the end of this push for now as they burn through the Aegis. But they will at least get 1 range tracks with 1 last hit from Mr. Cardi.
Yep. Quick loss, though, from Team Secret on that.
And now the call is to head down to the bottom shrine. I mean, that's the thing. Like, in these moments, you've got so many potential ways that Secret could pull it back. You got to play it as safe as can be.
You don't want to be the first mover if you're EG either, right? Unless you see this like perfect opportunity, which is always hard to get going high ground, you would rather they throw the chrono first, right? Put the pressure on Secret. Don't reveal yourselves as this Rubik and only feed out your Leshrac with his Aegis.
And we do maybe see one of the problems that Secret have in this game, or rather EG have in this game, is there's a lot of outspam, a lot of damage spells from Secret that don't require a big initiation.
Yeah, but now we do have a BKB on Sumail to help replace that Aegis.
Oh, crit. They realize he's there. Jumped on him. Spores in the immediate on top of him. Look at the damage coming out.
That was a mid-hero.
Oh my god. They didn't stand a chance, and Crit looking to try and chase him down. They don't have buyback on the Invoker with the Chronosphere. Do they have any follow-up? They need the Black Hole afterwards, and Zai able to get it onto both of them. The huge combination coming out with the Echo Slam.
One more!
Secret, they're doing it! Is it going to be enough now? They're trying to take them down in time. 4-step off to the other side, and S4 gets the cheese off. Trying to run back now. They still don't have mid one, but they forced all these buybacks. EG, are they really going to try and push for more now? Oh man, S4 with the big bad punch. And look at the damage coming from Zai though.
They just spent so much on buybacks and on some big heroes too. Crit, Arteezy, and Sumail. Possibly the 3 worst ones that have to do it. But again, the big counter to the Chronosphere, it's always the buyback. Nisha has 6,800 gold. He might have to go back home and buy the refresher.
They need to think about it at the very least. 4-Staff trying to keep him alive. A second 4-Staff just pushes him grave. But they do have buyback right now on this Earthshaker. They got to try and hold at this point in time. If they can manage to hold things out, all of a sudden they're going to be in a much better position with those buybacks on cooldown.
It's back. There's no glyph. They're protecting.
And so much damage coming up from Sumail.
It's a bold play, right? But they've read the situation. They know they only lose to the Chrono and the Black Hole. Nisha again shows, still holding that gold.
But this is one of those moments. You look at it, and EG, they committed buybacks for this. They get another
and it all started with that pick there on the crit.
God, look at the damage coming.
Yeah, that plus 250 talent is a absolutely monstrous one when it comes to the anchor smash, and then the follow-up there from crit to keep things going. But beautiful. Nisha finds it. Easy follow-up for Zai out of the disruption. It's a save, but it's also a setup, as BSJ pointed out. And YapzOr, after 2 games on the Earthshaker, feels like he finally found himself an echo that mattered.
Yeah. And barely able to get out. That break also coming on to the Faceless Voids. There weren't any bashes afterwards.
Mid-one's like, thanks, team. I know, I got this. I'm coming back.
7,000 net worth lead, but again, those buybacks. the big deciding factor in these games, and they use 3 of them.
Yeah, and that's...
Oh, lordy.
Yeah.
Oh my
S4 got the gem first, though. Passes it off to Crit. Gonna be looking for mid one as he runs around the map here.
And the scary thing is that mid one will eventually become a hero. He's getting closer to that late game Invoker status. Getting level 20, having the Cataclysm and the Refresher. We didn't see that combination come out in the last fight. And even still, Secret were able to win it. It does sort of beg the question, if Nisha manages to find those Chronospheres, can Secret bring them down in time?
Also, I can't believe he's also going back for the Satanic too. And now he's going for the Lincolns, he's thinking after, so Nisha just has full confidence in his first Chrono. He knows that they're also lacking damage, right? Which is the other thing, that he can't fully invest in the Refresher. I do understand that as well, or that line of thinking, because mid one's not offering a whole lot. He's just spellcasting with the Refresher and the Aghanims. Same thing essentially for the Earthshaker and the Enigma. It's all just holding people in place for Nisha to bash them.
Goes back for it after picking up that Satanic, like you said. But nonetheless...
Oh, okay. So he went off the Lincolns.
Yeah. I guess the other thing, too, now is that they have more points up in Exort, so Alacrity matters more.
He needs a base Refresher, too. He doesn't have to, like, carry it around. So now he's got the 6 slots. Yeah. I'm definitely down with this over a Lincoln's.
Well, mid one again, scouting for his team. But we're getting closer and closer to that time. It's still where anything can happen in the late game. It feels like we're going to be waiting for that next Roche.
Yeah, I can't believe it's been brought down to just a 3K difference here in terms of the net worth as well. Kind of getting some heroes topping out here, maybe trying to put it onto some of their allies. So you don't necessarily have RTZ constantly hitting creeps or Sumail as well, right?
Yeah.
Sumail is closing in on the Octarine core, though, and with his BKB, man, they are going to take these last racks so fast. It might end up being a mega creep game. We all know that doesn't mean it's over. That's for sure. And Nisha now leading the charge here. They're going to some unusual spots. They're going to see an empty camp and say, oh, I wonder where they went next. They're playing detective here, tracking their way through on the hunt.
Now they have a feeling. They drop down the ward up on the high ground. And this smoke's still a decent amount of duration left. YapzOr gonna be the one that picks up the DD, actually.
Observer Sentry combo here from the side of EG.
That's gonna reveal Nisha once that smoke wears off.
Yeah,
so now they know where he's at. EG afterwards could go.
Sunstrike was very, very correct. I wonder where they are.
Yeah. But you can see EG playing very safe now. With no buybacks on several of their heroes, does open up a large window.
Midnight Pulse. I wonder where Enigma's damage.
So much damage.
Midnight Pulse and Black Hole is absolutely ridiculous.
So, moving into the pit. The Roche respawn time.
Minute and a half. All right, what does that do for our buybacks? That's the big question, right?
It's not quite good enough for EG. They're not going to have them by the time the Roche spawns.
They need a real long Roche.
Yeah.
It probably won't be game-ending necessarily, though, with only a minute.
Did get that Eidolon damage also, level 20 talent for Enigma. So if they do manage to push down a lane and get some damage onto the tower, it's going to be quite quick.
Fly just scanning with the illusions right now.
Yeah. Waiting for those buybacks to be ready. Not wanting to put a step forward if they don't have to. Got down to just 1,000 gold lead.
Man, Secret are looking stone cold in the booth right now. I can tell you that. No feet are tapping. Everyone intently on the screen. It's just, you know, the second that one pixel appears, I might have to jump and cast my spell. Stoic in there. Both sides.
EG now. Grouped together, mid one. The plus side of this Ghost Walk is that it's going to give you so much more potential to push out those side lanes without revealing yourself, throwing those tornadoes consistently.
Yeah, he has been playing a bounty hunter that essentially doesn't feed in this game. I feel like mid one has done despite being pretty low on the net worth and everything, he's done a good job of keeping these lanes in a good spot for Secret. It's one of those things that's a little bit thankless. But I think EG, without this Invoker running around and sacrificing himself, EG would probably have Megas, if not the game by now. constantly tornadoing, staying off the map, and it can be hard to keep track of that when he's never showing.
Definitely. Everybody going for Aeon Discs now, knowing the potential.
Yeah, it's a good, very good call. It's kind of the pseudo buyback in a way, right? Of just like, I can't be killed instantaneously.
Yes.
Got myself another chance in this fight. But there's so much follow-up, too, that at the most, you're hoping you just commit 2 big spells for you.
Scan. S4. I mean, there's
this
bounty
is
runes,
trash.
but oh, God. I mean, he can do what he wants, right? He's had an amazing game so far, but every step forward you take, it's closer to death. But Roche's respawned now. And those buybacks used earlier about to come off cooldown, all of them with the exception of Yapzor. Still about a minute away from his being done.
I mean, the crowd has been pretty loud for these two teams too, but they are just, they await like us. They can feel the tension.
A lot of tension in those booths, a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, and the big testament of what makes the top team is how do you deal with that in these moments?
Well, we got a Forward Spirit and an Illusion if you guys want a real team fight here. There it is. It's 2-on-1. They're battling it out with the Forward Spirit, trying to make the play. Oh, he lives! That was amazing.
You're such
you
a
get
dork.
some more of that.
I love it.
Ah, it's just TI.
Yeah, that's true, right?
It doesn't matter. Oh! And the deny on the damage. Oh! This Forward Spirit has done more than Mitten.
He just died. Oh my
Yeah, it's
goodness.
okay. He denied the damage. It's fine.
Fair enough. So 25-19 as we near the hour mark. This game
already. Whew.
It's pretty crazy.
It's been good.
It has.
That's a nice one. Question is, are we going to get another?
That's a good point. Only time.
Do you have a feeling?
You know, it really feels like it could go either way. And at this stage, I'm wondering if the double huge team fight
I think the
ultimates are
double
enough.
Ravage is...
Puppy.
The double Ravage is kind of scary for me.
Jump, jump, jump. Finds it on to 3. Not bad at all. Is it going to be enough, though? They have the disruption, able to keep him alive. S4 will go down, but Arteezy is the one to live. They buy back on the tide, and they just are going to back out now. But the BKB used from the Sven, and now Nisha. Refresher used, but no mana for that Chronosphere afterwards.
That is a bit of a problem. Luckily, he's got a Crystal Maiden. So Puppy pumping him back up, almost up to that 300. Just needs a little bit more for the time walk, and he's all good. And we're online. Second Chrono ready to go.
This is one of those moments. You take down S4, he buys back, and now another window. Or if you can take that huge team fight out of the game, gives Secret such a huge lead.
Jeez, S4 does not have any wiggle room for himself, though. Has to be very careful with the arcanes and everything. Just can't mess up, because he's also very close, right? With these anchor smashes and gushes, he could run into trouble. Definitely appreciate the fact that he's gotten rid of the phase boots, right? Because he needs it when he's gone for this.
Refresher, very expensive in the mana department, only 1,100 on that Tidehunter.
Yeah, so just the double pop, just has to ensure he gets it.
And Crit being the one to open up. Arteezy gonna get stunned. Nisha throws out another Chronosphere, but S4 there with the Ravage to turn this one back around. They have the Chronosphere, but can they get it? Oh my God, the Cataclysm and the second Refresher. Is it gonna be enough though? S4, he's in trouble. He's all alone trying to run away, and is he gonna be able to escape with the BKB wearing off? The answer is looking like maybe, possibly. The Chronosphere that was stolen from Crit to turn it back around, and now the jump forward. They want to take down Crit, able to save his offlaner at the last second.
That cost his buyback, but of course well worth it with S4 not having one. He is out of Ravage for 2 full minutes though, and you've got to think that Secret now should be able to take position here and get themselves around that Roche pit while they still hold the big black hole.
Can you believe it? The turnaround in this game, Secret in the late game are making it happen. They force out over the past couple of minutes 4 buybacks
They've
from
got
Evil
the big
Geniuses.
jump. I mean, Bulba knows that's what it's going to come down to, and it's Secret in the late game who are finding them. Nisha. Fantastic chronos, and he's got another one coming up here in 55 seconds. And of course, that Aegis, I imagine they give it to him. I could see an argument for Zai as well. Maybe even Yapzor, but he's not. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards Nisha, because I think if you have Chrono, these fights are just incredibly difficult for EG.
Well, it doesn't even feel like Secret are willing to fully go into the pit as of yet. A little bit too scary just walking in there. Got a no Ravage. Nisha jumps forward. He finds him. Blink away. Stolen time walk. Tries to jump. Tries to find.
Whoa!
Break the catch. Is it going to be the kill? They're going to be able to get the Black Hole trying to get him, and the break kills onto Zai. Now finding more. The Hex is out as well. Who's that puppy going down? Almost killed. One more right click. Finishes him off.
Oh, the defensive black hole is not usually the one that you want, but they needed it there for Nisha.
And he stole it. They have it stolen. Crit has black hole ready.
With the Aghanim Scepter as well, he's going to get himself a big old Midnight Pulse under there too, and that could bring down the beefiest of heroes. But Nisha, he's back with the double chrono.
The smoke up coming. They're moving right into the pit. And do Secret know? They might not be aware of this.
There's a DD bot. Nisha, how bad do you want it?
They're leaving. Either they don't know or they feel like they can't contest, but with double Chronosphere, you would imagine that they feel like they can go and fight.
They don't seem to.
Not quite
They're
in
scanning.
time.
They know.
And a little bit too late on the draw. Secret are going to give this one up. So Refresher, Aegis, Aghanim Scepter, and a cheese.
So that's 2 black holes, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. Double black hole for Crit. Can he do magic? The Grand Aegis. 60 minutes in now. No puppy for 60 seconds. EG, in the duration of this game, have been able to take down 2 of the racks, but as of yet have not been able to break for Megas.
We
Nisha.
also have the Aghanims picked up for Sumail too.
All right, Nisha thinking about jumping. He has no vision right now. No vision at all. But they're down on the low ground. Does he spot them out? Not quite. They're behind some trees. And he spots them. He gets Nisha. Soul Catcher already out, looking for the follow-up. Is it going to be enough? He doesn't do anything at all. The break. He's in trouble. The slowdown. The second one. Nisha going to get caught. Nisha going to be killed. He has 100 seconds away. Now mid one, trying to run out of there. S4. He has a Ravage back up in a second as well. But they can't quite find him as of yet.
Zai's out of there. He's going down to the wave. No one's in the base.
Look at this. EG, the tier 3 tower.
We have the black hole, we have the refresher, we have the chrono.
They have a moon chart on Sven. 5,000 gold lead right now for EG.
Just when it's looking like Secret have figured this one out and gotten those big team fights, it goes right back the other way. The jump is there from S4.
And still a ton of duration left on that black hole for Rubik. They haven't even had to use it yet. And you see the swing back and forth it goes. Back to just about 50-50, 62 minutes in.
IceFrog's having some trouble up there in the booth. He's sliding it left and right, trying to read what's happening.
And you see there,
but it's an enigma.
Oh. Up on the high grounds.
There's no time for replays. Things are far too dangerous right now. I appreciate this production because you never know. There's one moment.
Notice.
Especially when S4 blinks into a creep wave.
Jump forward, finds 2. That's a good 2 to get, but the Aeon Disc already proc. Crit living through this one, trying to find the follow-up. It's going to be there. They take down 1. They are going to possibly... No, they can't get Sumail. He's walking away. They find the finish. The black hole dropped down onto Arteezy. It's not enough. They're trying to run away. Is it going to be enough to break, to catch the control? He time walks out of there, but now the turnaround. Mid one coming through with the... Does it to him. All the combo and no buyback. Team Secret, god damn, you're beautiful. As Zai left over forward, he made it happen for him. No buybacks.
That's it.
Dear Lord, that was beautiful.
They're out of there, and what does it again? It's a little observer ward there on the river that lets Nisha grab that game-winning chrono. It's one thing to cast your spells, but in order to do it, you gotta see the other guy.
Oh. What more can you say after a game like that? Team Secret getting the adoration from the crowd. Shanghai loves these guys.
Shanghai loves the big spells, and I don't blame them. A hell of a game to watch, and a great way to send us towards that game 3. As Puppy is going to march back, he's going to relax, check his hair a little bit, still looking really nice and fly. And mid one's get, well, much like the game, he's lagging behind a little bit. But in the end, he'll still get there.
Oh, my goodness. Shanghai, the Mercedes-Benz Arena, a packed crowd, loving what they're seeing every minute of it. We're going to head back to the panel, see what they thought about that. Unbelievable. Game number 1. 2, excuse me, I don't even know what's happening.
An incredible way. Game number 2?
Yeah.
We're hearing a bunch of numbers from them over there. I'm saying, yeah, we got a game 3. Definitely want that. I could go to a game 8,000 with this series right now, Austin.
Absolutely, it's incredible, and I think that some of the things that like BSJ and PPD wanted to be able to point out was the fact that BSJ, you said that win or lose, this game's going to be a lot on Nisha's shoulders on that Faceless Void, right?
Yeah, usually with a Faceless Void type hero, you want somebody who stands in front, kind of serves as a meat shield, almost like forces the enemy team to collapse on that hero so that you can get an opportune chrono and you don't have to start the fight yourself. But what ended up happening over the course of the game, the awkward team fights in the middle were kind of rough for Secret. That's why they got down by 15, 20,000 or so. And then eventually they just used buybacks as their tool to have those meat shields in front. People would just die, and then they'd buy back and start the fight after the chaos ensued. And you get 2-man Chronos, 4-man Black Holes. Eventually, with all these refresh orbs and big ultimates, they're able to hit enough of them eventually. Like, they're going to hit somebody.
Yeah, Peter, Bulba said this is probably going to go late game, and sure it did. What did you think about those closing moments?
I saw Nisha. They showed him on camera missing that chrono.
Yeah.
Man, you almost just lost your team the game. He like smiled and smirked, and then here all of a sudden he's going in and just winning his team the game with that last chronosphere.
Incredible. Rich, what'd you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, we got plenty to talk about right now. Definitely excited to see this one go into a game 3, but I heard you guys actually talking about it quite a bit, the idea of basically using somebody to bait and then going in, say, okay, we're going to use the buyback here. We're going to then go in and fight once more. Do you think that that is the story of how they really were able to win here, ODPixel?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was so crazy, right? I mean, it's exactly as you said, but then you sort of took it to the next level, because normally it's, okay, Chrono's down, Black Hole's been used, we'll get back in, but with the refreshers in play at the end of the game, suddenly it was, you had to wait for the double Black Hole to come out, the double Chrono before you were able to successfully get yourself back in with a buyback that EG did try and do a few times in that later portions. Honestly, that game, for me at least, that was without a doubt the best game I've seen so far here at this TI. This is the absolute dream. This is the pinnacle of Dota 2. You have every single bit of team fight that you could hope for. It all came together in an entirely close game. We did not know who was going to take that win until the very last 10 seconds of gameplay.
You know, you could hear the crowd as well. I think that they would agree that this is one of the best games that we've seen thus far. I mean, typically, you know, you really expect the fans to cheer for the home teams, and that's something that we've seen pretty much everywhere we go. All of a sudden, you just get some of the best heckin' Dota that we've seen, and everybody's absolutely freaking out.
Who's not going to cheer for Ravages, Black Holes, Chronospheres, Echo Slams, Rubik all on top of that? You couldn't ask for a better game to watch.
All right, well, we now are going to get to take a quick look at some of the stuff that Casey and Slacks have been up to.
Yeah, honestly, we're supposed to toss to a piece, and we're going to in a second, but we're both still so freaking excited about what we You could probably hear us yelling from backstage from all of Shanghai.
Oh, that was crazy. The crowd was nuts. It was absolutely unbelievable. But I gotta say, I worked up a bit of an appetite with that fantastic Dota, huh?
And here's a piece about eating.
That's right. It's a piece where we learn to cook.
Today we're gonna do something very special. I'm sure you ate dumplings before?
Dumplings? Like pot stickers, or?
Just dumplings.
Now, one thing they will tell you to do is wash your hands before you cook.
Did you wash your hands?
Yes, probably.
Just keep doing it.
Get out my anger over certain people in my life.
So what is this?
Soy sauce.
Soy sauce.
So how much should we add?
Just follow your heart.
Follow your heart.
Oh.
You should have asked somebody with a healthy heart to follow their heart.
I wish that wasn't so funny.
Ooh. Excuse you.
There you go. That's a man's dumple.
So we're gonna boil all of them.
I have a little surprise for you guys. I actually brought an American traditional meal, pizza rolls.
Oh, wow.
Now, I do have a little warning for you. I did take it with me on a couple of plane rides, and I don't have a freezer, so these have been in the meal room for about 9 days or something.
Smell is actually really bad. Oh my God, they smell sour.
Oh, God. There we go. Easy. Casey, go ahead.
Gosh, that's so nice of you, but I had a really big brunch. So I really think that you should be the one to eat it.
Well, you know, my father always said, ladies first, so you can start off and then we can finish
Hey guys,
off together.
I'll eat it.
No. I'm sorry, you can't.
Okay, so I know that we do a lot of these bits, and sometimes people think that, oh, that was scripted or you did that. I cannot underscore how disgusting those pizza rolls were. Can you please be honest about when you put them in your luggage versus when we actually open them up?
Those pizza rolls traveled intercontinentally for 12 days, never seeing a fridge or freezer again. They were in my luggage, and this very suit has not been washed since.
What? Why would you do that?
It's a nice thing. Smell it. Take a big old whiff.
Okay, that's enough. All right. No, what are you doing? Stop it!
Come on! Go with the panel!
Okay, well, I will say it's a little bit un-American of you to at least taste the pizza. That's American's dumpling.
Are you saying we should have eaten it?
You should have eaten the pizza rolls.
They had not been refrigerated in 14 days.
You don't need to as long as you freeze them at the beginning.
No. There were no. They smelled.
He didn't open the bag. You don't have to put them in the refrigerator. It says refrigerate after opening. He didn't open the bag. It's sealed.
All right, you know what? We're going to go get some pizza rolls. We're going to make sure that they don't see the light of a refrigerator, and then you can eat them.
Oh.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. I'm starving right now. We've been working our tuchus off, but you know who else has been working their tuchus off? These players, and we should definitely talk about what's in store in game number 3. So we already talked about some of the things that were going on in the first game, and I want to kind of ask if we're going to see more of the same. In that first game of the series, we really were talking about the idea of, okay, is it going to be based around team fights or individual performance? We said that we wanted to see more individual, all the individual players on Secret put under the microscope. They definitely deliver, but also we have just a game of big spells in game number 2. And we also talked about this idea of actually using buybacks to bait quite a bit. Do you think that we can expect more baiting?
Absolutely, and you know what we can definitely expect as well? More surprise picks from Puppy, I think. You know, Bulba mentioned it after the draft, that niche void. I looked at the stats. We haven't seen that for 7 months. Last brought up in the CQ Major against Liquid. He's only played it sort of 26 times in pro games, and only that once was Secret. The other times were Kinguin and his prior team. So if you're Bulba, you've got to really keep your mind open, because Secret could bring something out that could really trip you up, like it did at the end of game 2.
True, and I do want to say, I mean, this baiting strategy isn't necessarily an easy one to go for, but they were true masters of it. Definitely masters at baiting.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But the biggest thing for me is when you go and have all these giant team fight ultis and you let it go that late game, I'm looking at the team against it. Like, what was EG doing for a certain point when you have all these and all the spells go on cooldown and whatnot, and if you're just playing defensively, you know, waiting for Roshan, doing that over and over again, you're just going to lose eventually.
I think the idea is that Secret was being extremely active with pushing out the side lanes, because ultimately every single fight was happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, but
I don't think I saw another side lane for like 40 minutes.
I think middle lane, when Tide was the only one who had his ulti up, when they were pushing the bait, when they took the melee racks, right? EG took melee racks, there was one ulti up and it was Tide. So no one else had an ulti, no one had a refresher, and they backed up to take Roche after only getting one melee. What does a melee racks mean at 55 minutes in that game? Like, it almost felt like they just played way too passively.
Yeah, it's fair. And I guess some of it may come down to them being not predicting that Faceless Void pick.
And it's just, I mean, it is scary, right? You have an Enigma, an Earthshaker, an Invoker. Like, at a certain point, you're getting hit by a spell as they said over on the draft panel. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to get hit eventually.
Well, that's the thing. Are you going to get hit by Cataclysm? You know, this Invoker mid-boarder, he had a very slow game. EG was able to shut him down very early on, and he really struggled to get back in. But if the game goes on and you've got this amount of team fight control next to you, you're going to hit these Cataclysms, and by the end of the game, mid-one, he's just able to be that team fight contribution, sitting at the back, double tapping D, dropping these Cataclysms. People were dying.
Yep. A fantastic series, and now that we do have a moment here, I do want to kind of talk about what the potential is based on the 2 outcomes that we're going to see. This next game, of course, is going to settle the series. We are completely tied up in our best of 3, but what does the bracket actually look like depending on what happens here, Neil?
You know exactly what happens if Evil Geniuses win. It's EG versus OG. The rematch. Everyone always looks forward to it. We got a little taste of it earlier on in the group stage. But yeah, I need to see it on the stage. I need to see the drama behind it. Yeah, sure, Secret can take it. Secret OG, they have their own story behind them, but I got to see the evil geniuses.
And you can take a look right now, folks.
That was great.
Wait, that should have
been
run all
intended.
the brackets like that from now on?
Can we get that back?
I would actually like if we could put PPD kind of in there, just looking over the bracket right now. But ultimately, when we do take a look, we can start to see what this tournament is going to look like. Already, we know we have an all-Chinese affair on the top side of our upper bracket. That's going to guarantee one of the home teams basically making it through to the final day. Also, a little bit later, when we do jump down to some of these lower bracket matchups, we still do have some more of these teams from that region. But right now, all eyes going to be on EG Secret as we do settle this. Whoever wins this plays against OG. And we've talked a little bit about the matchup, but for anyone who maybe doesn't know the history, Owen, why are we so excited about potentially seeing this?
As I said, you got No Tail and Fly. Obviously, No Tail on OG, Fly on EG. These guys, they were the best of friends. For many years, they did everything together. Yeah. And I mean everything.
Through all of Han, almost all of Han into Dota.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I meant. And then after that point, this breaking point, I believe what happened about the Super Major.
Right before the Super
Right
Major.
before the Super Major, Fly said no, and he left. And then No Tail, it was
took
up to
S4
him
with
to
him.
sort of, he did. See, that's the worst bit. You know, he's still leaving, and then if you're taking S4 away from
He
someone,
got custody.
that's just the next level. And obviously, understandable why he did it at the time. OG weren't performing, but we'll forget sort of the reasons, and we'll just stick with the drama because that's what's most entertaining to see.
That's what everyone wants, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It definitely is, and we're going to have to keep that in the back of our mind as the teams are getting ready. They're about to jump back into their seats on the main stage. We're going to welcome all of them completely tied up in our series 1-1. This game does decide it. We might have that rematch. We might get to actually settle a little bit of this drama up on the main stage, or we are going to see Secret move on forward. And now, as the players do take the stage right now, I do want to really start to talk about everything that they have accomplished already in this tournament. EG really trying to grab a win here, but are they overperforming thus far in the bracket, Neil, for what you expected?
No, not necessarily. I think this is going to be the make or break for them. Much as how in the BO1s, like, I'm not ready to say that any team made it to main event, oh, suddenly they get my respect. You got to make it through a few teams first before I get impressed. And if they manage to beat Secret, or if Secret manages to beat EG, then I guess that's when you start defining a clear frontrunner. OG is another force to be reckoned with. Both of these teams will not have an easy road against that because no one's given a solution to OG's core IO yet.
Yeah, and now we can actually take a deeper look at what EG actually expects. We have an interview with them and Casey.
Okay, if you could interview yourselves, what would you ask?
What time did I wake up this morning?
Boy, that's genius. Why didn't I think of that?
I think this sofa is meant for two people.
It is. I didn't know there were going to be three of you.
My butt is stuck on.
Oh, God, I've worked with people like you. So, Fly, I'm curious, how much do you guide your teammates to look back and learn from mistakes versus not holding on to the past and just focusing on what's ahead?
There's always something to learn both from failure and success. So I like to look at both because sometimes people forget why they win and why they're good. So I definitely try to look at both things. And I think we were one of the best teams at the previous TI, and there's a lot of good things that we did that we actually, coming into training here, we looked back and like, oh, wow, you know, we just did certain things really well, and we'd like to do that again.
I believe like it's true that many teams, they forget why something is successful, and you know, sometimes you have to take some moments to reflect on why you think something was working.
I'm curious how each of you would rate your performance at TI8 now that you've had some space to look back on it.
As a team, 9 out of 10.
Why not 10 out of 10?
Because we didn't win.
But you think you did everything that you possibly could to...
Pretty much, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hop on the bandwagon. Yeah, 9.
Smart.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you wish that you had done differently?
Probably the last day, my friends.
The last day. Maybe play it a bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We had a pretty good track record, though, pretty much the entire event.
Mm-hmm.
And then we lost an upper bracket match, and then we managed to like kind of fight back. And then we lost to LGD in a fashion which I think was not very characteristic of us during that tournament. So, of course, we all wish that we had a better series.
You didn't make any roster changes right after TI. I'm curious why, because a lot of people, that's a really popular time for people to kind of take a look at personnel and see what works and what doesn't.
Because we formed the team 2 months prior to TI. And before going to TI, we already had made up our minds that we're not going to switch rosters, even if we like get 16th place, let's say. And then we did end up doing really well. So there was no reason for us to change maybe after this TI.
Who are you kicking after this TI?
I don't know. We don't know yet.
Okay.
Of course, after finishing 3rd place and being a pretty new team, it seemed kind of unnecessary to change roster.
I'm curious about your thoughts of this TI being in China for the first time.
I mean, I think it's great that it's in China. I think there's a lot of Chinese fans and players and like really great teams from here, so it only makes sense that they also get to experience it, because you know the feeling of playing at TI and for the crowd as well is, you know, like no other tournament. I'm also excited to hopefully, you know, play on the main stage against Chinese teams and see how, you know, the crowd gets. It's going to be good.
How would you compare how you are as a team today compared to going into TI8? How are you better?
We've been able to tackle some of our problems recently, and we're going to be better for it. And that's kind of what matters in the end, because if you started off great and you kind of like so-so during the year, but as long as you're able to fix what you had to fix or, you know, tackle it, then you're going to become much stronger than you were the previous year. So hopefully that happens this time.
Is it more difficult to get to TI now than ever before?
For the top teams, no, I would say. Like if you're consistent and you're at the top, you get rewarded more for it now. You know, maybe you have like a couple of months where you're down. It's not like you're going to miss TI because of that anymore.
What is your favorite part of TI?
It's like prestigious to be here, and everybody that is there for a reason. So I like the idea that it's basically all these teams, like the 18 teams that are putting their full focus into the game, and you get to like compete against each other. Just that idea is really cool for me.
Thanks, guys.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Nice.
Are you done?
Nice content, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
In the interviews we've seen for both of these teams now, Casey really focusing on the idea of how's your team changed up to this TI, because we're no strangers to these squads, and it really is important to actually have that moment of reassessing everything and trying to figure out how do you get better. How do you, for some of these players, win your second TI? How do you become the first player to ever manage to do that? And from what we heard in this interview, they're definitely thinking about these improvements as well. Have we seen that throughout the year, though, in your mind, Grant?
I think for Secret, they've been the best the entire year. So it's really hard to look at them coming into this TI, right? You're one of the favorites. I think it was probably them, VG Gaming, and LGD are like the 3 favorites coming in this. And EG, right? 3rd places. That's the whole thing until the last major where they got, what, 2nd to last or 9th, 12th or whatever. And it felt really bad. But then they came into this TI, you know, they had a rough first day. And now, I mean, it's looking like they are another top 3 team here possibly with the last couple games.
And I like the emphasis on roster consistency. Obviously, they said that after TI8, we were a relatively fresh team. There's no real incentive for us to start shuffling around players. And that was something that North America has been guilty of for a very long time. As soon as you don't get the performance that you want, you're just like, let's just, you know, just mix things up. But we're seeing here all the best teams, your Virtus Pros, your Secrets, your PSG LGDs, and your EGs. These are teams that value being able to stick together with the same group of people. Maybe you might trade out a coach every once in a while, but even then, you see the value of sticking together with a squad.
You always need fresh ideas sometimes. Like, you can always be the 5 same players, but sometimes, you know, if it's not clicking or something happens, like, you do need a fresh idea in there sometimes, and I think that's where, you know, changing a coach might work.
Right.
Yeah, you don't have to necessarily break up all of the synergies that you've worked towards, but you can start to have that new, fresh thought push you outside of your comfort zone and also makes you a little bit less predictable as well. But when we talk about EG not having the best performance most recently when they are actually headed here into TI, do you think that that is somewhat of a throwaway? Do you think you can say, okay, that was just a bad tournament, or do you think it was a sign?
No, I think you can separate it, because for a lot of these teams, you have to remember that TI it's just approached in an entirely different manner. You just compare the prize pools. It's you know, it's night and day. It's such a vast difference. that a lot of these teams, when they turn up, it's the reason why you sort of see teams like VP, right? They had a pretty good season. You expect them to sort of blur us away on the main stage. They had some really rough games in the groups. And they had a rough showing in their first series yesterday on the main stage themselves. A team like EG, sure, previous major, they didn't look too hot, but you look back at their TI performance historically, obviously TI8 coming third, now coming into this one. Sure, even in game 2, just now, where they dropped the game, they still look to be on the top of their game. That game could have gone anyone's way.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you really think that is maybe just people that have been up on the stage before being more prepared for it? Because we have also seen some of these newcomers really looking relatively comfortable up on the main stage.
Yeah, that's true. I still think, like, you always want to have that, like, I've been here, I know what it's like. Like, Nisha, sure, he still looks great, but you never know. This game 3, all of a sudden, he could just crumble. Obviously, he hasn't yet, but it's always better to have experience, right? No one wants to be inexperienced.
That's true, but oftentimes I find that whenever like a South American squad like Infamous comes, you come in, you've got nothing to lose. You're just happy to be here. They had one goal in mind. All they wanted to do was just place higher than any other South American team ever has, and they accomplished that. And whenever you come in with that devil-may-care attitude, and you're just happy to soak in the crowd, see the experience, just be flown out all across the world, I think that has a little bit of its own charm as well.
But they are in losers, and this is probably the highest tier winner bracket match of probably the event so far, it feels like.
Definitely, and I feel like when we do look at that lower bracket, because that lower bracket definitely going to be coming into play a lot more tomorrow as well. We're going to have some matches in it to round out the day, but you start thinking about which of these teams can make a run. Is it going to be someone with a lot of experience, or is it potentially going to be one of these things? It's really exciting to actually look at it and look at a new generation of players and say, hey, they can really just throw some of these players for an absolute run. Maybe they're not getting the respect that they necessarily deserve, but once you're up here on the TI stage, I think you definitely do get it.
That's what a lot of people thought about Thompson last year. He was
100%.
just a pub star. You know, he's building Meteor Hammer and Voker. People would joke literally in his chat and be like, OG Thompson, you know, when's that going to happen?
Oh, no, exactly. I remember Kyle, right, infamously said about, you know, he joked about Thompson. You know, the fact that the OG were overrating Thompson.
Right.
You know, they're like, why are they picking up a pub player? And then he goes and wins TI. So really, there are players out there. I do believe still that there are more Thompsons.
I mean,
you know, in the
Mind
scene.
Control TI7, right?
Like, as well.
Exactly. Like, the guy just literally only played in-house leagues, was the top player at in-house leagues like 6 months in a row. You pick him up, and, oh, wait, he is really that good, no matter where you put him at.
Even though that newbie true side, the TI7 true side at the very end was just like, the Chinese translation was like, it's your first TI. You can't expect to win. You're not a god or something like that.
Yeah.
And then in comes Top God himself winning it easy.
And you think about, and obviously, like, we have some people who can speak to it very well. I mean, some of them going to be over on that draft panel. What do you actually think of a player that you haven't played up against before? How do you actually prepare for that matchup when it is a tournament like TI? Are you going to actually try to watch a lot of VOD on them? Are you just going to go with what you know and just try to beat the team? It is a really interesting dynamic, and I think that sometimes it does favor the younger player. If they have that attitude, like, I mean, when we heard those interviews, they were just like, yeah, we don't care who we're playing against. We don't necessarily look up to anyone. We love the game. We're here to play the game. And I know if I was standing next to a player that I've watched forever, I'd probably pee my pants, let alone playing against them, right? I mean, I already mentioned yesterday, I don't know if you guys were there, but when I met Dendy, I did, like, pee my pants just a little bit. It's Dendy, you know? I grew up watching the guy. I tried to ask him to shake my hand and just flew it. It was not what I was like, you know what I mean? And to actually get into the booth and to play against someone like, imagine playing against somebody like Sumail if you're just coming up as a new player. Like, you've watched him get a chip, you've watched him win a TI. I can't imagine what that would be like for a player.
I mean, I 1v1 Sumail back in the day, back when he was first joining EG.
Taught him everything he knew.
We ran 10 1v1s, and I did indeed. It was all SF versus SF, and I did beat 2 of them. So, you know,
wow.
Could have been up there, Grant. What happened? Why are you here with us?
You know, I decided you guys are a great bunch of people, and also I'm trash at Dota.
No, okay.
You went a different route. You definitely did, but we're happy you're here.
It's very weird to consider that out of the entire EG squad, Sumail is still the least experienced player, even though they've been there for, like, all those players have been there for so long.
Yeah, I mean, him and Arteezy, right? That's the thing, like, because Arteezy, you know, he had that break on the Secret even before that when he was on some weird, like, KP stacks,
That's
like
right.
TI3. Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, we've talked about this matchup quite a bit. Now we are ready to get it started. Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. It's all going to be settled in this game.
Versus Evil Geniuses. Game 3.
It all comes down to this game 3 now between Evil Geniuses and Team Secret. And I've got BSJ and PPD to be able to break down the draft. Peter, I actually wanted to start with you. They actually had the conversation in there about being able to bring up a new player. And you obviously had that experience with Sumail. What's it like to be able to pull somebody new into the competitive scene and kind of mold them into the professional player?
I mean, a lot of times the older players actually learn quite a lot from the younger players, and I mean, I disagree with just about everything said over there on the panel. But
okay.
I don't know. It's like, you know, you keep a team together, but sometimes a roster change is nice. Sometimes, like, you know, the reason why these teams stick together is because the players work well together and they don't have issues amongst each other. The hardest competitor out there, you know, is inside you and the 4 other teammates in your booth. The hardest thing about being on a team is playing as a team, and the teams that play best together go the farthest. And I think that a lot of people, you know, Rich is sitting there talking about people peeing their pants because they're too scared of the people or they're too nervous or whatever it is. But the reason why that these players play on this stage is because they don't care who's in the other booth. They believe and have confidence in themselves that they are the best Dota players, and that's what they're here to prove.
I think being a part of a team is almost like a relationship, and there's some times that there's just things you can't come back from, and that's why changes are necessary. Sometimes things don't mesh. Sometimes there's tension between players. There's so much that can go wrong in Dota. It's such a high-stress game, and it's not always clear-cut what went wrong. Like, 2 different players on the same team can have a different perspective of why you lost a game, and that just creates so many natural ways to have tension between players.
Sorry to interrupt, but
No,
we got a dynamic going on here. Eugie's dipping into the reserve time. Enchantress still in the pool, but Secret banned Leshrac. So will EG have another answer for this first pick Enchantress, or is Bulba going to ban it?
And I'm sure the Tidehunter came as a bit of a surprise ban as well, right? You don't oftentimes see this in the first 3.
It's a strong hero, but Secret decides they just don't want it in the game.
It's annoying to play against.
I think Secret was outdrafted those first 2 games. I think that last game, that was EG's to lose, man. I hope they're not too shaken up.
And this is going to leave, because of these sort of bans, the Leshrac and the Tide heroes that we don't typically see, there's going to be some heroes out there in the pool that we don't normally see be left out there.
What is 1:15 left on the reserve time? Make up your mind, Bulba. What is going on?
Maybe the mouse disconnected, you know? Oh, the Earthshaker.
Okay,
They've left Enchantress then. Maybe they think that's like a crucial part of the Enchantress's like early game to have that Earthshaker fissure block. Oh.
I think that this hero was banned.
I think both games
in the previous games.
Yeah.
So that hero's slipping through. Shaker going out.
Ogre's a #1 hero that comes to mind as a combination with Mirana.
Was Shaker that scary last game? I mean, Yapster did some work, but not until like 30 minutes plus.
It definitely took a while for him to show up to the game.
The hero's kind of slow. A lot of 4 players I've talked to actually don't really like Shaker that much, and that's maybe why we've seen it be more popular in the 3 position, is like, you know, you get at that farm priority. Otherwise, as a 4 position, you kind of want these heroes with that natural initiation. We've seen some Treant, we've seen some Nyx, Earth Spirits, you know, these ranged heroes, Pod and Wind Ranger, like they don't really need this, you know, 2K gold item that they're like, oh guys, I'm gonna farm top lane for a bit. They just keep going and going and going, and Shaker kind of needs a little startup, and EG's actually gonna get the Ench here on 2nd pick. I think this hero's fantastic.
Now going to be enabled by the Shadow Demon, 2nd pick.
They've kind of block picked this Ogre, right? With the double purge. We talked about with the Magnus Empower early on in the tournament. You can purge the Empower, and I think we've seen the Enchantress against the Ogre where you just purge the Bloodlust.
Yeah, forget Ogre. That hero's like kind of like a cool first pick for some teams because they're willing to play it on 3 or 5 or 4. But once it gets past like this first phase of the draft and nobody goes for it, I think the hero kind of loses a lot of. You might be able to pick it, you know, EG could potentially pick it out the 2nd phase.
Do you think Mirana fulfills that role already, that kind of flex first pick that gives you a lot of options?
I think when you first pick Mirana, I think that you've already committed to that hero being a 4 position.
Okay, there's no other options for you?
The hero just doesn't really have great matchups. I think we saw Fnatic, I mean, they beat my team with it, but you know, a lot of people beat my team with a lot of things this tournament. But we saw Fnatic play it on the safe lane. Most teams, I think, put it mid lane. We had Fada playing it quite a lot for us as well. It's just, as the draft progresses, you're never thinking like, oh, Mirana's getting like, he's becoming such a better mid laner this game. It's like, it's kind of this hero you pick maybe 8-9, and you just say, okay, like go mid, arrow the range creeps, you know, you catch up, do some jungling.
And you've got a nice pairing with it to be a 4 position, right? This 3 position Sand King, great combo.
Yeah, it's a strong lane. You either have some kill potential on the lane, or pot up and just go arrow some jungle camps, get that bottle to start, you know, playing the rune game. I'm curious what their Ench killer will be, though. It's going to come later in the draft. It's probably going to be on Nisha's hero, I would guess.
So in your head, is Sand King just not enough damage to be able to deal with the Enchantress?
No, definitely not. I think any Ench, a lot of these Enchantresses in the offlane, I think they go for that hood, that self item to keep themselves alive. And then if they even need more survivability, they'll go for a Force Staff. If they need armor, they'll go Medallion into Solar Crest. And their whole entire goal is to create this barrier between their teammates and the enemy. So that way, when they go on the Ench, it takes a ton of commitment to kill her, and then they can counter-initiate.
And also, if you manage to keep the Ench alive, the other team on the retreat, that's when Enchantress does most of the damage, right?
Definitely.
I don't think it's usually Enchantress's team going on them and Enchantress wailing on the enemy team. It's the Enchantress getting gone on and then surviving.
It's scary. You're thinking, can we kill the Ench?
Yeah.
Do we have enough to kill
so
the Ench?
nerve-wracking.
And then, oh, she's at 200 HP, and now she's healing back up to full, and she's throwing impetus as you're, you know, everybody's scattering in all directions.
Especially if you have a save mechanism, which they have in the Shadow Demon. She gets off Nature's Attendance, gets saved by Disruption, she comes back, boom, she's got a good 300, 400 health more.
Yeah. But what we saw in EG's first game, where they actually managed to defeat the Enchantress, is they had enough power to threaten the Ench early, so that way she couldn't play in their face. And then eventually, as the game got later, Enchantress started to fall off, and then they just got their BKBs, and they had this AoE damage that, you know, kind of put her down. And we've seen these Potoms go this Aghanims on a lot of these 4 positions, and that's a ton of magical burst damage. Even in E-Blade later, the Dagons, right? They're definitely going to have some damage with this hero.
So is that a 3 mag 4? Like,
this is definitely going to be a crit Magnus, a Fly Shadow Demon, and an S4 Enchantress. And there's the Ogre.
I don't know if I like the Ogre pick. I think Evil Genius has purposely picked Enchantress Shadow Demon to kind of block that.
Well, Ogre does have a decent laning phase against Enchantress. He has a lot of armor, natural regen. He can tank a lot of right clicks. I don't like it that much myself either, to be completely honest. But I can see the direction. He definitely can man up and fight against the Shadow Demon and the Magnus, so they'll have a hard time helping out. But the Mag and Power plus the Enchantress right-clicking away, it might be too hard for Team Secret to deal with in their safe lane.
I thought they might go for some counter initiation on the RP. So far, I haven't seen that, right? Usually, when I say counter initiation, yeah, you have Sand King, but whoever gets some power is going to have a BKB, and you want some natural way to either make it hard to RP you with a hero like Slark, or make it so that you can disrupt the RP once it happens.
EG once again going for their mid hero before the final pick of the game, picking up Sumail's Ember Spirit, similar to his Leshrac. This is a hero that he's played a million times and he's really excelled on. I'd be curious to see if the Slark maybe try to go match up mid lane against the Ember Spirit. We've seen infamous Chris Luck notably taking the Slark mid lane a couple times. Even we saw mid one. Actually, yeah, maybe it's a mid one Slark.
Yeah, I was thinking it's most likely a mid Slark for the good matchup mid. And
remember the hood mid one Slark?
Yeah,
the Hood of Defiance.
Eternal Envy coined that, man.
No, let's not. Okay, fair enough. I mean,
gotta give credit where it's due, even if
sure.
EG gonna take out. As they agree with you, they say, hey, this is probably gonna be a mid one Slark, so we're gonna take out a safe laner that does deal with Enchantress. We're gonna go back to that Gyrocopter ban. What's left when it comes to dealing with this Enchantress, or have we done enough?
I think they need a hero that can sustain up against it. There's a lot of people like Sven because he has the opportunity to go jungle early. He also has high armor. He can kind of, he can weather the storm of the early game Enchantress. There's the Void ban, which, I mean, I think supports my theory of Sven being the last pick here.
It's also really good against Slark and Mirana, though. And they have no save. I think it would have been really annoying to deal with the Void.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean, I agree. I
don't necessarily know if that boats against their last pick, It could just be to block what already is good against what they have.
Yeah, I haven't seen RTZ play Void yet this tournament, but that hero has been rising in popularity. Not only Nisha winning the last game with it, but we've seen Ame from LGD playing it, and I'm not sure who else has played it. It's won a couple games, though. They got a ton of reserve time to decide on this last pick.
Is PA just, like, too crazy here? Is that too slow?
PA is... that hero's really slow. That being said, if the hero does get through laning phase, it's a pretty good PA game. It's very good against Ench. can kill Ench. It's also really good against Ember. Ember actually really doesn't like playing against high physical damage burst heroes. And Weaver, wow.
There's some more physical damage for you.
This hero is actually really good in lane against Enchantress. You can stay there quite a while. You can buy an early bottle, have a ton of sustain. You can even go, I don't know if you go Linken's, but I was saying if you do go Linken's, you get early ring of health.
I wouldn't be surprised if he buys a Manta this game. Usually I've seen Weavers go one survivability item. I don't think Linken's does anything for you.
Yeah, he probably wants a way to get out of those roots from Ember, right?
Yeah.
A minute to decide for Evil Geniuses. They need something that is going to pair up still with the Empower while simultaneously being able to deal with these slippery agility cores that Team Secret have picked up 4-5.
Yeah, we go from last game, which was Wombo combo team fight, and now Team Secret has virtually no team fight, only Sand King, and they have a bunch of mobile, elusive, like you said, pick off, wave clear, and I don't think we're going to see... The goal of this game for Secret is to not give EG the team fight they need, right, with this Magnus RP. But then at the same time, a lot of teams have just been valuing the Empower of Magnus more so than the team fight that it represents. It's almost going to be a farm race, while there's a lot of... It's going to be a lot about the split push pressure on the map.
I wonder... I'm trying to think of a carry that RTZ could play here that works, and I'm just not sure I'm not sure I can think of one. Is it possible that RTZ would play Ember Spirit, and they pick a new mid for Sumail?
You could just go something like Tiny. They go PA themselves.
Going for it. All right. Mag PA. We'll see if they can.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll see if they can take it into the late game. PA needs a lot of farm.
A hero that can jump on some of these agility cores, look to be able to blow them up before they slip away. BSJ, do you like that last pick?
I think PA is a really good matchup against Slark, as long as the Slark doesn't take over the mid game too much. And if they're able to create space for him, which kind of hard to know with the Ember Spirit versus this Slark mid. I believe in the EG draft, though. I like it more so than the Secret draft.
It's surprising, considering you are the Slark aficionado, but we do have Casey, who now has an interview with Sunby.
All right, thanks, guys. How you doing, Sunby? How are you doing after those games? Very long, really tough.
Very tense. Still a little bit nervous watching the game because things went places where it shouldn't have, I feel. But I'm glad we came out on top. I feel good about it.
It's got to be hard as the coach when you're back behind the scenes and you can hear your team talking to each other as they're playing, and there's nothing that you can do.
Right, but I mean, that part's no different. Hearing their communication is actually kind of nerve-wracking, but it's also relieving that they're talking about the right things, they're doing the right things as it's happening, so it feels good. It's great.
How did that inform your decisions with the draft, and how do you feel you did going into Game 3?
I'm not really sure how to answer that. Whatever happens, I think it was very positive. No, I feel confident. I think we'll do it, no matter what.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Casey. Yes, we have run the gamut with this series. It has all happened. Craziness, historical moments, and now a game number 3. Trent, it had to end this way. It had to.
It had to. It had to, of course. You don't want it any other way. We came up here hoping for a Game 3. Does that make us biased? I think so. I mean, finally we're hoping for something when we're casting. We're allowed to go after one thing, and that's always going to be the Game 3. We want more opportunities for these players to shine. We want more of those beautiful moments that you get. That's what TI is all about.
Absolutely. And as we hop into this game number 3, it can't help but feel like it might end up running into the same type of issues that we've seen previously, where you sit around for a while, you get your farm going, but Mag PA, that to me, it's a backbreaker from time to time if you can hit those big RPs and make the combos happen.
Yeah, it always feels good when you kind of seem to be the alpha carry in a game when you're PA, you know? Like, eventually, I got this. Now, I don't know if he's going to get a rapier, like some of these other wild carries out there, like on me. But I'm hoping so.
Oh, absolutely. That is sort of the be-all, end-all. We saw it with the Aghanim Scepter, kind of a unique build for anybody that missed those games earlier. The Aghanim Scepter PA into Rapier. One of the craziest builds ever. He got it even when they were ahead.
It's become very common, though. I mean, I keep seeing this Aghanims on the PA games. I think it's become a staple of the build that the effect on the Blur is just crazy. She's already so annoying to play against, but having that instant cast time as well as the Dispel, can't forget about that, is very handy.
And see already kind of an interesting ward place down for EG, wanting to scout the rotations from Secret.
I like Sumail there. You can't see me. Trying to be as elusive as possible on the Ember, and Flya ever so excited to play some more shouting. That looks like a face Rich would make if they asked for a photo.
True enough. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we need to take a little bit of a breath and reset after that last game. The panel was able to talk for a while about it, but it did kind of just feel like one of those games that, how do you recover for that as EG afterwards? It's going to need to just come in and I guess play entirely different heroes and put it behind you.
Yeah, definitely something that maybe Bulba focusing on there, right? The mental effort there is Crit able to out-click Nisha. Very difficult against those core players. Yeah. They love to spam, but Crit, he's got it. You know, this guy, he plays a mean troll too.
That's the only bounty rune they were able to get, though. Secret picking up the other 3 on the rest of the map.
Yeah, it's very scary up top, right? You have Sand King, Mirana. Very good setup for the arrow. And the setup overall isn't incredible this game. Their last pick, you know, that OD sitting there, I'm sure they were probably tempted by it, but they allowed me to keep that Slark in the mid lane. Mid one wanted that instead for this matchup. And looking to have a very good mid game here in timing with Nisha. They don't really have like the alpha carry, right? If I had to pick who's going to come out on top if this game just keeps on rolling, I got to go with Arteezy, especially when he's dealing.
Sumail steals the tree and then eats another one afterwards.
Can't do that now.
Not sure what that was all about, but mid one getting hurt a little bit there. I mean, he dropped the tree and ate another one afterwards, right? Was that crazy?
I didn't see. Sorry, I was too busy in my own world.
Well, nonetheless.
But by the way, our crowd reacted. It sounded like it. Whoa!
Uh-oh, S4.
There they go again.
Puppey gonna beat him down. That Orb of Venom.
Yeah, now Crit's trying to find a skewer here. He's got the angle.
Looking for the moment. Get on back over here, buddy, but not within the tower range. Still going to be able to body block here. S4 trying to trade hits, but that is a big tanky ogre who does not care about the little enchantress. Man, but looking across these lanes, everything fairly good for Secret early on. As they have 7 last hits on.
Oh, that arrow.
Woo! Barely off the mark. Sumail dodges away from that.
Man, so chill. I can't believe there's no tips after that. The chat wheeling, the tipping, the high fives, those have gone by the wayside. Now that we've moved into game 3. You know, game 1, everyone's so happy-go-lucky, hoo-hoo-hoo. Not so much now, very silent.
Both teams, obviously, with a ton on the line. And feeling like they need to make this play happen as another YapzOr rotation towards the mid lane. That was scouted out, the Arcane Rune, and they should know that the Mirana's in the area. In fact, Crit's going to come in and see if he can find a skewer play. YapzOr over in the trees. They run into him, and that will stop the pressure.
He can just chase him, right? If he's just keeping vision on YapzOr, the game is going better for EG. Stop him from getting kills, even try and block him from arrowing neutral, steal some of his XP. Crit, his only role this game is to empower.
And that is something.
There's a high five. You know, oh, thanks for the XP, buddy.
Well done. Oh, top lane again, bottom lane again. S4 going to get caught and going to go down. Nisha finding the kill.
Yeah, they have their own answer for this Ench, right? Of course, already playing it early in the series. They know how to try and get through that damage in the laning stage. As YapzOr will shoot another arrow, but hit the miss once again. Just stealing some farm from his mid laner. Oh, I missed him. Sorry. Tactics coming out here from YapzOr. I mean, we all know what he does.
That's true.
To get the gold.
Got to do what you got to do to make it happen. But you can see that the big loser so far in this lane is going to be S4 right now. Only 1 last hit in comparison to the 20 and 13. As mid lane, mid 1, going to be able to jump away from Crit. And this is something I'm maybe a little bit concerned about. In both of the previous games, EG looked very good with Crit getting a ton of farm. And not really like it's going to be the case in this game as Nisha bloodlusted up.
Yeah, S4. He's just level 2. So Nisha easily able to harass through him there with the 1-1-1 build. Now YapzOr going to be found out again here. More XP dished out to his opponents.
Sumail's just chasing him. I mean, the wave is pushing at the very least, so this isn't going to be that many last hits lost unless mid one can keep track of the lane, and that's going to keep it in a better position.
But they do want to get some stacks off while they're here though, right? So Fly's going to get the double as he's passing through. Very nice. Very efficient with these from EG.
Yeah, in the previous games.
Empty mana pool for Puppey. Canceled by Crit. Very good stuff there. The last thing you need is just more spam onto S4 as he tries to deal with Nisha.
And all lanes right now going incredibly well for Secret. This is the Secret that we were expecting to see coming into this. 2,000 gold lead at 4 minutes.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear when you just look at the last hits where it's all coming from, right? I mean, they have 3 cores farming.
Oh, and they got Sumail in the mid lane, gonna trade hits, but still not enough. He took some tower shots, and now instead it's gonna be mid one in trouble. Chase down, one more hit, that's all they need. And with the salve up, it's not enough. Mid one goes down.
And Crit hands it over to Sumail as well there.
And on the other side, Fly got Zai. So all the lanes going great, and a couple of kills just given away.
Yeah, had the sentry prepped, and I guess Zai trying to outplay him there. Now S4 as well. The Timbersaw actually has reached level 3, so much harder to deal with. Puppey goes in for the bounty rune. Might cost him his life.
Feels like it's well worth it indeed if they can get it. As the skewer back onto Puppey, body blocked in, and Sumail just keeps running around at level 5. No fear, no cares about the mid lane. I mean, there's nobody hitting CS in there, but he's just getting kills.
Up top as well. Looks like Zai's under the tower. Oh, they missed the arrow.
Good blink away there from Artur, and going to keep the pressure back away from him. You can see the strength of the Sand King. In spite of that death, still 36 CS here.
And look how it just goes right back up too, right? Because the last hits, they're still stacking on Secret's side. Right up to that 2K, even after losing 2 heroes.
Definitely.
Oh, good sentry there. Catches the Observer where there was placed down by Fly.
He's going to try and go for another round of stacks here. Should be able to pick up both of them. Sumail is looking to maybe get another, but not quite going to get there in time. So it is just going to be the 2 stacks. Still quite good.
Man, they are all over this, though. Something that Secret just has not been employing in this series so far. Now Crit's coming through. It's only level 1 in power, though. So, sorry, but that's all I got. Oh, and there you go.
He stole one of them, but now they know. Sentry Ward drop down for Fly does not scout out. It's just Yapsor knowing where they were going to be.
I feel like Crit's inevitably going to feed here. He's like trying to get as many levels as he can, but a level 6 Slark is very spooky. A single point in the pounce is still 2.5 seconds. That thing has a serious value point at level 1.
Yeah. And mid one wisely keeping the creep wave as close to his hill as possible, while Crit just tries to soaks up what he can. And in the meantime, you can see Sumail here farming up, taking a good amount of damage, but he clears through those stacks, and I mean, he's almost top of the net worth because of it. You talked about it. Mid lane, leashing onto Crit.
He's still worried about the skewer, right? He doesn't know what kind of follow-up is there, so has to just let him go. He would have to commit the ult if he wanted to go for the whole kill, plus he, well, now he has 2 points at the Dark Pack too, I suppose.
Meantime, Zai turns a Burrow Strike onto one, the arrow, but the disruption is there. And that will stop some of the aggression at the very least, as Arteezy just gets the blink away afterwards.
S4's game still very difficult now. Almost half the net worth of Zai at this point from the Sand King.
So how concerning is this early game for Evil Geniuses? They're 2,000 gold down at about 7.5 minutes. Do the stacks make up for it at all?
They're going to be a dual core kind of a game, very akin to what happened with Secret in the first game. I mean, okay, that was kind of just a solo core of just niche on the Wraith King, but S4, I don't know how much you can expect from him, frankly, this game. I think that he's already kind of not set up for the best looking game, right? Simply because of he got picked so early. He doesn't have a lot of control to work with. It's mostly going to be Sumail getting those big bolas to help him put the damage out.
Yeah. Well, and Puppey does manage to get the TP out of there. Sumail already getting very active on this hero. Ember Spirit rotating at level 5, not something that you often see, but did mean that he was able to pick up 2 kills off of it.
Yeah, that's an 8-minute Midas now for mid one. No boots, just Wraithband, Midas. Flashing it in that mid lane for all to see. Meanwhile, now Zai, you can see, got a big item himself too. That Veil complete. And pretty scary stuff here for a PA who's sitting this low. Has to respect the potential arrow that could come from Yapsor. They don't have a lane ward either, so he's not sure how many heroes are here from Secret.
You can see this rotation coming from Puppey. Fly is nearby to help out, but he's gonna need help himself, it looks like, as Zai spots him out.
Man, that arrow is way!
And they get him. But S4 actually rotating in. He still has the Swarm on him and is gonna turn now onto Zai, but Zai able to eat away the Sentry Ward that was down. Really heads up play there, but Zai walking back into a Sentry Ward on the other side, and well, that one is not going to be able to make his escape, although Zai walks away from Ring.
Oh, another!
And look at all this damage that's building up. They kill off Arteezy. They do bring down the Sand King, but lose their carry in turn. And Sumail now trying to make something happen, see if he can kill off Puppey. Another round of impetus. S4 trying to run away. He's taking a lot of damage. They do kill off the Ogre. Mid 1 shows up as well now. A flurry of action.
Doesn't have the leash though. Need the arrow.
Connects. Well played. Yapzor making it happen, but able to get that Remnant out. They did not have the pounce for the follow-up.
Yeah, no Shrine ready though. So that's going to be EG licking their wounds for quite a while. And yeah, that damage coming from Zai, just not able to Quelling Blade the other sentry, but then setting up for another arrow there from Yapzor, who's having a pretty good start here. 0-0-2, not really telling the full story of how much pressure he's been putting onto EG, as now Nisha takes the tower right in Arteezy's face, and Shikuchi's back in time for the bounty.
And the net worth lead continues to grow, 5,000 now, into the favor of Secret, who are just doing everything right.
And we talked about how there's this late game threat for sure from EG. I mean, they're getting all these stacks. There's some net worth sitting inside their jungle, but what if they get pressured? What if Secret come in here and take this all away from you? Then your game's just done.
Yeah, true enough. It is a little bit different though, at the very least, since mid 1 went for this Midas. Might be a little bit slowed down on the pressure, but these heroes just naturally come online faster, and that's where the Sand King really comes into play.
Yapzor here, but I don't think there's any follow-up. Yeah, he's just gonna leap his way out of there after the disruption. Yeah, once he takes his tower, he's just heading in there. I think he's just gonna make this his home and try and force Arteezy as well as Sumail down to that dire triangle instead.
Thankfully for EG, Sumail is going to be able to finish off those stacks. Clears through them with the help of the Empower. But now the question is, how do Secret invade the jungle? They have a smoke going to be switched back over into the inventory. Takes a moment.
Look at this. The gang.
They're just hanging out, man.
They got the smoke. Here we go.
They know where Sumail's going to be, and they're heading right there.
Yeah, they have an observer ward down bottom that's seeing where Arteezy's farming.
Scan as they walk up to high ground. Sumail, does he have a Remnant out? Doesn't look like it. He throws one now, but Puppey is going to sit on that.
All right, here we go. The Force, the Fire Blast, the arrow.
An arrow comes out. It's all done perfectly. And it looks like they find the kill on Sumail.
Tic-tac-toe.
Dude, Secret just worked them.
What a setup there from Secret. They are just firing here. 5K lead, 5-5, but it ain't even.
No. 5,000 gold lead. That's the other 5 that's hanging out to the side. Now, granted, EG have ridiculous physical damage if they can find that control. The other problem that they've really got is just this Enchantress has not been able to get that much done.
Well, you said before, Crits had these incredible games, and you give him the mag, and it's tough, right? Even if he finds this RP, that's once every 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't a flashy hero for him that can get things moving across the map. He has to wait, you know? He has to rely on Sumail and Arteezy to carry him.
This could be good, though, if they can get this catch on the mid 1.
Can they, though?
They're thinking about it. Disruption to open up, and now Arteezy moving in. They need a lot of damage, but yeah, Shadow Dance just walks away. And
you always get one.
That's both of your cores.
Time to get the dust. Fly plants down his last sentry and says, I need some last hits here, guys, because dust is expensive.
Well, that is going to be 5-5. That one with the Moonlight Shadow able to escape and now go for initiation afterwards. Dodges the arrow, but Fly just walks into it.
Man, it is such an expensive game here for the supports, and this is not a GPM hero here for Fly, not a GPM hero here for Crit, so you need dust for everybody else, you need sentries for the Slark because of the Dark Pack. How are you going to keep tracking this Moonlight Shadow? Plus, you've got the limit on the sentries, which is another reason why Mirana has started to become a little bit more powerful of a hero. Now smoked up again here, getting very aggressive. Oh, that Slight hit a few more than he expected.
Sumail,
and he got out of there.
Immediate reaction. That's the blink reveal. So EG dodging away from the gank, although Zai walks up to the high ground in a lot of trouble. Arteezy just finds him, can they get the kill in time? The arrow connects and the burrow strike comes through. Zai living, and well, on the other side, not looking like it's gonna happen, Arteezy. He needs to get a couple more crits here. Puppey very low, but they kill off the PA again, and mid 1 lives through it all. The Shockwave pulls back, able to find that 1 kill, and S4 now throwing out those impetus shots, trying to find a finish for his team. A triple kill for Yapzor though, and Nisha just running away. Needs a couple more, long duration, but he's invis away, and 4 dead for Evil Geniuses.
The kill on the mid 1 was pretty huge though. I did not think they were gonna get it. But Arteezy getting a couple nice crits there with the help of the Empower. Makes that a 4 for 3. It still favors EG in terms of gold, but the fact that the PA and Ember are going down, they're not going to be farming this whole time. And now a potential kill here on S4.
And he's just dropping all the magical damage in the world, and EG don't have an answer. They're going to take down this tier 1 tower. It feels like the story of this game in a way is Evil Geniuses just needing to hold off. But I'm not sure if they're going to have what it takes.
They do not have wave clear. They don't have spam. When you're this far behind, this is very scary stuff. Sumail's going for drums. He knows he's going to have to go combat build here.
On the other side, we do see the Remnant forward just going to try and...
I think they're only going to get one bounty rune again.
Yeah.
Puppey gets the D ward. They're scared. And the lead grows. The rich get richer.
This is so often the story of these games. Almost 3,000 bounty gold going the way of Secret. You can see 11 bounties there with 750 all that EG's been able to collect at this point in the game. And that's only a portion of the net worth difference between these two teams.
You gotta think losing those big games, the mental toll, maybe leading to mistakes here.
And Arteezy again caught back behind. He's in this freaking tier 2, it feels like. And, well, they are gonna call off the charge, but Secret are just leaving no stone unturned in this quest for pressuring EG. Mid1 already having that drums done. S4 looking to make something happen. Walking into his own jungle, but does not look like they'll be able to find a pick off. Nisha, maybe a bit far forward, but he is underneath his own team's vision.
He is not worried this game.
Yeah.
A Manta this game is pretty much a BKB when it comes to stuns and control, right? Like, you're gonna get like RP'd anyway. Other than that, though, if he can just Manta his way out of the Searing Chains.
Oh my God, look at this. It's 16 minutes in, it's 92%.
I don't blame it. It's not wrong, man. And this game is out of control.
The thing that's so crazy about this, too, is if you consider, you know, what PPD was saying during the panel, right? Like this, it felt like she outdrafted them both games. And this one, it just has not gone the way they wanted at all. 9,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. Secret doing everything that they want and a little bit more.
Yeah, lane matchups just going extremely well for Secret, and then the key after that is to just make sure you don't make mistakes. Uncharacteristic errors in the first 2 games. This looks more like the Secret that you expect, clinical here, as they're taking EG to school.
And Mid1 sitting top of the net worth, place he has not been so far this series, it feels like. And on a hero that definitely can make people shudder.
All right, Dota, you got Arteezy now. Up to the Deso, right? That's a long investment, finally coming to fruition. With the power of the Empower. I've seen a couple games like this, you know? The PA, not the hero you want to have to tango with when you're so far ahead. The game feels free, everything seems fine, and suddenly she crits through your heroes and you lose a team fight out of nowhere.
Okay. And that's going to depend upon Crit finding those big initiations. And he is almost towards that Blink Dagger as
crits
well.
on crits on crits, you know?
Yes. With Crit to help.
Perfect.
Arrow comes out, disruption, going to be fine. That is another nice part of this draft as well, is you've got some pretty decent save. The Atos on Mirana, kind of an interesting adaptation from Yapsor.
Just another thing to worry about for the PA and the Ember, as well as just giving them some tools to play against S4 too. So.
Oh, EG smoked up. What are they going to accomplish with this one? They've got their eyes sort of on Zai, but back towards the mid. Mid1 is going to be running through, and well, a little bit of trepidation coming out from EG. This smoke doesn't look like it's going to accomplish that much.
Yeah, and now Secret's still just sitting with the Moonlight Shadows. They got their own pseudo smoke every once in a while if they want to try and play aggressive and flex their lead.
Yeah.
But currently they're waiting on that Diffusal Blade as Mid1 finishes it in the mid lane here on that last creep.
And it felt like they were going for that play with the DD on the Ember Spirit, see if they could find a fight. If not, just back out afterwards. Try and wait for those BKBs, which both cores are now queuing up.
And likely the same story for Mid1 here soon too, right?
Yeah. Throwing out an impetus shot. Causes a little bit of trouble. I like, by the way, how S4 doesn't have the Mortal equipped, because I feel like the rainbows show off a little bit better. This is like, it's a hidey way. You know what I mean?
Tactical.
Exactly.
Are you accusing of pay to lose here?
It's a possibility.
Careful now, Gabe. Keep
fair.
your job. All cosmetics are amazing and make you play better. Don't forget to get your Sign Trove Carib. Has anyone ever flexed that in the middle of a cast?
I don't think so. You're a first
When
man.
there's a 9K lead, there's only so much you can do.
10-8. As you said, 9K lead. Secret playing this one safe, not needing to go too far forward and get caught out of position, because that's the big thing, right? The Blink Dagger's just now complete for crit. Do you think that EG try and make a move with that, or do they have to wait for BKBs?
I think they're playing defensively, waiting for BKBs. If there is some sort of aggression from Secret, they'll go for the RP, but maybe they're going to try and at least get out their jungle here, try and regain some control. Seems to be the movement that they've got going on. They are keeping steady, right? It's been a 9K lead for a while.
Oh, and he breaks the smoke, and they don't get the chains, and mid one just walks away. Oh, God. That one hurts. That one hurts a lot.
And he had that sentry. He knew that sentry was there too, right?
Yeah.
And now they missed the sentry on the high ground too.
Secret gonna pick up 3 bounty runes, it looks like. Okay, that's a good one. They pull him back in, trying to find mid one, able to get into the Shadow Dance.
No mana there on crit. Also, wasn't sure about the Dark Pack, didn't want to go for the RP, so.
Yeah, understandable. So, 20-minute mark.
In the meantime, they're losing control of the lanes. Nisha up top, the rest of the crew in the middle, arrowing the catapult, speeding things up here with the Bloodlust. Hard to push that bottom tier 1 without losing a lot. And Nisha, he wants to put the maximum threat here of the top lane into play.
Force people back. The Ember not wanting to have to deal with this. Does not have, ended up going for the phase boots, not going for any boots of travel early on to try and deal with this pressure. And in the meantime, Arteezy is going to pressure down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Get his team a little bit more gold and get him closer to the
I mean, they even commit a scan though, and they're still just losing the mid tower. Mid one is poking and prodding. They're gonna take at least 600 damage on that tier 3 top. All things going the way of Team Secret as EG continue the path towards BKBs.
Well, and again, you think about what happens when those BKBs do eventually come out. You've got the RP available for your high ground defense with the Blink Dagger done on crit. A lot of ways to try and bait out reactions, with whether it's the Sleight of Fist into chains or what have you. But it does kind of feel like EG are just going to have to play defense.
I like that Secret are playing very quick though, right? They're not resting on their laurels at all. They've taken all the tier 2s in the top area. I think a lot of times throughout this group stage, we've seen teams get a similar lead, but not press it this much. They've kind of left that like mid tier 2. Maybe they take the top one nice and early, but they are really putting the strangle onto EG right now.
Looking maybe to try and keep that pressure on as they take down Roshan. They do have a couple of other items that could get picked up still. Mjolnir if they wanted to on the...
I think with an Aegis, I like that.
I mean, it might just be worth it just to go. And they're going to go for the Moonlight Shadow play to start it all off. Who can they find? BKB's just now completed for EG.
Both?
At least the PAs.
PA, not the Ember yet though, but the Ember a little bit more survival, has an Arcane Rune still too.
Yeah.
I think he just popped one. Yeah, this guy's getting Arcane Runes everywhere.
Well, S4 showing mid. Does not look like Secret want to jump on him, maybe anticipating a bait play. Down bottom, Zai is scouting out Arteezy.
They're trying their own bait play down here.
This could be big.
Then he sees the Fresh and Power.
All right, need to be careful. Arteezy just going to jump away. They force out the rotation from Zai, and that looks like it's enough from EG to decide to back out.
Unfortunately for them, Zai has bots. So he's the one who's trying to keep this pressure up and let them play fast.
And look out, S4 gets caught by the arrow. Arteezy going to throw one dagger of his own, and now trying to back away.
Double
S4
bracer, medallion,
untouchable.
Dragon Lance.
It's keeping him survivable.
1,620 HP.
It's hard to kill the Inch.
18 wand charges. S4 has arrived, but of course his game it's not really an off-laner game.
It's true.
He's a jacked up support at this point. He's behind Yapsor. Okay, now he's ahead. Okay, and then behind, and then ahead.
So back and forth. I will say one thing that's nice about the Ench is getting up to that level 12 does severely increase the amount of damage that you deal with that impetus. But not a whole lot of those sort of right-click attack speed items as of yet for the Ench.
I mean, they got the doubly slippery heroes too, right? And the Weaver and the Slark and the CC is not all there from EG right now. How often have we talked about stuns just winning you some dotes?
So how does Secret actually go high ground though? It feels like EG have a really good lineup for holding on to it. That Ember Spirit now finishing off the BKB as well.
A lot of it's dependent on Crit, who's now stunned up and arrowed.
Oh, disruption.
Okay.
Fly saving his buddy for a moment.
He's still
get
stunned.
Out of there, he is done.
Didn't get
30 seconds on Silent Bear. TZ blows up one. That's Zai. Already did. Can they find any more? Mid one tries to hide away. They have decided to chase, and Yabzor going to die. Puppey off to the side, able to get himself out. So they do manage to win a quick fight there. Signs of life from EG.
A lot of damage there, not just even Arteezy, right? Got through there with S4 and Sumail, everyone putting their weight into it.
And the biggest thing, no BKBs popped.
That is a very good point. So unfortunately, they couldn't quite get the disruption in time as the arrow had connected. That's why he came out still stunned up there on Crit, but still happy with his trade, I would think. Especially if you give him a little bit more breathing room to get that BKB and more.
Now, they go for the Moonlight Shadow again, but all of the team is not quite there. Secret. Oh, mid one, they spot him. He has to know they spot him, and they jump in, they find the catch, trying to get the kill, but mid one able to jump away just barely. Are you kidding me?
He wasn't even worried. I had no ulti or anything. Just going up. He's like, all right, guys, RP's down.
I mean, the thing is, he had to know that they had vision, so that was, I mean, can we call it a bait? I don't know what to call that.
You ask how they go high ground. That's one way to do it.
Absolutely.
Nisha still has that Aegis.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Living life on the edge.
Great.
Flirting with danger.
Great positioning there from Crit. But Secret perhaps considering pushing things up here.
And still 10-second BKBs online for
Aegis,
EG.
a minute left.
Look at those wards.
Yeah, trying everything defensively. Sentries all over the place. Again, a nature of the Moonlight Shadow and the Slark, but once more, GPM talent not there. So hard for a Shadow Team. He only has boots, wards, smokes, dust, and then just gold for wards.
Interesting, and well, there is going to be a DD down on the bottom side of the map. That one is being saved for the moment.
Man, Nisha is huge right now.
Yeah.
He's ahead of a Midas Slark.
Nisha has definitely proven the haters wrong here in this one.
Does he have haters? He's a pretty nice guy.
That's true. Uh-oh. Yeah, TZ pops the BKB. Nisha already down low with that Soul Catcher, but he backs out afterwards, and with the BKB popped, Secret's cue to back away.
Now, mid one, he's got haters after the first two games. I think his own fans and enemy fans are hating on him. But he's got himself into a butterfly now, so trying to give PA a taste of her own medicine on this one. It's a long while before Arteezy's going to have any sort of an answer to that.
True enough. I mean, if obviously Crit is able to find a big RP or something as that Aegis expires, maybe you can just do it strictly off the cleave damage from the PA, possibly. Did go for the lifesteal talent, but still has Empower. Now, movement out across the map.
They're moving out now, the Aegis is down.
They do spot it. Moonlight Shadow afterwards. There's some sentry wards in the area, so if EG place any, they will get vision. Arrow follow-up, fly there. And testy, tense moment. Top lane,
meanwhile,
what's going on? Yeah. Mid one gets the pounce away and gets some damage onto that tower.
They've got S4 up here too in a bit of a precarious spot, but his teammates will approach and back him up.
Nisha thinking about
mid one and Sumail. Careful now. Yeah, he cannot get pounced.
Yeah, destroys that hero. Puppey in the meantime, the arrow goes in, it's gonna connect, the stun is there afterwards. Nisha thinking about chasing forward, the RP connects, is it good enough target? Zai gets the burrow strike off, will eventually fall, but now Nisha trying to turn on Arteezy, able to get him away. So Nisha not able to make enough space for Zai to escape. EG still holding on, no BKB pop that time.
Zai is a great target, although of course you'd rather have the Slark and the Weaver. You know that he's one of the heroes right now that's currently helping these lanes stay pushed out for the side of Secret and denying you space to try and farm and try and get yourself back into this game. He also sets up a lot of the stuns for the Ogre, sets up stuff for the Mirana too, so Zai, that leading vision to give Nisha an easy time.
Again, it feels like this game, everything for my carries. S4 going for that solar crest.
Arteezy's gonna run in the mid one here. He's got the BKB and the TP.
Leashed. Thinking about chasing. Does have Phantom Strike away. Arteezy still chased. They're bringing in the Ogre. And not wanting to give up on this one, the BKB TPI mid one just gonna jump through because why not?
He's making the space, you know, trying to make you commit as many resources as possible there. And Fly gonna try and use this opportunity to get some vision down in the top. Sentries, observers, anything to try and create a pick-off moment on that side lane.
And in the meantime, Ember Spirit's been able to build into an Aghanim Scepter. So BKB Ags available, and EG are holding on right now.
It's a scary build though without the 25 talent, right? The earlier the Ags, the less effective it's going to be.
Okay.
Because you don't have that 20 Remnant Charge restore time. So it's still incredible, of course. It gives you ridiculous range. It gives you good chase potential. If they find this good RP, it's going to be very hard for these hanger-oners of Secret to get away. Probably still possible for someone like Nisha and mid one, but Yapsor, Puppey, Zai could end up being kind of free food here. If they get the initial good start. If the fight starts to look bad for Secret, which is still going to be very difficult to do when they have a 14k lead.
True enough.
Arrow still going for these bounties.
Root there, onto the Ember. Puppey getting caught for the moment. Zai looking for the catch, and they actually hit that arrow onto Mag. Meanwhile, Sumail's going to kill off Puppey, still chasing for more.
Gone again.
Zai is dead. Time lapse back the other way, rooted. He's going to be back, and he might just go down. He's going to fall. EG pull it back again, and they're looking for more. EG find 3. Mid one's got to run.
That is a great first fight with that Aghanim Scepter. That is the reach that you're talking about there. It gives you a hell of a lot, and we knew it was going to be a dual-core game with these two trying to carry everything, and look at that damage. 7,100 of their 96 coming from the PA and the Ember.
And now moving into Roshan. I mean, these heroes are dead with no buybacks, so they can't contest. This is a huge opening for EG. It was at 92% at like 12 minutes.
Oh, 92%. Can I see this after an Aegis? Are we going to start bringing that back down a little bit perhaps? And see Sumail, 12.5k hero damage. Whew, already on the Ember.
So now just a 10,000 net worth lead. But the bigger thing too now is that EG are going to start to claim some of this other gold around the rest of the map. As we see this replay, it was such a spread out fight. And this has got to favor EG.
Yeah, and the spread out, yeah, as you said, it's Zai. He goes in, he thought there was probably going to be more heroes. He also understands how important that crit's going to be, right? Because they know they want that big RP on the mid one or Nisha. Not expecting the damage to come out there, and especially that first hit bash from Arteezy. You're already lucky when you're playing the PA, and rolling the dice results in a victory for him on that one.
Well, Fly definitely feeling the moment right now and feeling like they have the potential to keep this pressure on.
Well, that's for still managing to find an impact too, right? After a very difficult start on the Ench. 5-3-5, gets that last impetus touch on Nisha, gets him quite a bit to try and find himself into a BKB, much like his buddies.
So how much does this change the complexion of the game now? Getting the Aegis on EG, PA has it. Are you starting to feel like they're making this comeback work?
I think the fights are still very hard, and there's still a pretty large window, I'd say, for Secret, right? You're getting close to 25 talents now for that Weaver, and we still need that big RP for Crit.
Oh, Zai, gotta be careful. Remnant forward, need to be careful. The arrow hit him! But the save, it's coming out from Fly. He's got his buddy there, and they need to get the heck out. 50 seconds, no Sand King.
They didn't jump in on that arrow, didn't see their moment, and I can't blame them, right? Because they don't see Crit. You can't just follow up on Sumail if you can't find that RP.
And it's feeling like one of those moments against Secret. Maybe this pressure getting them a little bit.
It's weird that we have these 10-second BKBs still, right? Like, the one on mid one, too, just like holding on to it, not finding his moment.
Well, one of the problems with this hero, I mean, the Slark is ridiculously farmed, but it feels like his impact in this game has not been up to that level of farm. Maybe it's just by nature of the hero itself, but another tier 2 tower taken, and this game is almost back to even.
They have the Abyssal.
Yeah.
They were not expecting this to come out this early. They don't have an answer to it. The best they have is the Dark back, but...
God. And look at the swing back there now, down to 60%.
I think it might go higher.
Yeah.
Because EG, like, one Abyssal into Nisha, he didn't build for this. He has no way to deal with it.
And I mean, you go into like the net worth graph and you just see all of these pips that go back the other direction. Over the past, what's this been? Almost 10 minutes. It's just all been coming up EG, it feels like.
Now, high ground, waiting. Still have this Aegis.
They don't have Slark.
Feels reminiscent of a moment last game with Sumail on the Aegis, and they ended up losing it very quickly after Roche. EG want more this time. Oh, the Abyssal!
Jump in, find the Abyssal Blade to start this one off. Can they get the kill? Zai, he's just dead, and no buyback against
That's
60
3 deaths
seconds.
in a row.
He doesn't have an answer. Jump away from Sumail, turn to fight, try and take down Puppey. Can he bring him down in time? No, but Sumail is going to be the one that cleans up. But the stun, they don't have the save. They lose the Ember. Can he run back into this fight, or they just need to escape? It's S4 trying to deal what damage he possibly can. Arteezy has the Storm on him. They buy back on the Ember Spirit, and Nisha taking a lot of damage. Mid one also under control, but they have the Shadow Dance to run away. Ember Spirit is showing up, though. He's running the long way down.
They don't know how many remnants he has.
The chase.
He's actually running the whole way because he wants to save them, but he didn't pop his BKB. He got caught by the arrow. Excellent play there from Yapzor. But with those buybacks, yeah, he lost 1,600 gold on Sumail, but he's still here, and they're still going to claim your melee racks.
So EG, team to take the first tier 3 tower, and now can clear out the rest of these shrines, try and control the map. I mean, this game is completely turned on its head.
It's hard to believe that Secret are still sitting on that net worth lead here, too. I mean, this is a level 25 Weaver. And he felt like he was so far ahead in this game, and I was just talking about how this Ember was like level 20. He's level 23. He's gonna have that final talent. This Aghanim Scepter gets so absurd, and he's going for the Octarine build.
This game, I don't know how to rate it exactly. It feels like it's just been a complete collapse from Team Secret over the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, the going high ground issues strike again. They couldn't find it, didn't have an Aegis to do it, or they weren't able to at least get up there with it with the Weaver. And now hard to believe that it's EG who draw first blood.
Again, looking at the win probability right now, just again to strike back how big of a turnaround this has been.
It's still holding that 51%. It's like
Roughly.
not quite. It's like, oh no, I'm sure I was right. Oh, it's going back up.
Yeah. Well, 5,000 gold lead still for Team Secret in spite of that. What's the play for them? How do they get their feet back under them in this game?
How much more can Mid1 and Nisha really do? It feels like you got to start looking to the other players. Zai, for sure, is the big one. He needs to find a way to survive. Simple as that. EG, of course, doing a great job of prioritizing, but Zai's going to be the one to get in there and set those big fights for his team. Probably find Fly with the save, and again, targeting crit, I do still think is a big answer, right? Because Nisha, he needs that next defensive item, whether it's going to be the Scotty or it's going to be the Satanic. He needs to choose something and get there so that he can't just be calmed down in an RP or an Abyssal.
Oh, and you can see also the Blink Dagger picked up for Slark, wanting to get into the thick of things, just to see if they can catch somebody out. He has been very efficient with the Midases, made the investment back 1.4 times because of how early he got it. And now we'll see if he can make something happen here with the Slark still holding on to that BKB. 9 seconds on that one.
And Arteezy now finishing up the Satanic. Sumail getting the Octarine. Arteezy now finally he can head towards that MKB if he wants to have an answer to Mid1.
Arrow, there's no follow-up though.
Mid1 also doing the same here. So the race to the MKB versus one another as we wait a minute and a half for the next Roche.
Well, Arrow goes out again. Just get some vision down.
Plus 100 untouchable slow. S4, he's found himself some survivability without gold by getting to that talent.
Of course, BKB making that.
Yes, good for the Slark, but the Weaver's still no answer for it other than his Geminate.
Yeah. And EG, it's the play for them. I guess just wait for that next Roshan. Make sure you have vision around the area. So difficult to play around the Slark, though.
Get 25 on PA, too.
You can see the relative value here of the supports Fly.
13 camp stacks. Man.
Dude.
EG have that efficiency on lock. Even, look at all the spent on support items, too. Just keeping the sentries all over the map to try and deal with this Slark.
And those camp stack make all the difference in the world because, again, the story of this game is EG just trying to hold off against the pressure that Secret had, and they got their items because of those stacks.
It's 7 wards destroyed on Fly, too, which is shocking considering Secret are the ones with the Slark.
Yes. Well, Mid1 jumps in, finds the leash. Can they get it in time? Burrow strike through onto Arteezy. RP thinking about it, but they hold on to it for the moment. Mid1 down to very low HP.
That's Zai again.
With Zai. He's out of there. Puppey also in trouble, but they get the catch with the RP. But where's the follow-up? Jump forward, find the kill on a Puppey. Mid1 also in trouble, trying to get out of there, but another round of the Remnants as they chase down the Fishman in the river. You're in my territory now, and the stun, but Mid1 doesn't want to go back in. There's too much potential for damage. He just wants to try and escape, and that's going to be the blink away.
Jeez. barely gets out of that one. Still another win there for EG. And narrowly losing their Slark too. That double RP I thought maybe was going to be a sit up there as Crit tried to keep himself alive with it. But Arteezy not quite there in time for the follow-up.
And you talked about the need for the levels on Sumail, now 25.
This ability is just absurd. I mean, the charge restore time, just gonna get himself up to 5, and you're not getting away, right? If you start a fight, a secret, you better finish it.
Now, Arteezy gonna keep this pressure out again. All of the lanes.
Oh, Midwell's going for a courier here.
This would be a nice little pickup for him, but doesn't want to get
how
caught
about,
out.
how about a big Magnus too? Keep using that night vision, right? Keeping an eye onto what Crit's up to. Very patient stuff here from Mid1 as he takes the back line. Maybe trying to set a fight.
If he does go on somebody, they have to be able to finish it. Otherwise, essentially, Sumail could run him down. So, Mid1.
Playing so aggressively here. Again, he's abusing that vision. Really good stuff here from Mid1. He has the protection of his ultimate, knowing when things are looking bad for him.
Does need to be careful, though. It just turned daytime. And now he's in no man's land.
He's got a BKB.
Mid1, they have the disruption afterwards if they want to use it. And S4 also chasing him down. Arteezy looking for the follow-up, gets the blink away. But yeah, the turn today, as well as hiding up on the high ground, a little bit scary there for the Slark.
And it looks like they still get 3 bounty runes despite all that scouting out from Mid1 too. So EG feeling fine about this. They send Arteezy forward in the blur.
He's not afraid. He jumps forward. He gets the Abyssal Blade. Mid1 gets the BKB off, trying to run. Doesn't have his ulti for another 30 seconds though. And Arteezy throws out the He's able to hit it. Chase forward for more. They have a shot from downtown. Tries to find the kill. And Sumail looking for the finish. Another remnant. Damn near in the bait. He's saved. Looking for more. There's going to be the catch on to Nisha the Weaver. Trying to run away. And they get the buyback from the Slark and now run out of there. Epicenter for Staff, trying to keep them all survivable. The turnaround, Arteezy almost able to get brought down, but not quite there. Disruption save yet again. They're all super low on EG and they need to run, but Sumail looking to finish this one off possibly as they chase forward for more. They find another kill. Oh! 2 minutes! They did it to him! EG! Secret, and they're making it happen.
The Satanic, it was on cooldown, and he still managed to find that last crit.
Oh, they chase forward, and Evil Genius is now gonna hit the tier 3 towers. They turn forward onto the tier 4.
They're running.
Do you believe in miracles, ladies and gentlemen? EG did it.
Oh, the panel, they better hurry, because that one ended in a flash. EG celebrating in the booth.
Oh, unbelievable. And again, you can't overstate the comeback that they had at around that 20-minute mark. It was so ridiculously high.
And look how much that win means. The family up there as well. The huge size of relief, like, oh my God, that was way too close. And they get to bask in the glory of Shanghai. They love EG and they love seeing them win.
Beautiful performance indeed from Evil Geniuses and for Team Secret. Again, brings up a lot of questions. Still very solid performance in these games, but they're going to need to pull it together for their run now through the lower bracket.
Yeah, they'll be heading down there, but EG staying in the upper. A well-deserved victory. Stone cold, so chill and relaxed, waiting for those moments. Unbelievable play out of Fly, S4, and Crit. So good at setting up for Arteezy and Sumail, who they had a lot of pressure on this game, there's no doubt, but they played flawlessly.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the International. This is Dota 2. It's beautiful. Welcome, and let's get back to the panel.
My goodness, what a series that was. I think you look at game 1, and it was a fantastic game. We saw EG pop off, as the kids say. It was lit. Then we get to game 2. It's kind of the game of wombo combos. Secret's going to be able to come out on top. What's the story of game 3?
Rich, the story of game 3 is the best team in the world finally fucking does it. They were down almost 15,000 gold. No team fight, no nothing. It doesn't even matter, though. They come back, Arteezy on the PA. Let's go.
Oh, man. Gonna come back onto camera just like they came back in that series. But let's talk about how it was even possible.
For real.
Because we look at how the draft is set up on both sides, right? And you see that Enchantress get locked in nice and early. And this was something, Neil, that you kind of were breaking down for me, why the Enchantress is able to be an early pick right now.
Yeah, Enchantress, you very rarely have to worry about this hero getting countered, because if you do have to counter Enchantress, that means you're leaving a lot of other gaps in your draft. The most obvious solution is you draft a lot of magic damage. We saw the Sand King early on, and it's just, you start going a little tunnel vision on countering one hero, and that's why the hero is so strong right now.
Yeah.
Then you pull in something else like a Phantom Assassin in the background, it just makes it too difficult to deal with.
Well, yeah, I mean, even with that Ogre getting locked in, right, you say, okay, we're going to try to shut down the Enchantress before they can get up to level 2 on an ability that's basically going to mitigate what all the right clicks are going to be able to do, and suddenly Enchantress still creates space, and then PA does get that farm on.
I mean, it really was. There's sort of, both teams sort of had the steroid to buff up their carries, and they sort of come into place at different times. Early on, the Bloodlust is going to sort of enable the Slark to make plays. And Secret, they had all 3 cores pretty much sitting at the top of the net worth for the first 20 minutes of the game. It looked like, oh, well, all lanes have gone Secret's ways. This is going to be a very tough game for EG to really swing themselves back into. But it was just a combination of plays and the ways they could create space for this PA, Arteezy to make the most of the Empower to catch back in, and just Sumail again popping off on the main stage and giving us a ridiculous showing in that Ember Spirit, which at the end of it all, you could see it. He was in the mind of mid one. He was just chasing him, diving him with these remnants, and it was impossible for Secret to deal with.
Yeah, and the fact they were, I think it topped out at what, 17K net worth? And you looked at both sides, right? Neither team had like team fight like we saw in game number 2 at the Enigma and Earthshaker. Like, it was an RP on one side, and then on the other side it was like a Sand King.
Yep.
And these were heroes, the carries in both roles also. Yep. It was a Phantom Assassin on one side, a Slark on the other side. Completely marked difference from the team fight carries of like the Sven in previous games.
It almost felt more like skirmishy, would you say?
Yeah,
when you
it was. I mean, you saw the score, right? I think it was 11-11 at 30 minutes in. That's not very many kills per minute. All it took, though, was 2 empowered cores in a fight, right? And there's your team fight.
To go back to the beginning, though, it did seem like for a while, you look over on the side of Secret, and they are almost beating EG at their own game. It seemed like they were getting that early farm so convincingly.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they were winning all 3 lanes. I can already tell you, Bulba, if he's sitting up in the EG booth, is like, S4, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
100%.
I think everyone was right. All the EG fans are going to be like, S4, oh no, he's died once. Oh, he's died twice. Oh no, here we go again.
And he ate a lot of that because, I mean, as you said, it was an Ogre Weaver. They were set to shut down that lane, and eventually it's Enchantress. You get level 4 Untouchable, you get the level 20 talent. No one's hitting her. She's just literally unloading.
Let's actually talk to S4. We can actually talk to S4 right now about how hard it was to actually play in that matchup.
For the man himself, that was an incredible match. And I want to start with how you went into mentally game 3 after game 2 went so horribly wrong for you guys.
We actually felt that they were kind of scared in game 2, and we kind of used that to our advantage. And that kind of boosted our confidence because we felt like they're playing a bit scared in game 2. Even though we lost that game, we didn't feel down going into game 3.
Group stage, you had a bit of a rocky start. Did you take any specific lessons from group stage heading into main stage, or did you have any team meetings where it was like, guys, we gotta refocus, we gotta do this?
Yeah, it's been a rough couple of weeks. It's been a roller coaster for this team, and it's been like a good roller coaster. Mm-hmm. It's been going down, up and down, up and down, and finally we got to this moment where we play on TI stage, and we've been really practicing so hard, our team, and it's nice that it's paying off.
Dota is obviously a game, but it can get very personal, as you've seen firsthand over the years. You've had a chance to play for several captains. You're playing for Fly now. You've also played for Puppy, who you just played against. How would you compare their leadership?
I would say they're actually kind of similar.
Really?
Yeah, I respect both of them a lot. I think I'm going to talk about the series a bit. In game 1, we won game 1 kind of convincingly. And then I think Puppy's strength is that he really puts confidence in his whole team. Going into game 2, they kind of just washed game 1 away, and then they went into the game and they won it convincingly, game 2.
Is there a kind of game that you prefer? Do you prefer the team fights, or because it's interesting? Sometimes we get these really long games where it really goes back and forth, and then other times you get the game that we just had, which was just completely different.
Yeah, we used to be like an early game team, EG, and we always like won our early games in the past year, and we did really badly in the later parts of the game. So this is what we've been practicing really hard, and we've been looking at a lot of the Chinese teams, and we have a lot of respect for Vichy Gamings and LGDs, and they have so much confidence in their team fighting, and that's what we're trying to learn from. And I think LGD and Vichy, they're very strong, and they're gonna win this tournament.
What did you just predict? I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to send it back. Just really quick follow-up question. You're saying that you predict one of those teams will win TI?
It's a comment from Fade into you yesterday. He said LGD is going to win this tournament.
That's right.
Yeah, because he's a fan of LGD.
Yeah.
And he's playing for
So you're going to
Vichy.
hop on board that.
Yes, I'm hopping on board.
Oh, that's very sweet. And very quick, I have to ask about facing OG. Do you feel like this is a little bit of payback time, possibly, for TI8?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just going to have fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it, and then I'll grill you on that later. S4, thank you so much. Right back to you.
Man, it's such a class act, and I think one of the really important things that we do here as well is the idea that you do have Puppy right now, even coming out of a loss, having that potential. He talked about it in the series there in the interview, but Puppy having that ability with his team to wash away some of those losses. But now we are going to take a quick break from all of this action and actually get to look a little bit at all of the films that are currently in the contest. I'm very excited for that. And then once we actually do get to check all of them out, we're going to have a very noted shift in the day. All of a sudden, we're going to be getting into the lower portion of the bracket, and it's going to be those elimination series. It's one of the hard parts of the day to actually see teams get sent home. So far, people have only been sent to the lower side of the bracket. They have not been eliminated yet today, and we're going to be chopping down 2 teams after that. But now we can put our full attention onto all of the fantastic films. We're actually going to get to see who the winner is of the film competition right now on the stage with Dove.
那今天呢，我们看了很多创意动画短片，你们看得还尽兴吗？为什么呢？因为接下来我们就要公布本届 TI9 创意动画短片前3名的获奖作品，让我们一起来看一下第3名。
Divine Rapier. The end.
哇，很精彩。那接下来让我们来期待第2名的获奖作品。
The Aegis of the Immortal. Long ago, it was owned by Larigus the Keeper, who obsessed over its will-bending powers. Until a hungry Smeevil, following the scent of cheese, unwittingly wandered into his secret shop. Though the Smeevil's affection for cheese was great, the wretched creature was no match for the Aegis's power. Cursed by the gods for his crime, he was transformed into a monster, destined to be hunted by those who seek the Aegis. His fate might be sealed, but his thirst for vengeance will not be quenched until all feel the wrath of Roshan!
不一样的风格，一样的精彩。那接下来相信大家一定十分期待，最终获得冠军的到底是谁？我们一起来看一下。好的，掌声送给所有的获奖作品。那再次恭喜你们，也希望在明年呢，继续能够看到你们的作品和更多作者的作品。那接下来让我们稍微休息一下，一会儿比赛见。
This is going. Oh. Folks, we have already had such a fantastic look at Dota today, but there is a big change now in what we are going to see. All of a sudden, we are going to be on the lower side of the bracket. We are going to be sending teams home. Toby, you're a lot shorter than I remembered you. This is the first time we've been on the panel together.
I don't. This is the first time I've ever been on a TI panel, and for some reason, I'm feeling a lot less than myself.
You're in Tsunami's chair. It must be cursed.
Something is. There we go. Here we go. I just need a chair replacement. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I feel.
There he is.
And you could see there that Toby even thinking about the weight that is going to be on these games getting slightly deflated there. He has regained though.
Is this a fat joke? I lost weight, bro. I lost weight.
It was a chair. No, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
That was a nice
wow,
one.
someone's insecure. Anyway,
I'm normally under threat on a panel. That's why.
I just spat on you. Sin lol. There, perfect.
Okay. I saw this lineup. I assumed this was going to be the serious panel. I really thought that this was going to be the serious panel because we got the serious matches. First up, it's going to be RNG versus VP. And we look at both of these squads, and RNG, I think this is a team that we know does have some potential upset, has the upset potential. Looking on the side of VP, this is a team that we've seen do it throughout the year, and now all of a sudden they get to TI, and it almost looks like history's repeating itself.
Yeah, the CIS teams always seem to have this problem when they reach TI, something goes wrong, be it internally, be it draft-wise, be it overconfidence, just be it many, many different things that continue to be listed throughout the ages. So, yeah, this is no different. Virtus.pro, at the start of the group stage, they looked absolutely, well, disorganized. And later in the group stages, they looked like they were still disorganized, but their individual plays were starting to increase.
Okay, I think that with all of that, now we need to look at what RNG does have in store. Do they have the potential for an upset? We're going to find out right now. RNG from the region that we call home for this tournament, from this Shanghai arena. We are going to hear the very halls tremble. Do they have the potential to start creating waves in the lower side of the bracket? We've already seen just how much damage that China's been able to do to this bracket, already guaranteeing their place on the final day. And now, fueled by the arena, will they be able to take down a team that's already had a disappointing road? And Trent, when we look at this team right now, with all the factors, all of the gas they have in their tank, first we need to ask what VP can do. Virtus Pro is going to be taking the stage right now in a crowd that has a lot of stock in the Chinese competition here, and you can hear the respect already coming out in the arena. This is going to be a matchup that determines who stays in TI and who goes home. And we were talking about the success that VP obviously has seen throughout the year, a fantastic team, and as Toby did break down, they're a team that has been plagued with having less than optimal TI runs, but we're going to be able to take a look at VP at their home in Russia.
Тебе нравятся наши тиммейты?
Нет, скажи так. Ну ладно.
Блин, ну это очень странный вопрос.
Привет, ребята, мы в Москве, и сейчас мы покажем вам достопримечательности нашего города.
Паш, ты уверен, что ты знаешь, что делаешь?
Нет.
He has no idea where we going.
Если нам главного входа, там туда. Это то, что я рассказываю, это не скучный сад называется. А парк Горького туда, да, пойдемте туда. Я не там был, я в другом месте. Ты всю жизнь живешь в Москве и не знаешь, куда идти, да?
Паша is very bad guy.
Роджер, либо он делает игру очень легкой, либо он делает ее очень сложной.
Ваня, ну, гонка началась! Да что ж ты нас не предупредил, идиот?
My question to you, you can discuss between each other. How are you going to win the international?
Я думаю, на больших моментах мы стресса не чувствуем. Единственное, пока что место, где мы можем как-то чувствовать себя в дискомфорте, это инт, потому что это все еще неподъемная для нас пока вещь, но мы пытаемся ее покорить.
The International — это особенный турнир. В принципе, я не вижу принципиальной разницы, играешь ты с Secret или с какой-то командой послабее. Ко всем командам мы будем готовиться на 100%.
Все хорошо, все хорошо? Я вообще не боюсь.
Инстаграм качаешься?
Волосы запечатлеть.
Блядь! Хватит паниковать, пожалуйста. Успокойтесь.
Last two TIs, VP placed 5th and 6th position. Why do you choke at TI?
Классический вопрос, почему мы всех ебем весь год, я надеюсь, не попадет на камеру. Да, интересная тема.
Особенно, когда ты провел очень успешный сезон, от тебя ждут действительно топовых результатов, что ты хотя бы в тройку войдешь сильнейших, и это давит.
По-другому, наверное, то, что у нас, нам уже нечего терять на самом-то деле, и мы будем к этому моменту подготавливаться и, в принципе, идти с какой-то легкостью.
Сложно сказать почему, но все играют на максимум, а у нас почему-то максимум не выдается. Надеюсь, что-то поменяется.
Как ты там говорил? Видишь, доктор на английском. Feeling good, man.
And you could hear it from them. They don't feel any pressure when they're at some of the biggest tournaments of the year, but the second they get to TI, there is a noted difference. And I think that we've seen that throughout the year. We see them even fall behind sometimes early on in a tournament. They're able to wash that, get forward, and then start winning the games that they need to. And Sin, what is the pressure really like when you get to a stage like this at TI?
I think it really depends how much pressure you put on yourself. And for VP, it seems to be something that they are struggling with that other teams aren't to the same extent. In some ways, maybe you could draw parallels to Secret, who have had great years multiple times going into TI and don't do so well at TI. And maybe it's that pressure of the expectations. You've won majors, you've done great, you're expecting, both for yourself, but also the fans are expecting you're going to go far here. And if you put too much pressure on yourself in the booth, you start overthinking it, a couple of moves, you second-guess yourself. The other teams that are just there playing their best Dota and don't think too much about it, they can beat you in an unfavorable matchup.
I think it's a mental block too, right? The wordage that, or the verbiage that we basically saw in the interview was the idea of it's like, we haven't reached that height yet. It's almost like you basically don't know that it's possible because you haven't achieved it before. So that pressure really does come internally rather than from all the lights, all of the fans here. So Trent, what do you think is going to happen in this particular series when they're going up against a team like RNG that does have that home field advantage as the added fire?
Yeah, I think as much as they've kind of struggled, I still think they're almost underrated at this point, right? Everyone's just assuming they're going to choke. Everyone's assuming they're going to run into this problem. And RNG is a team who should have that ease, you would think, who shouldn't be feeling all this pressure, but because they're one of these underdog teams, right? That's where that story tends to come from. But they're in Shanghai, so it's kind of a reverse thing where there's this added pressure that typically a team of this caliber might not have.
But that's the 4D chess from VP this year. This year, they're pretending
Just
to
pretending.
be bad. They're pretending to be bad.
Right.
Okay.
I've done that before. Yeah, I totally understand that. Now, before we even started, you said, Rich, I think VP draft is going to be one of the most important things in the series.
It's not just the way they draft, it's who's actually doing the draft for them. Like, before it was always Solo leading them. How many times did he win, like, MVPs and ESL 1s just by, well, just drafting them a far superior lineup that the team could just be really comfortable and flexible with. And now you've got Ramsey's doing the pick, Solo's actually sitting at the back, with a headset, and there's Ezekiel who's actually sitting in the seat that's taken from Solo. So it really feels like you don't have that same kind of synergy that's happened throughout the year where the guys have just been chilling, laughing, joking inside the box. It's like, what are we going to pick this time around? This seems like really good. I think long are the days gone when you could just turn up to a BTS tournament, pick every single hero, and then still win.
Yep.
I think there's also something else maybe about TI that VP are a bit unfortunate with, if you will, is the meta changes going in. I feel like when we come to TI, teams start playing a little bit safer, but also the patches leading into it sometimes slow the game down a little bit.
Yep.
And VP have been really good at playing aggressively. So if you're the way the Dota year works is that whatever is considered the strongest style has a tendency of getting nerfed. So if VP are winning tournaments early in the year by playing super aggressive, well, their aggressive heroes get weaker and slower heroes get stronger. And when you come to TI, some of your best strategies are just not as good as they used to be.
Yeah, we need to have that all in our mind right now. We've talked about it plenty, but we're ready to jump into the first elimination match of the day. Let's see who will stay in TI.
Versus Game 1.
Thank you, Rich. We're here now, though, to talk a bit more about the picks, the teams, what we have in store for us. Virtus.pro up against RNG, elimination at stake, going with Gunner Purge. We had a TI winner on the draft panel, but now a title he can't claim. I've got an NADCL champion, a Nexon champion. You guys have some championships of your own.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I won something 5 years ago. I'm going to keep bringing it up, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's what we're here for. What do you make? What are your first impressions, Purge, with these two teams going head-to-head?
Well, VP obviously underperformed in the group stage a little bit. They barely made winner bracket. Then they got knocked to lower bracket. So I would say I think they still look good, but they don't look like their top form. So I think that's probably better than what RNG is dealing with, in my opinion. So
do you think there's any momentum, though, that RNG coming out of that BO1 win?
I think it could help. I think RNG is a team that has really good highs as well. I just think that their average play is definitely below VP's. So if the average for both these guys shows up, I think VP has the advantage, but you never really know what's going to happen.
Already, a lot of picks coming out very quickly. Gunner, we're seeing crazy team fight from VP. Tied Enigma first two.
So VP over the whole season, I think, especially at the Dream League major, they would pick a bunch of team fight. They would pick like Tide Hunter, Enigma, and they would put the Tide Hunter as support, and then Enigma as a support, and then they pick another team fight. So they do tend to go for some early game aggression, but they also like going just 3-4 team fight heroes, which is, like we talked earlier, that's like one of the better things of this tournament. You get a bunch of team fight, you hold your high ground, and it's kind of secure.
Do you think that's been one of VP's better looks since they did have that kind of struggling group stage?
Yeah, I think when they kind of draft some more team fight and they can play the map better, I think it looks better for them.
Okay. As for Royal Never Go Up, we have first two Alchemists. This is a carry that came in very popular early stages of the group stages. Kind of has fallen off a bit. We're still seeing it first.
Yeah, I think it's actually a pretty good pick in this case because if VP does end up putting either Enigma or Tide as a 4, it's going to make it a little bit harder for them to pressure the enemy side of the map. They normally sit back, continuously farm while kind of defending towers, but they're not going to be able to get on the opposite side of the map and kill the Alchemist and prevent them from catching up or gaining more gold than anybody else on VP can gain. So I think it's a decent opening. One advantage that VP does have though is that Tidehunter's excellent at stopping like disruption and save abilities because Ravage is such a big AoE that it's almost impossible to either have a BKB on Shadow Demon or for him to disrupt the guy that gets gone on first. So I think that's okay for Royal Never Give Up, and outside of that, SD is just going to be good at all stages.
Do you think it's important they get some kind of Enigma Black Hole cancel, or is just having the save alone from disruption going to be enough?
A lot of teams, what they do is they pick, if they don't really care about it, they'll pick kind of a soft counter, which is like a Rubik. These heroes that is like a Wyvern kind of thing, it's like, it's okay, and they don't really think about a hard counter. I know Keen used to, they would never care about Enigma. This was like 4 or 5 months ago when Enigma was the first pick every game hero. They would pick maybe a Rubik and a Wyvern, and then they call it a day. So I don't think it's necessary that they pick a hard counter to Enigma. They just kind of, think about some 1 or 2 maybe heroes.
Yeah, it feels like a hero that is more dependent on how your team plays grouping-wise against it. Like if you let them give you big black holes, then maybe you need to counter. But a lot of times now it just feels like a hero that's mostly sitting on the backline, kind of waiting to get like an important 3-second channel on a carry pre-BKB or something. So I think it's more going to come down to does Royal Never Give Up not make mistakes? Do they not group up heavily? And ideally, does SD not get caught as well?
So the interesting thing about this Alk and Enigma is they have the same kind of like thought process in the draft. They're both good when the enemy 4 cannot walk into your jungle. So Enigma, so they pick him and they're like, okay, if this is a 4 Enigma, we don't want the enemy supports to walk at our Enigma, so he's a good game. But because of that, that means the Alk is also going to not have a 4 walking into his jungle. So the Alk is kind of playing off this Enigma, giving himself a free early game.
Are you more inclined to run the Enigma as a free position then, so that your 4 can be more active?
You can, or this Tidehunter, this Ogre even, can maybe just walk at the jungle.
Yeah.
He can't be like pressured. The acid spray doesn't do much. So
this is the first time VP's picked Ogre, I believe, at TI so far. It's a hero they haven't touched despite it being a very strong hero. So I'm kind of curious, do you guys have any idea why they might be thinking it's worth it now? Just a lane stabilizer, can bully the Alk, that kind of a thing maybe?
And if they're running one of Enigma or Tide as support, I feel like they need a 5 position that's kind of selfless. And in the past, Solo played a lot of Ogre.
Yeah.
That was always one of his heroes. So to me, it's just kind of a non-greedy 5 position. I don't think we're going to see a Midas if it's Solo playing it, but maybe he's the hero that runs in the jungle. Solo likes to go on those kind of deep warding missions.
they might be thinking of picking a ranged hero. I don't know which ranged hero would be really good right now as their carry, but usually when you pick these ranged squishy heroes, you want kind of a tanky, beefy 5 to lane with you, so that they kind of are like a body block between the enemy support and your carry, that they have to walk through your meat shield. But the carry is the meat shield.
It's going to be, Lifestealer as the front liner. One of the more popular carries of this tournament, something Ramsey's well known for playing. And as far as the matchup against Alchemist, is this like the right kind of carry you want to be having when you're up against Al?
Yeah, it's fairly good up until a point. I think I would like around level 18 to 20, 24 on the Alk. It's fairly good for him. He's really tanky. The Lifestealer actually can't kill him, but I think once the Lifestealer gets the 5-6 slot that we've seen where he has this heart and he has this AC and this Abyssal Blade and he's just this beast on the map, that's when each hit on the Alchemist is healing Lifestealer for a quarter of his health.
Oh, there's another save on RNG here with Abaddon picked up. I think they've run it in a variety of positions. Classically, Lana playing it as a 4 maybe or a 5, but yeah, it'll be great as help keep the Alchemist alive. You can disrupt him, you can also dispel the Spirit Vessel, so it should give them good capabilities to cover either the Lesh or the Alp.
And it feels so good against like the big team fight of Tide Enigma. It's a hero that maybe doesn't care if he gets Black Hold if he's in the front line.
I'm more inclined that they're going to put the Abaddon on the 3. If this Abaddon ever gets an Ags and he pops ult during Black Hole and Ravage, no one's going to die.
Yeah, we've seen a few of the teams from the Chinese team run that 3-position Abaddon at this tournament.
I also think they can tri-lane this out because they want to give him a good early game with the Shadow Demon Lesh support duo. and they just get disruption into stun with an acid spray, and then they can maybe get a kill.
I don't think they're inspired by Sumail to bring back the mid Leshrac after that earlier series. Mid Lesh is looking really strong right now.
It's looking strong, but at the same time, there's a lot of these heroes that are going to jump the Lesh, and his save is not enough, I think.
Okay. What would you say World Never Give Up's lacking with their draft now that they're going to their last pick?
An early game, like, physical damage hero that they can group up around 4. I think maybe Death Prophet could be a good hero for them right now. It kind of gives them this... They have enough save for a Death Prophet, I think, where he can get this Yule's BKB Ags, and he'll just kind of frontline with the Abaddon and the Lesh. They have a lot of tower push together. It's also really good against Snakes throughout almost every stage of the game.
Do their last spending. I do like having the idea of heroes that can punish some of these long cooldowns. Enigma Tide, something I always talk about is, you know, their ultimates, you're spending 2 minutes of downtime after you maybe won a team fight, you respawn 30, 40, 50 seconds later, and you can punish the fact those spells are down.
I like that the RNG fit the Lesh into the lineup, not just because it's nice to have 2 cores that are frontliners, but also because it gives them a way to take tower, take towers while Alchemist is busy somewhere else. Whereas on the VP side, it's pretty common for Enigma to get a Vlad's or a Helm of the Dominator doing the same thing. The Shadow Shaman also going to further that too, with ward drops.
Yeah, so it's going to be a mid Lesh and a 4 Shadow Shaman. I think this is now not going to incline a defensive tri-lane at the start of the game. I think they're most likely going to put the Shadow Shaman with the Abba, try to give him a few levels, and I think once Abaddon's level 3 probably, they can abandon him. The Lifesteer can't harass him with the open wounds, he's always going to be able to shield it off, and then the supports are going to be able to tri-lane this Alchemist.
Yeah, this is a lot of tower push coming out from World Never Give Up with the Lesh and the Shaman. So the ability to pressure even while the Alchemist farm is definitely there. Something that VP have to be careful they're not too greedy around some of their heroes now.
I think they need to pick a low cooldown, like kind of flashy hero for their mid laner for Virtus Pro. I think maybe Invoker could be okay. It's a little greedy, but I think he can go the Kloss Wex build, is really good this game. He gets an Urn, it's really good against the Alchemist as well. It lanes well against the Leshrac, so I think Invoker is probably one of the top picks for Virtus Pro.
I think one downside to their lineup, though, if they go Invoker, is that their long duration stuns are kind of weak. They have like Fire Blast, they have Ravage, they have Black Hole, but outside that, that's pretty much what they're limited to. So it might make it really difficult to get pickoffs, even just small ones.
So do you think maybe something like a Dragon Knight for a little more stun, kind of frontlining your towers?
The Dragon Knight could be potentially good. I kind of like the idea. Yeah, sounds okay.
It's also this, Blink Buyer, so your Enigma and your Tide Hunter have like an easier way of following you up. The DK can do the actual initiation, and then the other 2 can just counter initiate.
That helps so much too. I see a lot of teams successful with Tide in that way. The initiator jumps in, stuns the guy, Tide blinks right on top of him to guarantee the stun the outsider guys. It guarantees those easy kills. And they grab a Storm Spirit. It's a VP hero.
Storm Spirit last pick for Virtus Pro, and no one classic. And it's a man who knows VP and the CIS region very well. We're going to hear his final thoughts on the draft before we hop ourselves into it. Here's Dendy.
Hello, everybody. So what we see here is Royal Never Give Up. We have an insane pressure lineup with Rasta Leshrac. We're going to create a snowball thing, move around together, and then we also have a timing hero like Alchemist. He's going to get his fast radiance at Dagger and then go in, and we're going to see a lot of crazy action right there. What about VP? We're like bears, we need to farm some honey. After we farm some honey, and we have Enigma for late game, so if we deal the game to BKB Enigma, Royal Never Give Up have almost nothing to counter it. They have no cancels. So we're gonna see bears farming some honey to fight, and Royal Never Give Up, like a honey badgers, move in. So it's gonna be crazy fight. Giving it to handsome casters, Blitz and Kep.
That's right, we've got our handsome casters here, and it's Honey Badgers versus Bears. And honestly, Denny's just amazing. That was a really apt analogy to what we're going to be seeing here in this game, right, Blitz?
Yes, he did it in a way that even you could understand.
That's true. I was sitting here as a play-by-play caster going, I don't know what's going on, but now I know. Honey Badgers versus Bears. Surely in nature, Bears win out, right?
Yeah, I'm sure Toby's like writing notes in the bench. He's like, that makes sense. As we're going to get into a game, it feels like for whatever reason, everyone picks Storm around me.
Yeah.
It's going to happen again.
You know, it's just your good luck charm. What can you say?
It's not, because I think he's going to lose this game later.
Ooh, really? So you're siding with the Honey Badgers here. Is that simply because they have an Alchemist?
I just think it's kind of going to be a little bit rough.
Why? Why is it going to be rough? Is this not the free Storm game? They don't have a ton of stuns, right? They've got one instant disable, which is the Shadow Shaman. What doesn't make it a good Storm game, Blitz?
I feel like his timing is just going to be a little bit rough. Like, I think he is going to miss his timing. Every time he zips in, he's going to have a hard time because part of what makes Storm easy and fun to play is you can burst the backline support, get in, get out, and suddenly you have a 4-on-5 fight. But I think in a game like this, it's not as easy to do. When you go in, you're going to go into this Abaddon who you can never burst down or kill. We saw Koikfa's Storm playing against the Leshrac. It's not easy to play against that stun. Shadow Demon and Shaman. Shadow Demon is a surprisingly annoying support to play against for Storm because he has a hard reset button. If you don't go on Shadow Demon, he's going to get you every single time, or he's going to save his teammate. And then Shaman's there to sort of protect him as well. Like, they have good ways to defend around that.
Virtus Pro, they were sitting on the high ground. RNG, though, marching in force with the 4-man, trying to secure these bounty runes and maybe getting a first blood as Ramses chose to open wounds to try and get a kill, but instead, he may fall. Last shot from Laden. The second place finisher at TI1 will secure the first blood for RNG.
So I really liked how Dendi put it, though. He was saying one team is going to be very aggressive, the other team's just going to farm up. VP, they have to play around the Enigma more than any other hero. I feel like Roger needs to have a big performance. It's not really going to come down to the Storm's game. If you're no one in a game like this, you're just going to rotate around the map, try to open up the side lanes as much as you possibly can. And that's all you can really do. The game, I think, is not fully in his hands.
I don't think I've ever seen a more value, at least with the new Curse of Avernus, a more value level 1 Curse of Avernus for Flyby there. Got a lot of damage against the Tidehunter. They actually have a 1v1 matchup here while running a defensive tri-lane to try and protect the Alchemist. VP, though, trying to assert some early aggression, running the Lifestealer into the Alch. I'm sure this is all just about trying to shut down Monet's farm, right?
Yeah, if you can make it so that the Alch doesn't hit that 12 to like 13 minutes Radiance timing, I mean, most people can get it by 11. But if you can slow it down to the 20-minute mark, 18-minute mark, you're going to have a lot of room to play with.
And they can also be greedy with this Roger 4-position Enigma. Balanum, he knows what this Enigma wants to be able to do. He wants to be able to free farm the jungle. And that's why he's there, trying to sap some of that experience. Maybe take a last hit or two.
I think he's doing the right thing.
Kill some Eidolons. And Shadow Shaman's base damage is so good for this.
Yes, and Roger's going to deny it, but getting him out of the jungle and forcing him away so they can't help out this bottom lane, I think is completely the right idea. This is what's going to allow Monet to have a free lane.
Now it means the Enigma won't be able to just like pop over to that bottom lane, go for a gank with a Malefice or something like that. And Shadow Shaman, Lanham can choose to assert his dominance, right? He can either continue to follow Roger around into that other jungle, or he can go back and go for the full defensive tri-lane around Monet.
Yeah, absolutely. Or they could just go towards mid and harass on no one. Like, slowing down his game makes it so that you're protecting your side lanes anyways. And that might be what he opts to do. Just hanging around here, maybe looking for the courier, but bottom lane.
Look at all these stacks with the disruption as well. They're going to be able to get the 5th poison. And perhaps another one that's not going to be enough to kill Solo, but it will do a significant amount of damage. We're seeing the power of this 5-position Ogre. It started things off really well for Secret against EG in that game 3, just bodying the Enchantress. And here Solo's having his influence in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, the best part about playing Ogre is just the pure amount of regen that you have in armor. This hero does not care about trading. It's like one of the few 5-position heroes that just doesn't really feel bad ever about it. And Roger, if you see, Lanham is not giving him an easy time in the jungle. He's taking the last 2 hits right there. I think he understands that Roger's the key hero, like we talked about. The Enigma Black Hole is the best spell in this game. If you know that, slow down the Enigma's game. And conversely, what that'll do is just help your Alex game, as Monet even digs in the middle of them.
Having a little fun with it. How's our mid matchup supposed to go here? The Storm Spirit versus the Leshrac. No one doing very well for himself. Is he outplaying Setsu, or is this how the matchup goes?
I think you have to win the first wave if you're Lesh.
Okay.
That's usually how it goes. Like, you have to hit the first stun, get the range creep, harass out, and then you can win the lane pretty easily.
So the onus is on you. You have to be able to land the split burst and kind of put pressure on the Storm Spirit right away.
Yeah, because if you think about it, until level 3, your Lightning Storm isn't going to be very good.
Yeah.
Like right now at level 2, as a spell, 120 damage doesn't really hurt you that much. Storm's got good enough base armor that it deals with the Leshrac right click pretty well. So it means that you have to take advantage of going for the range creep, getting the last hits on them, and he's just not doing so right now.
An Invis Rune to be able to reset, but Afu is here. Is he going to try and grab it? Fire blasted up. Solo says, sorry, buddy, but I can't give you this refill of the bottle. I'm going to have to take it for myself. Afu turns around, slowing down the Storm Spirit, knowing that if Solo got another stun, he might have given up the second kill.
And look at this, once again, Lanem chasing out Roger. He's going to cancel the Clarity. No.
Dude, Lanem is relentless. It seems both in life as well as inside of this game. This is a man who attended the first international, was on E-Home, managed to play second, and has continued to play for this long. Very, very few times do you see a player have such a long career.
You know what this reminds me of? The way that he's playing this Shaman is sort of how a lot of teams treat Bounty versus Chen.
Yeah.
Where they just walk it around.
5-minute bounty runes. Roger reveals himself. Securing the bounty runes, but RNG with an Alchemist, they're fine with the 2-2 split any time of the day.
The thing that does scare me about Lanem's game, though, is hey, eventually this Enigma will catch up.
Yeah.
Like, he'll hit level 3, he'll have level 2 conversions, and he'll be just fine. Whereas Lanem, I mean, he's in a different position entirely, as they do spot him jungling, but they want to try to make the rotation onto the Storm mid before he hits level 6. They'd like to lead with Afu if possible, so he's going to go all the way around to get the complete sandwich.
This is about that time that no one would usually rotate into the jungle to finish off his level 6, right?
Yeah, they're trying to anticipate that right now, and that's exactly what he's going to go for, but he's going to walk in,
Setsu. They get there in time. Setsu and Lanem, they're going to be able to get the Ether Shock as well as the Split Earth health until after the Shackles, they'll be able to get that kill. Trading out Lanem is no big deal for RNG. Getting the very, very big kill and shutting down no one and keeping him at that crucial level 5 is what the goal was.
That was really well done by Afu. He decided to go for the left angle in, because if no one does indeed decide to go for the jungle right there, it completely just wastes 2 people time.
Yep.
But instead, he goes in, finds the angle, completely goes around, and that's just being patient. And he reads no one perfectly. A lot of Storms at this point will just farm out this side jungle camp, get their level 6, and then you have a free lane. The Leshrac will never kill you.
And once he gets into that position, right, it's really hard to gank him because he's right on the high ground. Your smoke is going to pop. He's going to spot you. He's right by his shrine. There's going to be TP rotations. So it was crucial for RNG to catch him before he retreated to his jungle. Lanem is going to be spotted.
And he's just trying to soak
by that
XP.
ward.
Trying to slow down Roger as much as possible. But like I said, he's going to hit level 2 conversions. Lanem's still level 2 only.
How do you fix this problem for Lanem? Does like Setsu at some point give up the mid lane to Lanem for him to be able to make a comeback?
I'm not sure, because it's a little bit scary having a Tidehunter in the game, especially when he has this many levels early on. What ends up happening is any sort of initiation that happens, you can sort of play like a Quap or a Puck where a fight goes on, your team's getting assailed under the tower, you TP in, and you threaten with Ravage.
Look at Flyby. He's just laying into Pasha, and Pasha, for the most part, has been ignoring him, and the CS reflects that. Pasha really has not been shut down by Flyby all that much. It's just a few CS behind him, despite the fact that we do have this 2 levels Curse of Avernus plus Phase Boots on the Abaddon. Solo trying to interrupt Monet's farming.
Yeah, they're going to bring up Roger here too.
But Monet does have the Chemical Rage. He's going to pop it here. Afu also rotating over to make sure there isn't a greater force of VP heroes. Everything's all about Monet right now, and this is not the Alchemist of old where you're farming up to be able to get 4 or 5 items and then you're finally a threat. This is a very mid-game centric Alchemist in the meta right now. Lanem's going to be gone on the bottom lane. Pasha rotating out of his lane. He says, it's time to take some tower, boys. They cannot bite into the Ravage, and so they should be able to get that kill and that tower for free-ish.
And this is the best part about this Tidehunter, is because he's been given a free lane, you know that he's strong. He has Phase Boots, Bracer. It's not easy to burst him. You don't want to fight around him. Ramsey's TP's top, but Flyby is not an easy kill either.
And that's why I said ish, right? Is that Flyby was going to try and pressure that top tower, but Ramses does manage to clear out most of the creep wave, keeps the pressure off that tower, still getting CS. He's just not really threatened by a solo Abaddon all that much.
And they're going to run into Solo here.
Oh, Monet managed to get the kill on Solo.
I mean, he hung around for so long. Like, Monet was just farming. Yeah. He kept poking his head, and at some point, somebody was going to come in. Like, the fact that he didn't think he was going to get punished for that was a little bit crazy, but it doesn't really mean too much as it's just an ogre. The bigger news for VP is they were able to defend their top tower and get the bottom one for free.
They're trying to jump. Setsu here is going to be pulled back to Solo with a Fire Blast. Chain setting him up. Setsu still alive, but the final nail in the coffin is going to be the Gush from Pasha. It's another rotation by him, picking up this team fight. You expected maybe that he would be farming his lanes for 15 minutes, but no. This has been an active Tidehunter as soon as he's gotten level 7.
He needs to be too, because he doesn't have a 4 position. There's no other playmaker in the game for him.
Yep. 3-3, 10-minute bounty runes are coming up, and you know, with an Alchemist in the game, there's always going to be fight about it.
Yeah, plus no one is a little bit hampered by all the action that happened. The gank, he just got treads. It's not fun to gank his Storm without treads. Don't have enough attack speed. You want the ability to tread swap when you do gank. Now that he has it, maybe he gets active trying to build into that Kaya. I'd like to see him rotate and play around this top lane, though. I don't think that flyby is really the hero that you necessarily want to go for. He's not an easy kill, and I feel like it takes too long. The alternative is I could see them collapse into mid-tower. I'd like to see some sort of smoke play, bring your Ravage, show how strong your Tide is at all times. The only downside is they don't really push towers that quickly.
No, they certainly do not. The only reason they took bottom is just because they had 4 heroes there.
Yeah.
That's maybe part of the reason Pasha has been hanging around this jungle area. He's taking away from Monet while simultaneously putting sort of a passive pressure on mid lane, ready to make that rotation. While top lane, Ramsey's trying to go and kill on Lana, but there is going to be the Aphotic Shield, and if anything, Ramsey's got to be careful. If his rage runs out, Flyby could go for the silence, but that's what Infest is for. Takes away the Siege Wagon while the rest of his team with the Siege Wagon of their own.
So this is the play that they make. Bring your Tide to the front line, and Flyby's like, you can do that to bottom, but not to mid.
Yeah.
This is the correct play. They were making it around the Siege Wagon. They brought all their cores here. We talked about how important it is in our other cast too. Protecting this mid tower is what enables some of the greedier cores like Alchemist. It's what allows you to protect the jungle without having to smoke, as Lana forced to TP out of top.
All the more important when you're matched up against an Alchemist, right? Like trying to take away some of his farm. Take advantage of the fact that he is AFK jungling right now, is not going to come out of that area until he has Radiance +1 item, usually maybe Blink, possibly AC.
And I'd like to see them continue to try to go for this mid tower though. Let Roger get his mech, he's somewhat close to it. Make your way towards mid, show the strength of your 5-man.
It's hard though, with Flyby sitting there, he is so far, sitting at 5,200 net worth, even ahead of the Lifestealer with Vlads and Ace Boots.
He's serving a similar purpose as the Tidehunter, but he wasn't forced to go for the 5-man as early. Yeah. That's the big difference here. Pasha. Run into Pasha.
Backstroke nearby, but RNG, who had smoked up on the high ground, they're going to be able to find him. Purging Pasha. They're going to be able to get the silence on him as well. Pasha holding on to the Ravage for a while, but now we can turn. Papa potentially does manage to get it off the hole right on top with the 3-man black hole. They got completely baited in. That watermelon looked awfully delicious, and RNG wanted to take the bite. They do manage to finish off the Tide, but it's going to cost them 2, possibly 3. Another Aphotic Shield activates the Shrine. Flyby, very tanky here. Knows that he needs to be able to fight back. He's got no other options. A second round of Aphotic Shield for him. Is VP really going to try and chase him down all this way? Another Aphotic Shield's coming up, but the Fire Blast multicast comes just a bit too late and a bit too far away.
Still a very good fight for them as they're going to run in, find Art Style here. Ward trapped up by Lana, trying to get out, but this should be enough as Lana picks up the last hit, but Ramsey's during this entire time trying to get back into this game through the farm. But he might be a little bit behind right now because the Alchemist has just completed his Radiance during this time.
What is the timing that you're usually looking for with a Lifestealer against an Alchemist? How does that matchup really work?
I don't know, because I don't think you can go straight up for the Radiance.
Yeah.
I feel like that loses you the game, which is why indeed he opts to go for the Armlet, because you're always going to be one item behind the Alchemist in that regard.
Yeah.
He'll get BKB, AC, then he's unkillable anyways.
And your damage over time just really isn't going to have effect on an Alchemist.
Yeah, you want burst.
Rage. You want that big burst, so that's why he's going Armlet. Probably, what, Deso after that? Maybe an AC at some point?
Yes, I'd like to see... I could see Deso AC. Yeah. I think that's the perfect build, in fact.
And you've got the lineup to be able to enable that burst with a Storm Spear.
The only downside is their initial burst is going to come onto the backline.
Yeah.
What'll happen is Ramses hops into the Storm. They try to catch out the Shadow Demon. Once he gets bursted, maybe then you move on to the Shaman. And you sort of have to just leave the Alk for last. Hope that you have enough control for him, which VP likely do. Their lineup just has to greed out a little bit more because of Roger.
Setsu. Virtus Pro, they have their eyes on him. The slow roll forward from no one is going to be able to catch Setsu. The TPs are coming in. The Shadow Demon looking to be able to get that disruption, but he's just not there in time. Afu now looks for the offensive disruption. He's got both Flyby as well as Monet, who's going to make his first showing with the Radiant. Solo is going to be the victim once again of RNG's rotation.
And they feel fine about that. The Storm gets out no problem. Was able to pick up the last hit because of that plus 30 overload damage talent. A lot more Storms have been taking it lately. And it especially helps if you're trying to enable other cores. If you know that you're not the real one position, which I don't think he is in a game like this. All he has to do is be able to fight in the mid game. And RNG are taking advantage of this.
Words being used with that curse as well.
And Setsu's not quite there yet. Maybe they take the fight.
On him. He's going to be a little bit low immediately. The Aquatic Shield comes out. They're trying to run Hex. Oh, no one didn't expect that one, but he is going to be saved. He's able to jump out. Now the Ravage coming down is going to be able to hit the Abaddon while they focus down the Shadow Demon, but he managed to get off the disruption. Can Flyby save him, or else he's just going to focus on Monet entirely. Monet in front of all these heroes now with Setsu in with Radiance as well, as this burn damage coming out from the Ledge Strike. It's too much for VP to be able to handle. Oh, Ramsey's trying to man fight against this Alchemist with the Fire Blast. Can they actually do it with the Gush as well? So much minus armor. Monet no longer has Chemical Rage, and he's actually going to fall. No one dies, but it looks like VP will take on Setsu as well, with Hasha living through it all. RNG, they came through and thought that they were bigger than VP with their Radiance and Leshrac timing, but it didn't work.
No, Setsu is still dead. For a little bit too long, he's making his way up, just doesn't have enough time. As I'm going to run into the Tide real quick, but I mean, Pasha in this game has been an absolute monster. His positioning, the way he's been using his Ravage, his team fight, his positioning in that fight enabled all of that.
I think what's cool about that is that his movements and stuff have been very atypical of Tidehunters.
Yes.
Right? And it takes a smart player to be able to think outside of the box, think outside of your average Tidehunter games, and think about what will win us this game.
Oh, for sure. Pasha right now is playing to win 1-1-7, but his score doesn't really quite reflect the impact that he's had in this game.
Yeah.
He's just been a thorn in RNG's side, and you'd like to see them bring him here so that he can defend mid, and look at that, he's here again. It's going to make the jump.
For the captain of VP, but bottom, he's going to be a bigger one with a beautiful black hole. Managing to lock down the 3, and it looks like Monet's going to get popped before Flyby could provide any sort of saving grace. Now Wafu will die as well. How many times are you going to kill Solo before you realize it's just a bait?
And they all have ranged heroes. They have a lot of range heroes, but they keep running into the black hole of Roger. And again, it's Pasha leading the defense for his team, telling them, we're not giving up this tower.
Nope.
And as a result, they're going to take mid tower for themselves. This is going to open up the jungle for them to take advantage of, and that's exactly what they draw around. They're saying this area is now ours. Don't allow RNG back in here.
Very decisive movements from VP, whether it's taking that top fight or this one right here, reading the fact that RNG have put themselves in a bad position trying to move into that high ground after Solo, and all get clumped up for just a beautiful black hole. Even if they didn't have Ravage, VP still red. That was a good fight to take.
I think RNG's thought process there was there's no Ravage up, and we have so many different cancels for this Enigma.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we? Top lane.
Oh, look at that win probability. It's nasty already. VP with the 82% win probability by 17.5 minutes in. I mean, Dendy said this is going to be Bears who are just going to be farming up some honey. VP have been doing that. They have the better late game with this Storm Spirit, Tide, and Enigma combo. Let's not forget that Lifestealer and Ogre are not slouches in the late game either. This is really concerning for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that we all thought was VP would be a little bit more passive. I think even Dendy thought they'd be a little bit more passive, and they just sort of been running at them, and it's all on the heels of Pasha. I can't talk about his play enough in this game because I feel like his positioning, the way he's rotating around, protecting his team's towers and leading fights. This is a Tidehunter without Blink Dagger, and he's always in a good position. Bottom lane.
Jumping forward. Oh no, he actually pulled down the illusion. And now,
this might be a death now.
Ramses is way too far forward as a result. A bit of an error. Oh, Ravage going out, but now Ravage has been used for nothing. VP, now it's their turn to make some errors as the pressure of TI continues to crack teams.
Maybe, I think if he actually hits the right one, probably gets out.
Yeah.
He doesn't get purged there. It's pretty quick.
He quickly kills the Shadow Demon. Might be able to infest inside of the Storm Spirit. They get out together, but now RNG have an opening here. Now it's their turn to punish mistakes. Getting a Roshan like this is really going to kill VP's timing that they were getting to, where they were able to actively and confidently contest RNG.
And without the Black Hole, without the Ravage, that's really what signals this. Is
I mean, I can't believe they're really going to try this without Black Hole, without Ravage, but the Midnight Pulse is forcing RNG outside of the pit. Now the Disruption going in, they're going to try and get the kill onto the Storm Spirit, and they've got it too. With the Yield Scepter into the Split Earth, and the Stable Concoction as well. Ramses trying to finish off some of the supports, but there is going to be the Disruption out from Afu. Flyby is ready to go with some heals as well. Autumn's going to be able to limp away. No one with a buyback is going to be able to finish off at least one support, but Ramses, he needs to be able to get out of here with his Rage Timer, but the Unstable Concoction nails him. He's trying to get away from Flyby right now. Slow down. Oh, the Black Hole instantly gets canceled by Setsu. Beautiful Yield Scepter by him. And now looks to be able to chase down the heroes. They couldn't actually get the two big cores of VP, so it'll have to suffice for Roger. The 4th position Enigma, he will be the one to fall. And RNG, can they go back to the pit after a short pit stop at the Shrine? Roshan still at 2,000 health.
Absolutely, this is theirs for free now. The Black Hole just came up, wasn't able to accomplish enough. And this is going to be relatively free for them.
Yeah, look at that. Monet carrying that fight when it comes to the damage, but it's also the disables and the saves from the other RNG members.
It's if one hero can't get you, another one will. They have so many different ways to protect each other, which is what we were waiting for. They finally get off a clean fight.
And all those buybacks, the two supports of RNG bought back, but well worth it to be able to get a buyback out of no one while still claiming the Aegis.
And Lifestealer going for the Deso, it looks like.
And he's almost got it. At least getting within striking distance, but he can't afford to die here, and he's already used the invest. That's going to make things awkward, especially if he gets hexed up by Lottom, who had Aether Lens, was able to get the stun outside of the tree range, and Ramses now being
he does have rage
up. Does have the rage up in a second, but he won't be able to TP away so easily if Monet can actually find him and punch him down, but they went left while Ramses went right. 12-16, and we've got ourselves a pretty even game. And it is an Alchemist game, so that net worth being even may still be in the favor of VP, but RNG with the Aegis should be able to start knocking down some towers and build up a bigger net worth lead.
The scary part about the Aegis at this point is it gives you so much map control.
Yeah.
This is what's going to enable RNG to get a little bit more space on the map. They were sort of getting choked out for the time being, but this is how you continue to protect your jungle. If you notice the 2 wards that they were able to place as a result of these fights. And now they can get a little bit more aggressive.
They're just going to do the classic sweep from tier 1 to tier 2. They're strong enough that VP don't want to contest the first. There's still no Black Hole up. There is going to be a Ravage, but I don't think they're contesting Monet and all these Serpent wards. On the other side of the map, there is Roger trying to get some damage onto the tier 1 tower, but doesn't quite finish it off. If anything, Monet is going to be happy to find some Eidolons to farm.
Top lane not being denied for the time being. They're going to D-ward, reset the map a little around their Alk. There's only one more tier 2 tower to take, but it's the mid tower, and it's not an easy one.
But do you think RNG should go for it? What should their plan be with this remaining Aegis timer? Can they just boldly go to the tier 2, or is the team fight of VP too scary?
I think it's always scary. I think the better move is to sweep out this jungle as a group. Try to get wards down if you have any. Take advantage of this, but they actually don't have any. So maybe they just go down mid. They can meet the creep wave, it's almost there.
Monet, they push down top. He's gonna cut in this mid lane as well.
I think if you're VP,
Storm Spirit.
Oh, they'll wait for the BKB on Enigma first.
Oh, is that coming in? Ooh, they do not have a cancel for it, so that would be a sick pickup. But RNG, they're going to push the pace. They've already taken this tier 2, but they are showing no signs of slowing down as Monet is going to go for the stun onto Solo, the follow-up, the split earth, a clean kill, no rebuttal from VP, and now going to be forced into a 4 versus 5.
And look at this tower, it's going down really quickly.
Yeah, Monet's just chopping it to bits, but they do have the Lifestealer and Fast combo. Monet got Hex, as well as Fuel Scepter. They're going to try and hit with the split earth, and no one, he's just dead with that no. It looks around, he can actually save with the black hole on top, and he takes out. It's only the no one doesn't have buyback either. Apu does manage to actually kite around the Lifestealer as well. This is a disaster for VP.
And Apu's good.
Swims away, but the unstable concoction is taking. It's going to find the Tidehunter. He's going to burn out from the Radiance in the Aphotic Shield explosion. Just a little
Apu's still getting chased.
HP, but he's still good. And Ramses, who had been making this chase for so long, he does have his rage. He will be able to fight back, but what can he really do with it? Setsu, he's so mobile that Ramses certainly won't be able to bring him down. He's going to be forced to TP back to base, and that is going to be a mid lane of Barracks at least, if not more, with 40 seconds on the clock for no one.
Ramses just chased Apu around the map for almost a minute, doesn't die, wasn't able to help his team, and they're just gonna go for it.
Solo will fall, Roger has the buyback, oh no, they're gonna lose Ramses as well, who instantly buys back. How is VP gonna stop this push as RNG? They seem unstoppable right now.
It's happening in a hurry right now, Cap.
They're going to try and go for Apu with the Solar Crest, Aphotic Shield. Somebody heals coming out from the Mist Coil as well. They're going to turn onto Ramses. Monet runs out of the chemical range. A nice Fire Blast done onto Monet. And now without the chemical range, they're going to try and bring down this Aegis. Monet, he's somewhat okay with this. They're actually going to try and focus on some of the other heroes as Monet will slowly take out. But first, he'll be able to bring
Monet's still alive.
Flyby. You have to deal with Monet at some point in time. He has the Radiance at burning you down. He has that AT aura. Now he's going to the BKB. But if they finish him off, there it is. They just wait out the Aegis. A beautiful read by VP.
It did cost them the racks, though.
It certainly did. That could not feel good for VP as they're down 9,000 net worth, 1.5 lanes of Barracks.
That's one of those weird situations where I think they knew that the Aegis was about to fade out. They had a better timer on it, obviously.
Yeah.
But the downside of it is the 100 HP Alk just took racks in front of you.
Yeah. I mean, he only needs a few seconds with that Assault Cuirass, even if he's not in chemical rage form.
And Lonem gonna run into no one here. They found him once again. Doesn't have the mana though.
Let me get away from this one. The zip. This time, Setsu, he's been really good on the timings. With that Yule Scepter split earth, he's been reacting very quickly, but this time, he missed on no one.
And for the next fight, they will have the BKB Black Hole, but I mean, timing-wise, what we've learned is Dendy's right.
Yeah.
They're going to ball up. They're just going to sort of go for it. I think VP were outplaying them. They were overplaying their late game lineup by taking these really smart fights. But they missed 1 or 2 ultis, and all of a sudden it just resets the game. They're able to take Roshan. I mean, they just march down towers.
We saw the win probability was heavily in the favor of VP at one point in time, but no longer. As now it's siding heavily with RNG, as it should. And it's going to take a bit of a miracle here for Virtus Pro. Let's see what they're able to pull off. Their backs against the wall in this game one. Virtus Pro have long been known to choke at the International. You heard it themselves. They said they don't know what it is, but the International is just a special tournament. And everybody else seems to fare okay, but VP always perform much worse than they have the rest of their DPC season. And the hope was that coming into this tournament, not being the front runners, not being one of the top 3 teams, may have given them a little more leeway against some of the other teams. Maybe they didn't study Virtus Pro as much. But being in the lower bracket and now potentially 1 game down against RNG, the VP curse seems to be returning. 17 to 18, 28 minutes in.
And this is where you stop things. There's no one. He's looking for the jump right now, but doesn't want to go in first. Doesn't have a BKB.
Yeah, we've seen that because the lack of the BKB, both the Shadow Shaman and Setsu's Leshrac.
Here's the problem.
Super fast on their timing.
You go in for Lonem, he gets disrupted.
Yeah.
Fight stuck. Fight just ends. you can't go on flyby. And if you can't go on flyby, then he'll just reset the fight for his team anyways. All your stuns are cleared out. He feels fine. Even if he gets Ravaged, he'll just pop his ulti.
VP
gonna go in.
smoke up. They decide they're going to try and fight around these shrines.
Oh, they went on the illusion!
They went on the illusion! They do have
Oh no! He's just realized!
BKB! He does manage to get the black hole. The backline just evaporated. The two supports are already down. Sentu stunned up on the side here, but the cores of RNG are fighting strong, and they've already got a bash on Roger. The Meg's going to be able to heal him up a little bit more. Miss Cole not going to be enough. Ramses gets the rage off as well. Can they help him? He's got an infest. He should be able to get away. No one's
not a mana!
Not a mana! Just shy of being able to get to the other side of the cliff, but now he's stuck and now he's dead.
Oh no.
He has the buyback though.
That initiation. It took them so long to realize too. If they had the damage in that fight, maybe this looks a little bit different.
The buyback is available for no one. RNG are here in force. As Pasha certainly needs the help. No one tries to jump over. He gets hexed up. He's trying to go for Abu. Just you pointed out, anytime he's going for the back line, RNG has the answer, and Ramses will fail to get the kill that no one could not pick up on himself. And now he's being controlled up by the shackles, finished up by
They're just gonna call it.
RNG take game number 1 against the CIS powerhouse of Virtus Pro.
And that game happened in a hurry. We were looking at an 82% win probability for VP at one point, and that was at like 17 minutes. And 10 minutes later, the game's just over.
Royal never give up, as you said, hit him in a hurry. And Monet giving the wave to the crowd, who have been very supportive of RNG, giving them plenty of chance, cheering them on to victory here in game 1.
And now they're one game away from knocking out VP, a team that you and I predicted in the group stage before the games had started to potentially be our favorites. They didn't have that pressure going in.
We talked about it, said maybe the VP magic will come back in time for TI. Maybe they've been keeping their heads down, ready to go, but it seems like Virtus Pro, the choke is still real. How do they get their headspace out of this one? Over to the panel.
My goodness, what a game of Dota. And yeah, I think that's really the big thing that we do have to talk about. The casters have said it very, very well. And we look at VP, this is just a tournament sin that has been their roadblock.
Yeah, I was hoping we would see a bit better showing from VP today going into this. Okay, down you go. Yeah, I was hoping VP would just do better overall in this game, but like when it comes to the team fights, the things we're used to seeing from VP in the past is this really good understanding of how to play around each other, who goes in first, how you position yourself relatively. And in this game, I just see countless situations where no one Storm just jumps in, gets hexed, and dies. And when you watch the really top-tier teams of this tournament so far play, they're very good at this, like weaving, buying time, playing off that. VP, it's just not there.
They're shrinking like Rich, whereas RNG are rising to the occasion.
Major shrinkage.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I do want to say, there's kind of one moment towards the end of the game, Trent, that all of a sudden it's like, okay, this is looking like it might be done and dusted.
Just over. I think like when they had that last chance, right, where they tried the initiation, last Hail Mary team fight, and then you have yourself positioned so nicely with the smoke being popped. So no one's like, oh, of course, it's the right left track, but he's hiding out of vision. They go on the illusion, and that was just kind of it. I mean, the game was probably over that point anyway, but that's a nice big defeat there at the end of like still getting a real stylish play.
Now, I do want to take a moment here. We typically don't get to talk about it as much, Toby, because we do obviously have all of our glowy-brained folks over on the draft panel who really do break apart.
Would you like a dull brain, would you? Like a little dim light?
We're the cuties.
Oh,
right?
the cuties. Yeah, cuties. All right, yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
When we talk about this draft, I really do want to tear into it for a second because you were the one who really highlighted the draft, right? You were like, it's all going to be about the draft for me. What did you see go down?
You know, the draft actually felt like it was a team secret starter. Like it was like, okay, we're going to run the Enigma, we're going to run the Tidehunter together, and through this overwhelming power, we'll just take over. The Storm will get some space, but then you kind of get this Ramses lifestealer, which is very VP. Like, I'm just going to sit in my lane, I'm going to be able to survive, I'm just going to be able to tank, and eventually I'll carry this game. And that's why I said, like, I want to watch the draft, because I feel like, I don't know if you guys agree, but like, it's just disjointed. Everything doesn't look like it's working towards one objective, unlike what happens when you have like this Lashrak lineup, which is just able to push after you have one good fight.
I don't know if I feel like that was a lineup problem. They actually played a really good early game, and Dota Plus never lies, right?
Yeah.
That was an 80-20 game for VP at one point.
Yep.
You've accomplished the goal of the game. You're leading on gold minute 20 against Alchemist. You're doing great.
But isn't that the key word there?
You're doing
that
great.
Alchemist?
Oh, I
I
thought
mean,
you meant you're
come
doing
on.
great. VP is doing great. It means they're going to fail.
Did anyone
That's
think
what you're
Alchemist
going
was actually going to lose for a second?
for. I thought they were
I
definitely.
thought it was going to happen.
It's Alchemist against Enigma late game, and you have farm on VP's correct heroes. Like the game is going super well. I don't think that was a drafting problem. I think they got outplayed in fights. And they RNG played around the cooldowns.
Yeah.
Tide ultis down, black holes down. They take fights.
Yeah, I do want to kind of put that under the microscope too, because you talk about actually looking and seeing. It looks like it's an 80-20 game. We've seen, and this is back in groups, we've seen comebacks from Megas, right? I think we've seen 5 at the tournament already, at least 5 in groups. And the question is, yes, the game has changed. That's more possible than like the first time we saw it all those TIs ago. But when you look at that situation, what is causing it? Is it sheer outplay, or is it actually the onus on the team that throws it? Do you think that there is some additional pressure?
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely onus on the person who's ahead, right? Because in order to capitalize on that, mistakes have to be made. I think they were at a point where they had to make a mistake in order for RNG to get back into it. They did. It's also, again, it's the Alchemist in terms of like, not only can you not, you can never make mistakes, but an Alchemist just punishes it so hard because every second that like you're dead, right? He's gaining, he's climbing, he's getting the next item and selling the next item, and you can't keep up with trying to deal with how he's itemizing against you.
And there's the human aspect too. They can't see the graph. They don't know what state the game is in. You might feel like the game is very different than it actually is. It's easy for us to say, oh, we look at the graphs, we see all the wards, blah, blah, blah. But the teams have their own vision, they have their own read on the game, and maybe VP felt like, okay, we're behind, we need to force fights. And we're just here like, why are you forcing fights? You're winning,
Yeah, this is very, very insightful. And my mother actually just texted me not so long ago, and she was talking about how insightful she thinks Sin truly is. She's a big fan of Sin.
Yep.
And one of the other things she wanted to know, she goes, they keep talking about Alchemist. What's going on with Alchemist? Why is Alchemist so good?
Because he can make potions.
Okay,
You
Sin?
can tell her that. That's something she could probably digest. Yep, there you go. Send a text out quickly. Well,
she said Sin lol.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she said
wow,
Sin lol.
Nobody could have seen that coming.
Oh, man.
That was really unpredictable.
He's reaching deep into the bag today.
That's my mom for you, But what is it about the Alchemist? I mean, I can actually rely on you, unlike Sin.
On me?
Well, yeah, what is it about the Alchemist? I heard.
Sure.
Him, Toby.
I'll answer your question that's not Alchemist related then. I actually kind of felt like Alchemist got a big helping hand by this Abaddon that was just able to also be a frontliner alongside the Alchemist. So even though the Alchemist didn't, he was ahead by 1,000, you're expected to be like 3,000 around the 20-minute mark. You just win this fight. It's like, okay, now we take Roshan and we push with Aegis Immortal 1 and just shields and harassment from the other. They're like, there was no real answer that they could find to both of these problems, which then just made it so Leshrac didn't have to have all these survivability items, because you could see him like, Lesh, full movement speed build, just wanted to hunt, just wanted to push. Enabled by both the Alchemist and the Abaddon.
I can really get behind this idea that Rich is going to ask us a question and we just answer a different one.
Yeah.
I think I could get used to that. I think that's really great.
Yeah.
I love it.
Sin, what do you think of me?
Trent, that was a great game.
Thank you.
I mean, I think that was a great game.
It's really good. A little unexpected, I would say, to take game 1 like that, but this is what the fans come for. I mean, definitely these fans came for that, as you could hear. Very excited for RNG because I'm sure, they were here cheering for LGD and VG. They have expectations and hype. Today was more of I was just like, well, maybe they'll do it. And now suddenly they're up a game. And now they're just going to even further to fall in disappointment like true fans.
Hey, Sim was back in this team. You were back in this from the start.
RNG?
Yeah.
From what start?
Well, the start of the playoffs.
Yeah, I think I said toward the end of the groups, RNG picked up steam, and I think they're showing that they've improved a lot. Because their day 1 and 2 were not good. By the way, do you still want an answer to the Alchemist question? Do you still want to know?
So I want to go back to people who were credit where credit's due. One of the first people who really was hyping up this RNG team was actually Kyle. I remember we were all in a room together with Kyle, and Kyle was just like, I think all of the Chinese teams are looking super good headed into the main event, and he really did.
Keen?
I mean,
Sorry, what? Continue.
Seriously, though, I think we did see a lot from this region as a whole. Keen obviously going to be the first team that does bow out from the region, but they did it in style. I think it was very exciting to watch them play, but we still have 3 Chinese teams here.
Yeah, it's the toughest region, right? Yeah. I mean, sorry, Europe. I think trying to qualify and play there the whole year in China.
Tougher qualifiers. I don't know if the region was harder. There's the European or the Western teams at this tournament are still looking pretty strong.
That's very true, but I think through the entire year, I'd rather have played in Europe than China. Does that sound good? No?
How do you feel about that, Sin? Yeah.
It's like 50-50.
Yeah, what do you know, Sin?
Honestly, I think it's 50-50.
50-50?
I think both regions have been really strong. Like, it depends what your goal is, right? If it's qualifying to the majors, in Europe, you're playing against major winners every time, and in China, you're playing against 6th place teams every time.
Well, you're playing against minor and major winners.
Yeah, well,
like Vici Gaming.
That is true. Vici, yeah.
They had to make their way there
Toward the end
yes.
of the season, China got stronger.
Very
I would
true.
agree with that. I would absolutely agree.
Ramped up a little bit in your mind, and hey, it's a pretty good time to do that as well, headed into TI. Now, when we head into the next game, we can start to look ahead now. I think we've really gotten to look at everything that did happen in that first game. VP, how did they really start to break through here? It was the draft. That was the story for you in the first game. Maybe didn't deliver. Is it still the case?
Maybe the guys are right. Well, you normally are. Maybe it's just not down to a draft thing. I still feel like they had a misidentity in the draft. That's why I was talking like the live seal just didn't fit with the rest of it. Even though it fit VP, but again, it was like 2 different identities. But how are you meant to play VP Dota? Like, how do they get back to what they were before? Like, it just doesn't...
They haven't found it. I think enabling Pasha is extremely difficult, and I feel like in their last 2 series, that's what they've been trying to do. And Pasha looked so good at the start of this game, right, on the Tidehunter, but then the previous series, they tried to give him this Pango. He also started the game at top net worth and tried to lead his team and carry it through, but it feels like out of that off-lane position, there's only so much you can do. Whereas before, I feel like they used to be able to kind of give the reins to Pasha in a lot of situations, and he did make that space for Ramses in combination with no one. Now, it just seems too difficult.
I don't know if it's really a drafting problem at this point. Like, you can try to make some adjustments in draft, but I think the main thing is in here right now. And that's really what you got to work on. That's where the coach needs to step in. You know, VP put a lot of pressure on themselves, try to play more freely. The way you can adjust to this in draft is pick heroes that play more freely. Don't pick these like super cooldown reliant. We need to be together all the time and have this tight Enigma, big AoE combos. Pick something that, you know, skirmishes, ganks, Beastmaster, these types of heroes. Pangolier could also work.
Yeah, I mean, it was
could
close.
still work.
It was still looking fine for them.
I totally agree, but it's such a large order, right? To break a giant mental block. A lot of the times I use this example of the mile, right? And you look back in the history of the mile, and people weren't able to break that record for such a long time because they didn't know it was possible. I think right now, when VP looks inside of themselves, they're not sure if it's possible for them to actually win this biggest tournament, the biggest stage of the entire year, and RNG is going to try to make sure that they aren't able to do it. RNG wants to keep on moving forward here. They can do it in just 1 game, and they have the crowd behind them.
It would just be really fantastic if Virtus Pro can just throw away all care factors. Like, okay, we're down, we're not winning, we can't connect anything up right now. You know what? Just YOLO it. Just pick up any kind of comfort heroes, go back into that zone, and just see how hard you can punch down RNG. As you said, play the short kind of breaks and just, like, get in there.
Toby thinks it's a matter of going for the YOLO. Let's see what Casey and the folks from the squad have to say about that.
So I want to talk about consistency because Virtus Pro is very well known for being consistent. And you're once again coming in after a very successful season to a TI. What do you think is the biggest reason behind the fact that you're able to play so well?
Я цифа.
Ты.
Да. Кто отвечает?
Давай ты сначала, потом
я отвечаю.
Да, это на русском.
Ладно. Короче, мы все очень сильные игроки индивидуально, и так сложилось, что когда я пришел в эту команду, был косяк, я как-то, наверное, дополнил ее, и так сложилось мета, наверное, что мы начали всех выигрывать, и потом были некие трудности по игре, но мы с ними справлялись, некоторые трудности даже остались, но мы будем идти по турниру, как и на каждом, набирать. В этом наша большая сила.
What are you doing differently this time around?
Борис решил, что не поедет на этот интернешнл, поэтому мы решили взять панду на этот раз.
What makes TI9 feel like it could be your most successful one yet?
Панда с нами, враги нападают.
Besides the panda.
Besides the... Так.
Можешь сказать, что твой цвет любимый фиолетовый? У меня, например, да. Единственное, что могу точно сказать, что наша система, по которой мы готовились к интернешнлу в этом году, она кардинально отличается от того, что было в прошлом, позапрошлом. И, в принципе, это может дать какие-то результаты, потому что мы делали все совсем по-другому, мы рассчитывали по-другому, как-то рассчитали силы по-другому. Мы все-таки... Тогда мы просто очень много тренировались бездумно. Сейчас мы больше пошли в понимание, а не в практику. И, мне кажется, мы во многом преуспели.
I asked Secret the same question, so I'll ask it of you too. VP and Secret, you both have a lot of similarities. You're both coming in at the top of the DPC. Your previous TI finishes have been 5th, 6th. How would you compare the two teams? What, in your opinion, what makes VP stronger than Secret, even though you have similar histories?
Чем побеждать будем?
Не
Team
знаю.
Secret, не знаешь?
Минером.
Чем мы сильнее? На самом деле, на интернешнале ты никогда не можешь быть уверен, сильнее ты какой-либо другой, ну, в какой форме она находится. Например, мы с ними не играли скримы, и мы не знаем, чем они играют, как они играют, хорошо у них или плохо, поэтому все покажет сам турнир.
You've also played together for a long time on the same roster. I just interviewed Kuro, and he said that there are pros and cons to that, and that sometimes it's great because you know what you're getting into, and sometimes it can lead to complacency. What do you say to that, having played together so long?
Да, очевидно, есть и плюсы, и минусы. То, что, ну, минусы, когда бывают разногласия и не можешь прийти к общему, то единственный выход бывает иногда, что, ну, забыть это и продолжать играть, потому что если люди не могут прийти к общему, то это может привести к плохим последствиям. Но в целом мы все друг друга очень хорошо знаем и где-то друг другу уступаем в этом плане. Идем на уступки друг другу, поэтому это делает нас сильнее. И вот и все.
Всегда можно еще водки напиться, если что-то не так.
Да, да. Drink водка, play дотка. Из плюсов то, что мы друг друга хорошо знаем, и как друзья мы друг другу идем на уступки. Вот, если не можем прийти к общему в игре, поэтому это делает нас сильнее.
Мы семья.
Семья, да.
What do you think is different about TI? Because VP has a history of playing really well throughout the season and then coming to TI and placing 5th, 6th.
Я на самом деле не знаю. Почему-то у нас часто происходила ситуация, что мы крайне уверенные в себе ребята приезжаем на турнир, и что-то у нас вдруг ломает, скажем так. Что-то происходит такое, что немножко меняет наш взгляд на игру. Появляются какие-то разногласия, и, к сожалению, пока что на интернешналах мы с этим, как видите, не справились, не получилось, но я надеюсь, что этот интернешнл пойдет совсем по другому графику.
How does it feel having the international in China for the first time?
Ну, необычно, но мне лично хотелось бы, чтобы для меня ассоциация International это с Америкой, Сиэтлом. Всегда, когда еще не играл ни разу на International, мечтал там играть всегда. Может, тут даже лучше будет, поэтому увидим. Режим ожидания, так сказать.
Very well done. Good job, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's it.
Well, originally, before we jump down to the interview, you heard from Toby that maybe they needed a little bit of YOLO to be able to take it. Then we hear maybe they just need a little bit of techies.
Hey, you know what? I'll feel really better when you start using reference points from both Syndra as well as Trent and not from me to start our conversations.
I noticed he's getting closer and closer to you as well. I think he's taking a liking over there.
So you just want to wear a vest, don't you? You need to, like, your used car salesman look is absolutely fantastic, but you need to level up to the vest.
I think it's a safari. Got a couple animals on there. It's
hey,
perfect.
man, we can look at me all we want, but we really want to be looking at the teams here. We want to talk about
that's
everything
what we're
that
here
they have
for,
to sort-
right?
I thought they were on a safari with the panda. They're all about the panda, right? Isn't that what you're leading into here?
They're all about their energy. Their chakras are blocked. They need to unbreak them.
Can I just say, we've talked a lot about VP.
Thank you,
Obviously, they're a big name coming into this that people are expecting a lot out of, and they have flat out just not been delivering, that's fair to say. But I do want to talk a little bit more about RNG, because the reason Kyle had this team rated really high going in was that he'd been talking to some players, and the teams were just saying RNG is destroying people in scrims. Like, RNG were winning all their scrims, they were playing super well. Lots of the teams going into the group stage were expecting RNG to be one of the top placements, and then when it's crunch time, they're not delivering. So maybe they had a bit of a mental problem that they needed to overcome, but now that you start getting those wins, you start out slow, you recover during the group stage, sure, you don't make up a bracket, but you get better and better and better. You win your first best of one, you win your first game against VP. This team is maybe getting to that state mentally that they were in their scrims.
Right.
And that's scary, because then suddenly if all the teams were scared of these guys and they're playing up to their level, they could go really deep.
We've seen lower bracket runs before.
That was exactly what Kyle was talking about. He was just like, the scrims, the scrims, the scrims. And I feel like that is something that Kyle has always evaluated really high. I actually remember that kind of the first time that I got to work with a bunch of you guys, and Kyle was talking about the scrims. I believe that time it was actually EG that he was talking about. And how much stock can you put in scrims? Because now you're starting to say it seems like they weren't hitting that form. Maybe they're starting to find it now. Do you think like when you get to a tournament that you can look at the scrims a lot and say, okay, this is how we think they're gonna do?
Well, how many times do the scrims actually reflect in the results?
It seems to go the other way more often, I would say. But maybe it's because everyone always hypes up someone. Because they're like, yo, I heard that these guys are absolutely destroying the scrims right now. You guys have no idea how good they are. And then they come in and they just place like bottom 4. That is definitely not unusual. You know, like it happens quite a bit. So there is that element of just getting on the stage. I think it probably helps having someone like Lonum who can like, he's been here several times. It's not like all these players are like super new or anything, like they're names that we know, but he's kind of one of those like OG veterans. It's hard to beat him in the whole space.
He was in the first ever grand final of TI. This guy's retired and come back like all the greatest Dota players have. Like it's he's done coach roles, he's done captain roles, he's done like normal roles in teams. It's like this guy's got everything. And you're right, if these guys get better and better as time goes on, they've got the leadership that's there in the game while the game is going.
And they have more than just one player that's experienced at going far in TI. Monet played on LFY at TI7, who arguably at multiple points of that tournament looked like the absolute best team. They ended up getting third. They didn't manage to get to that grand final, but man, they had some moments of brilliance.
They were crazy.
They were really, really good. And if we get that style coming out of Monet, maybe he can activate some of the other newcomers to the team a little bit into getting comfortable.
Sounds like they're trying to bring that out of them right now.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. You look at RNG right now, and you just look at the facts. You get down to brass tacks right now. And I think you kind of say RNG feels like the favorite all of a sudden in this series. They come in as the underdog. I'm not sure how much you guys really get to see from home besides our faces and the players. This place is packed, and there's an overwhelming desire from a lot of these people to see RNG come out on top. And then you have the added factor that you have a team that we're saying has a mental block, and they just lost a game against a team that they didn't expect to lose that first game to. As much as we've seen them in some of the other tournaments throughout the years, whether it's majors, minors, we see them able to drop games, drop series at the beginning of the tournaments, and they're able to wash that all away, and they're able to bounce back. Do you think that they're going to be able to do it here? We're going to find out very shortly, guys. All of the players are inside of the booths. We're ready to get this one started. The fans are already cheering. Let's see. This is an elimination match. Only one can stay with us in TI. We're going to find out who that is right now.
Virtus Pro versus RNG. Game 2.
Time now, game number 2, about to get underway with drafts picks. Gunnar joining me once again, and Dendy as well. Dan, I want to talk to you first. Navi, sorry, not Navi, Virtus Pro, they kind of collapsed after an early game win there. What happened? What went wrong?
Well, it's very weird. Actually, for VP, overall, the tournament is very weird for me because this is a CIS team, and usually CIS teams are very aggressive, but on this tournament, both Navi and VP were pretty passive teams. They have like longest games in the tournament, and I was hoping that VP maybe at playoff we're gonna start playing more aggressively, but they picked Enigma, and Enigma is pretty much late game hero where you always deal with a game to the point where it can't get cancelled black hole and stuff like this. But RNG, they did amazing pickup as Alchemist. I think it was like super good, and because VP already showed their Tidehunter and Enigma, and that's how Alchemist got so fat. Usually teams trying to stop Alchemist from farming, but in this game it was almost impossible, like you guys mentioned. Yes, so Alchemist just got out of hand, and then what was strange, that VP was actually leading in the game, but then there was like, and it was super good for them, with very late game draft. But then one Russian team fight and it's over. It's very hard for Stone Spirit to jump in and do stuff when he's playing against heroes like Rasta and Leshak Eol, those instant disables, and then you need to jump those heroes like Leshak and Rasta to kill them first, but they have Abaddon and Shadow Demon to cover them up as protection. So
really well put together RNG draft.
I do have good news for you and all the viewers. Alchemist is banned.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't love some Alchemist, Gunnar?
I love it when I'm playing it.
Okay.
Or it's on my team.
The other 9 players less so.
Yeah, maybe the other 4.
Okay.
The Alch plus 4.
Yeah.
Another 5, a little less. So Royal Never Give Up picked the less Shadow Demon. That's a kind of a, I think that's more one of the classicer combos of this tournament. It's been picked a lot. Gives you setup if you want to put them as supports. You can put a mid Lesh. You can even do an offlane Lesh and a support Shadow Demon. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. On the other side, Virtus Pro picks a Warlock, which we've seen a couple times today, I think. It gives some sustain in the lane. It gives you a lot of mid-game, late-game teamfight and scaling, and then Centaur, which going into the tournament I thought was going to be a hotter pick from the offlane.
Yeah. You mentioned aggression from VP, then. Is that their best style and their best way to approach this matchup? Like, last game was like all-in teamfight like it. Do you want to see them go back to the CIS style?
I would love them too, but it's pretty hard to switch when entire tournament you play pretty passively, when suddenly you want to play aggressive. We see now we pick Centaur Warlock, which is insanely strong combo, but it was strong before last little patch that came out. After that, Centaur got a little bit nerfed. There is no double stout shield and stuff like this, but it's still some aggressiveness already and some team fight happening. But RNG getting their Leshak and Shadow Demon combo, which is already cool. Leshak can flex into different positions, and it's a lot of speed already into the game.
It does feel like VP are picking the heroes that were good, like you say, a few patches ago and aren't like the current meta, but it's comfort zone. And as far as VP goes, everyone always talks about, you know, TI with them, how they kind of underperform, they choke, and as far as, you know, maybe playing your best Dota, going to your comfort zone may be the best way to approach this now elimination game for VP.
Yeah, going into the tournament, a lot of teams were picking Centaur in the first phase, like first pick. And it's because they would have this offlaner that would win his lane like 60-70% of the time, almost against any matchup. And now, a lot of the times, the safe laners can tri-lane, and then they can shut down this the Centaur, or the Centaur is just dodging. And then at that point, you can pick an Axe, which is just a stronger hero. So he's kind of fallen out of the meta. And Tiny, yeah, that's been rising up in the meta this whole tournament, right?
The flexibility with the lanes, we've seen a lot more of the core Tiny come back, not just the 4 position. So this is an aggressive hero, though. Do you like the Tiny pick, Dendy?
Oh yeah, I love it. It's very flexible. It can go position 2, it can go position 4. I know that Roger plays an amazing Tiny. I know that Noon plays an amazing Tiny. So it's gonna be interesting to watch. What I worry about is, do we find a good lane for Centaur in this game? That's what worries me, because I already see really strong lanes from RNG. Shadow Demon Leshak is pretty strong.
I really like the Gyro pick there. It's a deny pick for RNG, I think. The ET Gyro combo is really strong with the Aura and the Flat Cannon and the Rocket Barrage. So Virtus Pro taking it away gives them a strong carry for themselves and also takes away a strong carry for the other team.
It's also a cool pick because we've seen them run it mid lane as well as safe lane. So they're going to be able to go into that final pick, the 10th pick of the draft, and either pick a mid or a carry based on what RNG get.
Actually, ET and Shadow Demon, they have quite high win rate on this tournament. I think we have around 60% win rate at the TI, and both of those heroes are great. Shadow Demon is actually one of the most insane supports out there right now.
Yeah.
And this hero, I think, also we got Void. Void in matchmaking, actually, he's really strong.
Yeah.
That's what I saw, at least for last games before I left to TI. Yeah, this hero is crazy. He's giving up more team fight. But I don't know how RNG gonna make it up for Void, because usually their playstyle, they group up and they apply a lot of pressure. Oh, we see Omni Knight. Now I can see the image of that.
Yeah, you can grace your Void, he can just go in. You have the GA, which helps set against the Flat Cannon. If this Tiny is a core, when he gets this Ags Daedalus, the GA also is going to help that your cores defend against that. I think it lanes fairly well against the Gyro. It's not crazy, if crazy good, crazy bad. His lane should be decent, I think.
What we've seen here, so VP now thinking about position 4, position 2, or position 1. Because Gyro can maybe still be mid lane against Leshak. I think Noon played a lot of games with Gyro like that. And maybe we want to secure the late game a little bit more than just having a Gyro. So most likely they watching for carry. And VP did it a lot. They picked carry for last pick. So let's see what we're thinking of this.
What would you think about putting the Gyro safe lane and picking, say, like Ember Spirit right now for the mid?
Ember Spirit. Well, it's pretty good because there is almost no control on RNG lineup. But at the same time, I feel like maybe VP needs some save. Like, I would call OD, which is not bad against heroes like Omni and Void, but at the same time, OD being pretty weak hero lately.
Yeah. They
and
banned
it's banned.
it out, yeah,
and they banned it out.
Noon, one of the few mids who still does play it from time to time.
Yeah, the Axe build that some people go can really save this game,
VK, which is pretty good against Void. Double life.
Yep. This was one of the classic counters to Void if you go back a few years ago. We saw Wraith King often come out just because you don't want to chrono him when he's got Reincarnation.
Yeah, against a lot of these like Enigmas and Tidehunters and Chrono, these big ults you want to kill their carry with. You can't kill a Wraith King.
Yep.
You kill him once, you don't have a spell, he turns the fight.
And you can even go that, you're playing against Leshrac, a lot of this uncontrollable damage. The Blade Mail build feels really good after your Radiance, so it is a hero that can cause a lot of problems.
Yep.
Well, final thoughts, Senny? How do you think about this draft?
I think RNG got this late game, actually. I really like those heroes. If the game goes D-late.
Okay, well, we're going to hear from Arzik, the Virtus.pro coach, before we hop ourselves into the game.
Arzik, I'm going to ask you about how you feel about this draft in a moment, but first, were you as surprised as some of the panelists and crowd were at how Game 1 went after you had a pretty good draft?
Yeah, we outdrafted them in the first game, but we managed to lose somehow. Now we tried to lose the draft, so we might win the game, right?
Changing tactics?
Yeah.
When you do have a game that turns out that way, do you usually choose to refocus your play, or do you take it all the way back and say, we gotta try this all over again?
Yeah, we just forget about this game. Like, we shouldn't think about it at all and focus on the next game. That's it.
Do you feel pretty confident about this draft?
Yeah, of course. I'm always confident.
And the rest of it is up to your players.
Yeah, let's see how it works.
Thank you so much. Best of luck.
No problem.
Thank you. Back to you.
Why does Virtus.pro always fail when it comes to TI? Why do they always choke when it comes to the finals of the season? A harsh question, but one that was asked in the video series of Virtus.pro and one they've been asking themselves for the last 2 years. Why do they always come up short at the International? And they may just come up short here in this series against RNG, down 1 game already.
TI is so brutal. Like, it's so unforgiving. It doesn't care that you did good in the rest of the year. It doesn't care that you were owning, that you won majors. You come to this tournament and you're going to get beat down. Remember when they kicked Lil? They got 5th-6 with Lil. And they're like, well, it's not a good enough result. We're VP. They kick him. They pick up Roger, the superstar. It feels like they immediately go on a roll. They win their first event after. They win an ESL. It looks like everything is going so well for them. Then they just get hammered. They get handled. They get 8th, or they get 6th. Then they get 6th again. And it just feels like their results aren't really improving. They're not really building something at this point. And that wears on you. This is, I feel like, a life or death series for them. Not just for their TI run, but as a group.
As a team, absolutely.
If you
Virtus.pro, as a roster, cannot survive a 9th through 12th place.
Yes, I will confidently say that if this team, they were built for a top 3 finish. If they don't get it this time around, that could just be the end for them. And RNG on the other side of things, I mean, we saw in their video interview yesterday, it was like, if we get top 6, we'd be pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
And now look at them. They're 1 game away from knocking out VP. And that's part of it too. I think the expectations, the composure that a team can potentially have, those are the things that matter when it comes to TI. Everybody's great strategically. Everyone's good individually. It really just comes down to, can you put it all together?
We start off our game here, Virtus.pro. Roger's gonna start things off, taking one hell of a lot of Shadow Poison charges. We've got a Wraith King Warlock versus an Omni Knight Elder Titan. A mid matchup of No One's Gyrocopter versus Setsu's Leshrac. They're gonna give Setsu Leshrac, which is pretty incredible as this hero has really been shining at the playoffs.
Yes, I think that's, especially with the way that Sumail's been making it look, it has so many good things going for it. You don't really lose very many lanes. Like, you feel quite good against most lanes. It sets up for kills easily. It pairs with one of the most important / versatile 5 positions in the game, Shadow Demon. Like, there's so many different ways to utilize Shadow Demon around your Leshrac is one of those heroes where you want to burst as soon as possible because of his toolkit, the way that Pulse Nova and Edict works. If he's disrupted, it'll continue to go up. And you can use it to set up for a stun. Like, there's so many different ways that these heroes pair together.
The tiny Centaur lane against a Faceless Void Shadow Demon. Roger's been trying to get real aggressive, interrupting Afu's pulling. Is this a matchup? It looks like Virtus.pro, they're just going to have to dominate the laning phase in that first 20 minutes of the game, right?
I sort of think so, but I think what the real crux of the lineup is they want to just run at you.
Yeah.
They have 5 really good heroes that are running at you. They're just going to face check team fights. What I really like about the Warlock Wraith King interaction is that the way that Wraith King works as a hero is once you go on him once, you don't have to just drop your rock reflexively.
Oh, Setsu, that's going to be a first blood for no one. Unexpected in this mid matchup. Did
he just get soloed?
Yes, he did. Completely solo, completely 1v1, and Roger, with the Invis rune that he stole away from Apu earlier, does manage to find the kill on the opposing support.
Surprise! As he was headed towards mid lane, but that was sort of rendered pointless since no one just killed him.
Good start for Virtus Pro here. It's 2-0, but they're going to need a lot more, as you said. They're going to need to run at you. They're going to need to be able to find strong initiations, especially against this lineup of Void plus Leshrac. That's a deadly teamfight duo. Virtus Pro, Rams is going to be pushed back here, so instead they're going to get a lot of damage on a solo. As he goes for the body block.
Did that throw you off for a second?
What?
Nothing.
Sitting in position.
Is this a
ready
free
to
Omni
go for the
lane?
toss back. Look at Roger. He wants to be able to get another kill on Setsu, and it looks like he might just be able to get it with the avalanche. The toss back into the jar cover. No one runs into the tier 1 tower range, and that rocket barrage will just eat Setsu up.
This is such a good start for no one. Goes without saying, but 2 kills, 14 CS. This is the kind of hero where I feel like Gyrocopter, if the laning phase goes well with that, you're really happy. Since you're prioritizing going for your rocket barrage and your homing missile over just like pure power leveling flat cannon.
Certainly going to offer a lot more kill power when it comes to some of these team fights. Roger now trying to be that roaming Tiny, and we've seen a lot of success of that in the group stage. We got to cast several Infamous games where it was very good.
It's very good for ganking the mid lane, but I think part of the problem is what Infamous were able to do around that hero was protect their safe lane.
Yeah.
You had Schofield rotate towards the top lane, get kills, and just flip between mid and top. In a game like this, I don't actually think that can kill Omni, which is why I said, is this a free Omni game? Because I don't think he really cares about Warlock as a 5 position, and I don't even think he cares about Wraith King as a carry.
Oh, I think so too, especially with the Heavenly Grace. Roger managed to find a haste route with the missile in flight. Is going to be able to get a chain stun onto Setsu, but with multiple rotations from RNG, Virtus Pro in discipline will back up, and it looks like they're going to try and secure the bounty runes at the right side of the map. This is going to leave Flyby alone, but as you said, because it's kind of a free Omni game at level 4, he does not care about a 1v2 at all.
Yeah, he's really happy about this, in fact. He's getting solo XP for it. But Lanem is going to make his way back up to top. Bounty Rune's about to spawn. Ramses is going to snag that real quick.
That'll be 3 for Virtus Pro, thanks to the quick thinking of Ramses. Still, though, top CS occupied by both the Omni Knight as well as the Faceless Void, Flyby, and Monet. Flyby has certainly been doing his fair share of carrying, of course, Monet being the superstar of RNG.
So normally when Infamous takes this sort of lineup, they'll make the same rotation, but they'll have a 5 position that can pressure in the safe lane. So when Schofield does make his inevitable gank up towards top, the Tiny's able to do something.
Yeah.
In this game, because he can't make his way towards top, RNG can just sit one of their supports mid because they know that's the only lane that he can afford to play in. You're not going to kill a Void with this hero either. So you're stuck into a position where this is the stun. The crowd reacts. They voice their disapproval.
Oh, look at Roger. He's thinking, oh, Setsu, you want to come at me? I'll toss you into no one. Then you'll see.
That was pretty rough.
Yeah.
He probably should have had that.
That was a totally free kill. RNG had kind of set up a trap between their 2 supports, Afu and Lanem.
But when you can't gank any of the side lanes and you don't have these pressure heroes, it makes it really easy for the enemy 5 to just sit behind mid and not really lose out on too much because you know where the Tiny is.
Oh, Monet, bash after bash. The RNG is in his favor. And with the stomp to be able to finish him off, Lanem claims kill. Pasha.
Let me say conversely, Cap, it's really easy for RNG to set up kills with the heroes that they have in any lane, but Roger running at Afu for the time being.
Sad part is, again, he can get behind that Omni Knight as many times as he wants to, but tossing him into Wraith King and Warlock, that's going to be a hard kill. As you can see, Flyby with the Heavenly Grace able to purge off some of the damage from Grade 5 Blast and the Shadow Word, Fatal Bonds. It's just a perfect lane for Omni Knight to be in.
So you said that you thought the laning phase was going to be or that VP needed a really good laning phase, but RNG's laning phase is going to be fine. Despite the 3-1 kill lead, RNG is only down by a K.
And that's definitely concerning for Virtus Pro. We heard their coach, Zeke. Nice disruption into the split earth. This time, there will be no mistakes. Roger will die.
You could hear frustration in Zeke's voice when she was like, last game you had a good draft and you still lost. And he was like, yeah, we did.
Yeah, win draft, lose games, so let's take the opposite approach in this one. Let's lose the draft and see what happens. Do you agree with that? Do you actually agree with the sentiment that they lost the draft a bit?
Is that what the draft panel thought?
I actually don't know.
I could see how they win this game. Faceless Void isn't fantastic against Wraith King.
Yeah.
I think this is actually a pretty good run at you lineup. Just there's a lot of counter initiation, which is usually the way you play around that. Like they have Omni Knight and ET and Shadow Demon. Like I think I like their supports better on the side of RNG personally.
They're certainly going to look good with a Faceless Void, whether it's the saving mechanism of the disruption or all the damage that they can lay into a Chronosphere. 6 energy there. They scale well into the late game. Virtus Pro, especially with the laning phase going the way it is, they're going to need to hit that really strong mid-game timing. They do have relatively low cooldowns, so they're just going to have to hit back to back to back, even sometimes without the golem being available to them. I think they're just going to have to keep fighting through it. So no one just goes ahead and gives up that mid lane to Roger for him to get a little bit of experience. He is quite low level. We see this from this 4 position. Tiny rotates around non-stop. He's going to be a good boy and actually stack for his cores here. Stacks both the camps quite nicely. And returns to mid lane to start getting some levels. Maybe not. No one's just being greedy. He's taking all of the smoke right now. In a relatively quiet laning phase right now, in part because we just don't really have
gank
the heroes to be able to run around and gank. The side lanes are just a bit too strong. Even that Centaur versus the Faceless Void matchup, it needs a bit of luck on RNG's side to be able to claim a kill like that.
I think this game, at least till the mid game, will be a farm fest.
Yeah.
Until you get levels on the side of VP, and that's why no one, he's had a lot of camp stack for him. He's just going to clear these in the jungle, no problem.
And maybe with these kind of stacks, they're going to artificially raise up this Gyrocopter's timing, and he can maybe surprise RNG. I mean, we've seen Gyrocopter, I was quite surprised, being very successful hero without being paired with the IO bottom lane. They do manage to kill Pasha. Setsu makes the rotation over to secure the bounty runes. They are going to try and get the top lane, but Flyby actually managed to snag that bounty rune. Now the TPs are going to come in to make sure he's okay. They cancel the TP. One last heal before he goes, but Flyby, surrounded by 4 heroes, just will not make it out alive. The last Great Fire Blast secures it as Zolo is the one to get the last hit between the last word and that little bit of damage off the neutrals as well, thanks to the Fatal Bond.
It looked like they were backing up after they saw the TP. But once the TP got canceled, wasn't able to come in, Monet.
Well, Chronosphere has been used. Is this an opportunity? Can Virtus Pro make a play towards that bottom lane? Or are we just back to the farming game?
I think we're just sort of back to the farming game. This is what happens when you can't really pressure through like simple ganks.
Yeah.
So what we'll instead see is probably just explosive team fights. The way that both lineups work, it's going to be, can you hold against the tide? When Virtus Pro just gather up as 5, they Centaur ult, Warlock drop onto you. Can RNG counter initiate, get enough heals off?
Look at this. Both teams are looking to make the same maneuver here. A smoke up of the mid laner off of a support and rotate into the enemy safe lane. Virtus Pro is going to do it first.
Look at the timing of this. And they're going to run into Ramses, who got stunned up by the Centaur, but he's by the shrine. They need to hurry up and TP. Roger already starts it, but
he has a reincarnation. No one. What a fast rotation from him. Instantly TPs into the mid lane. Is going to be able to catch at least one. And look at Ramses go. He's going to be able to get the stun onto Setsu with Roger with a follow-up as well. They're going to lay into that Leshrac and pick up the double kill for no one. As you said, things are going to start in a hurry. It's going to be explosive team fights, and with RNG having their smoke run into a Wraith King, disaster occurs.
RNG have the most like bend don't break lineup I've ever seen. what's going to happen is they're going to get run at, and they have to just be able to hold off of spell usage. They've got great heroes at counter-initiating though, Cap. They've got Chronos here, they have Shadow Demon Disruption, they have Heavenly Grace. They're able to reset fights really nicely. But if VP can just get on top of them and pick off heroes individually one by one, that's where their lineup is going to be very strong once they start with the numbers advantage.
Pasha trying to chip away at that bottom tower, activates his retaliate stacks, but doesn't really commit to the towers. A little bit skittish just because there's so many heroes of RNG off map right now, but it looks like with the rotation of Roger and no one, they should be able to find. They're not sure exactly where he went to. It's a really good rotation through the trees, but still Apu will eventually be found and killed. We haven't mentioned it, but Fatal Bonds plus Black Cannon, that's got to be a sick combo.
But their mid tower's being pressured. They have to defend this. So they're going to bring back no one. They know that bottom tower is ready for flybys here too. They wanted to bring their strongest hero in. Monet going to get run into by Ramses. He's going to throw out the stun. No one's going to defend this tower. And as long as they can keep this mid tower alive, VP can continue to get aggressive around the map. And in fact, I think they should think about taking mid tower themselves at some point. The downside is the carry is going to go for that Radiance, but I don't even mind Ramses just coming in at this point. Secure the tower with your ulti.
Yeah. Especially, is he level 12 yet? No, he's still only level 10. Maybe he just doesn't want to have to use that really lengthy reincarnation cooldown. It's Roger. He's going to try and get that toss on a flyby, but maybe the Omni Knight is not the best target.
Ramsey's going to TP out to the other side of the map, understanding that he's pressing his luck a little bit too much, and his timing couldn't have been more perfect. RNG, because they've taken the top tower, they know if he is farming that jungle area, the shrine won't be near enough, and they could probably pop 2 lives.
Yep.
But Ramsey's read that really nicely, was able to understand that they were probably making their way for him.
And even though these carries both went for the Hand of Midas and their timing is going to be similar in that regard, the Wraith King does have that option of always just being able to summon the skeletons and TP to the other side of the map, knowing that the skeletons will push in the waves and force rotations.
Oh, look at this. They've read them perfectly. They're drawing the lines. They know they're up there.
Yep. And they're just going to play on this right-hand side behind the mid-tower. They still want to be able to protect it, but at the same time, if they don't engage into RNG, the Diabolic Edict will finish off this mid-tower, and Roger trying to brave that distance, but now maybe caught by RNG. Monet doesn't want to use the Chronosphere for just a tiny. It's going to get bonked on the head, but that's what Flyby is there for. With the Heavenly Grace and ready to go with the heals. Now Roger's going to be slowed down. They do have good ultimate coming out from no one. They turn around with the Avalanche as well, but can they do any sort of damage? These are really tanky heroes on the side of RNG.
Oh, he got caught by the Centaur.
Onto the Gyrocopter. Now they're going to be able to Chronosphere. The Chaotic Offering gets dropped with a Fatal Bonds as well. Now the Flat Cannon shots raining out on RNG. All of them quite low, but do they have the catch? A nice toss onto Pasha. Will be able to get the stun onto Leshrac to finish off. And now the Rocket Barrage running down Flyby. Missile nails him, and there's just nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide. He's going to try and outpace no one, hide around these trees, away from the Rocket Barrage, just buy more and more time if possible. Drums being activated by Pasha just to make sure with the TP way, but the stomp is there. This is why Pasha continue to chase with the Gyrocopter all along.
And they got split up way too much in that engagement. Tried to do a little bit too much. Once the Omni Knight went onto the high ground, that fight was completely done. They weren't able to hold.
And they really funneled, with that deep Chronosphere, they funneled into that that part of the mid lane where just a beautiful Fatal Bond to Chaotic Offering was just going to cause so much chaos and damage, no matter what the Omni Knight's heals could do for you.
So there's one incorrect thing that RNG is doing is they're running at heroes after the fact.
Okay.
Like making your way towards that top lane, I think is such a big mistake because you know that Ramses isn't going to continue that push. The better move to make at that point is to go towards the triangle, because in Dota, you don't want to just run at dots. You want to try to anticipate where the next move is.
Okay.
If you're going for the previous play, you go towards that top lane, you're just wasting your time. There's no carry that's crazy enough without his tier 1 tower to push past where your previous tower point used to be.
Right.
So what you have to do then is anticipate the next maneuver. You have to go where the creep wave is going to be, send your Leshrac up there to farm that wave up, push it in, 3 heroes go to gank, they feel safe, you get the kill on the Wraith King in that way.
RNG trying to do a better job of hunting down these Virtus Pro heroes.
Yeah, that's why Ramses was able to sniff out the gank at bottom too.
Yeah.
They came down for him, but there will be a certain point where Ramses will just retreat into the jungle, and you have to learn how to anticipate that. When you push out the top lane and you don't go for the tower, you can assume that somebody from VP will then TP up there, push out the lane themselves. If it's a carry, he'll get it to a certain point, then move to another part of the map. And that's what the real difficulty of Dota is, trying to understand where that next move is going to be.
And because of that failure, we're going to see a Radiance picked up by Ramses fairly soon here without dying once. But this is very well covered up by the fact that Monet has kept his farm up very high and actually has a Hand of Midas into a Maelstrom. He's not that far behind. The Gyrocopter is actually ahead of the Wraith King, especially with the tower being taken now by RNG at the top tier 2. That net worth gets boosted up even further.
But the gold lead, relatively even. Monet gonna sense things. As Roger smoked up. He's been using a lot of individual smokes to get things started. And because VP is taking this tower a little bit later, they're gonna get pressured in other lanes. But because they're so well set up, it's impossible for RNG to defend this tower. They don't know where the vision is. They don't have vision themselves down there. I mean, they'd be walking in blind if you're wondering why they're not just going for it.
Yeah, especially with now they've seen a BKB picked up by no one, just delivered. Ramsey's going to be the first one on the scene defending this mid-tier 2. It's because he's got that reincarnation in hand.
Yeah, in 5-on-5 situations, you're only going to defend that area if you have vision pre-set up.
Yeah.
It's like the #1 thing that I see a lot of pubs make a mistake around. It's they want to defend or take fights where they don't have vision. Then you're just coin flipping for yourself. You're hoping that the enemy team also doesn't have vision and that you can just out-team fight them.
Yeah.
But what you want to do in pro games is eliminate that random chance. Don't just leave it up to, well, hopefully we click buttons a little bit better. You want to make things as easy for yourself as possible.
Lots of deep vision down from Virtus Pro. As we saw, RNG already had one idea of where a ward was going to be, and Afu still does not spot it.
Did they not see it?
They had that sentry down before the ward was placed, but
I don't actually
time
think they
after
see it,
time, they've just walked past it.
It's in such a weird position where I actually think it's just outside the vision at bottom lane.
Be able to run down Setsu, TP out after the Yule Scepter, but the Stomp is still there. If he had been a little bit faster on the Yule's TP, maybe they could have done it. I'm not sure how long the animation of the Stomp.
And that's actually the classic case of they anticipated him to be down there.
Yeah. They actually read where Setsu was going to be pushing out the lane. Virtus Pro, as soon as he kind of pokes his head out, they immediately cut it off. And now they're going to be well set up to establish dominant map control as the 20-minute bounty runes coming up. And Virtus Pro leading the charge. Ramses with the Radiance, now level 15 as well, with the 15 strength talent that so many Wraith Kings have been taking. This is a really big power spike for him.
They know he's strong right now. They want to play behind him.
Not even bothering to mess around with the bounty runes right now. They try and get some chip damage on the tier 2, knowing that RNG aren't really in position to claim those bounty runes on the right side of the map.
At this point, the Wraith King is better than the Faceless Void, because the Chrono doesn't hard counter you. In fact, you want to be countered. You want to be chronoed if you're Ramses. He's going to ignore it. You chrono him, he pops a second life. By the time he's alive, he can run at you, and that big teamfight ulti's on CD. So Setsu's going to push out top lane. Somebody from VP should respond to this. I don't think they should just blind push down this mid lane. I actually feel like then Setsu will get damage on this tier 3 tower, and you always have to worry about that.
Especially with the Boots of Travel, Setsu has a great build to be able to pop out, get damage on the tier 3 while still joining his team in defending towers. Siege Wagon leading the way. He's going to open up the tree path that he built for himself and pop out. As soon as it closes in on the tier 3, Virtus Pro will take the tier 2 mid tower though.
Yeah, and now they're going to push out this top lane. And partially because Setsu was so worried that one hero would TP back, he has been punished for it.
Yeah. Shrine rotation. Mass TP's coming in. They know where no one is. As soon as they saw the Wraith King up at the top lane, they say he's the strongest hero right now. If he's not here, we can win a fight against VP, but no one is still super tanky with that BKB. Slowed down by the Purge as BKB eventually wears out. Setsu going for the split. Nice stop. Landed on Gyrocopter. What a stop from Pasha though. Gyro as well as Pasha and Roger just comboed together to get a lot of damage, but Gyro still finished off by Monet, who managed to blink in and finish him off. Now going back to the shrine, Pasha looks to be able to catch these heroes in flyby, and Monet, the toss forward into the stomp. No, time walk away from Monet. Does manage to get him away. Nice stomp from Lana. At least hits the Centaur flyby, who's super tanky right now. Monet is actually going to go and try and execute solo, but instead going to be caught by the toss. Saved down by flyby. And now the BKB activated solo. The stomp in. They're trying to finish off this Omni Knight. The physical damage isn't quite good enough. He does manage to get off the heavenly
Flyby's
grace.
still alive.
Finish off that support, and Monet is now going to turn onto Pasha as well with a soul catcher, bringing this tanky Centaur low. He's trying to find his way out of here, but Roger, a beautiful initiation to stop the force finish up. Somebody die, and they do manage to get him. Unfollow-up stun onto Monet, but he time walks it off, and Pasha is so low. One swing from Afu, another one. They need a little bit more, and finally he does go down. Roger with the Yule Scepter into the split earth is dead as well, and Ramses, you don't have the backup anymore, so he's going to start retreating.
It took them so long to kill Flyby.
It took forever. This Omni Knight, you said it's a free Omni Knight game. He got so much farm, and it shows here in these team fights. His Virtus Pro struggled to be able to bring him down, and round after round of Guardian Angel, Heavenly Grace, so many heals being thrown around, just allowed RNG to persevere through the burst.
It was like a 2-on-4 fight. It lasted so long that the Leshrac was able to respawn, come back in, had a free time, just sort of walk through VP at that point. And it all comes down to the fact that Flyby lasted for forever. I actually thought he was going to live for a second. That was a really nice force staff by the Elder Titan. If he's able to pop his heal there, I mean, he's going to reset.
And it all starts with Virtus Pro just getting a little undisciplined, right? They show Ramses up there in the top lane, but get caught on top of the shrine. RNG made the read that there was an error in Virtus Pro's moves.
And that's part of when you push out that top lane blind like that. That's why I wanted somebody to push in that lane before they went for the mid push.
Yeah.
Because then it becomes progressively harder. If you're going to go defend that top tower, you have to make sure that everyone gets out.
Roger in range of the Yule Scepter.
Back-to-back
and now
deaths.
He'll die. I don't know if he thought it was going to be a free defense at that tier 1 tower, but all of RNG is here. While the rest of Virtus Pro, they're going to try and push the other side of the map.
I mean, they're going to take pressure, though, in this bottom tower.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't even know if that top tower is free. If you think about it, it's so close to the shrine. They don't have any vision up there. It's healthy enough that RNG will defend it.
Ramses.
And that's why they go back. They make the smart call. They allow Ramses to just defend. RNG want to avoid this hero right now.
Yeah.
Don't run into the Wraith King.
We saw that from the last engagement. As soon as the Wraith King shows up on one side of the map, they move to the other. They're just trying to avoid fights with the Wraith King while he's still so strong. He has the top CF, top net worth right now.
And if you're curious as to why VP didn't just go for the trade right there, it's because they didn't have vision right here. Plus, they know they're weaker.
Yeah.
If the shrine is up for whatever reason, they have vision on top of this hill, or they see you coming, VP is going to get wiped again.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason RNG was willing to take that trade. They had the vision on the high ground that allows them to pressure the tier 2, but read Virtus Pro's movements in their defense.
Yeah,
so they
more
can't
vision,
back up.
And just being stronger as a 5-man unit and being set up is so important. But Lon might get run into here. Ramsey's going to jump forward, runs into Afu, who gets force-staffed. Nice. Does have the ulti and the disruption. Going to try to reset
come in. Roger's trying to finish up Afu, but Setsu coming in. They do have the Guardian's Angel out from the Omni Knight. This is going to slow down a lot of damage of VP. They're going to throw out the Stampede. Yule Scepter chasing down Ramses, lives on a sliver of health. He still has reincarnation, but they're going to go for the Omni Knight. Do manage to get him with the stomp, and now into the Chronosphere. He doesn't get a chance to be able to pop his BKB until the very end, but he's low enough that maybe he can't fight. Monet, he's going to pop a BKB of his own, and there goes the reincarnation of Ramses. Flyby, quite slow, hit by the stomp, and there is the stomp in return. Now from the Elder Titan, and now with the big percentage-based damage, maybe Pasha is actually going to fall here. It looks like too much damage. The Centaur gets overwhelmed, and Ramses tries to turn around, gets this crit onto Monet, but it's not enough to finish him off. And now they just kite around the Wraith King and still finish him off. 3 dead on the side of Virtus Pro with no buybacks. Captain Solo on the retreat, but got to be found as a force staff from Monet, and a time walk will surely end his life. Big time kill. Look at Setsu, actually. He's looking to be able to run down no one. He's caught up to him. All that mobility into his favor. No one living with just a sliver of health. Roger to be able to intercept with the Avalanche as well. They won't get wiped entirely, but RNG in a beautiful
Who's gonna find him here?
Afu managed to find him. Oh, the meanwhile, there's that top push at the top lane. No one is going to be able to burst down his own illusions, trying to deal with Afu right now, but that tier 3 at top is taking so much damage. Afu made all that space in the world. Gyrocopter will live through the poison, stacked up, while RNG take a tier 3. Shrines are now unlocked.
This reminds me of last game where they just all in for the supports, and Afu's positioning is so good, Cap, that it takes them way too long to be able to kill him. They have to hard commit for the fight. It makes it really easy for the Void to line up for the Chrono and the Stomp from the ET. Lineups positioning is also very good. He's able to extend the fight with the Force Staff onto a Shadow Demon, and you see why that hero is so highly valued. It's just so tough to bring down. He's gonna get his toolkit off, disrupts himself. The VP have to be better at starting these engagements, because right now they're just filtering in, they're taking too long. You see they hard commit to Afu.
Afu so many times.
Look at this, they're still just all they're ignoring the back line. And because they have to hard commit for this fight, they're just in such bad positions.
No one not popping his BKB and getting stomped by the Elder Titan like that allows them to be able to get the Chronosphere. Even if they don't kill no one in that instance, he's low enough. He can't really commit to these fights. Look at him just playing on the outside lines, and that means when Pasha gets turned around on, no one can't confidently turn and fight with him.
It's either you pop the SD immediately, or, what's the point?
Yeah.
As you see, they're giving up positioning as a result of it. Ramses is just laughing because it's getting kind of ridiculous that they're not able to win these engagements.
It's getting kind of ridiculous how often Virtus Pro choking against these other teams here at the International, on the precipice here of completing a 9th through 12th placing at TI, where their 2 previous ended in the 5th, 6th spot, and that was considered a disappointment. I have no idea how Virtus Pro was going to read a bottom placing like this. They're going to have to craft a way to be able to combat RNG, an RNG that is stronger than ever. Now that they've managed to pick up the Aegis, they're looking at an MKB, Monet, anticipating the build that's coming out from the Gyrocopter in that Butterfly. Their timing is going to be almost exact. That Butterfly has just been hard countered.
And Monet now, he feels like he can go wherever he wants. He's pushing up this top lane real confidently. They're going to take the Shrine here, establish vision, start to choke VP out on the map. VP's lineup is still really scary to push up against because they have Ramses who can just frontline for them. They have the counter initiation of the Warlock Rock. The better thing to do with this Aegis rather than just going blind high ground, I think, is just get map control.
Right. Especially with Ramses, who's about to get a BKB. But boy, this Omni Knight has just been a pain in the ass for Virtus Pro, man.
Yeah, Flyby, twice in a row, he's played a very similar style.
Yeah.
Just counter initiate. He understands the sort of aggression that VP likes to run. Play one of these heroes. Abandon Omni Knight, reset fights, make it difficult for VP to just do the VP thing. In a team fight, get one hero out of the way, move on to the next. Cut them out at the knees.
The last time these two teams matched up against each other was in the group stage. That went 1-1. With the first game going to Virtus Pro with that big team fight lineup, very similar to what they drafted in game 1 of this series. But last time they managed to pull out the W. Here, Virtus Pro may just get 2-0'd by RNG. Monet, look at how big he is. He's got the MKB on its way and is thinking about Satanic.
I sort of think I don't know. The initiation, of course, is going to matter more, but so is the vision game. They need to be able to find the Shadow Demon immediately.
The combination of Aegis, BKB, and Heavenly Grace allows this Void to play on the front lines like most Voids are not able to do.
And Ramsey is going to TP in. They want to take this fight around their Shrine area. Plus, they have the high ground. You can't just allow all of your map to get filtered out. They're going to run into each other 5-on-5.
Disruption, Soul Catcher. Ramsey's already quite low. Almost getting burned out immediately. Pasha's going to try and get the chain stun, but there's that Heavenly Grace. Now Pasha going to be slowed down. Goes for the Stampede, but immediately the Yule Scepter from Setsu. Holds him in place. That's Pasha dead. And no buyback either. Monet not even have to blow the Chronosphere. Is going to look for another one with that time walk, marching towards the tier 4s, but the initiation coming out from Ramsey with the Avalanche over the top, the Mechanic offering as well. They get the Fatal Blunts on top of that, but the time walk allows Monet to stand strong. He's got their Chronosphere on top of the Gyrocopter as well. Half health, but no one laying out the Black Cannon damage. Is it going to be enough? No, he gets first down.
They're so tanky.
Finish off RNG, taking through everything. 3 dead on the side of Virtus Pro. No buyback for Roger as well. He dies, immediately buys back. Him and Ramses are going to have to watch Elena Barracks being pummeled down by RNG.
No one does have the buyback, but they're still not very strong right now, Cap. 10 seconds left on this Wraith King ultimate. Doesn't have BKB. There's still an Aegis on this Void. It's going to last for long enough for them to claim a set of racks. Looking towards mid, but there's still a tier 2 tower. They could just swing up towards top. And the initiation.
Ramsey's trying to go on the left track immediately, trying to deal with the damage dealer. He does have his reincarnation up. Monet is going to take that away from him nice and fast. They do manage to get the toss up in the air onto Setsu. Ramsey's really wanted to be able to lock down that left strike, but can't actually get him. And he may just fall here. It's Monet challenging with bash after bash. Gets another one. Gets the Beyond Godlike to be able to finish up Ramsey. Gets Roger as well. He loses the Aegis, but he's got a second life. No one can finish up Setsu is all. Is that it? Are we seeing the last of Virtus Pro at the International?
They just can't kill anybody.
The last of this roster.
They can't kill anyone, Cap. They hard commit. It must be so demoralizing watching Flyby run out.
Virtus Pro call it. The curse strikes again, and RNG make it through the best of ones. They take down the CAS powerhouse of Virtus Pro, and the home crowd is on their feet. The Chinese underdog team of RNG barely makes it through the qualifiers, barely makes it out of group, barely makes it through best of ones, now dominate Virtus Pro in a swift 2-0.
And the Kings of CIS in a stunner. This is what I feel like is our first really big upset. We're going to see VP go home at 12.
The International is a brutal tournament. As you said, TI, it does not care that you were second place in the DPC points. It does not care that you were a top 8 team 2 years previously. It does not care that you are the favorite against RNG. What it cares about is just those wins that RNG were able to pull out through their aggression, through their strategy. They just had it all planned out, and Virtus Pro didn't have an answer.
And they try to go for a type of lineup where they could just run at RNG. RNG read that completely. They said, we can counter-initiate. The disruption save every single time on the SD. The fact that they could never burst down Flyby made it nigh impossible for them to ever take team fights.
You could see the relief on the young squad's face. Happy to be able to represent China here, led by veteran Lanham, which is an incredible story on his own. Being able to, at 30 years old, lead this young squad forward. They get the 2-0 against Virtus Pro, and now on to Shiver.
Thank you very much, Blitz and Cap. That was a 2-0. Virtus Pro was once again eliminated before their time, or at least that's what their fans will say. That's what everybody will say that looked at the paper before going into TI. RNG did it, and we have a new member on the panel as well. First TI panel, Lex.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. Well, you know, they say everyone thinks VP wasn't going to do well. I wouldn't say everyone, Shiver. It's happened a few times. But
sure.
Sad for those boys to be headed out there. I think a lot of fans will be disappointed. I mean, what a fantastic DPC. And then they go out against Royal Never Give Up. Royal Never Give Up. I've never even heard of that team before yesterday. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean,
mostly.
It doesn't matter how many majors you played, how good you did in the DPC. Once you get to the TI, nothing else matters. You just want to perform good here, and this is all it takes. You take one BO1, you take 2 good games, and suddenly you're in a really good spot.
It felt like they've gone through this whole motion now on Virtus Pro, where everyone's like, man, Virtus Pro looks so weird in the group stage. They're playing this really farm-heavy game. It's like, what happened to all Virtus Pro? Whereas, as they said in their interview, drink vodka, play Dota. You know, they got away from that, right?
Well,
They're just going for
maybe
this farm fest. And maybe that's what they needed here, because it looked like they went too aggro and RNG outplayed them.
Yeah, RNG is on form. And now we all heard the rumors before going in. It's like, well, RNG's been doing really good in these scrims, you know? Nobody really knew what they were going to do coming in because the results this year haven't been amazing, but this, yeah, it's all about peaking at the right time. And they are peaking at the right time. And of course, Monet also, carry of the squad, peaking at the right time. And he is with Casey right now.
Yes, we're here with Monet, and Helen is going to help us translate. Congratulations, Monet. That was an incredible 2 games. How did it feel to be able to play on the TI stage in front of a Chinese crowd?
首先，恭喜获得2场比赛的胜利。首先想问一下，在 TI 的舞台上，在中国打是个什么样的一个感觉？
能感受到现场观众们真的非常的热情，就是很能被现场观众们带动气氛吧，非常的激动。
I can feel the crowd cheering, and it makes me super, super excited.
You can tell that they really are connecting with you. You were at TI7. You had to watch from the sidelines of TI8. How difficult is it to do that when this is the pinnacle of everything that you want to play at?
TI7 你参加了，但是 TI8你是只能旁观，就是在这个最顶尖的舞台上，你有什么感觉吗？
感觉就是和强队们交手，真的很不一样吧。而且怎么说呢，感觉就是很激动，真的很激动。
It feels really different competing against the strongest teams in the world, and it's just super exciting for me. It's hard to say.
You just beat VP, one of the strongest teams on the planet. That has to feel, I know that you have an enormous amount of respect for them as a team, and to be able to do it here must be really special.
你刚刚把 VP 给击败了，也可以说是世界上最顶尖的队伍之一，就很佩服你。估计也对VP 有很大的尊敬，就是能说一下吗
？VP 真的是一个很强的队伍吧，一支特别厉害的队伍，而且我很喜欢他们的 carry。
VP is probably one of the strongest teams. I have a lot of respect for them, and I really like the carry player, Ramses.
Oh, I love it. See, everybody's like family. You're looking ahead. Are you able to take it one game at a time, or have you allowed yourself to picture what it would be like to lift the Aegis?
一步一脚印吧，就能看清楚你下一场比赛呢，还是你有想过就是举起冠军盾是什么样一个感觉吗？
想不到自己冠军盾是什么样子，但我们就是这个队伍就是一步一步走吧，能走到哪里是哪里。就目前来说，我们是没有夺得冠军那个实力的。
It's hard to imagine the ages right now for my team. We'll just take it step by step and not rush anything.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Shishi, back to you.
Taking it step by step definitely seems to be the right way of going about this, for sure. And even for Setsu and Flyby, this is their first international, you know? Just enjoy the moment, and it seems like they really are doing that, Trent.
I mean, yeah, it's that idea maybe of like less pressure on you, right? You're coming in. Some people maybe are going to crumble to that because they're like, wow, it's TI for the first time ever. I can't believe it. And the nerves maybe getting to them. But there's that other group of people who maybe just also aren't, they almost can't appreciate the pressure in that effort. You know, it's kind of like, I'm just playing some Dota. If you got a veteran presence on your team like Lana, maybe he can convince them of that at the very least to be like, look, man, just relax, do what we've been doing.
They were confident. I mean, as you mentioned, 2 of those players never played at TI, and confident underdogs. I mentioned that term a couple of times already, and this is how you win games, one step at a time.
One step at a time, and unfortunately the steps are done for Virtus Pro, and Rich right now is with no one.
Yeah, anybody who has been watching Dota for a long time is going to have respect not only for this man, but his entire team. Could even hear in the interview with your opponents that they were saying they have a lot of respect for you. And I want to ask right now, for you guys, you have many good years. You get to TI, and it has been that roadblock. What's going through your mind right now?
Actually, nothing. I'm just disappointed. That's everything what I can say like about myself. I know about my teammates.
Yeah, and I think that that's definitely understandable. I think that I would also join the community in saying we know that as players, you're definitely capable of being able to take down this tournament. When you're up there on the main stage, when you're in the elimination series, when you drop a game against a team like RNG that you know they have the potential to take the series, they're definitely the underdog in it. Does that start to pop into your mind, though, the fact that you guys haven't been able to take this tournament yet, that you haven't been able to lift up the Aegis?
I mean, like if you're about the first game after the losing first game, actually it's nothing for us. We just have some love how we lost because I mean like we had 2 games under our control and we just fucked up really hard and I don't know like made some big and huge mistakes, and here we are lost.
I do think, though, even with those mistakes, it's very obvious that you guys have proven more times than not that you're a team that can wash those games away. You can have fantastic years time and time again. When you're standing here now, are you already hungry to try to get back next year and actually finally win a TI?
I mean, like, of course, my mind can actually understand what happened. It's for sure. So, but of course, I'll try my best at the next years. Same for my teammates, I'm sure. I'm not sure we are gonna play as 5 here, as 5, like this roster. I'm not gonna promise that, but I think I'll come back for sure, and I'll try my best. I don't know what to say actually.
Yeah, no, I totally understand, but
it's just hard to take it. It's always hard to take it loose, and I mean, like it's like this. That's all what I can say.
You can be proud of an incredible year, and I know that all the fans are still going to be supporting you. Thank you so much for talking to me right now. We're going to throw it back to the desk.
Yeah, thank you so much to Rich and Noah. And oh my God, that's actually so heartbreaking. It was such a good year for them, only to have it end like this. And then, you know, these 5 players have played together for such a long time. They have all been to 3 internationals. Now, Roger only was part of this squad for 2 of those. But the fact that just that casual sentence from no one, we might not play with these 5, Lacoste?
Yeah, I've heard some stories, even a couple of majors before, that they had some of the issues, but they stick together. They've been together for 3.5 years, if you exclude Roger, when they swapped a little for the Roger, stick together, and I think this result here doesn't justify how good Dota they play. But we got to give credit to RNG. They played amazing. Some new names, some old names combined together with the fresh blood, fresh ideas, and it's paying off for them.
It is definitely paying off for them. We can see that too in the brackets that we have for you, as we have sent another team home. Virtus Pro no longer in the competition, but luckily there's a lot of other teams that are still in the competition. Not for long though, because we have another lower bracket coming up.
Those predictions, guys. Oh, those brackets.
Oh, it hurts.
Shattered.
Oh, yeah.
I know mine's not looking all too hot with a couple of these games on the screen right now.
Yeah, this next series, though. Woo, that's going to be fire.
That's the true bracket breaker right there. All the C fans will still be in, and pretty much everyone else will have been destroyed. Sound about right?
You think that's the bracket changer?
Oh, I mean, it's another one. I think this one was a pretty bad one, too. I had Na'Vi. I switched from Keen to Infamous, too. Really made a mistake on that one.
Well, no one could blame you, buddy. I mean, I got to say, though, some crazy stuff has been happening at this TI. I mean, we got a great group stage, and how do you feel like the power of the audience is really taking control here? I mean, we're seeing a lot of teams get a lot of energy from these guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, RNG's feeding into it. There's no doubt about that. You heard it from them. You could see it right out of the booth, too. They understood, like, oh, yeah, we can ride this, man. You know, Pat and everybody in the back. Lano came out like, praise me! And he was praised.
This is Chinese TI, and all the Chinese teams are performing extremely well.
Yeah,
and,
we're going to forget about Keen for a second.
Except for Keen. We don't talk about them.
No, I mean, they're the only one.
They are indeed the only one. So far, the rest is doing great. And it's like you said, there's a lot of crazy stuff happening this TI.
Yes.
You know what's going to happen on a Friday? I mean, speaking of crazy stuff, we are going to have the All-Star match coming up on Friday. Now, the reason that we're telling you this a couple days in advance is because there is free things to be had, which I know is everybody's favorite things, because you can select your hero pick or your player pick of the 10 players that are already set. You know, you can't change those. And based on your pick, you earn a Battle Pass levels. Based on their
love
performance.
those. Love those free
Yeah,
battle
so
Battle
if you pick Miracle, who's going to be in Team Dire here, Miracle is gonna crush it. Then you get a lot of extra Battle Pass levels. However, if Miracle doesn't have a great game, you pick wrong.
I'm betting on Team Dire.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, Team Radiant already has 3 players who are out of the tournament.
I was doing the same math right now too. But of course, that is a problem for Dire, right? Because they have TNC and they have Liquid.
Yeah,
They can't focus on the match, huh?
Yeah.
They need to focus on their teams.
That's true. Personally, I have Tims because I look at the two players in this All-Star and I think, who really is going to care the most? Like, who's going to be trying their absolute hardest? I see some players who have done this before, but Tims, I feel like he's got that burning passion in there to really score me some levels. I recommend him.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Also, of course, make sure you put those locks in before a Friday, because that is when the locks are locked. The picks are locked, rather. There you go. So make sure you lock those picks before Friday. Otherwise, you're missing out, and that would be a shame.
What should I do with my picks? Sorry, just lock them?
Lock them.
Lock it, pop it, and drop it. Get those picks in, baby.
All right, you know what? We should also lock this topic for a second, because we are going to move on. We're going to have our final series of the day, Team Liquid versus TNC. And there's so much to talk about with these two teams. And you would just want to, obviously, we're going to see them walk on very soon. Yeah. But I do want to say, it's going to be Heen walking on against his former squad. That, for me, is like the biggest one.
Yeah, that's the storyline of this matchup. You have Heen, who TNC kind of snitched him, and now they're gonna use it as Weapon X against Team Liquid. I mean, I'm pretty sure he knows what the general idea how Team Liquid plays. They only swapped one of the players plus a coach, and it's gonna get into their head. I mean, this is some next level stuff.
They would have to, right? You got to be thinking like, okay, we got to do something different. We can't be predictable, because this guy, he knows everything. He took us through TI. He was there for that win.
Yeah.
Or.
What if we pick the same thing?
They sent Heen over to TNC predicting this moment would happen. He doesn't tell him anything. He takes them out, baby.
Okay. Well, we're going to first welcome on the teams on stage before we continue talking about TNC versus Liquid. Let's see these players. Team Liquid coming fourth last year, but that was not enough. Coming second in a lot of majors is not enough. This team wants to win another championship. They want to win another TI. And the last time they did it through the lower bracket, why not try to repeat that again? The toughest road is the most challenging one, and maybe that's the best one that they can think of to take as they want to take that Aegis once again. They need their opponents, though. A tough opponent for sure. Let's welcome TNC. TNC Predator, they made it to the upper bracket. Unfortunately, did get knocked down by Vici Gaming, but it was a close series, and Heen is just walking on here to face his former teammates. And this team, when Heen joined, the players said, we stopped grinding and started learning, and it has shown. All the progress they've made this year has been a phenomenal year for TNC. It has been amazing to watch these players just evolve, and I can't wait to see them play on the big stage in a best of 3. It is elimination, is very scary. But I believe this is going to be one heck of a match, gentlemen. We are going to get to know TNC also a little bit better as Casey was able to sit down with some of the players.
Tims and Gabby with TNC Predator, welcome.
Thank
And
you.
welcome to TI9.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be here?
I feel so excited to play the first TI of my life. Yeah.
What was the first TI that you remember watching?
TI3.
TI3?
After I watched TI3, I started playing Dota 2.
What about TI3 made you want to play?
Alliance, they inspired me to play Dota 2 because their play style is really good and it feels so nice to play with them after.
And now you're playing in the same tournament as Alliance
Yeah.
all these years later.
It feels so amazed that I made my dream here in TI, that I play with them.
How are you mentally preparing? Are you asking your teammates for advice?
No. They just helping me to improve.
We're just saying to him that there's gonna be a lot of pressure on TI because in this tournament, like it's always changing the meta, so you need to quick adapt. So we're just telling him, just don't pressure yourself, just be patient and calm, like playing in boot camp.
How would you rate your season this past year?
I think this one is like 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10? Yeah?
It's better than last season.
What do you think makes this season better than last season?
Because we got him
Yeah.
this season. Yeah, he helped us a lot to improve. Yeah.
I do want to ask you a little bit more about Heen because he came on as your coach in April. How has his leadership impacted the team?
His leadership is really fit us because he's like also Asian guy, so he's like a really calm guy. Then he's from like TI winning coach. Then he has a lot of experience. He teaches a lot.
Then he helped us to improve, not just as a player, but as a person as well, inside and outside the game.
Heen said something really interesting back in 2015. It was an interview with Gosu Gamers, and at that time he had not yet experienced coaching a team to win a TI. But he said that even the top teams are not unbeatable. Do you agree with that?
That's true.
That's true. How do you think that plays into the meta of Dota and how, because we keep hearing that time and time again, that you could come in one day being the best team in all of Dota and it still doesn't make you unbeatable?
Yeah, it's true that what Hin said. Because in this tournament, the meta and it keeps changing, and you need to adapt what do you think is good in your team.
As you look ahead to TI9, are there any teams that you are looking forward to facing or proving yourself against?
Actually, all of the teams are really good, but I want to beat Team Liquid on the stage.
For me, I want to play against Chinese team because we want to prove ourselves that we can win against them.
Well, switching gears to where we are now with TI9, how do you think that you are as a team approaching the tournament this year versus the team approaching TI8 last year?
I think we're pretty ready right now because last year we have some problems in the boot camp, so we only have little time to practice. But this time, I think we had like 3 or 4 weeks of practicing. So we have a really good idea coming to this tournament.
Good. Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is that?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The torture is over.
He said it. He just wants to have a chance to beat Team Liquid on the main stage. It's like we planned it that way. And who better to also talk about Team Liquid and TNC here? Blitz, welcome to the panel. Thank you for relieving us of Selection Select's presence.
What's up? I'm so excited for this series, by the way, because I worked with Heen for a full year. It was during ESL Manila. I couldn't really commit to coaching, and so Crow was like, let's bring in another person. Who do you know? And I knew that Heen was... Okay, so here's the real truth.
Okay,
Heen,
here we go.
Heen, I'll tell this, and this is a true story. Heen said, I want to cast. And I was like, he's way too good. He's really well-spoken. He's like a better version of me. So I was like, I've got a better job for you. I'm not even kidding. I was like, how about you come coach? And because we were really close in Korea, like he always encouraged effort. Like even though we like beat their ass all the time, like he was always like, hey, it's all good. Like, even though the Korean community hates you, like, you know, we love you. So I was like, oh, it works out.
Thank God he's doing well. Otherwise, he would just steal our job.
Yes.
It's very
Dude, I was looking out for
thanks,
you.
bro.
I looked at I was like, Lacoste is good. I was like, I was looking out for
let's
you.
be honest here. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that statement for sure. I mean, he's got great videos. The guy's very smart. He gives a little bit to the community, not just to his team, but it's very obvious that he's got the Dota brain in there.
Yes.
Yeah, he really does. And I'm very curious. He's facing Liquid. How much of an advantage, if any, does that give him when coaching TNC to face Liquid? Like, is that something that will give him an advantage? And I know this was a while ago, so, you know, it's been a year. Does it give you anything extra?
I actually think Liquid's like the same team. Yeah. Like, relatively speaking. Like
I'm sure that there are some other people that would think differently, especially a lot of people that are a fan of a certain player whose name starts with an M that is not Miracle or Mind Control.
And
that's really specific.
Akamba man. Oh, yeah. Okay, I think I know that guy.
Wait,
He's around here.
Well, I don't understand what she was trying to go for.
I'm just having a random thought. What if he never left Liquid and he's their double agent? So he picks a tri-lane, Clinks, Bounty, Ricky for them, right?
I thought we got Slacks off the panel,
Oh.
actually. Sorry, yeah. I had a goal here, Lacoste. Serious stuff.
Serious stuff.
Super serious.
What do you want to talk about? That's super
Oh, wait,
serious.
is this a fun panel? Never mind, you're good. I forgot. We have that draft panel for that.
It's a story panel, you know? And these teams have had a lot of stories, and I want to focus a little bit more on TNC because they have had some rocky results. They've had some good results in the past as well, but this time it feels like they're coming in different. They're coming in great. They come into the upper bracket trend, and they're looking really good. Yesterday, their series events against Vici, that was a close one.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a team that's been a constant disappointment in terms of, like, they're a team that get you hyped up. 100%, because you watch Dota, like, I cast Dota for like 2 years, constantly. At TNC, I love these guys, right? I followed them through all kinds of open qualifiers when they were on all their different teams. These guys have been on TNC, off TNC, back to TNC, a couple different teams, and I always get so excited to watch them, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Another great tournament for my boys. And then they bomb out. And then, of course, they actually get through on the DPC, which I wasn't expecting, right near the end of the year. And then they get in the upper bracket.
Yeah, you have a good point. I never know whether to rate them highly or not. One of the hardest teams to read, whether they're going to do good in the tournament. Somehow, it always felt like their achievements are disappointing, as you mentioned, because I expected much more of them. It feels like they can get a top 3, but they can also be last.
Yeah, we know all the talent is there, Blitz. It's just seeing if they can play on the same page, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think that's where you brought up Heen early on. I think that's where he probably contributes the most and why we've seen them look dangerous. And they had an upper bracket slot. They were very close to beating that Vici Gaming squad. And I think that's where that discipline and that outer influence helps a lot. You have a coach who has a lot of experience. This guy's literally won a TI. I think he brings that sort of veteran leadership to their team too. And that's what having a coach is there for. You fill in the gaps that your team necessarily can't do without you. But I do agree with everyone's assertion because I think Gods had he had a really good way of phrasing it. He said, this is the most underrated and overrated team.
Yes.
I really like that assertion.
I will fully agree with that as well. But I do want to say Heen, I think we give Heen too much love compared to other coaches. I mean, it's very easy to because of the way the team is like, so quickly turned around. But part of what Heen did is that not only is he just like, all right, guys, this is exactly how you're going to play your lanes. We're going to win this game, and then he just like walks away and they just play Heen Dota. He grew them all too. Like you talk about this idea of like now we're practicing, we're not just grinding. And so all of these players have upped their own game, made themselves so much better. And now maybe they don't need Heen quite as much now as they did before. He's still there, but they're taking it upon themselves now to get these victories too.
We give coaches a lot of love. Like I mean, Bulba, like you know, everyone loves Bulba.
That's true. He doesn't get flamed constantly or anything.
Sure. If PG loses, I mean, Bulba is the one taking the blame for sure.
You think anyone's ever like flamed Heen?
The funniest part about that is like when people flame Bulba for his Josh when they lose, but no one talks about him when he wins. He's just like, man, they played sick.
When they win, it's Arteezy and Sumail went off, you know?
Yeah.
When they lose, it's Bulba's draft.
I think it's also because Heen talks so much with like the community. Like like you said, he creates the videos for the community. He's obviously one of those coaches that you know he'll actually like try.
Yeah.
Whereas like a lot of coaches, they want to give up nothing.
All right, Bulba just shows up on these random casts with a broken microphone. It's just like, yo guys, I'm watching this tournament from my room. It's so sick.
We know Heen is well spoken and he speaks up a lot. Now on the other side, the coach that Liquid replaced Heen with is Armen, and he feels like the total opposite. If you hear him talking and you're not listening or like you're not seeing him, you're thinking you're hearing Kuro talk.
Yeah. Kuro and our men go far back together,
Yeah.
even to Dota 1 days.
Yeah.
They were the only German players pretty much that were good at Dota. I'm pretty sure Hani, you
Black?
Oh, Black. Well, Black as well. We're gonna give credit to our boy Black, but seems like he's more of a shy guy and not the poppy type of a person who says you do this or you're out. But so I think it's more of a team thing for Team Liquid. If you see them behind the scenes, they're always grouping up together, always walking as a 5-6-man squad.
Yeah, our men right there behind the man Kuro. Because if you're talking about Heen bringing veteran leadership to TNC, Liquid doesn't need that in a coach. They got Kuroki. He's been to every single international. And that wasn't even, like, that was halfway his career that he went to his first one, you know? He's been doing this for over a decade. That's veteran leadership in a nutshell. Although he didn't start leading until fairly late in his career, right?
I mean, because he was a core player for like most of Dota 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he played under Puppy for a while as well, of course. And only once he left Puppy did he start coaching his own squad. And won TI, casual, you know.
No big deal.
No big deal. Says, okay, I guess I'll be the captain now, you know, if I got to.
I mean, someone who's a captain doesn't necessarily need to be like an in-game leader. We heard the teams talking about how some players are actually leading them in certain points of the game, like mid-game, early game. Someone's making the calls.
Someone is making the calls, and I'm making the call right now to get this game started. So let's get ready for the draft.
TNC Predator versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
That's right, we are here, TNC versus Liquid. I'm joined by Febby, Kyle. Clearly you're even more prepared than I am, but you know, I don't even need these notes because this is a rematch. I don't need to know what happens. TNC already beat Liquid 2-0 in the group stage. That's what got them into the upper bracket. What are we even doing here, Febby? Oh, okay.
We're talking about the draft.
We are.
We're supposed to be not biased.
Not biased, of course not. So then what are we doing here? It's TNC versus Liquid, Southeast Asia versus Europe. It's already been predetermined. Has Liquid somehow turned it around? Do they know what they're doing now?
It's not just about the regions, man. This is Heen versus Kuro.
Oh.
Come on, this is...
Okay.
This is a
throwback.
Heen's too mild-mannered to say it, you know? And there's no bad blood necessarily, but this is certainly one of those matches for elimination with a little extra play.
Okay.
And it'll be curious. Me and Febby were talking about it before the series started. We agree that if anyone's got to shift it up a bit, it's going to be Liquid.
Right.
Because TNC seems to have their number. I think their play style matches up really well against the way Liquid's been playing. And Liquid hasn't been playing very well.
No, they haven't.
Yeah, so I was kind of looking at the drafts from Liquid, and they seem to always like kind of change it up every few matches or so, because I think they're trying to figure out their own meta as well as the tournament goes on, because their resource has been kind of lackluster. Meanwhile, on TNC, yes, they did lose to VG, but I think it's because of the 10th pick Brood, which I think it actually hurt them. It wasn't actually a good Brood game, so I think the quality of the Dota that TNC has been playing, it's like Tier 1. They can like take it for the Philippine boys.
Right, and something that I know Blitz had mentioned earlier when looking at Liquid is that he doesn't think that they're a middle-of-the-road kind of team. They're either going to be bottom 4 or they're going to be top 4. The question is, have they figured it out? Are they moving around in their picks because they want to find out where they're settling? Was their first BO1 where they actually defined it?
Well, can we get into the bans?
Yeah, please.
Because you were talking about this, right, Febby? You expected the Beastmaster ET would be eliminated from TNC. Because I think ET specifically, like Fog's been jumping up for joy because it's finally been realized by the scene that this hero is nuts. You'd think that, you know, with damage amp being such an incredibly important mechanic, people would realize, like, hey, this hero removes all of my armor. Oh, and my magic armor from range. This can't be fair. It really isn't. So that's taken out right away. Liquid.
So the pick order is kind of different. Liquid opened up Chen, and last time TNC kind of baited the Chen open, and they were able to take the Chen away from Liquid, but Liquid, this time around, they just first picked the Chen for themselves. And yeah, meanwhile, SD is still open, and it's one of the hottest heroes of the tournament, SD and ET.
But I feel like Chen's traditionally excellent against the SD, though.
Yes,
in
I
theory.
think so too.
And I feel like if I'm
Well, they just do it anyway. All right, SD Mirana.
Yeah,
now,
it's not just
this,
an SD, it's an SD Mirana.
Here's the thing, though, because I know TNC is comfortable playing Mirana core. Cuckoo specifically loves these weirder offlaners. He's been, I think, the first person that really played offlane Tiny and showed everyone how it was done with the Ags and the Daedalus build. And this is a threat now because you have that role versatility. You don't know if this is the support duo or perhaps a lane. And I really like Mirana. This is something Optic used to do to us back when we played against them all the time in NA like a year and a half ago, where you would play Mirana safely. Wherever you thought the Chen wanted to play and pressure, you put a core Mirana there. And there's always the catapult arrow, you arrow the creeps. Like, it's very difficult for Chen to play aggressive into this hero. Or you could theoretically just have him follow the Chen around in the jungle anytime he looks to get active.
Yeah, that is true. It's a very good counter against Chen. It just one shots the creeps, so Chen kind of have to dodge the Mirana in the laning phase.
Yeah. I like the Tide in response, though, because obviously you can cleanse the arrow off yourself. It's very hard to 100 to 0. The Shadow Demon Disrupt into arrow combo isn't as effective. And in addition, you have to assume that the SD will be used at some point to make a bunch of illusions late game. The Anchor Smash, very effective. You just limit damage.
It's one of the heroes of the tournament, too, I think. Tide has been picked quite a lot, and it has a pretty high win rate, too.
What is that win rate?
I have no idea. I'm not the stats man. You're talking to the wrong guy.
I threw away my notes. Febby, I thought you had it all prepared.
I'm sorry. You guys want to talk to the man with the white hair.
Dude, it would be so funny, though, if he actually just ran out from backstage, like, furiously.
Oh my God, that's
papers
the
flying everywhere.
music.
Yeah.
So can I guess what TNC is going to pick here, or how does... I think TNC is going to pick Zanking here. The reason is TNC always prioritizes...
They got a ban first. You're getting ahead of yourself. This is that magical part of the draft where you don't have to do anything.
Okay.
You just hang out.
No. Sand King, justify it for me. I want to hear this.
So what I was going to talk about is TNC always picks these like team fight heroes. They have like two styles of playing. They either pick team fight with Earthshaker, Sand King, or they like pick Bat Rider and play around with the vision. And right now, Mirana is most likely going to be played by Tims. Yes, position 3 Mirana is possible, but I think like support Mirana kind of makes more sense because they picked it for the Chen. I think this Mirana is going to try to follow the Chen around. So
it's the TNC style, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you consider Liquid's comfort. It feels like Kuro certainly acts as like the brain controlling the body of his teammates. And if you slow down his game, like you can't really impact the map like you want. He traditionally likes to get like level 3, level 4, gets 2 creeps, starts summoning in allies. You can do a lot of cool plays with Tide and Chen because you have now that superior teamfight advantage, but you don't lack in mobility as you usually would with this, fat watermelon that you've got to kind of drag around to fight. Now you just TP him in and all of a sudden you can dive with authority because you're just not going to be able to challenge a Tide level 7, level 8 with Ravage active. And
I think that's going perfectly against what TNC like to do. TNC is something that originally the Raven era TNC is something that I thought was the quintessential for Protect 1. You just got to enable Raven and all of a sudden TNC will find a victory somehow. But this era of TNC, it's like they get 4 cores at the end of every single game. So if you just rush them early with something like a Chen Tidehunter, they may not even get the chance.
Kunkka's great here as well. It's one of those hard counters to Chen because you not only offer excellent wave clear, but early game, when Chen looks to get aggressive around objectives, you have some of the best team fight in Dota with the boat early.
So do you think that Tide is as cooldown dependent as he once used to be, Febby? Because I know a lot of people back in the day, they're like, oh, Ravage, you gotta play around Ravage all the time. These days it seems he just soaks up all the aggression from the enemy team. You just need Anchor Smash to just walk around all the time.
Yeah, exactly. When your ulti is up, you can play aggressive. When your ulti is down, you can just play defensive by your tower, and you're just this fat Tide who's like pretty hard to kill because of the Kraken shower. So.
And now he's got a Tusk on his team, another form of save. So between Hand of God and the Snowball, it's going to be hard to take down these tanky targets.
I was thinking it was going to be either Earth Spirit or Tusk because look at how they play with the Chen is this Chen will always like walk around and bring over the GH, whatever he's playing. Tusk or Earth Spirit.
Tusk is better here just because, one, you have the synergy with the Chen. You can snowball creeps. You have the tag team for amp damage. And in addition, when you're playing against heroes like Kunkka, like Mirana, you have a lot of like incoming damage that's very easy to foresee. An X into a boat. Now a snowball, all of a sudden, you turn a fight around immediately. Earth Spirit's nice, but it's effectively all aggressive, and you don't have that save mechanic. I think it's really good here.
Right now, it seems like Liquid draft is more versatile in terms of playing aggressive and playing defensive. There's two saves from Chen and Tusker.
But TNC's lineup is it's them to a T. It's pure aggression. Every hero with some sort of stun, some with multiples, and you get ahead, it's so easy to take over the map just because you have the free smokes from the Mirana, and you can just continuously play aggressive the entire game.
For me, Wraith King is a bit of a question mark because his laning against like these aggressive heroes is not good, and against Tide too. Tide is usually pretty good against Wraith King because it just one-shots the Wraith King skeletons.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a question mark pick. I haven't seen TNC play a lot of it either. So it is a pretty good carry hero though.
So what are you thinking for Liquid then?
Pardon? What did you say?
What do you think for Liquid?
Ember looks okay if it's not. Yeah, it's not banned, right?
So
Ember
what are you looking for in a more general sense? So you're saying Ember because what do you want, like a very mobile mid-game oriented mid, something that moves around a lot?
Because I was thinking like Liquid, I was kind of casting their games here and there, and they look really solid when Miracle makes like when Miracle is on those like space-making heroes like Ember, Lesh, Gyro, you know, those heroes that don't need items and can still fight early on. Yeah.
Which is something that a lot of people were thinking was going to be the opposite direction whenever Weeha was brought onto the team. They thought that, oh, okay, Miracle, he wants to be an even greedier one than ever before, and Weeha's going to be the space creator. But the way that they've been playing TI so far does go in favor of what you're saying.
It's almost counter to what Kuro said himself during that massage interview.
Yes,
with
exactly.
Casey, where he's like, yeah, I wanted a pure mid player. But then Weeha, he plays this BO1 elimination on a Necro, and we all kind of scratch our heads a little bit, and it just kind of goes to show as well like how complex Dota is. It's tough to understand, There's player comfort, there's team comfort, there's just overall draft synergies that maybe people think are like ahead in power level. You never really know.
I think if you compare this version of Liquid to the last version it was like a pure 4+1. Miracle will farm everything. But this version, I feel, is Miracle and Weeha shares the farm a little bit.
Yes, that's for sure the case. And they're going to go with
one of
Templar Assassin.
Yeah, one of Weeha's signature heroes on this team, right? It's TA or Windringer, and they go for TA.
Probably should have seen it coming, right? It's not...
I mean, it's into a Kunkka, though.
It is, but I like it a lot against Wraith King. It's like a lower armor hero.
For sure.
And in addition, SD Mirana, like even if you set up the arrow combo, it's pretty much just going to be handled by refraction.
Yeah.
I do agree that Kunkka, the torrent does take off every single charge.
Exactly.
However, the lane matchup, especially if Weeha gets a little bit of help from this roaming Tusk Chen, you can get ahead and start dominating the lane.
I don't remember which game it was, but I really like this Liquid approach to the Wraith King. They know that Wraith King, he needs Midas, he needs Radiance. It's gonna be online pretty slow. Meanwhile, look at Liquid. They have Chen, they have Tide, they have T8. Like their heroes can snowboard really hard. From 15 to 20 minutes, they're gonna choke out TNC's map so hard.
But it requires, I think, a higher degree of execution. You don't have the luxury of making mistakes as Liquid because you're based around this time. TA, sure, you can get ahead, stay ahead, crush through a game, but it's a lot like a Quap. You die a couple times, you end up even in net worth against a hero like Wraith King or Kunkka, and you just don't have nearly the same amount of game impact.
So then one thing that I immediately think of every single time I see a Templar Assassin, and I want both of your thoughts. First, Febby, why do you ever prefer a Blink Dagger first versus a Desolator first on a TA? What context do you go for which item?
I think it depends on how good your game is, and it depends on your cores too. Because if your cores are backline killers, then you don't have to be the one that's blinking in. You can just go Desolator, BKB without blink and just play in the front line and take all the towers down, take all the Roches down. And I don't know. I think it depends on the game.
So then, Kyle, do you think Weeha is a more greedy Templar Assassin? You think he's going to be stacking those Ancients, just rushing that Desolator? He's going to be like, yo, give me the early Roche, even though they are dire, which does slightly complicate things. And they're actually going to wrap it up with the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, it's one of the vintage Miracle picks. I'm not quite sure. It really depends on how his game starts. I think Deso, it depends on how aggressive they want to play. I think more importantly, how many towers they've taken out. Because you can kill a couple towers early. I actually think Blink almost works as a tool to accelerate faster.
You got a Chen on your team.
Now you can play enemy jungle, you can abuse traps, like you have a lot more freedom to play the map. Deso first is usually for more of that static game where once you pick it up, then you start to look for objectives. Because of the Chen, you could perhaps see that coming. You never know, because Kuro could also play, if he has this Mirana following him around the map and he has a slower start, maybe he has to play his own woods more, maybe he's stacking Ancients.
Oh,
and God, that is such
Bat
a...
Rider. Templar Assassin, what the hell are you gonna do now?
Troll too, man. This is one of those dream picks. You pop your ultimate on Troll and then just get lasso, dragged up to a high ground or something. There's not really much you can do.
Yeah, it's a dream Bat Rider game, and I think
is.
Cuckoo's, that's like top 3 heroes for Cuckoo. Sand King, Bat Rider, and +1 that I can't really seem to remember.
It just feels like it's TNC's comfort, right? If Liquid make a mistake or two, they're just gonna get run over, and you're gonna get to this point where all of TNC's heroes are just too tanky for these more burst carry type styles of the Liquid lineup.
The combo potential is extremely high from this TNC draft, but I've got a combo that's even better. Let me pass it on over to Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. TNC versus Liquid. What a brilliant way to end day 2 here at the TI9 main stage. Both of these teams, I mean, what can we expect? TNC, they've come in with a lot of big surprises in sort of the group stage in terms of how they've been able to just break down teams in some phenomenally long games, some 60, 70-minute matches. And Liquid have been sort of up and down. They've had some series themselves where I think coming into the event, a lot of people would have expected them to sort of just roll over their opponents but they haven't. They've been tripped up. Now here on the main stage against TNC, it's not going to be easy for Liquid. There's every reason to believe that TNC could take this series.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at their draft too, I feel like every time TNC somehow is able to get Cuckoo on one of his best heroes, he seems to always be getting his Bat
How
Rider
does he get
or
a
his
big
Sand
bat?
King, right? It seems like so many times we cast them, we're like, Cuckoo, he's always super dominant on these 2 heroes, and he always does seem to get it. So we'll see how they're going to be able to make use of it versus that one, because like the panel mentioned, this Templar Assassin, this Troll Warlord, there are some significant counters that TNC has drafted.
Exactly. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves into the action of this best of 3. TNC versus Liquid. The loser is going home, so they better play their best if they want to have a chance of sticking around here at the International. And
Ooh, this is an interesting, so we're going to see some tri-lane action, it looks like, by Liquid, as they're bringing the Chen in the bottom lane, starting with a Headdress.
A Headdress level? Look at that.
Headdress level 1 to get that bonus HP regen.
Changing the meta.
So let's see. Look at all the heroes of Liquid when they are going to be in this tri-lane. 7.1 health regen per second in an aggro tri-lane. Have to imagine they'll get a Bassi on someone very early too. So this can be a pretty strong one. They really want to ensure that Miracle just is able to farm either versus the Bat Rider or just pull him away from the Bat. So that's probably what they're going to be doing. Even with that Divine Favor, they can dodge lanes, as we've seen teams do quite a lot. Curious to see TNC, as we've seen them playing a lot, they really like their Chen as well, right? So this one was Liquid kind of stealing it, right? AU really likes his Chen, so
it's been first pick so many times.
Yeah, you have to imagine that they have a really good idea about how to play around this hero. So we're going to see how they can execute versus Liquids, as Liquid, they've played this combo a lot. They like their Chen Tusk so much as they're able to get really active on the map early on, bring GH all over the place for free with that Divine Favor as well, and make aggressive plays.
Yeah, we're seeing sort of across the draft, right? A lot of heroes that we're seeing time and time again here at TI, but I'd say probably the rarest out of the bunch is the Troll on the Tusk.
Yes.
Compared to all the other heroes, like, all the other 8 heroes, I feel like we've lost count of the times that we've seen teams playing.
Absolutely.
And that could bode well, very well for TNC, with a very familiar lineup that they are playing with.
And a strong lineup of disables. Like Kyle mentioned, you look at the lineup of Liquid, they're kind of limited on their disables. They have Ravage and then they have Tusk, and that's kind of, their way of controlling the team fights. You look at the side of TNC, they've got Kunkka, Wraith King, Mirana. They even have Shadow Demon, who I feel like is kind of his own stun anyway now because of how amazing this hero really is. With a 61 pick rate and 60-something% win rate, this hero is insane in this tournament. And it is also a unit of TNC. They're actually running their own aggro tri-lane, and they're putting the Bat Rider in the safe lane, making sure that Cuckoo can actually get something instead of just getting shut down completely if he was left alone or in a dual lane. They want to be sure to try to give Cuckoo a good game. We'll see how this mid matchup ends up going, as, like Panel said, Torrent, really good spell versus Templar Assassin.
You've got to imagine the Kunkka's going to have the edge, right?
That's what you would imagine, yeah. TA should be able to farm once you get your levels just fine, but
yeah, you're always going to come back as a TA, right? Like we may see in the lane Armel get the CS advantage, but he's going to be able to find the means to catch back up with the jungle.
Yep. As long as that's the one thing that I look at, I'm like, they have to make sure that Miracle doesn't have to get resorted to go to the jungle, right? I think that's why they're trying to secure him so much, is because they have a TA on their team. If you have a point where the TA is going to the jungle, your Troll Warlord's going to the jungle, and then you're playing an aggressive lineup with a Tide Hunter, a Tusk, and the Chen moving on the map making plays, you're going to be extremely limited.
And they do rely on, of course, having the TA and the Trolls. At least one of them getting one of those early items, whether it be the Deso or for the TA or for Miracle. We'll see what his build is going to be. Whether we
Could be a
get the
diffusal. Yeah, a possibility versus that Wraith King, of course.
Yeah, certainly should be expected.
Yeah.
And they'll need it, you know, to make those fights happen. As you say, they're already just reliant on the Tide and the Tusk to really get things started. They've got to make sure that they have actually someone behind that sort of play to do the damage, because unlike TNCs, they don't have that crazy amount of wham-bam magical burst and you're dead.
They might have to swap the lanes here. I think Kuroki might want to Divine Favor the Troll Warlord up top pretty soon, as the lanes are starting to get switched up, and now is where you're putting a Troll versus the Bat Rider. Sure, Miracle, he's still free farming really well right now, but we know how this matchup can go. You just get a couple stacks on yourself, and you just get chased by that Bat Rider, and you do not like playing versus that as a Troll.
For now, GH trying to do his best to punch him away.
They got the side pull off, though. Tims is able to get that one there as the Mirana here.
Getting good control of that bottom lane. Cuckoo wants also try and hope to have a bit of a look into the CSs at the moment. He is struggling to find many of the old creeps. The same is to be said for Mind Control. It's a slow start in creep score at least, but they are both getting good experience.
Both of them were pressured really hard. The Courier, Tims, they brought the Courier bottom. It was still walking. He just leaps forward and kills it.
Oh, if only they'd waited a few more seconds. It was just about to be upgraded mid lane.
Oh, no. Almost, guys, the side blades there.
Is able to X-Mark Weehar to make sure he cannot dive him. But that's it, yeah, the Courier down. That's that's someone's Wraith Band hitting the deck.
That's Weeha's regen. Also, he has one Tango. He still has a couple Mangoes, of course, for that too, but he could be a little bit troublesome here, as they won't be able to bring anything else out to him for quite a while.
Is able to keep the CS pretty even between him and Armor. As we see the matchup transcend with Kunkka and CA, 90 for 4, 90 for 3. Very even between these two mid laners. Of course, just both heroes very good at getting the right clicks, whether it be with that hard hitting base damage of the Kunkka or the refraction of the TA.
Yeah, we are catching back up pretty quickly there. So they are starting to recover both of those heroes that were aggro tri-laned at first, now able to start getting something, as Michael Jones even getting aggressive onto Gabby here with that Mud Golem from Kuro. And like Panel mentioned, the Tide Hunter laning versus the Wraith King, it's pretty good. You're always going to be able to go for those anchor smashes onto the skeletons, and look, that's what we were talking about.
This bottom lane, you said they needed to get out of there. They didn't.
I feel like they should have
stuck around, and I mean, you foresaw this. You said this bottom lane, once the level's there on Pat, he's just going to run them over.
Yeah,
and he does.
He comes back down bottom, too. I mean, they have the Divine Favor from Kuroki, like I was mentioning, to bring him up there. But, yeah, they're just choosing to actually keep this matchup. It's going to be really crippling for Miracle, though. You have to expect that's going to happen. Every single time there's a rotation from Tims, they can easily set up onto this Troll Warlord. But they're keeping it this way. That's why they want to lane it. They want to keep the Tide versus that Wraith King.
That lane in itself is still a bit of a scary one for Mind Control as well on the top.
Yeah. Has
to be careful getting down low, just down to the Mango and obviously a stick, but seeing very low on the HP. In fact, there's the TP. He's going to head over to the Shrine.
Looks like they're actually going to bring the Chen bottom instead of moving the Troll Warlord, so it's still just trying to secure that Miracle's down here instead. So the arrow on the creep, Cuckoo, he's got Firefly, gonna get slowed up here.
Should be, I'll say that, the Mud Golem stun's coming in, causing some issues. He'll pump the stick charge, snowball across from GH. He's trying to kill, but he's burning. The Firefly's killing him, bringing him low. Tims jumps in, he'll be able to finish it off. Cuckoo's fine. And TNC getting a third kill down on this bottom lane. It's 5 minutes in there at a 2K lead.
Yeah,
Liquid's refusal to switch those lanes, get a better place for Miracle is making this bottom lane a bit of a, it's just a beautiful zone for Cuckoo to have a dream start in terms of getting involved in kills.
I mean, TNC's probably thinking the same thing. They're probably like, oh, this is cool. We have Cuckoo actually lane. This is what we wanted. We wanted to have Cuckoo in versus that Troll Warlord, and even better that it's in the safe lane. That's the way that they set the lanes up, so. Gonna constantly see TNC set up for those aggressive plays.
They've got to be careful, Liquid, anytime they try and go for this bat, as it could backfire.
Aha. They have a good amount of slow. Now with Kuroki getting more creeps, he's able to, get that the Seder Banisher, but it's always going to keep getting arrowed. Panel mentioned that, the draft panel.
Tims is going to be happy with this.
Yep.
Thanks for bringing the big creeps to the lane.
The last one almost maybe caught Cuckoo killed a little bit because he killed the Mud Golem and the Shard Golems came out, but it ended up being just fine. But yeah, the 2K gold advantage, they're perfectly fine with the way these lanes are set up. Tims is, like we always say, Tims is going to start transitioning. He's got the first kills of the game. He's already top 5 net worth. He's same gold as the Troll Warlord down bottom. So the stacks, looking at Liquid at the moment, they're not actually setting up any stacks at all here, which we've seen a lot of teams doing, I think, more than ever. We always talk about that stack game. We saw how much, especially EG was doing it this morning. We saw like triple stacks all over the jungle. So we'll probably see them back up soon, or maybe Kuroki will send a creep if the stack goes.
See top lane, arm out, maximizing the damage, getting the Tidebringer hit off the creep, sets up with the X-Mark poke combo, and Mind Control is taken out. Making those early moves and making the most out of getting that level 7 nice and early on as the mid lane Kunkka.
Yeah, crisp, easy rotations coming out. So the other thing they do have, as we see just used down bottom right there by Kuroki, that little Seder Banisher, he's kind of keeping that one, not only just to put the pressure in slow, but to remove the sticky stacks from Miracle. So if Miracle is getting gone on, he can use that little dispel on his teammate to help him out.
Back towards mid, Weeha, he's coming a little aggressive. What's he doing in the trees? He's going to be straight up dead, surely, yes? Yeah, there's no escape for Wee. As it's not only the bottom, the top lane, it's the mid lane as well. TNC, we've seen them do this before. They are getting every single lane in their control, and they're getting kills all across the map.
We saw what they were able to do. The games that we casted versus Liquid, they ran away with those early games pretty hard in the majority and just were able to just completely control the map. And it's only 8 minutes in, but we're approaching like 3K gold marks, and the pressure, like we said, Liquid, how do they get aggressive? The Templar Assassin and the Troll Warlord, I mean, they're still doing okay, but who's going to make the move around the map?
Wow, and which hero do you get aggressive on? Mid lane, another combo's laid out, and it's another kill for TNC, just finding any opportunity to outnumber and make the pounce happen. Because
looking like free moves for them. They're just making it look pretty simple with their rotations.
And I don't know how Liquid can make a move at this moment, because not only, as you say, it's hard for their heroes, it's also hard to do it on the heroes of TNC. They've got a mid lane Kunkka. He's very tanky. If he gets the poke down, now they're trying, but a good disruption saves him from the initial combo. Tims is coming in with the wraparound armor. He's trying to run himself away, looking to get to the high ground. He's still alive. The poke's out. He's getting back to the tower, but they will kill him off. They'll get the kill, but now the turnaround comes into play. Tims turns, finds GH. Weeha's trying to dive for more. One more hit on Tims will do it. Has the salve, taking him back up. Kuro's looking to dive. Tims underneath the tower will be closed upon. Weeha gets the meld strike in, and finally Liquid are able to get some kills in their favor.
That's massive for them. Just able to set up, you having all these traps set up, Weeha with that aggression, actually able to get Armel when he pushed up too far this time. So that one, Liquid finally able to turn it around. That's a lot of space.
Because it is a big kill to find. Yep. As I was going to say, the 3 cores, they're not easy. You got the Kunkka, who's, when he's got the boat online at least, I believe didn't have it available in that attempt. He's going to have that rum on him. You have a Wraith King with that second life when he's willing to put a skill point into it. And you got the bat down bottom, as we've seen before. You try and chase this bat, you don't kill him straight away. Next thing you know, you're walking through the fire and the flames, and you're dead.
TNC immediately smoking up. They know they can keep putting this pressure on here too. They still have, every time they do have boat available, they will make that move.
See in the river. TNC heavily outnumbering Liquid here. Miracle and GH have to be careful.
They're able to get, they're able to back up there. Kuroki also getting some deep vision during all these last few moments.
GH tried to come across a little closer to the rune. Arrow is going to be whiffed, but GH is going to end up rolling himself in pretty deep. TNC still a little careful about how they go on him. They don't want to try and force too much on a support kill.
They're losing their mid tower because of it. That rotation, they left to go bottom to gank, and Weeha's like, oh, thank you. He comes in and does 1,700 damage to that mid tower. Very important for Liquid, that map control that they can't get if they are able to actually get that mid tower. So much vision and opportunities they can get from just putting even down TA traps deeper.
So they get the charge. Cuckoo got the Fireflies, who will try and get himself over the charge, but with the Troll Summon, they've got the control. Cuckoo trying to escape, they have the damage. It's Miracle. Those Axis will find the kill. Liquid now to start to even that net worth difference. Back off.
GH, even though he's 1-4-1, he's making the moves around the map with the team to at least bring them back with that. That tag team bonus really coming into play there versus Cuckoo. Can't actually get away from them as he's constantly getting hit and slowed and hit and slowed. And that allows Miracle to be a little more enabled too. That tag team bonus giving him that extra damage. As tanking the arrow there, keeping that catapult alive, Nicely done by GH as well.
They'll look to try and outnumber Mind Control top. They know that the pressure's on bottom from Liquid. Mind Control, he's left. Very, very open for that play to happen, and they'll try and get a bit of a push on themselves. But Liquid, as it is, should be able to finish this tier 1 tower. No interest in TNC coming down here and trying to deal with the Chen troll push for now. Tower will go Liquid's way. Diffusal blade starts to get built into by Miracle.
That cuts the gold lead, the experience lead, completely back to 0 after that early game. Small rotations coming into play, but they're able to also get a lot off the map from Weehaw. As he backs up, takes the mid tower, goes to the jungle, completely recovers. It's the TA who was having a little bit of a disadvantage matchup in that Kunkka, and now almost level 12, and the Desolator's about to come online. Look at these heroes.
Quick.
TNC's heroes, they can be pretty squishy versus that early Desolator.
They can indeed.
Even Wraith King, not that high of an armor hero. He only has the 4 on base and then your 6 extra with that phase boots. But still, that's a lot that's going to be coming out from Weehaw, as he pretty much has it done.
Yeah, they'll have a good shot at being able to kill that Wraith King twice when they go on the hunt for Gabby. It's Gabby. Midas and 1,400 gold as he works towards the Radiance. Just a bit of a timer to see what point of the game he'll be able to get that online and how it's going to correspond with some of these core items on Miracle and Weehaw.
Armel's really acting as the ganker here, walking through the sentry ward here. Can he get the X? He will get it on Miracle, and the Bat Rider boots of travel on the creep wave.
There's the setup. Tara and Poe will start to lay down some of the poison. With the Demonic Purge, Miracle can do very little to get himself out of this. Won't even bother wasting the 1 charge. Knows that he's dead. TNC find him out. A little too far on that bottom lane and a little alone.
But it is on their side of the map, so that's the one thing for Liquid is, you know, they killed him there, but can they transition into anything there as they have to bring 4 heroes? And look at Liquid. They are quickly running to the pit with that Deso finished up with the tag team.
Are TNC going to expect this? We have, what, the smoke up arm LAU. They're heading over.
They seem to know.
Illusion's going to be sent out first to start to scout any possible maneuvers, but they're still under the cover of the smoke.
Oh,
so it's not a ridiculously fast Roche. It's a good time with the Deso.
They're starting to figure it out now.
Can they get in the pit? The shards have blocked them off from getting in. Armel, it's a big torrent. They're going to try and interrupt this. Liquid, they'll get it, and they get the kill. TNC will get the kill on Roche. Liquid are able to continue to secure the Aegis. Mind Control will die for this one. So TNC find a little bit of action, taking the kill away. And finally, after a bit of time, finishing off Mind Control, but the Aegis is still secured by Weehaw.
Who ended up getting the last hit there? It was
the poison,
TNC, but who actually, was it the poison? I couldn't tell.
I imagine so. He got a few stacks on it. It's nothing crazy, but...
Yeah, a couple things. Yeah, it looked like it was the poison.
That's a bit of money. I mean, you can see there, 3K back up. TNC with that advantage. But obviously, eyes are on Liquid to make something happen with the Aegis on Weehaw. They can definitely look to try and push for some of those tier 2s, or at least the tier 1 that does still stand towards that top lane.
Yeah. Still tough to make those like aggressive moves, right? Until Weehaw does have a Blink Dagger or they go for the Tidehunter Blink Dagger, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to get on top of heroes. We still see them, they are constantly smoking though. They're using their vision. They're trying to keep these aggressive moves and keep Liquid able to play on the opposing side of the map because he's trying to make sure that he maximizes the farm for the team. We were worried that maybe they both resort to jungle, but if this is the way they're going to do it, this is a good way to keep the pressure up while farming. But TNC, they're all set up around their area here. These bounty runes. They're going to look to even go for the aggressive one. They are pinging it out. Gabby does kind of want to go up there, but the Chen, they see those creeps and they know it's a bit too scary to actually perch forward.
And we'll be able to get the 2 up top though. TNC, so securing the 3. So they just make sure that Liquid struggle to get back in with the lead. Halberd gonna be the next pickup for Armel.
Best item in the game versus pretty much one of the best items in the game versus TA, that longer duration.
And Troll, right?
And also very good versus Charlie, yeah.
Both of these heroes render pretty useless in the fights. Obviously a long time until BKBs are out. Miracle is going to start to build towards his after the defusal.
It's definitely grim for the Troll. You pop Battle Trance, you get disarmed, you stand there. Not much you can do about it.
And they've got great ways to play with that sort of time where he's in the Berserk. Yeah. And the disruption, kiting him up as well. It's, yeah, disruption and disarm. Makes it a big nightmare for Miracle before he has the BKB. Top lane again, Mind Control. It's going to be the one to get gone upon. Got the Kraken, but there's the lasso, dragging him back. TNC will finish off the old watermelon.
So much damage coming in from the Kunkka with that Tidebringer, with all these items. The Shadow Blade plus that Sage, extra damage coming in. quickly able to bring down My Control, who's he's farming slowly in this game, not able to really get that Blink Dagger, but he's matched up at least with Cuckoo.
See down here, the Moonlight Shadow being used for Gabby. It's just going to end, so GH eyes on Gabby. Arrow's going to whiff. Gabby's going to try and come in fact, onto Weeha. They'll get on top of him as well with Cuckoo and the Firefly. Tims and Armel turning up as well. They'll surround Weeha. The Tiebreaker here comes in. They take the Aegis out of Weeha. They're going to look for more. It's Liquid. A push to the side. Here's the second life of Weeha. Aegis, as he'll be able to blink away. Now looks to go back in, looking to get on top of Gabby. Gabby now on the retreat. They've lost Cuckoo on TNC. Can Liquid find anything more out of this? GH has got eyes on Tims. The trap's being used by Weeha to help continue the chase, but they don't want to run into the dark. They have no vision on the high ground, so they won't go any further, Liquid, as it's simply an Aegis traded for the life of Cuckoo.
Cuckoo's probably right with that. He's, you know, as we say, it's TNC. Cuckoo's like, I'm kind of the sacrifice. I'm not the real 3 position. Tims will eventually become that 3.
And sort of the time is ticking, of course, for Gabby. He has the Relic. Yep. Creep camp or a creep wave, and that Radiance is going to be done on the Raid King.
And it's going to be a pretty devastating one. I know a lot of times we look at lineups and a lot of times casters always talking about there's so much magic damage on this team, there's so much magic damage, blah, 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 BKB's so important. But you look at Liquids, they're not really that magic damage oriented in this time around. It's a lot of physical damage that is going to be coming out. So that Radiance, that evasion, all these little things are definitely going to start kicking in for TNC. And that Radiance is done, and they're already starting to group up. They want to keep it going.
It's there. He'll grab a Mango as well for the trip. Gabby with the Radiance done.
Radiance Halberd.
With the Halberd, yeah.
Yep.
They've got all those tools together, TNC, which is going to make it almost impossible for Liquid to take fights head on.
They want a greater form of initiation still, though. They want to get Cuckoo with that Blink Dagger, which he's approaching pretty soon. But My Control actually has his finished up already on the Tide Hunter for Liquid. So those counter initiations, that's the one thing as a Bat Rider, you have to be careful versus Tide, because sometimes, you know, you grab a hero and then the Tide blinks past you and ravages your whole team. So TNC, they're gonna have to be sure to jump. When they do these kind of jumps, they have to make sure they do it with proper vision to make sure that they can see those backlines to get the appropriate hero caught. And sentries, most of all. Lots of sentries in the lane to make sure you're not standing under TA traps so that Liquid does not know exactly where you're all set up.
So they've got that vision inside their jungle, Liquid, so fully aware of TNC setting up for this push up top. They may just have to let this tier 2 go, though. Still not quite ready, I feel, to turn up, at least until that BKB's done on Miracle. The fights aren't going to be easy at all if they do choose to take them, and just leave sort of Mind Control to keep the pressure off. Already the Skeleton's starting to really beat down on that tower. Damage is being done, the pressure being kept on by TNC at this early point. Set up down bottom from Armel.
They know someone's going to show down here. They haven't seen much from Liquid in a while. He sees GH. It should be a pretty easy pickup for them here. Snowball.
Just trying to use it there in an attempt to get away. Torrent will be off the mark. GH with the shards. He tries his best, but the vision's there from Cuckoo. Crossing over the tree line with the Firefly to find the X-Mark vision for Armel.
Buys time for his cores to at least farm. It's not even that much gold, right? 196 gold. How much XP do they get? They get like 630. That's actually a pretty decent amount. But yeah, he pushes the lane out, forces moves, and keeps his teammates farming where they are trying to get their BKBs. Because, like we said, for Liquid, they have mostly physical damage. But then we look at TNC, they have a lot of mixed and a lot of control. A lot of stuns, as the draft panel had talked about. So these BKBs for Liquid are going to be really needed for them to be able to take those fights.
Was, of course, a kill around the runes spawning. So TNC, again, will be able to secure the majority. 3 bounty runes for the one that Liquid's going to get the chance to grab.
They tried to also use that opportunity to get some deep vision down, but as we saw, Liquid was already prepared. They had the sentry down. Miracle easily able to get that one. So Liquid, like we said, they're just buying time. Right now is farm time for those BKBs. TNC, I mean, they're okay with farming as well.
Oh, they certainly are.
Yep.
With this Kunkka Ray King.
Midas and a Radiance, right?
And Tims, as you mentioned, the 4th core in the making for TNC if the game does go on. They do not mind this passive state of the game. Obviously, Liquid feel like it is the only way for them to play at the moment. You do have to agree.
They need BKBs to fight.
They really do.
Troll Warlord into this is way too difficult to fight when he doesn't have it.
He's pretty much got it, and the same to be said for Weeha. So definitely, within the next minute, when those BKBs are out, you can expect Liquid to start to look to make those plays and look to take the fights on their own terms.
they have to make a lot happen with those BKBs too, right? Your 10-second BKBs are massive because once those start trickling down, that is one of the things that we know about TA is you get to the later stages, you only have a 5-second BKB to work with, it can be really problematic. So they're going to have both looking to come out actually at the exact same time. So this is a big peak here for Liquid. And they do actually also have vision right now of TNC with this ward here up on that top bounty room. So a lot of information going for them on the map. Mid lane is still kind of pushing in, so they have to address that before they can make too big of a smoke. So one person will take that one out. And Liquid, they're going to look to set up here. But TNC, they're positioned here on the high ground.
See, this is the all-important fight for Liquid. They're 4K down, they've got the BKBs. This is the time to swing that net worth advantage back in their favor. Miracle's going to look to start the fight with the wraparound. He's got eyes on Gabby. Jump forward from AU. AU's going to be the first to fall. Now they'll be able to focus down the Wraith King. Gabby getting his mana burnt by the defusal. Weehaw picks up the second. The exact kind of maneuver that Liquid was hoping to execute with that smoke and the BKBs. They're able to find a couple of kills, one of them being the big old Wraith King, getting Gabby off the map and opening up some space to pressure down middle lane.
Very methodically done, right? The way they wrapped around that smoke. Instead of just walking up to the high ground, they send GH to the high ground, and then they wrap around the back to get the squishy supports as well as that Wraith King. Who's still at this point, like we said, 5 armor, 5+6 armor. So he just gets easily brought down from these physical heroes of Liquid. And he switched the build. He's actually wanting to go for a more aggressive type build onto Gabby, that is, with a Blink Dagger. He had the BKB queued, he bought the Blink really quickly. So they want to be the ones jumping in and starting the fights, maybe killing units before they get those BKBs off.
I can see that, and I can see that for the escapes as well, right?
Yes.
You're just having the Blink of Wraith King, not only with the reincarnation, but you do have a Shadow Demon on your side. So you are going to have that disrupt into Blink escape.
They still have the axes, right? The Troll Warrior axe is one of the better things in stopping those instant blinks, but yeah, can definitely be used to get an escape off. And the big next timing, right? That Roche. 1 minute until it is going to be spawning. Liquid always keep tabs of it because they have those traps. So TNC, they want to try to have something happen within these next few moments. Try to catch Liquid when they are split up. Liquid, they're just farming the map with that BKBs. They're feeling pretty comfortable now.
Yeah, whether it be getting a kill before the Roche is up or just making them use the BKBs, making sure that they won't have the BKB charges ready for that Roche fight. That's at least the aim of TNC, and you see it straight away. Smoke up. It's time to make a play. I know that they just lost sort of the last bit of momentum, but they can definitely get it back if they're able to find a catch. Miracle.
These next few moments are so crucial. They find the smoke also to a power rune. They actually see an arcane. They're kind of camping it here, hoping someone Liquid is going to walk down.
It is warded, so if Liquid had their eyes on it.
They pinged it immediately.
Yeah.
Hiroki pinged it right away. He's like, they're bottom. Yep, they're smoke bottom. He knows.
That's the risk you take when you take those power runes when you're smoked. And either way, it looks like TNC sort of knew it themselves. They grab the rune. They don't try and look any deeper. They don't go up to the high ground. They know that Liquid's very likely to have wards on the area.
They've got all their lanes pushed out right now on the side of Liquid. It's go time again. Like we said, those BKBs, they're also going to be constantly looking for fights. Also now, I believe GH is bringing a Blink Dagger. This is also another very crucial item for Liquid. As Kyle mentioned on that draft panel, a lot of different ways that you can, they're telltale the way the TNC spell is going to be coming out. There's a lot of ways that you can get some nice saves coming in from GH.
There we go. Smoke into Roche.
It's going to be a big fight.
It is scanned out, so TNC know exactly what's up. Cuckoo's going to start heading over with the Firefly. Moonlight Shadow being offered over by Tims.
Arrow
as Liquid will go for it. And he take it out very quickly. Cuckoo's going to try and look for the timing. He's in with the lasso. Armor's in with the BKB. The time bringing them over. Mind control. He's outside the pit with the Ravage. Charmel already got the BKB up, but Tims is punched up into the air. Gabby's trying to tab, but a quick melt in from Weehaw takes him down the wads. He's back with a second life. Blinks over to the side. Weehaw still trying to keep his eyes on Gabby. The Ray Fire Blast slows down Weehaw, but the rest of Liquid collapsing on the Wraith King. As Liquid will be able to hold this area around the pit. Armel tries for another poke, but he's already used the BKB. He's got to be careful. He's out of mana. 2 big hits from the TA. Bring Kuka down low. As TNC back up to the high ground. Tims is in. He's trying for the steal. They are not going to get it, though. Weehaw will be able to secure that Aegis. Buyback for GH as he knows now with the Aegis in Weehaw's hands. This is the fight for Liquid to take. Torrent out to Weehaw and Mind Control. Miracle still on the sea escape, trying to desperately run away from those Shadow Demon illusions. GH and Mind Control, they're still on the front lines, punching up Armel. Miracle, he's thinking about going in, but he's incredible. He doesn't have the Aegis himself. It's on, it was on Weehaw. There's the jump forward. AU taken out. Weehaw once more. As TNC, they're getting pushed all the way back. Mind Control's there with the wraparound. Bleak forward for GH. They've found Tims as well. As TNC tried their best to time it around the Roche, but this time they won't even get the kill. Both elements going the way of Liquid.
They're too tanky. They have too much regen and ways of sustain. Coming in from the Chen, he pops the Hand of God, pops him back. Fight kind of turns on itself. TNC, their damage just is not there. And we see Gabby. He looks like a support at this point. He dies so quickly in the fights from all the physical damage. Liquid, they're just knocking on the racks already.
A Cinnaboat down mid won't make the connection. 40 seconds, no Tims. Liquid more than happy to stand their ground and look to take this Rax away. Just 26 minutes there, they'll go for the lead in with the lasso, but snowball forward, Gabby throws out the zone. Armor plus the BKB, but he has to put the BKB in right. It's so much physical damage output coming out from Liquid. Miracle with the ult, he beats down Cuckoo. Gabby's out of mana, he's got to back off. The buyback comes in from Cuckoo. They'll look for the drag back with the X mark, looking towards Miracle, but he has to move at speed to get out. He's back in, has the Orchid, cuts down the SD, looks over to Cuckoo. That's a dieback on the Baron Rider as Liquid.
They're going to keep going.
Up the mid-bracks.
They look like they want to keep going, but they don't have tier 2s. They look like they want to.
I mean, they know they can.
They're just going to go over tier 4s.
It's 2 heroes dead without buyback. This should be Liquid being able to close down the game. Tier 4s are falling. TNC, can they hold it to 3? They're going to jump in. Silence out immediately onto Gabby. Gabby, he's got to be careful. The Moonlight Shadow, but Mind Control, the Ravage hits onto 3. Gabby's dead the once. They'll look for him a second time. Start out to Miracle, but Weear's BKB is back and available as TNC are pushed back. Blinking aggressively from Weear behind the Tier 4s, behind the Ancient. Gabby's dead for 80. No buyback on him as well. Liquid will retreat. It will offer a little bit of mercy, a little bit of time. Weear still being fought by Tims and Armel. They'll look for the X mark, but Tims, he's been slowed down, run down. He's got one leap, but Miracle's into the range for him. Weear blinks in, and that's Tims dead too. And with that, they could certainly have a good shot at closing this out. The fortification is there.
Armel is going to try his best with some cleaves, maybe setting them back a little bit, but they have the heal coming out from that mech.
Got the SD back in place. 7 seconds and Cuckoo's back in.
They're going to give him some respect. They're going to back off. They got the tier 4s. Structural damage been done.
Absolutely.
All that gold as well.
28 minutes in and the base being exposed. The Ancient exposed. Over the sort of the matter of those last few minutes of gameplay, 4 buybacks being used by TNC to no avail.
You have to be wondering if maybe in some of these situations, like Gabby, he needed to go for a different, like an armor item in between. It seems like he bought the plate mail now later on after these last few fights went really poorly, but we saw he walks into the fights over and over again and he just melts. I feel like an armlet could have really argued to be a really good choice on him in this one because he just dies way too fast. He's not really having any type of impact on this Wraith King, while he has these other frontline heroes, the Kunkka, the Bat Rider, able to get in there.
We'll see it again. TNC just trying their best to slow down this pressure that Liquid's applying. And they just don't have the means to do so. The BKB timings from Liquid earlier just really set everything in motion for their lineup.
And too much sustain. The Chen just rallied around Kuroki, having all that different types of healing coming in. Even the Vlads, more healing coming in for those carries. Yeah, you can see. A bit frustrated.
GH still in the zone. Keeping it focused. As much as it looked like the game would end, it's going to be for now. They do hold the Ancient.
They have such a commanding lead now, though. We saw the last few fights without these other items picked up. Miracle, a full Satanic. The Orchid we saw, of course, by Weehan that last fight. And even now a Solar Crest for Mind Control. So these carries, who are hitting extremely hard, now are going to be hitting even harder versus this, what became a super squishy Wraith King after having such a good farm.
It really did. It really did. And we have seen TNC make some remarkable comebacks in the group stage. And they do it here on the main stage. This game is getting quickly out of control for them.
It feels like their damage is, they've hit a wall of damage, pretty much. Liquid just able to counteract it too much. Sure, TNC, they keep coming back in, they throw a Tidebringer, they throw a Starstorm, then they leap back out. They have a lot of different ways to like poke and prod, but yeah, Liquid, they just rally and group up, and it's too much right now for TNC to take. Around this Tidehunter, like we said, this hero has been also winning a lot of games, just the way that the group up, the team fights that happen, the way that you're able to just counter-initiate and just ruin the whole entire idea and the way the TNC wanted to fight.
And of course, as you mentioned, sort of that all-important hero there, the power of who gets the Chen in this series.
Yep.
And whether we see Kuro being able to grab it for Liquid or AO being able to bring it out for TNC is going to be quite a deciding pick in the drafts.
Absolutely. I mean, you see him. He's 1-0 and 13. It's not even like TNC is like hemorrhaging kills all over the place. Armel is 6-1 and 4 in this game. It's pretty remarkable the way that they can just group up around this hero, around the Tidehunter as well, and just start to close the map and win a couple fights and just snowball out of control. It's what we see a lot happen with these Templar Assassins. These 30-minute pushes, these 25-minute pushes with an Aegis, able to really just take over your advantage. As yeah, Liquid, they're just controlling the map now, and Gabby is trying to find some farm on the map, hiding in the trees with his Radiance off. But Liquid, they want blood. Kuroki wants blood too, look at him.
He's ready.
Pretty fierce, pretty fierce stance there, Brian.
He's got that fighting face on. So they'll continue to just clean up the easy free money. Another shrine will fall.
You can tell TNC's feeling pretty desperate. Trying to get any type of forms of farm on the map. Gabby pushing far forward. Cuckoo as well trying to cut waves. Liquid.
To the base they go there, AU. Getting smashed by the anchor. We are in with the quick finishing blow. As this 5-man of Liquid just seems a little too powerful right now. This draft for TNC to deal with and hold back at the 32-minute point. Into the base they go, Liquid. Ancient starting to get poked upon by Miracle.
Just put him in that front lines there. He has Satanic, he has BKB, he has Solar Crest. Throne's going down. Gabby needs to jump in.
He's going to try for the jump. Snowball comes out. They'll turn quickly, looking to burst him down the first. And in fact, he's down in mana. He's dead without a chance. Short. Incarnate. They burn his mana. They burn his life. Ravage is out from mind control. They're all dying again on TNC as Liquid will push Armel back to the base. And GG is called. This game was over at least about 5 minutes ago. They tried for one last hold. It's the main stage. You've got to do it. But game one, without a doubt, goes the way of Liquid. And you can't help but feel as well that this one was a game where a lot of it really was on the draft. It worked out perfectly for Liquid. They knew the exact tempo to play with this lineup. They get the Kuroki Chen. They hit all their timings. And try as they might, TNC as well, a team that had a good start in the lanes. They were performing well in the first 10 or so minutes, but as the draft started to clash, they just didn't have it in their lineup to deal with this physical push and sustain that Liquid had.
It's the sustain, right? And that timing, like you were mentioning, such an important timing from Liquid. They did it pretty much perfectly. All of it came together. Double BKBs came together. They take a fight. And then with this Chen, with this high amount of healing, Kuroki having this 1-0-18, we see the damage numbers. TNC, they did a lot of damage, but a lot was negated.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. First game of the series. I mean, Fog, just a quick word from you. Going into game two, what are you watching out for the draft to change?
Probably the Chen is one you have to look out for a lot.
All right, so all about the Chen. But there we have it. First game goes the way of Liquid in this best of three, as we'll pass you back to Shiva and the panel.
Yes, thank you very much, Jody, Pixel, and Fogged. And that game, 32 minutes, and when you're playing against TNC, it's always a little scary because they're a team that makes these games go really long sometimes and then take it as well, as we saw in the group stages even. This time, though, Liquid able to close it out, Trent.
Timing. I mean, what was the big thing about TI7 for Liquid, right? It was all about very specific timing windows where it would be like the Aghanims on the Coddle or like that Necrophos gets the perfect item. We go, we take high ground, we win the game. Sort of a similar situation here, right? Where it almost looked like that VP game I was thinking of, right? Where you had Pasha on the Tidehunter kind of winning these engagements, but eventually the Alkit took over and they won. Sort of a similar thing with the Wraith King, kind of a somewhat similar playstyle there, but actually hitting the timing this time there from Liquid and taking the game.
Yeah, besides the Chen, Tidehunter, and Shadow Demon, they seem like Tidehunter seems like one of the strongest heroes because you need to pick some kind of a counter for him. You need to have either a Disruptor, Enigma, something like a Chrono, something that he can't get out of. Otherwise, you have a guaranteed Ravage in a team fight, and if you're not playing around those timings, you're just going to get dismantled, especially in the Roche Pit fights. And we've seen that a couple of times. Also, Liquid managed to get Aegis twice. V has stole it once because they got the last hit on it. Also stacking multiple items with minus armor, Deso, plus Solar Crest. Right now, in my opinion, Solar Crest is one of the best, if not the best item in the game right now.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. Plus, I think that even though the laning phase was like a little bit hard, and TNC did a really good job in that, I just felt like eventually you're going to have to 5-on-5, get into team fights, and you're not going to burst this Tide down. You're not going to burst this TA down. If they got the Aegis, I felt like your problem becomes like doubly so. Because killing Miracle once is like, okay, but you got to get through him twice. They had that one situation where like they actually got lucky with Tim's the double Starfall hit, and they were able to clear it like really quickly. But as soon as Liquid got the ball rolling, I mean, Chen looks so good in games like this. He didn't have to do the weird thing with the creeps where it was just like he got all the little tomatoes or whatever, or
Yeah.
potatoes. He was able to actually grab like useful creeps and just like march down lanes.
It was very dominant in the team fight, and the game was very even at the start, though, apart from maybe the mid lane, where we did have Weeha struggle a little bit there, able to recover. But that Roche fight happened at some point, and at that point it was like, okay, you know what, Liquid, this is their time. They're going to try to make a run for it.
Yeah, TI is one of the best Aegis carriers in the game, and you're playing around the timings. The first Aegis, you want to build some advantage, even though the first Aegis was gone real quickly. The second one, this is where you want to end the game. You want to get to at least one set of Raxes because of the death, so you get one good team fight, clear it out very easily.
Yeah, amazing performance from them. We are going to head into the second game really soon, but first, we're going to check in with Slacks, who has a guest, a musical guest, I believe.
Shito? Ladies and gentlemen, we thought we'd hype this place up a little bit with a special musical guest coming in all the way from Japan. You know him, you love him, ladies and gentlemen, it's Mara!
Hello, everyone!
We're back, baby!
Baby! A big boy's brother!
Big boy brothers all day!
Brothers!
Yeah! Mara, we gotta wake this crowd up. We might have one more game.
Yeah.
I need some rapping. Can you throw me a rap, Mara?
Okay.
I'll give you. I got the beat.
What's up, Twitch? What's up, TI9?
Well, I got a rap. Let me do the beatboxing.
Yeah.
You ready?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Please, come on, please. Yeah. Big boys brothers. Yeah.
Yeah, Mara! We're back! Oh, it's so good to have you back. Hope you guys woke up a little bit. Mr. Mara, anything to say out there to all your fans in the West?
What's up?
What up, dude?
I'm Japanese Dota 2 player. 3K players.
Don't tell me you're 3K. He's very good. Don't listen to him. Follow Mara on Twitch. He's the man, Mara. Great to see you again. Have fun at TI, buddy. And back to you. Dota 2 up!
Dota 2 up!
Woo!
You know, I actually started out with that rap thinking, you know what? This is not that bad.
What are you trying to imply?
Well,
What are you trying to imply?
Up. Dota 2 up. Do you want to give it a go? I mean,
like,
Dota 2 up.
well, you know, right now you're doing it and your microphone can actually take it, but I heard some spikes there, and I am sorry to all you headphone users out there, because I'm sure there's some that are blown up, but always good to see Mara. What an amazing guy, great energy he has, and of course we remember him from TI8, where Slacks actually took a trip to Japan, and yeah, amazing. All right. Great musical guest. Definitely not what I was expecting.
Yeah, we will cover your medical bills for your ear damage after this
No,
one.
we won't, because it probably will be way too high.
Way too many people?
Too many people. You tried, though.
Because so many people are loving this great series between TNC and Liquid. Am I right?
That is true. All right. I mean, the rap was, you know, to get us more hyped up, get us more energetic. And this series, this deserves also all this energy because it's a big series. We're having an elimination game, Liquid TNC. It's so scary right now being in the shoes of TNC as they are with their backs against the ropelets.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the weird part is they crushed Liquid in the groups, right?
Yes, they did.
They actually made it so that Liquid had no chance to make it into the upper bracket. And now they're facing one game away from elimination. It's a scary position to be in.
I think it's probably kind of scary when you watch VP go out before you too.
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like that would impact me if I was TNC. Like I just saw these guys who I've been fighting against all year and are kind of, I'm sure, people they look up to and people they've probably looked for playstyle adjustments from, and they just got eliminated. And now you're sitting here versus Team Liquid, who of course is almost similar to VP in that same regard of like, oh my God, why are they down here? They're so good.
Or it's the other way around.
Oh.
If VP can bleed, Liquid can bleed. You know?
Optimus.
If VP can get knocked out like that,
well, for sure they can. I mean, even during the group stage, Liquid showed that they can bleed, and the TNC already took 2 games of them, so I'm pretty sure they can do it again. They just need to adjust their draft a little bit. Don't let Chen, if you have a Tidehunter, get some kind of a counter. I think Doom was also picked in only two of the games so far. So that's one of the good counters to a Tidehunter because he can't get Kraken out of that.
get more team fight
Yes.
stuff. So that's what we want to see anyway, because these big team fights, that's what we know TNC for. They fight, and they have such precision when they fight, and it's so fun to watch. Not always fun for the fans, because definitely there's some heart rate spikes there, but definitely something that is super exciting, and I'm just hoping that they can get some team fight in there, because they kind of lacked that game too, Trent.
It's hard to fight the Tide, though, man.
That's
It's like, you're talking about Doom, only picked like twice, and then I think it was Virtus Pro who tried the Brewmaster too. His first pick of the whole tournament. They were cycloning the Tide Hunter, still wasn't enough. And then on top of that, maybe like Ursa also hasn't been picked. Monkey King,
Monkey
rarely
King is
seen.
more of an OG kind of a pick. If
Yeah,
someone's going to pick
exactly.
it, it's going to be definitely OG. We don't see that
And,
hero too much, especially not on the safe lane.
Disruptor's playable, but I feel like a lot of the fives are currently in the support, or I guess like the saving sort of a role, like the Shadow Demon really standing out to a lot of us in these drafts too. So it seems hard to work these like classic Tide counters in.
And if you give Tidehunter a good laning stage, he will deliver, because that hero actually becomes a core and deals a lot of damage. And those cores that the melee cores, especially that playing in the laning stage and in the mid game with the anchor smash, it reduces so much damage.
Let's talk a little bit about the players that we have soon again on the stage. AU, latest addition to TNC. If you don't count Heen, I mean, sure, the coach came later, but as a team, as a squad, AU has a, of course, remarkable story of being an analyst, and then, all right, well, you know, you can also play.
Oldest, one of the, I guess he's like the oldest member of TNC, because he played way back with Teehee.
He did.
On that old school roster back then. So he's like, he's out, he's in, back out, back in, sort of a deal all over the place. And I used to cast him all the time in all the open qualifiers. And so I would always like message him, be like, yo, can you add me as a friend so I can like watch your games and stuff? So I've been watching him now in before TI. The guy has just been playing Chen. Like every time I click his profile, it's just this guy is currently in a ranked game as Chen.
You just wanted to brag that you have him in the friend list.
It was a really long, weird story to come back.
Yeah, you know, wow, pro player in the Friends guys got him. You don't have any of those, I bet. You know, pro player and coach of team. I bet you have no friends.
No.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, we don't have real life friends.
No, dude.
No.
Besides Dota.
Don't they count as real life friends? Come on.
Not really. Like,
It's
do you think I'm
29.
gonna be? You think I'm gonna hang out with Bulba after my Dota career's done?
All right, guys, let's welcome them back in. They're going to take the stage for game number 2, Team Liquid facing TNC. It should be one heck of a match here, as we already saw game 1. It felt like Liquid of old. It felt like Liquid were back. They're strong. We've seen them do it in the lower bracket before. We're slightly different roster. TNC, before the series started, we did mention them as a team which is often overrated or underrated, and nobody really knows what's happening. But you know what is happening? Casey sitting down with Liquid. Actually, that's not happening. That has happened, and we can watch it right now.
Kuro, GH, welcome. Thank you. So we mentioned TI8. We all made a huge story out of the narrative that of all the teams we had seen come back as TI champs, this felt like the first real chance of seeing a repeat winner 2 years in a row. Did you feel the pressure of that narrative, or did you use that to fuel you?
Apparently there was like some sort of pressure, but I don't think we let it really get to us. It's more like the TI itself is full of pressure, more than anything else.
And it's constantly changing. It's not the kind of game where you win TI and now a year later, 2 years later, you know for sure you're still the best. Like you have to really actively work at it because it's constantly
Dota is a
evolving.
kind of game, it's impossible to just stay on the top for a long time without like putting your soul into it. And even if you put your soul into it, doesn't matter. Like someone just overtakes you anyway.
And how is Kuro as a leader? How would you describe him as a leader when that kind of thing happens, trying to keep everybody focused on rolling with the punches?
I mean, it's easy for me to say because I know most of what happens behind the scenes usually. It's hard for the public to understand what Kuro's true job is. It's 90% outside the game that nobody actually sees. So I feel like his true role is not in-game related as much as outside the game, even though he offers an extreme amount of information.
He basically said I'm a shit player, but you know.
I didn't want to say it, but
Yeah, how do you separate that? Because I know that you have to make decisions that are business related about friends and teammates. And you know, the most common time for teams to make changes sometimes is right after a TI. You made no roster changes, but then in June, you parted ways with Matumba Man. That had to have been really difficult because you've been playing together as the same players for so long. So I know that that wasn't a decision that you made lightly.
No, it was, I mean, I was basically depressed for like 4 weeks afterwards. It sounds silly because I made the decision, but at the end of the day, being captain, leader, and whatever of this team, I have so much responsibility. Like, they're all trusting me, after all, to make the right decisions. So getting Weeha and replacing Matu with Weeha is not just like exchanging like a player for a better player. That's not what happened. It's more like Matu was like a victim of these events. Like, I just needed to change something right now. That's how I felt.
And how was that as a player for you, GH?
I mean, we all felt some kind of complacency in the team. It felt like everyone was just okay with not being the best. We had some feelings of, okay, we didn't win this one, but we weren't trying our best to win the next one.
Yeah, and he's not talking about Matu. He's talking about the whole team.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it felt the build-up was there, but we didn't know how to deal with it because all of us as players, we actually wanted to win, but we didn't know what was the missing factor, that spark that actually was going to lead us to win. Because no one was feeling this sense of urgency to actually try 120% better to win the game. So the situation was kind of weird because I have never experienced it before. And Kuro was, I mean, I can keep talking highly about Kuro, but he actually foresaw what was going to happen, and he made the best choice by actually changing something. Even though I love Matu and I love him as a person, as a player, but Kuro had stronger idea that something had to change, and I respect him so highly for that because it's not an easy decision. So I was really happy that he had the strength to do what was necessary in order for us to succeed. Our team and Matu as an individual and someone else too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Casey.
Wow, some open-hearted conversations, some heavy topics there that Casey reached together with GH and Kuro. Blitz, I want to get your take on that because obviously you're very close to all of those players, and you witnessed all events as a friend of all of them. How was that for you?
That was weird. Because it's like, you want to get mad at Liquid at first, because obviously Matu's upset. But he got over it pretty quickly.
Okay.
Like, actually, he told me his biggest regret about this event was like they didn't go farther because he wanted to meet Liquid in like the lower bracket and like recreate like the stair.
Yes.
You know, when No Tail fly. He actually wanted to do that like for fun. He thought it'd be funny to like create some drama. But like he's really cool with them all. Like they hang out, they play party. They played a party queue game together while they were still at the tournament.
Yeah. After all, it's a business.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've been there. Whether you need to choose whether you want to go in the business side or the friendship, and it's really hard. Sometimes the friendship breaks if they're not strong enough, right?
Now, the main question that was on a lot of fans' minds when that happened, though, and of course that is something that as a captain, again, every time it comes back to decisions and did you make the right one, Trent? We have seen them come second at 2 majors, and even with Matu with second, with Weeha second, and this tournament so far, they're not doing too hot. Was it the right decision?
Oh, I mean, we can't really answer that, I don't think, right? Because we never know what would happen. Maybe you can assume that if they inside and internally and emotionally felt like that could even be done, as well, someone's getting triggered. If they could even make that kick, then clearly it was the right decision, I think. Because if you've reached the point where it's even possible to pull someone off your team like that, then there must be some sort of a lack of trust or something happening there that things aren't connecting.
Tough decisions for sure. TNC has got some tough decisions to make as well. Banning Chen or hoping that you can take it. Felt like that was kind of what we took away from that game. Most of all, Tidehunter, of course, in there as well. As it feels like the Chinese panel is having some fun with the crowd right now. So we can hear some feedback from that as well.
It's weird, they don't rap. I mean, I would think that was the cheering.
Yeah, they were happy about that.
Yeah.
And you were kind of stunned, Blitz, after the rap segment. I thought you took an arrow.
Oh, you
5 seconds.
No, it was something else. I hadn't heard anything like.
I mean, you're a hip-hop aficionado.
Yeah.
From what I understand.
It was pretty top tier, if I'm going to be honest.
Would you compare him to any particular artists?
I'm not sure. That was pretty... maybe Blueface or something like that. That was pretty unique.
I don't know who that is, but I'll take your word for it.
Top tier rapper, let me just say.
What did you think of the beatboxing? That was the most... It started out great, but ended up being pretty jarring at the end.
I simultaneously like Slacks and dislike him more. Like, both of them at the same time. It's like...
First time I heard about beatboxing was when Roselle released one of his couple of his songs, and this was way better. I don't know if you're into beatboxing. I've listened to it way before, but right now I still think this is one of the best segments we had.
Is Slacks the TNC both overrated and underrated? Is that what you're
like
digging at here?
I just, dude, the entire time she was asking, like, aren't they your friends? I was like, would I continue to be friends with Jake outside of Dota? It's like simultaneously, he's like one of the people I want to know the most after I'm done with Dota, and the least. It's like, how am I going to introduce him to like my family? It's like, hey, this is Jake. He's like, hi, guys.
Knocks over something in the living room, breaks a lamp.
Like, is my mom going to find that endearing?
Hey, I met your mom. I think she'll be fine with that.
Well,
I think she'll take it in stride.
Okay.
She seems like a woman to just take it in stride. It's like, okay, you know, this is who he is, and we'll go with that.
I guess.
I mean, you know your mom better than I do.
Nah, she's kind. She'll like Jake for what he is. Why are you saying for what he is? But you're implying that he's
That's
not
not what
normal?
I said. That was your words.
I'm just saying. I'm piggybacking off what
That's literally what you
What was that?
What?
Trying to put some words in her mouth over there. Noble effort here.
He's a
on
treasure.
The fun panel.
He is.
One of a kind. We have a lot of one of a kind people in our talent group, which I'm very happy with. One of a kinds, of course, also the players on the stage fighting for a chance to survive here at the International 2019. A lot of money on the line as well. Which, by the way, these two teams don't necessarily need. They're good. They're not playing for the money. They're playing for the
You don't
prestige.
need more money in your life.
At some point, a lot of money is a lot of money.
Yes, but I know, like, for example, Liquid. everyone knows their financial situation, right? Like, they want a TI. They're good. They don't need anything. These
TNC
guys,
won WSG twice.
Yeah, they're all good. At this point, you just play for the pride, and the fact that TI is such a cool, unique opportunity to prove that unequivocally you are the best. Like, there are very few things or opportunities in life where, you know, like, you can say that you're good at something, but it's really hard to prove that you're the best. TI is that opportunity. Screw the money. Like, at that point, it's great, and it's a great headline, but at this point, like, players like Kuroki, they're just playing for legacy.
Yeah, that's why some of these teams who already earned a lot of money throughout all these years of Dota, they are not under the pressure. There's new coming teams who are probably thinking sometimes in the booth, oh, I've just lost a lot of money, and you can see it on their faces.
All right, guys. It's going to be an exciting match. I want to know from you guys. I don't want to know anything from you guys, actually. I want to know more of the guys that will handle the draft. So let's head over to that right about now.
TNC Predator versus Team Liquid. Game 2.
It's about time I get the respect that I deserve. I know things. I know, Febby, you know things, and Kyle, Febby, I got a lot of questions for you on this next panel. We just saw a turnaround. We saw TNC basically 2-0 Liquid in the group stage. We thought that they had their number. We saw the draft. We heavily favored TNC, and somehow Liquid ended up getting a victory anyway. What the hell happened?
I underrated the troll pick, honestly. I think the troll pick, I thought at first glance, I thought it was going to be too greedy with TA. I thought he needed to be like a lighter hero, but he itemized to be that like early tempo hero, so Wraith King couldn't have the room to breathe. Because Wraith Kings are a carry that can usually fight early, but not against mana burn heroes. And Troll, he got Diffuser, so he became that mana burn hero. So we saw the game just blowing out of proportion before Wraith King getting that level 20.
I think that TNC was caught off guard by the sheer amount of physical damage that Liquid's lineup could pull off. You had the Solar Crest Tide, you have Gush, I believe you're talented for it, Troll and TA with the Death, so like it's just
the
so much damage.
Spare too.
Yeah, that, perfect. And you also have Chen, of course, giving a little bit of plus damage as well with the Aura. It it's so much that once you get ahead, like once they won that one fight and took the mid-racks, it's really difficult for Liquid to lose, especially when they have the team fight of a Tide Hunter to rely upon. And we saw the Ravages usually, they're hitting 2-3 heroes per fight easily.
Yeah, so I think I was talking about how TNC prioritizes the Earthshaker, Sand King, and the Bat Rider, and I think Tide is good against all these 3 heroes.
Yeah.
So
Well, what if you just straight up pick the Tide, huh? How
I
about
think
you
that's
take
what they were thinking too. Yeah.
Take a page right out of the book, and they're gonna first pick Tide. Ended up banning out. Man, they keep respect banning the Weepo. Meepo still getting first phase ban, and the Beastmaster again, like you had mentioned.
Yeah, and I think if you compare these team strengths, I feel like TNC has always been just the kings of the skirmishing. They love their guerrilla style warfare. They're oftentimes like they'll make moves in separate areas of the map at once.
And what is the Korean team that we always used to reference that would have that sort of play style?
Yeah. I guess they learned a thing or two from us. Yeah.
MVP Phoenix, the original man. The Spirit Breaker days of MVP Phoenix, the Caveman Dota days, and TNC Predator, I feel, are still carrying the torch a little bit.
Yeah. Meanwhile, though, Liquid is more about that just controlled, disciplined Dota, and like they kind of just wear you down. If you're in a scenario where you don't have the ability to 5-on-5 them, it's near impossible to take them down because they're just not going to give you fights that they're behind it. And okay, yeah, for a moment there, I thought I heard Mirana like, wait, did Liquid just go ST Mirana inside? That would be good, but of course, that is going to be TNC's hero. Most likely the 4 position again, we can assume. I really like the SD Lesh, however, especially against Tide.
Yeah, Lesh is just amazing against Tide. I'm a bit surprised on the Mirana pickup because I was talking to some position 4 players that played Mirana, and they said that this hero needs setup. Like, sure, he can go Atos, but this hero is like, his main strength is the early mid game. That long distance arrow, that like insane amount of damage input, but without a proper setup, it can't land his arrows. There's SD disruption to like counter gank the whatever TNC's aggressions are. And right now, TNC seems like they're gonna have trouble hitting their arrows because they have no stun.
Yeah. That being said, it used to be very common for Mirana +1s to be roaming around constantly together. Like in the Bane Mirana days, it would always be those 2 heroes going and taking a tour from lane to lane. Whereas these days, it seems like Mirana is more content that if my mid laner has a stun, or if one of my side lanes has a stun, then that's all you really need. So she really only needs 1 lane with 1 stun to be at least somewhat effective as a 4 position.
That is true, but I think more the merrier. Like
Yes.
There's more play options, there are more kill options. Dota it becomes really hard if you can't farm out maps properly, and if there's a lot of kill threats from the other team, like a lot of like different variables, then it becomes that much more difficult.
I agree. It's these 2 teams are flying through the second, well, really this entire draft. This is the first time we've seen reserve time touched, and kind of expected if you consider Kuro and Heen. If there's 2 players that know how the other think, or 2 drafters rather, it's got to be these guys as they work together for the better part of 2 years.
Still planning out that second phase ban. Sven ended up being banned out by Liquid, and TNC Predator respect banning that Templar assassin that we pretty much wrecked shop on in the game 1.
Yeah. It's a long time, but this is arguably the most critical part of the draft from the second pick position, the turn, as we like to call it, because you just ban into immediate pick. And I think this is also, this was a change. Wasn't it just after last TI that this swapped?
I feel like it had been longer than that.
It might have been. I don't know. You lose track, but it, I think, pushed second pick into the better position to draft from, because you get this selection, and then you also get last pick out of the phase, of course. They go Rubik, one of your prototypical Tide counters. Does mean their support duo, really their whole draft is very squishy at the moment. Liquid could be exploited by a number of heroes. Like anything with like high reach, you just get on top of the Lesh, on top of the Rubik. There's not really much you can do anymore.
Yeah, I agree. SD, Lesh, Rubik, both this trio of heroes, they're very squishy, so Liquid has to pick some frontliners on the next 2 heroes.
Yeah. You think of like a hero, I mean, it's not ideal for the game necessarily, but something like Ember, PA, anything that can just get on top of Liquid, because you then have a setup stun if it's something like an Ember Spirit, and in addition, you have Tide. So whenever you have this huge team fighter that's immobile, I like to see it combined with non-Blink Dagger required initiators, so that you have some ability to create chaos. And just let the fight develop so that you don't need to Ravage to initiate.
That's why I really like this Rubik pick, because normally what I would have thought to fill the gap that you're asking for, why not a Tim's Earthshaker, right? Get an Aghanim Scepter on him, something like that. You don't need a Blink Dagger Initiator or anything like that, but Rubik famously so good at dealing with Earthshaker just because Stealing Fissure is one of the best spells in the game.
I'm surprised that Liquid have not addressed the Bat Rider with their second phase bans if they were going to go for this route. And Oracle immediately picked up by TNC Predator. This is something we've seen them use in the past. They're not afraid to take heroes like Huskar. Really, there's the plethora of options they could choose to just abuse this sustain combo. And now you have what will most likely be some super tanky hyper carry combined with the Tide Hunter. The team fight's going to be really difficult for Liquid to deal with.
I mean, TNC have had a tendency to go for Bristleback. That strikes
I love that. That's perfect, right? You just run straight for these squishy backliners. And what does Liquid's draft do right now against a Bristle?
I don't know. I think SD is pretty good against Bristle. I'm sorry to disagree, Kyle, but that's what I think. And I think.
How dare you, Febby?
I'm
We're all
sorry,
supposed to be friends here.
I'm sorry, he's a bit outdated. You know, like I almost made it to he hasn't been on the qualifiers, yada yada yada. But I think they're gonna be picking Juggernaut or PA instead of a Bristleback because SD just owns Bristleback. His second spell takes away half of his HP.
True.
He's got like
Yeah, but you just purge that off, and then he heals back 20% immediately.
Yeah, so specifically with an
synergy.
Oracle, yeah. So an Oracle kind of complicates that.
Febby, didn't we play against each other all the time back in the day? What was our record against Immortals?
all right, that's true.
Kyle, I remember your Shadow Demon also.
We're seeing who's more right.
I famously remember one Shadow Demon game of yours at a TI qual where you just refused to Shadow Poison in Disruption and people kept blinking out of the Disruption. Infuriating.
I don't remember that. Must have blocked it out.
Underlord picked up by Liquid.
Ooh, damage reduction stacking strat.
This
all right.
is true.
You got the Fade Bolt, you got the Underlord Aura. Still, I think the Dream Bristle game, there is max HP damage from the Wave of Terror, but there's just I just don't see any like real damage to kill a Bristleback right now. And sure, you got the last pick, but I just think it's the perfect pick here. Maybe an Ursa, maybe a Huskar, some sort of beefy hero that just goes in.
Well, do you like that direction, Febby, or would you like more of the assassin direction that we've been seeing? We've seen a lot of these Phantom Assassin getting Aghanim Scepter or something like that. You don't necessarily need to stick around a long time, you just need to kill them really fast. But they're going to go for a Death Prophet, a hero that does like staying alive for a very long time.
Yeah, with the DP, I especially kind of agree with you because DP Tide, they're just too fatties. I think right now from TNC, they need something of
quick
an
and dirty.
assassins.
Okay.
Yeah, something like PA, Anti-Mage, like those type of assassin heroes.
I think they need a stun, guys. You're completely all in on your support duo right now to provide lockdown. And I'm always a bit concerned when I look at a draft and I see 3 cores that don't want to impact the other lanes in the early game. And sure, DP can rotate, pop ultimate, take towers, but you don't have this playmaking hero. So if Liquid get ahead early on and their supports have an advantage, all of a sudden it's just naked arrows flying out here and there. If they don't land, there's no kills happening on the map, and it's then difficult for TNC to capitalize on the teamfight edge, because you need the kill to then secure you the opportunity to push for an objective. You don't want to just be sitting 3 of 3 and just like blowing your spells and walking out of town.
I think TNC wants to pick something like Void or Jug to
Got banned. Liquid's one step ahead, unfortunately.
Okay, I didn't see that, but
the Jug is a good idea, though.
To complement their 5-man, I think it's either that or they just want to go late game with Anti-Mage or PA, but they don't see enough information to pick those kind of assassin heroes. So,
can at least one of you justify this Underlord pick for me? Because to me, that seems like it's coming a little bit out of left field. You had initially mentioned the damage over time for Firestorm being highly effective against, I guess the Tide Hunter is one specific hero, but is it really enough to pick an Underlord just for that situation?
I think it kind of fits the category of heroes that Liquid needed. If you look at the first 3 heroes, they needed a frontline of a beefy fatty hero slash a team fight item getter and a team fight hero.
The Aura Whores, as I like to call them.
Oh yeah, I guess I like that term. So I think that's the type of hero they.
TNC's lineups also, the first 3 were very low damage. In fact, they still have relatively low damage out, but especially if the DP ultimate is on cooldown, Liquid have, well, depending on what they last pick, but just because of the Lesh and the Underlord, there's so much, they just spam spells, and you're going to be able to out DPS the TNC draft. still think Ember's a possibility here for TNC? The tower pushes
But I've heard Underlord was really great against. Oh, Berserk, Kyle.
Woohoo! Don't give Kyle credit for that.
You were waiting. I saw your note.
Wow.
That was me.
So they're a bit
Kyle,
more
why
lenny.
is this hero good? Please tell me.
We already went into it. We're good. It's handled. If they weren't paying attention the first time, we don't get it. There's no repeats here. It's TI. You should be a fan. Last pick for Liquid, though. This is where things can get dicey because you need tower damage right now. You need something that does raw physical damage output. We've got to assume it's a miracle hero with the Leshrac for Wii. And
I think they can anti-mage for Liquid, and they can just hold on.
Yeah,
for laking.
I like a hyper carry. I think that sounds good.
Whoa, fat! Guys, we were both right.
Woo!
Don't high-five each other until the camera comes back, then we can get super hype. I don't even know if it will come back, but you called the anti-mage. Do you think that Liquid Miracle anti-mage, he's going to be able to 1v5, or what's the situation?
I mean, it has to be a 1v. I mean, Liquid, the other remaining 4 heroes have to play very well in order for anti-mage to come online, and I truly believe that SD is really good against the BB. So I think and we're gonna see that like at least once in the game.
I think it can go either way here, but it is a throwback to like that old vintage Liquid style where you have Miracle. It's a 1-4. It's going to be 4 heroes running around the map trying to make things happen, and Miracle at some point is going to be slotted enough to get a triple kill in some team fight, hopefully take the game. TNC, of course, want to prevent that. They got to take towers early and find big team fights before AM's online.
Well, let's see what the TNC draft justification is as we send it over to Casey, who's speaking to Heen.
Thank you. Yeah, Heen, I'm curious how it feels when you're drafting against your former team. Does it make it easier or harder?
I think there's a little bit of both because Liquid, since this tournament's begun, they've, started transforming. I think this series there aren't really any surprises.
What lessons did you take from the first game as you entered your second draft? I know you can't get into specifics. You don't want to give away your strategy, but
I think we chilled too much in the game, and the lineup they used in that first game was something very similar to another one we used in Super Major, just like Chen, Tusk, TA, Snowball. I don't know if there's anything I can do with the information that I know about Liquid. It's just more about us. This tournament's about us and us playing the lineups and the heroes that we feel confident in. Of course, we need to counterpick at times, but I think what it comes down to is playing well and having faith in what we're trying to build. And
staying focused and playing your own game. Heen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yes, game 2 of TNC versus Liquid. We heard what the draft panel had said, and both Febby and Carl make some really good points. Some good calls. Indeed, the last 2 picks being the Bristleback and the Anti-Mage for TNC and Liquid, respectively. Kind of want to get your insight. The main sort of discussion topic was Bristleback. Can you play it in a game where there's a Shadow Demon?
So I think Shadow Demon, I totally agree with Fabby. I think Shadow Demon is an incredibly good hero versus Bristleback, but I have to, unfortunately, give Kyle a little bit of credit because there is the Oracle. That Fortune's End can be one of those things to always be able to dispel that Soul Catcher, and you can itemize for it as well. So we will probably see Gabby at some point in this game go for something like a Lotus Orb to make sure, something like that to make sure that he can always be sure to dispel that one off. But it's not always you're going to have the situation where you have Fortune's End up or you're in the right position to go for that Gabby. So that's where it can go a little bit of both ways. But yeah, Soul Catcher, very good ability versus Bristle. We have some other fun interactions, of course, too, with this Oracle versus Shadow Demon. There's some mixed between some teams how Shadow Demon, if you Demonic Purge the target that does get False Promised, that target can't get healed by, you can't get healed by Urn, Healing Salve, your Fate's Edict constantly gets purged as it constantly keeps applying that Dispel. So we could see that come into play as well.
And what do you think about this last pick? The Anti-Mage coming in, not necessarily a carry that sort of brings us a free win or a necessarily safe carry, but in the right circumstances, it could be pretty darn hard to deal with. Is this going to be a game where you can see Miracle popping off and getting that good Battle Fury timing?
I could, as long as they don't get run over. I think that's the one thing that TNC's draft can really start to take advantage is just steamrolling, getting towers pushed, Gabby just parking himself running at lanes with the Death Prophet pushing towers constantly. Even Bristleback hits towers pretty hard. Once you get your Warpath stacks, you really do start to chunk those down. So It can be a little bit difficult, but I could see it possible. Anti-Mage somehow at TI always starts to come back, right? People are like, dead hero, Battle Fury's crap, not a good item, blah, blah, blah. Somehow this hero slowly trickles back every single one of these internationals.
And one of those heroes as well that we've seen trickle into this game, but not into a lot, is that Underlord. You know, mind control, getting the Underlord in this match. I feel this hero is a little underpicked. There's some aspects of this hero that seem incredibly strong, especially that aura, right? And has that bit of bonus as well. This hero turns into a bit of a right clicker down the line.
He definitely does. And I mean, we saw, I remember we had one at the tournament. We had a mid Underlord, didn't we? And that just dominated the game, just took over. I think destroyed like a Templar assassin in the matchup. So I'm also surprised not to see this hero picked a little bit more too, especially with like Monkey Kings and Ursas being very, very scarcely picked. But we're gonna get to see it. And now they have another thing too. They have maybe that percent damage amp onto the Bristleback as well that they do have from that Underlord. So could be fun to watch. Good to see if Liquid's able to actually rally around that one.
See how some of the lane matchups are going so far. That mid lane, Armo getting the slight lead off the first few waves. Bottom lane, Kuro's going to go for the self-disruption, but TNC, they've got the 3 heroes ready to finish him as he comes back out of his bubble. First blood for TNC off the back of this aggressive tri-lane.
And they're getting themselves a very good matchup up top. This Bristleback versus the Underlord. Underlord's just getting pushed completely back by Gabby for now.
Yeah, mind control just about a quill spray away from dying there.
Yep.
It's got to be very, very careful as Gabby will head over, pick up the bottle from the side shop.
I like that actually a lot. You know, Bristol, he's making sure to spam so much that you can pick up this bottle and it's just fine in this type of 1v1 matchup. You're able to out-sustain very nicely as Weehawk. They're committing forward here.
And they're going to look for the dive. They've got the hold from AU. Crypt Swarm burst and a right click. Is it enough? He's diving for this AU. He's going to find him. Can he get him off the Fade Bolt? Reducing AU's right click. Doesn't matter. He gets the second one in and will still find the kill. GH will look to chase. See if he can get his way out of this. He's got a little bit of a heal going. Again, another brute holding back GH. He's certainly making him work for it.
Nice little play. GH does have boots and a lift, so it should inevitably be an easy kill here.
Let's pop it in the south. That is a south cancelled. It still continues to keep AU alive. Weehawk will come in though, and that will be a dead Oracle and also a dead healing cell. So a little bit of lost gold there for AU.
Weehawk gets the last hit though. That's the nice thing. But we see these lanes very dominant right now already from TNC, the way they have it set up. Anti-Mage is still farming though, which is the most important thing for Liquid. But yeah, these other 3, Gabby just really taking advantage of this top matchup versus mind control.
That's Bristol.
Bristol.
Suddenly going to be able to start running down heroes very soon and even diving that top lane if mind control's not too careful.
Especially with AU up here right now, right? With a Fortune's End, a couple goos, mind control definitely could get chased out. He has to be careful of his positioning on this Underlord.
Bottom lane Liquid just trying to keep the mana low on Cuckoo so the harass cannot be there against Miracle.
Yeah, keep a tri-lane. I think this is what you tend to see when there's an anti-mage in the game. As what you were saying, top lane.
Gonna have a bit of a shot here. He can TP. But yeah, no hesitation there from Mind Control. Instantly knows he has to get himself out of that situation.
So other thing we panel talked about a little bit, but the limited disable on TNC, right? That's why you can see why Liquid, not only just because there's a high intelligence hero like that Death Prophet on the side of TNC, but just look at the stuns coming out for TNC. It is going to be pretty limited unless they go for something like an Atos, which they probably will on either the support Mirana or somebody else. They also at least have silence as well for Armel, but their catch could be a little bit difficult in that mid game if they allow Miracle to actually get away with the game and get some farm going. But right now, it's looking really solid for them. This is exactly what TNC wants to do. Like Keen said in their in that interview too, they were a little bit too calm in that last game. I think this game, they're really going to turn up the heat.
Certainly these first 5 minutes is being cranked up. See if they can get themselves a hold of the 5-minute runes. See how they're going to get split up as both teams are going to try and prepare. TNC is looking a little more prepared, especially on top. They'll grab those two with the setup. See a swing round from the Rubik, looking towards bottom, but in fact, a little too slow for them. It's TNC, then we had to pick up the 3. Still that one on their own half of the map, which won't be looked towards by Liquid, so eventually they'll probably get all 4. Bottom lane, jump forward for Tins with the Starstorm. Kuro's got the stick charges that will save him. Miracle's hunting him the trees for Cuckoo. Cuckoo with the Jukes, trying to get himself out of there. Pots the stick charges, but they're suddenly going to end up giving more mana for Miracle to burn. And Miracle doesn't even need to get the last hit in there. GH and Kuro beat down on Cuckoo and get him out of the lane.
They're trying so hard to just secure Miracle's lane. He's even picked up like a Wraith Band early on so he can have better lane positioning for that anti-mage too as top. We see these goos start to build up, but they don't want to dive into the tower under that Firestorm. Level 3 Firestorm now already. And my controls are covered. I mean, he was having a pretty... He still is having a tough matchup, but he's still 25-3. It's pretty decent for the Underlord in that matchup. There's still a bounty rune bottom. I think Tim's actually walked by it. I don't think he bought his bottle from the secret shop too. And
He should have.
I mean,
yeah,
he didn't.
should've
He had a
realized
full.
it's
Well,
there.
he had a full bottle, so maybe he didn't want to just.
Okay.
But it's just going to be chilling there, so he'll be able to fill it back up when he gets back up.
I guess it's unlikely that Liquid's going to randomly go and scout that
Yeah.
position. Mid lane is going to be where Liquid look towards. They need to help We Are out. He's suffering heavily in this matchup. With the 3 of them in the neighborhood, they'll look for Armel. Armel's still alive, tries to turn with the Siphon, but they will have the burst damage to bring him down. Tim's not there, or AU quite in time to help out Armel. A very important kill. You look at that CS in the mid lane, it was 35-16 against 24 for 4. Armel having a sizable advantage, with that kill opening up for some very early pressure onto TNC's tier 1 mid.
There's no glyph. That's at that tower. They want to commit forward for it, but he is starting to drop low, and they will TP a couple more heroes forward.
They threaten a TP from Gabby to hold off, but as you say, a lot of damage done very early on in mid.
Tims will get his bottle refilled by Armel TPing in, so he's going to be able to keep moving. Oh, they actually did not refill the bottle. Whoops. Armel did not have an inventory slot there for Tims. Tims might have to back away and try to find that bounty rune if he doesn't know it's there.
It's because it's still there.
It's still there.
Tims,
check it out.
Come on. There's money to be made. I'm sure he'll see it on the way back towards bottom.
Yep, and now another rotation bottom. Weehawk this time with the SD. Easy setup, an easy kill onto Cuckoo.
No trouble killing a Tide when Leshrak's in town.
SD Lesh. Reason we are seeing it across the majority of the games. Easy to set up kills constantly. Kuroki even putting extra points in the Soul Catcher.
A bounty rune.
He's gonna
Still
get
there.
it. He's gonna get it.
Come on, Tims.
Tims?
He's not. There
we
we
go.
go. Finally. Oh, this is still it.
He shrined as well too. He shrined and then he gets it.
Oh, Gabby. We'll get the kill on mind control. Always going to be one of those lanes where you have to watch out for that. This mind control Underlord very vulnerable to the armor reduction and chase of the Bristleback in lanes.
And just the sheer right-click damage, right? That's what we're talking about with the Warpath. You get that 15% faster and those 22 damage per stack. So plus 124 on Gabby when he was diving there.
And Miracle starting to get the basics into his inventory. Ring of Hell stun, so pressure will be kind of harder to put onto Miracle if it's just the Tide alone. Already we've seen Miracle do a good job of getting the CS. It's been slowed down a little bit by Cuckoo's presence. Tim's also hovering around in the area, but Miracle, he's hitting the levels.
Yeah.
And he's hitting a good enough timing with those early items.
It's not on Gabby's level, of course, because Gabby's had to, he's been like stacking constantly. He had this
kills.
super good matchup versus the Underlord, but still not too bad for Miracle. This is where TNC though, this is still great positioning for them. Like we've said, they have to keep this map and keep this game very aggressive.
On the hunt here for Tims. Scan out from Liquid will confirm that Tims is still around as Tims
starts his TP.
And he's gonna hide in the trees. Correct.
A little bit of a stare down.
He's not gonna look for him. So Tims will be hiding. I guess they almost certainly saw his TP start. He's gonna jump out.
He's got one more leap. They're still stalking him.
That's the setup. See if no, Weehar's already left. So it's just the two of them playing around with Tims. They'll slowly kill him.
They're gonna find him.
They know he's in there.
Oh.
I mean, surely they know he's in there. They saw him leap this way.
Oh, let's look in the mid lane. Well,
it's a lot of time wasted. Yeah, back to hitting the creeps, Miracle. Mid lane tower just finally get pushed down by Weehar. And Tims will live.
That's some
He will
space
live.
right there for sure.
Yeah.
And I can still position him for some arrows too, position himself, but his leap is now back online too. So he can actually start doing something and have an impact on the map as well.
Oh, he's looking for an arrow, but that's a creep wave coming in.
He'll take it. 37 gold.
Hey, it's, it's accidental steal of the CS from Cuckoo's like, oh, was that me? Sorry, Cuckoo.
Support Miranas, right? They're like, yeah, I didn't mean to.
I didn't mean to hit the
I
screen.
didn't mean to, I swear.
I didn't mean to take that CS.
Oops, took another range creep.
Just trying to hit the carry.
Kuroki setting up deep vision. This is the protection ward. This ward that Kuroki sets up here is the one where it's like they're gonna set up for smokes or moonlight shadows from behind the tier 2 to try to kill Miracle, and this is where we'll try to spot it out. And it's an unexpected ward this early on, so it's a nice one that he is able to put down that TNC is not gonna be aware of at all.
Am I saying that again? That's all 4 bounty wins going TNC's way once more.
Yeah.
They're making a lot of money from these bounties. Keeping themselves with this 2k gold lead, TNC.
It really is up to Weehawk to be the one to just like run around with his team to look to set up for those bounty runes, because Underlord and Anti-Mage, these heroes, they're not online. They're going to take such a long time to be able to really do any kind of impact in that fashion. As Mind Control, he's got his like phase boots and stuff finished up, but it's going to be tough for him to really make moves around the map, as that's not really what an Underlord does. He kind of just parks himself in front of a lane until he has more points in that pit.
Yeah, Miracle having to be a little bit careful on that bottom lane as the Ghost push comes in from Armel. Kuro.
They're pushing two lanes at the same time right now with this siege creep.
This is the speed and pace that he wanted to see.
Yep.
It's coming out from them this time, TNC.
Yeah, they're playing versus an anti-mage draft. All you want to do is just keep the fight, close the map, restrict the map, and keep the aggression going. But Weehaw, he's also doing something sneaky. Look at that mid lane. He actually gets a full edict inside the tree line there, chunks the tower down 1,200 health. So they're getting a little bit of a trade, at least for themselves. But TNC pressuring 2 lanes, like we were saying.
Won't quite find the tier 1 bottom, but they do get the tier 1 top. Gabby's farm continue to skyrocket ahead of any other core on the map right now.
And we see the item that's immediately queued up by him. Hood into first item Lotus Orb. He knows he needs to just address the Soul Catcher. Also very good for his teammates too. But mainly for himself as he switches first now. He will buy the medallion. I think the medallion also has its great merits. You can just look to pressure and close the map up and then go to Roche. Gives you that Roche always as well with the goo.
They'll finish that tower down bottom. And you know, as soon as Gabby took the tier 1 top, he moves himself to the bottom lane. He says, you know, we can start being really aggressive with this power that he's built up. He's level 11. He knows there's not really much that Liquid can do to touch him right now.
There's going to be a lot of dodging around the map from Liquid for quite a while in this game.
Let's try the setup on mid. Kuro. He's going to be able to find it. We are. Stun timing's hit with ease. Tim's is found. GH wants to actually finish off that kill. Kuro up to the high ground. He's going to spot out Cuckoo. And this is not a fight that Liquid want to try and take, especially with Gabby around. Demonic Purge from Kuroki will come out to hold the Bristleback back. Make sure that Kuro has the space to escape.
This is the trio, like we said, Liquid. They're gonna run around as 3, look to make kills. The other 2, they're just gonna, look, Mind Control is pretty much just gonna be pushing out lanes for the majority of this one. And Miracle's just trying to soak the space to get this battle period in decent timing. So TNC, they gotta keep this pressure going. They have to keep looking to make these moves onto the side of Liquid. And they will. They do not want to slow down at all in this game.
The next target's almost certainly gonna be the middle. Getting ready to push round Gabby once more, level 12. Gabby continues to farm up those stacks, those jungle camps to keep himself so far ahead. Same importance to be noted the way of Armel, looking at that exorcism. He's got it ready to push with once more. Gabby is by his side.
Has anyone actually queued up the Atos? It looks like just Yules is going to be the choice here for both Tims as well as Armel. So no Atos to go for that like extra catch. Of course, it's pretty easy. Just click Counterspell for an anti-mage, but going to be a little bit limited on their disables, but they still will have those silences if they can find the AM in the side.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's very true, yeah. Rod against AM is... I feel like it's good against bad AMs, right?
Yeah.
Against good AMs, the chance that projectile's hitting him with that and pressing E is pretty slim. Unless you're able to sort of get it through a tree line or get it from out of the AM's vision. Yules being that instant setup could certainly be what allows the DP to get on top of him with the silence.
Yeah, or just the arrow connecting in, or yeah.
A lot of ways to time it, and TNC's very, very strong with the execution, as we've seen many times. So inside the jungle, Gabby starting to poke. Liquid's going to have a little bit of a look towards him. Moonlight Shadow will be used to try and get him out, but the sentry's down. They've got the vision. He's going to head over, provide some of the backup that's going to allow him to turn. In fact, with Kuku as well, Mind Control's in trouble. They're straight on top of the Underlord. Armel kept just alive in time by that false promise as he falls so low. But AU there, able to save kind of both of his cores, giving the backup required for Gabby to go in, as well as allowing Armel to pop off on the high ground. Excellent Oracle play.
35 HP. He was 1 hit from dying there.
He had both of them. He had his eyes everywhere. He was making sure that nobody gets ignored on his team.
Well, he's a platinum tier Oracle, right? He's got level like 20 Oracle.
He's saving everyone.
This guy plays his Oracle. And yeah, perfectly set up there to get that defense, and now they'll transition into another tower, and we're going to see map being constricted. That's the style that TNC wants to play in this game. Keep running at Liquid as we see. They do not have damage for that Bristleback. Even when they had him isolated for quite a few seconds with that Soul Catcher, he still was able to be just fine.
See what we are. So he's got the damage to kill Tims in time. The jump out, we'll say no that he doesn't, and Tims tries to turn, does miss the arrow. Might not matter, and certainly doesn't if Kuku's willing to expend the Ravage like that. Pops it down straight away, and Weehaw is taken down for his attempts. Hello, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We love you. Back to the game, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Great setup there. I think using Ravage in this type of game, with the slow pace that it is, just kill a core, right? Just Ravage a core. It's going to be worth it most of the time. Miracle is starting to get close to that Battle Fury, about 740 gold away from it. So they haven't been able to find him, at least. That's the good thing. The silver lining there for Liquid, but look at the rest. 6K gold advantage. All of TNC looking really, really comfortable with the game, how it's been going so far. And they're going to keep putting the pressure on. Even without Ravage, they will look to keep running at the side of Liquid as they... Exorcism's about to be up in about 30 seconds. Smoke's already being prepped.
Let's see what they can do. This is a excellent timing, really, across the board from TNC. I don't think they could have hoped for a better start to this.
Yep,
They're doing everything they needed to. They're making all the moves that are required. It's sort of on Liquid now to slow this all down. They find the catch inside of the jungle. Liquid looking towards Tims. They missed the combo though, and Tims is able to jump away a couple of times. Moonlight Shadow's out. He's going to try and do his best to keep him safe as he's out of vision, he's out of sight. Tims is out of the way. AU will get left behind for his attempt there to save Tims, but Tims will be eternally grateful. Great play there, but he purging off the dust, making sure he could get out with that invis.
That was really interesting too. He got the leap like mid-Underlord animation. He was actually rooted after the leap.
That can happen.
That was actually pretty cool.
A similar sort of mechanic, right, as the Sand King Burrow strike.
Yep.
Once you've got that movement going, you're still in the area, so you can still be caught out by stuns and such, but your body will be propelled to safety.
Yep. That keeps him alive, and they're going to keep looking to constrict that map. You see that Lotus Orb, that big item that Gabby wants in this game is now picked up. So Soul Catcher, not going to be as much of an issue for himself, at least. And it looks like ultis are pretty much at the ready. You can see they're waiting for at least that Death Prophet ulti to come back online before they put too much pressure. And we see Liquid. If you look at their wards in the map, that's how they want to play. They're just like, all right, we're not, like, the river is not... Don't cross the river. Miracle, you can blink past the river and maybe farm the jungle, but for the time being, crossing the river is a bit of a fearsome one. Weehaw wants to poke here. He may be trying to get some damage here on this bottom tower. And it looks like they're just going to push the Rosh instead of looking for another tower. Tier 2s are too far.
I think even if Liquid know that this is going on,
they cannot fight this.
They're not going over here anytime soon.
No,
this is
pretty crazy of them to try to take this fight versus TNC.
This is a free Rosh, free ages for TNC without a doubt.
Weehaw's taking good advantage of this though. They've identified they're doing Rosh. He's trying to get as much structural damage as possible. They're going to glyph the wave though, ensuring that he cannot actually push much further.
And they poke up for a little bit of action, seeing if they can find GH Gabby. Oh, he's going to be able to get the snot on him.
But the leaps
will allow GH to prance himself to safety.
TNC not even... Okay, they don't have wards, that's why. I was like, they're not actually putting any deep vision down to watch where the anti-mage is jungling right now. They've actually only placed river wards as well, but we see from this control that they've been able to have 6-6, but they've been very well at moving around the map.
All right, timing set up there, perfect for Tims, but the disruption comes out from Kuro. We are safe, and maybe even allow for a bit of a turnaround as AU. He's had a fantastic game so far, but getting caught massively out of position there on the front lines and between the members of Liquid. That's going to be a dead oracle for 20 seconds.
And mind control, again, as we say, they try to take any types of opportunities where they can cross past that river and force the waves as far as possible from their base. So TNC has a harder time to make the move.
Arrow on arrow action here. GH is going to be the one that connects.
And look how long it lasts. Armel is now unstunned.
That's a long, long time. That wasn't even the max stun, right?
It was not.
Gotta watch out for those Rubik arrows buffed up by the old arcane supremacy.
Yeah, you know, just a nice 9-second arrow or something could come out.
Is that the maps?
No, it's less than that. But
do the maps. Okay. It's less than that.
It's like 7.5.
36% of 5 on top of 5.
It's like 7.
7. Yeah, what's it? 7 seconds.
We'll round up.
Just to simplify it for the viewers, you know.
Miracle, he's spotted. They're actually hunting for him this time here. They have both heroes with the Yule Scepters possessed around him.
Oh, mid lane, what's going on? Nope. So a bit of a cancel of TP there, I believe. Like Abby. See if we can find this up top. They're trying, but Miracle, he's over to the camp. They do ping it. They know that he's gone for the greed.
They get the
He's jumped up here. A little far away. Can they get on top of him? An arrow does fly through.
I think that was
actually GH's anyway, so was just being flown through defensively in case anyone was trying to get on top of Miracle. But hey, they achieved what they wanted. Push him away, push onto the tower. Same time though, Liquid, they're getting objectives themselves. you've got to watch out and be aware of this. Lesh is pushing powers. We are takes that tier 2 with the help of mind control. They're actually pushing up towards the base on the bottom lane. So for as fast as TNC's playing, they're actually getting a lot of pressure brought back their way by this Leshrac.
Yeah, pretty much like perfect moves we see by Liquid, at least in response to that. They see 3-4 heroes set up top. They're like, hey, we have opportunities to go for like the Ratto, to go for the split push that they need to do it so they can keep getting this farm. And Mind Control pretty much has Solar Crest finished up, so buffing up the AM. It's all about the anti-mage that they're going to be looking to throw everything onto Miracle. And now Miracle, we mentioned some things could be problematic for him. You know, the silence in particular. He almost has the Manta done. Have to be concerned here for TNC. This AM is getting online.
With that Manta, Miracle, I mean, he only sort of dies if he makes mistakes. We have seen Miracle make some mistakes this TI, so, you know, don't write that off. It may still happen, but as you say, once he has the Manta, it should be a pretty free map for the AM to jump around and keep the farm up high. Obviously, there's still that danger of the pushes coming in and the AM being forced to retaliate to the aggression of TNC, but for the most part, if the game stays at a state where WeHa is able to push out these lanes and shove them out as far as he can to make sure that TNC cannot get this 5-man push together down a lane, space is going to be there for AM to jump around the map very safely.
Exactly. I mean, that's literally what they've been doing for the last, like, pretty much the whole game, right? Just mind control in one lane, WeHa in the other one, push it out as far as possible so TNC cannot group up and go for their game-ending play, which we could see them start to set up for here. BKB is finished for Armel. They do want to start really pressing that advantage, try to get these tier 2s, because Liquid, they're getting away with a lot here in this game.
This should be, with the numbers that they have, a very quick kill onto Mind Control. They'll even blow the Ravage for this one. Mind Control found. Arrows out to Kuro in the jungle as they'll get both of the pickoffs. Instant TP's up top and the jump forward. Tims, he's got the setup for another. Yule's up onto WeHa, turn with the Yule's onto the Tide, but AU's ready to chase, so's Tims. They'll try and purge up Tims to try and get that root. He won't be able to quite get on top of WeHa. Arrow's actually going to miss WeHa with the cheeky sidestep, but TNC, they've got the numbers. 4 of them are up. Another Yules throws him up. WeHa is surrounded, and they will deal with the push. That threat, that pressure we talked about, both the Underlord and the Leshrac, they're now out of the game.
Yep, and now they're just looking to push down the lanes as much. But Gabby was also chasing Miracle around, actually gooing him, and just keep chasing him when he was trying to cut the creep waves. So this is that timing. TNC, they have to make a lot happen. They cannot allow Anti-Mage to keep up this split push.
Anti-Mage Miracle, he is getting close, I'd say, to sort of being able to have a bit of a look into the fights, right? Especially once he has the Scardy, at least a component of it. He's going to have good stats to fight with at this stage. Aegis will now expire, but they'll keep the push going, and a tier 2 tower in the mid will fall. TNC take another objective and hold on to that 4K lead.
Miracle is farming under vision here. And they actually try to get the setup. Tim's really trying to get some Yules into Arrow setup, but unable to. Miracle, he's soon gonna pass that #1 net worth pretty soon.
He is, and he's, you know, at this point where there's one tier 2 left to be taken, there's no longer sort of that free money on the map for the push lineup like TNC. The high ground push, that's going to be sort of the next level of difficulty for them. So no longer can they rely on those objectives to keep themselves sort of an item ahead across the cores. The map's going to be open. AM's going to get that farm. Bottom lane, setups there, they'll catch out Tims. Miracle gets himself involved. In fact, he's the one to get the last touch. Level 18 on Miracle, and he has the money for the first ulti orb into that Scardy.
Pretty traditional smoke that we see there, right? The smoke from your base to your carry. We see teams do that so often, just trying to set up in case maybe Miracle's going to get ganked or something like that. They make sure to sweep the area, and now they can even keep continuing to transition this into a push. WeHa threatening always, and TNC has to respond.
Do have all the ingredients for a good defense. Cuckoo's Ravage back up in less than 10.
Gabby's just running through into all 5 heroes. He has no fear right now.
And they're having to get away from him as well. Liquid don't want to try and deal with this Bristleback just yet. At least when Liquid are being unnecessarily offensive. They know that they don't need to try and force it. They've just got to try and make sure the TNC are the ones on the defensive.
They just got to dance around him, right? Pretty much in the fights as well. They're just going to have to dance around the Bristleback for a while because they don't have great solutions if he's not completely isolated. If he's completely isolated, sure, they can look for something, but...
Chase setups here. Look for Tims. Timing's going to be off from WeHa, and that's going to allow the chance for Tims to get out with the Moonlight. He'll sneak off in the shadows, and Liquid won't find the kill.
Gabby, look at him. He's really trying to get aggressive. They want to catch something here. He has a DD. They get the silence. This is so much physical damage that's coming in.
You know, Underlord just gets absolutely shredded.
400 damage right now with this DD rune. The waves, though, look at Liquid. There's no creeps here, TNC.
Bottom lane, top lane, and as you say, the mid lane. Even with no heroes in at the moment, Liquid had already had the momentum covered before that Underlord was chased down. TNC, the pushing is getting a lot harder for them as Liquid are more than able to make sure the creeps are never in position for TNC to take their tempo to the next pace.
Weeha, they want to go for blood here. As they know, they're just getting, Liquid's getting too much time to farm on the map. They really want to catch Weeha, but that's a boot to travel with a 15 movement speed talent, 30 movement speed talent as well. No way you're catching this Lash. Super speedy. And just continue to push in the side lanes. Now GH can do his own split push too with the Starstorm. See him just clearing out those waves instantly. Definitely feeling concerned for TNC. This anti-mage.
Yeah, timing is falling down and sort of out of their control for TNC.
They're gonna have to do a big miraculous push here with the Aegis and the Cheese and just make sure that AM can't actually fight directly into all 5 heroes, but they have to make sure that they can keep their side lanes pushed in. They're unable to reduce. Oh, the arrow.
Good little snipe of GH in the trees for Tims. Tims will look to close the gap, but GH is able to get out with the blink down. No instance of damage upon him in time to stop him from making that getaway.
Yeah, Tim's got a little spooked when he saw the AM illusion, thinking it could be real.
27 minutes in, 8 to 10. Definitely sort of the kills that, as that anti-major looking at the top and being very happy with the state of the game.
You look at anti-mage, 330 last, it's 1-0 and 2.
Yep.
He is getting uncontested farm. He's just blinking around the map freely, and they're not able to get the ward coverage to actually watch him. We've been seeing TNC, they've been getting de-warded quite a lot from Kuroki. He actually got 2 of the recent observer wards, and he's just been moving around the map all over the place, getting them. Just keeping it Miracle safe to farm up the map and then just keep split pushing the side. So they have great reads on the map from how TNC wants to play. You know, TNC, it's pretty telltale how they want to be moving. Grouping up, going for the push all the time. So just keep split pushing. But that Roche, like we said, the next thing big on the menu for TNC. And still contesting fights, 5v5 fights from Liquid is still going to be quite difficult. When Exorcism is already popped and they have the front line as the BKBs are there to protect versus the mana burn for Armel, as well as, I believe, Gabby also bought a BKB. So I think maybe this is double BKB timing, get Aegis Cheese, end the game for TNC. I think they really want to force the issue here and try to end it before Miracle is able to do any more of these shenanigans.
Let's talk about this a bit. Well, Tims, he's just picked up a Blink Dagger on the Mirana, so he is just going all in on getting the Blink Yule set up.
Catch, yeah. He needs to try to be the one to catch. That is what it seems. They have to try to catch the split push somehow, and Tim seems to be thinking this is the best solution before he can get something like a Hex, which is he just queues up immediately right afterwards. So they need other ways to catch this anti-mage's mind control. Will get easily brought down here.
And back to being able to grab some of those objectives. Roshan, Cheese on Armel, Aegis on Gabby, and a dead Underlord. Top lane Miracle.
That actually hits the real one.
I've got the setup with that stun. TP's coming in, but Miracle's already out into the trees and will make the retreat. TNC, it's all about these next few minutes of gameplay. They've got to do something with this Aegis and Cheese. Top lane, Weeha is trying to fight for this. He is on his own. He does want to look for this sort of solo pickup potential, but backups in town for Tims. A is around, and Weeha now has to just get out of there.
He's just way too speedy. Even with that Blink Dagger, they can't catch up to him. And also, he has BKB the whole time. BKB and a TP out would be probably just easy enough for him to get away.
Can they get this push together?
Both really not letting them every time.
Yeah, they're just constantly the side lanes are always pushed onto TNC's half of the map. So they can do this. They can go all in on the middle, but if it's not a massively successful siege attempt, if they don't get sort of the racks, the mid lanes are going to start knocking at their own tier 3s.
They have a creep wave in the mid lane. This is what we were saying. This might just be the GG push that they're trying to do here. Exorcism pop. They got the Aghanims, the Cheese, the Aegis. They have to get something taken down here for them.
Let's see what they can get. One of the pluses, we did see Tims was able to cancel the TP of Weeha, so Weeha can't get back.
Weeha cannot get back. 20 seconds.
20 seconds. 20 seconds on the bots.
They're full split pushing.
And they're fighting through the backdoor protection. They're nearly actually getting that tier 3 tower. They won't quite. The rest of Liquid will be able to push them back.
They're getting 2 towers here.
Yeah, this is the problem.
Oh my god.
This is the problem, TNC. They weren't able to really get this push together early on, and now it's very vulnerable to these sort of rat plays occurring. Weeha is out with the BKB TP. And the game now in a bit of a worrying state for TNC as the question has, it has to be asked, have TNC miss their timing?
It could feel like that at this point. If they still have lots of damage that they can deal and go down, but Miracle, how the hell are they gonna kill this anti-mage? Now with full BKB finished as well. Uh-oh, TNC.
It says it's 50-50 on the win probability. I mean, I guess, you know, Gaben still really sees that chance of TNC being able to run down mid and just, I guess, taking that tier 3, maybe even just going straight tier 4s and Ancients before Liquid's able to react or take the side lanes. But you look at this anti-mage and you say, well, Miracle, he can go for the rat plays, but he can also turn up to the fight.
Yeah, he can start turning up to the fights for sure. It really does. It does feel like Liquid have the better control in the game so far here now. Even though TNC, they have Aegis and Cheese, they have to make something big happen. They're gonna smoke. They're gonna try to keep forcing this issue. Right now, they're gonna be parking Gabby actually bottom, so they can have two lanes at least pushing in, so they don't have to worry about some split push where they lose their mid lane creep wave. They'll at least have a bottom wave too. But immediately, Liquid, they're not gonna allow that. They're gonna start trying to fight.
Straight in on mid onto Tims, and Tims is gone. We'll look towards Armel. Soul Catcher brings him low. Pot the BKB. The Miracle's on top of him. He'll pop the cheese. He's back up to full. He's trying to keep himself alive with the Spirit Siphons. Miracle's just staying on top of the target. Is there any save for Armel? He's going to try and turn with the silent self-fuel, so he'll get himself up in the air. Healing up the stun tap from We Are. BKB's out. False Promise will keep Armel alive for a little bit, but the Mana Void's going to do serious amounts of damage. Miracle staying on them. Ravage comes out for Cuckoo. TNC looking for the turnaround, but they've lost Armel. They'll get We Are. Can they get Miracle? He's too tanky and will be easily able to blink back out of the fight. Gabby, he's out of mana, but he's still punching into Kuro. Mind control, he says, boys, it's time to go home. Kuro's not coming home tonight, though. Will be mind control on his own, rifting away. Miracle straight back into the mid, keeping that pressure on. So the fact that Liquid have lost 2, in fact, he's nearly turning and bringing down Tims and Gabby with him, will finally fall. So they get the 3 kills, TNC. But as you see, they get the kills. The Tims had to buy back. The gold lead is still growing for Liquid. And again, look at those creep waves. Despite the fact that TNC have killed 3, without their Death Prophet alive, it's very unlikely they're going to be able to do anything with this time.
Yeah, as soon as they're chasing GH, and Miracle's already blinking away, going for the creep waves. He knows the priority in this game. Just don't ever let them hit your base. And they're not really letting TNC get to that. And we saw the Iascati coming into play there. We see why Miracle picked it up versus these BKBs that TNC were getting. He can just keep the chase on.
Oh, he can. And we saw he was just blinking into the high ground next to a tie, gets ravaged. At this point, it doesn't really matter. The AM, he's out of control.
Yeah, he is absolutely out of control, and they do not have that straight physical damage to do. Sure, like, Bristleback can deal that hard physical damage, but he's not something like you're, like, some super physical hero that just, like, really will just stick on him and kill him, like you see, like, the Lifesteers, the Basher, Slark, or something like that. Someone who can really just bring it to him. Yeah, Liquid now with a very good control of this game, and they're just keeping the lanes always pushed in.
So hard for TNC to make a play. Their lineup really was all drafted around those early pushes. They did a good job of taking over control of the map early on, but they couldn't quite shut down the anti-mage's farm, and now they have some huge problems to deal with.
I mean, Miracle he's just like, I'm just gonna just keep farming. That's all he really needs to do in this game. Keep farming. 2-0-3, almost 500 last hits at this 34-minute mark. And all they want is this game to go late for Liquid.
Every minute on that clock becomes more and more painful for TNC.
We really start seeing that tick start happening. Of course, in the Dota Plus, it's really starting to feel that anti-mage's pressure. It's up to a 62% from that 50-50. Once that Aegis and once Armel does die, the Aegis gets reclaimed. And did they actually end up using the cheese as well?
They did, Armel.
Yeah, he did end up using it as well on top, so they've used pretty much everything. And Liquid, they just keep this push, keep the split push. We are now taking out shrines, it looks like. TNC just running around trying to catch pretty much anything. It's a game of cat and mouse. Liquid really is just controlling the map way better here.
Not being caught out either. Into the trees, instant TPs down to the waves down bottom.
And Miracle just, keeps blinking around just freely. Even when right now, they're starting to have an idea of where he is. But he's jumping in. Hey, you quickly has to glimmer himself.
Miracle's just hitting the shrine alone.
Right in the middle of them.
What can they do? What can they do about this anti-mage?
He's got BKB.
He forces AU.
Oh, he gets arrow though after the use.
Do they have the damage? There's a disruption that's going to be able to buy him time. Kuro giving Miracle more than enough chance to pop that BKB and get out of there. Kuro will die. for trying to save Miracle and, of course, succeeding.
That was, I mean, Kuroki's positioning there was phenomenal. They even saw him, and he's still able to get that perfect disruption. Whew, Miracle definitely looking like he would have gotten brought down there from all that damage.
And it's also, you know, Armel did pop the Ghost in the hope that they would have the control to lock Miracle down. So Ghosts aren't going to be there for TNC to even think about making a play around.
And Ravage. They used both of their big long cooldown ultimates and weren't able to find this. Now Weehaw is immediately when TNC starts splitting up, he finds an opportunity for a kill. He doesn't have a TP available. He has BKB, so he will be able to just run away.
They just can't get a hold of any of these heroes, TNC.
No, they cannot. And
only the supports getting picked off, and in situations where they do not mind dying at all. Level 25 on Anti-Mage, It's got that extra counter spell, magic resistance. So I don't know how TNC. This looks like an impossible game for TNC right now.
It really is. It's been feeling like that for quite a while
against
now.
them.
Liquid just addressing the split push. They're just constantly pushing those side lanes out the whole game. It really did feel like it was 36 or like 29 minutes where TNC had some like control running around the map, but Liquid just constantly pushing the sides. And you can tell they're probably feeling the same way. They're probably like, this anti-mage is just out of control. The loom and gloom. We always, I know a lot of pros, a lot of players have always said it when you're playing versus like these anti-mages and Medusas and stuff, when they're just like off the map the majority of the game, the back of your mind, you're just thinking about it constantly. You're like, uh-oh. That ticking time bomb.
AM farm rising. Cuckoo, it's got eyes on him. Miracle, he'll turn. Cuckoo has to pop the BKB and head back. Liquid, they've got the full team here ready to fight. This time they're not messing around, they're ready to start some action off. Gabby will start to look for the lead in, gets himself on top of Kuro. Kuro should be the first to fall. G8 with the stolen Ravage. As Miracle locks down onto Armel, they will lose Kuroki, but Miracle's going to start to pick apart the backline as jumps forward up to the high ground for the chase. Mind control and Weehaw burning down Cuckoo. Gabby trying to commit for a kill with his BKBs onto mind control.
Oh, the
stolen false promise. GH making sure that mind control can get himself out alive. Miracle and Weehaw turn to get themselves on top of Gabby, beginning to burn down the mana. Miracle's over to look towards Tim's. The self-heals by sometimes for Tim's. He's back down. Armel has got the ghost, but there's already Tim's dead. AU as well. It's a buyback from Cuckoo. Can they get any kills out of this? They have found Weehaw. Weehaw will fall. So TNC are able to find a pretty big kill, taking the Leshrac out, but still...
Such a costly one. A buyback from Cuckoo.
Yep. And Miracle's reign continues in this game where they cannot do anything about the anti-mage.
GH having a little bit of a showcase right there, having that stolen Ravage from earlier, then also blinking and stealing the false promise. Some clutch little plays there from him, but Miracle just continuing to keep this split push and keep himself in such a great spot. Looking to pressure Gabby a little bit here. Can't kill him, but get rid of that mana.
I mean,
how does TNC do it?
Is there any sort of item you can look at TNC's lineup and say, well, this combination might at least give them a chance of killing this AM? Because obviously once they do, it's going to be a lot of money. And hey, we've all seen those games where it looks seemingly impossible to lose. This AM free farm hasn't died. Dies once, dies again, no buyback, and the game's over. Maybe that can happen. And that's obviously the situation that TNC are trying to force onto Liquid.
Looking like a pretty hard one, though, as Cuckoo, he does have a BKB to prevent that mana burn. Fully defensive BKB, though. And back to the Roche pit, we see Miracle go inside. They know there's no ghosts to fight for TNC. Their damage is not there at all if they try to take it to Liquid right now. Gabby will start poking himself toward the front line, but Gabby's also kind of low on mana. Only 300 on him.
Well, that's the thing. It loses a Sen over and the mana's gone.
He's completely out of mana. Miracle's just in. Onto Cuckoo, also burns all of his mana. So 2 heroes on TNC have no spells.
They're just, they can't offer anything to the fight. Mana is burned. They're held outside. Demonic Purge being as well used to keep him outside of the pit. Stolen Arrow will flow through, won't make the connection. Miracle's able to pick up the Aegis. I believe Weeha's able to grab the cheese. They'll get Roshan Liquid, and now they'll look to try and find some of these kills.
Armel can't run. The Eye of Scotty is too much onto him. The arrow connects onto Miracle. They're trying to disengage on TNC, but they can't run.
Miracle is just running into the 5 of them. An arrow does come out. Gabby pops his BKB again. The mana gone. Gabby has nothing to fight with. They'll continue the chase. Miracle's in onto AU. A false promise having to be used upon himself to get him out of there. They're very tanky, TNC. They don't die easily, but they are also unable to do anything easily at all. These heroes now pretty rendered useless as Miracle's in. He sees a chance to blow up AU with a Mana Void, and her arrow does come out again. Stolen arrow onto Tims with that extra Arcane Supremacy debuff increased. He has no chance at all. Gabby's in, and as soon as he's in, the mana is out. Miracle just diving past tier 3 onto the support, running down AU, jump forward again. It's a triple kill for Miracle. He's just slowly dismantling TNC and slowly doing his best to take them out of the tournament. There KB popped. He's not going anywhere.
Still no fear. There we go. Now he's gonna give him some respect. Back up. But
he knows. I mean, 12K, 13K lead. There is no answer at all, as it seems, for this anti-mage. They'll set up an arrow.
They got this one here connected. He has
Manta and also has the blink. They won't even be able to touch that Aegis or get near to touching it.
I just have no damage for him at all anymore. He's got the freest game in the world, it seems like, now on this anti-mage, which was the last pick by Liquid, seeming to play around it absolutely perfectly. Just keeping the game split push. 40-minute mark. AM with top net worth by a long shot.
TNC, what are they able to get themselves close to? We are closing in on a Hex from Armel. No, the Bloodthorn's going to be the item that Gabby is trying to get done for the team. So looking for some of that single target lockdown, which may give them some sort of a shot of tackling Miracle.
They needed these quite a while ago, right? The Hex or the Abyssal Blade, some type of instant type of disable to look for Miracle to catch him when he was doing this, but I mean, he's just at way too much of critical mass here. This anti-mage.
Seemingly the perfect pick. And you could definitely see and understand what TNC went for. We heard it from Heen. They wanted to play this pace. And this is what's sort of the risk of running this sort of lineup here on the main stage. If you are unable to get the job done by a certain point, things just grind to a complete stop for your lineup.
Yeah, and you really are starting to understand why they went for the Underlord as well, right? Just to constantly split push the side lanes out. That's what we've seen that hero used for quite a while. Defend towers and then just park yourself, just push out lanes constantly and just get it onto the other side of the map. And that's been the name of the game for Liquid. Push lanes. I know Will is probably in the back like, shove lanes, yes! Like, it really is just the definition of this one entirely for Liquid, just keeping it past the river after that early game. Now they've got a Hex picked up, the blink and the Hex on Armel. See if it can catch Liquid off guard. But they are all grouped together.
I mean, that AM kill will be worth a hefty penny.
As long as they can bring him down. He's 28 armor and, like you said, 70% magic resistance. So can they actually have the damage? With Ghosts, with everything committed, if they can get the chain lockdown, that could be one of the options. But besides without...
They've got to do it twice.
Yeah, without like Death Prophet Ghost, it seems pretty unlikely. It's Miracle taking 0 damage.